Zhou waited for a long time, and finally got the message, but the message was not from Zhang Yuji, but from Hui Haifeng. Junior brother, I have all the lucky companion pets that I can get, you can see. If you have enough. There is a list behind the message sent by Hui Haifeng. Zhou looked at it and found that there were 11 different types of lucky companion eggs, 2 of which were mythical, 6 epic and 2 legendary, and 1 was a mortal-level lucky companion. Mortal-level companion pets are already very rare, but they are still lucky. This is really rare, but mortal-level companion pets, even if they are lucky, shouldn't be able to add a few points? Zhou replied, enough is enough, give me 2 days to prepare, and then I'll find you. No, you just stay in Luoyang. I have already sent someone over, and the companion pet has also brought you there. You should be able to go to Luoyang tonight. Hui Haifeng replied. Also. Zhou didn't insist any longer. As long as there was a Rubik's Cube, it was the same from where he entered the Venus dimensional field. Junior brother, I've handed everyone over to you. They're the people who benefit the most from my side. Don't give me a whole lot of trouble. Hui Haifeng sent another message. Actually, I can go in alone. Zhou felt that it was safer to be alone. Okay, then you have to put on the federal uniform, and then put a small red flag on top of your head and write the federal soldier. Hui Haifeng replied. I'd better bring someone up. Zhou thought about it and felt that the image was a little bad. Hey, you have the final say. In order to get you these lucky companion pets, I spent a lot of money. I believe that no one can make up such a strong lineup of lucky companion pets. What do you want so many lucky companion pets? As far as I know, although lucky companion pets can increase the possibility of obtaining dimensional crystals and companion eggs in some respects, there is actually a threshold for this possibility. It exceeds a certain lucky value, even if the lucky pet is worn again. There won't be much improvement. Hui Haifeng asked, curiously. You'll find out later. Zhou was not in the mood to talk nonsense with him, and hurried back to Luoyang to see those lucky companion pets, because ordinary people can only judge the attributes of companion pets based on the information and experience transmitted by companion pets, and cannot see them. Accurate information. So Hui Haifeng only knew that those were companion pets with lucky bonuses, but he didn't know exactly how much luck was added. Master. As soon as Zhou returned to Luoyang's house, he saw Hui rushing over first. Why are you here? Zhou was a little surprised. Hui Haifeng was so relieved that Hui came along. There are now banned dimensional fields everywhere on the road, and it is difficult to guarantee safety. Hui can be said to be the future hope of the Hui family. It would be too risky to let him out now. I said I wanted to come and study with you, master, and my father agreed to let me come along. Hui said. Zhou thought to himself, learn from me? What can you learn from me? I'm pretty much the same as you. This guy Hui talent is too high. No matter what he learns, he never forgets everything, and it is trivial for Hui Zhou doubted whether Hui Haifeng had done some kind of high-tech and created a son with a brain. Zhou had already taught Hui when he was in Hui's house before, but most of the things he knew were only comprehensible and unspeakable. Zhou had already taught them. Now let him teach him. There are really no words. Mr. Zhou, this is what the president ordered us to bring to you, please check it. An officer in his 30s came to Zhou with several officers. He looks very strange, his face has no expression at all, his eyebrows, beard and facial features all look fake, but Zhou Wen can be sure that it is just a feeling. There is no special disguise on his face, the real person looks like this. There were 11 of them. And each had a safe locked on his wrist. Zhou Wen didn't have to guess to know that it was the 11 lucky companion eggs sent by Hui Haifeng. These 11 officers should also be sent by Hui Haifeng. When the officers opened the safe, they used the keys in their own hands to open the safes of different people. Inside the safes, there were some special devices that seemed to destroy the companion eggs in the box as long as they were touched. It is understandable for Hui Hai Summit to do this. Although the level of these companion eggs is not high, their value is very high, so they have to be careful. After Zhou Wen signed for it, the expressionless officer wearing a mask said, "The President's order, from now on, we will follow your orders, Mr. Zhou. Even if you let us die, we will absolutely carry out your order immediately." "Very well, go back and rest." Zhou Wen nodded. Yes. The soldier didn't ask anything, he just took someone back to rest. "Master, the things that the coaches teach at home are so boring. I have wanted to come to you for a long time. What can you teach me?" Hui Wan followed Zhou Wen and asked as he walked. "You have learned very well, let's play." "For 2 days." Zhou Wen said. "Master, I know that you know a lot of things. I may not be able to learn it now, but I will definitely work hard." Hui Wan said seriously. Zhou Wen looked at Hui Wan's serious expression, and really couldn't say anything to shirk. But he was not good at teaching people, and after thinking about it, he couldn't think of anything he could teach him. "When I was in a difficult situation, I suddenly saw Li Xian walking out of the mansion. I didn't know what this guy was doing in An's house." Zhou Wen was overjoyed, coughed lightly, and said to Hui Wan, "Words are worse than teaching by example. When you were at home, you should have learned a lot of other people's theories. It's time to do some practical training." "Master, do you want to practice against me?" Hui Wan's eyes suddenly lit up. "You were taught by me. I know you very well. You and I practice against each other, and it will not have any effect." Zhou Wen said. "Then what should I do?" Hui Wan asked anxiously. "Have you seen that one? He is also your father's apprentice. If you think about it, you should call him Uncle Sure. You should practice with him first." Zhou Wen pointed at Li Xian and said, "Is he very powerful?" Hui Wan looked at Li Xian, who looked like a fool, and was very suspicious. "Generally speaking, I can go through 3 moves under my hands, but it is enough to be your sparring partner," Zhou Wen said. "Master, don't worry, I will try my best." Hui Wan heard this and was even less motivated, but he couldn't refute Zhou Wen, but he thought in his heart, "You can only go through 3 moves under master, it's not very strong, I'll find a way to defeat him later, and let the master see my progress, so he should practice with me in person." "Old Zhou, whose child is this? What is he doing?" Li Xian came over and asked. "Hui Haifeng's son, let me teach you to play. It happens that I have something to do at the moment. Please teach me first," Zhou Wen said. "Old Hui's son. You have to teach it well, don't worry, just leave it to me," Li Xian said while patting his chest. "Then I'll leave it to you. I'll go to work first." Before leaving, Zhou Wen told Hui Wan again, "Xiao Wan, learn from your uncle Li, you will never be able to use it in your life." When Zhou Wen returned to his room, He couldn't wait to take out the 11 companion eggs and used his mobile phone to identify their attributes one by one. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading. Website. The two mythical companion pets are the lucky stone elf and the lucky cow. Like the little tiger, they both have lucky fates, but they have more luck than the little tiger. Stone elf +9 luck, lucky flower is +7 luck, and 6 epic companion pets add 3 to 6 points of luck respectively. And the two legendary companion pets are +1 lucky. The companion state of the lucky stone elf is a bracelet, the cow of good luck is a ring, and the epic and legendary levels are also varied. Zhou calculated it, except that there are two companion pets in the companion state, which conflict with the companion pet that Zhou must use. And there is no associated state, the others can be used together. That mortal level lucky companion pet surprised Zhou because that companion pet did not have the lucky attribute. As for why it was taken as a lucky companion pet, Zhou estimated that it had something to do with its skills. I also know that a mortal level companion pet has not yet shown a fate, so naturally it is impossible to have a lucky fate. After carefully reading the information about the companion pet, Zhou realized that it was not the case at all. Morning Crow, mortal level. Strength 11, speed 11. Physical fitness 11. Vitality 11. Innate skills, bereavement. Associated state, wings. After Zhou carefully looked at its attributes, he felt unlucky in his heart, and quickly looked for the list Hui Haifeng gave him. He remembered that there was no morning crow in the list. Sure enough, the only mortal companion pet on the list was called the magpie, also known as the bird of good luck, not the crow of morning. After careful comparison, Zhou knew that Hui Haifeng must have made a mistake when he bought it. The companion eggs of the morning crow are very similar to those of the magpie, but they look exactly the same. It is estimated that he mistakenly took the morning crow as a good news bird. As for the person who sold the companion eggs to Hui Haifeng, whether they really didn't understand or did it deliberately, that's not what Zhou can know. This morning crow is a bit weird. It's obviously just a low-level mortal companion pet, and it has no evolvable attributes. It has all 11 attributes. This is really rare. Zhou thought about it, or put the morning crow and the others lucky companion eggs hatched together. Although it is really annoying to report a morning, Zhou used to listen to the old principle that good medicine is bitter, and the truth is sad. It is not a good thing to report a morning, but if he can give an early warning, it is a pretty good ability. After the incubation was completed, Zhou directly entered the game, and then put on all the lucky equipment that could be worn on his body. Of course, the most important thing is that Tian has a special lucky evasion ability. As long as the lucky attribute works, it can avoid attacks that would have been impossible to dodge. However, Tian's lucky value is limited, and the chance of lucky dodgeability is also very low. Zhou has tested it before. When facing the bullet of the golden god of war, there is only about a 1/10 chance of being able to dodge the past. In the face of natural disaster-grade bullets, Zhou has not managed to dodge once anyway. What Zhou wants to test now is whether other lucky equipment on his body will affect Tian's lucky evasion ability. After entering the dungeon, the metal guard's bullets shot at Zhou. Zhou stood there and Didn't move. The celestial clothes on his body seemed to be automatic without wind, like an immortal facing the wind. The bullet unexpectedly spared Zhou Wen's body and missed. A large number of bullets came, but none of them could hit Zhou Wen, and they all automatically deviated from the track. Zhou Wen was slightly overjoyed. Although Tian could easily dodge the bullets of the metal guards before, it was not so exaggerated. In the past, Tian would still pull Zhou Wen's body to move to avoid bullets. But now Zhou Wen stood there and didn't move, but Tian fluttered and avoided all the bullets. Obviously, Tian's lucky evasion ability was strengthened. I don't know how efficient Tian's evasion is. Now when facing the fear-level Golden God of War, Zhou Wen killed all the metal guards at will, waiting for the appearance of the Golden God of War. Soon the Golden God of War rushed out, and is freezing. Bombs were fired at a speed so fast that ordinary humans couldn't keep up. Zhou Wen didn't move. He came purely for the test this time. Even if he was killed, he didn't plan to move. Tian fluttered, and the fear-level freezing bomb actually flew past Tian's big sleeve and hit the wall of the metal building, bursting out a cloud of ice. The first shot has flashed. This effect is a bit strong. I'm afraid there is at least a 50% chance. Zhou Wen was even more happy. He didn't do anything and let the Golden God of War shoot him continuously, which made Zhou Wen surprised and happy. No matter how crazy the Golden God of War was shooting, even if Zhou Wen just stood still, the Golden God of War could not hit a single bullet. He, too, strong. Could it be that with the blessing of so many lucky equipment, Tian's lucky evasion has reached 100%? Zhou Wen dodged hundreds of bullets in succession, but he was still not hit. Without continuing the test, Zhou Wen slaughtered the Golden God of War one by one. He wanted to try to see if Tian could avoid the natural disaster-level bullets. The alarm sounded loudly, and Zhou Wen was also a little nervous. When the bullets sounded, Zhou Wen didn't react at all. But the bullet didn't hit Zhou Wen. Tian moved Zhou Wen's body a bit, just dodging the natural disaster-grade bullet. I'm relying on really flashed past. Now it's developed. With this artifact in my body, I'm afraid of a bird's natural disaster-grade bullet. Zhou Wen died too many times in the Venus dungeon, and suddenly this discovery made me excited. However, he wasn't sure yet, so he was shot again as a test, but he dodges again. Ah. It's really cool now. I'm lucky to have Tian in my hand. Who else? Just ask who else can kill me? Zhou Wen felt as if he had eaten ginseng fruit, his whole body exhaling comfortably. Bang! With a gunshot, Zhou Wen only saw the blood-colored villain's head explode, and the screen went black. The smile on his face instantly turned into shock, and the O-shaped mouth didn't close for a while. Playing with me? Can the third shot be hit again? Zhou Wen calmed down and thought about it carefully. He felt that since the first two shots could be avoided, the power of the third shot was about the same as the first two shots, and it was not the first shot to kill. 7 shots, this shot didn't escape, and 10 times it was because the luck value was not enough. When facing the natural disaster grade, it failed to achieve 100% lucky dodge. I have to get some more lucky equipment and try it out. Maybe it can really dodge natural disaster grade bullets 100%. Zhou Wen thought about where he was going to get some more lucky equipment. He even used the lucky goddess necklace, given by Jing Daoxian, to achieve this effect. For a while, he didn't know where else to get lucky companion pets. Please remember this book's first domain name. for Novel Network Mobile version reading website. Zhou checked a lot of information and found that this lucky companion pet is indeed very rare. Basically, it is impossible to find. Not to mention myth-level lucky pets, even epic-level lucky pets are rare. I inquired about the news from the classical, but the result was not very good. There were 2 lucky pets on the black market before. Because the price was too high, no one was willing to buy them, and they were also photographed a few days ago. Who did it? The classical refused to say, that is his professional ethics. But even if he didn't say it, Zhou already knew, because the 2 companion pets were on him now. After checking around, Zhou knew that he must not be able to find a lucky pet. Hui Haifeng basically searched for all the lucky pets he could get his hands on. Not to mention the huge cost, he probably also used his contacts and specialties. For items to be traded, it is almost impossible for Zhou to get lucky companion pets from the market. Zhou suddenly thought of Wang Lu. Wang Lu has a lucky destiny, and she has a lot of lucky pets. I don't know if there are any that haven't hatched. Do you have time? I want to ask you something. Zhou sent a message to Wang Lu. It turns out that you can only think of me when you have something to do. Soon, Wang Lu sent a message. Zhou Wenwen came to defend, but when he thought about it, it seemed that this was the case. Every time he took the initiative to send a message to Wang Lu, it seemed that he had something to ask her for help. Okay, I know. You're a busy person, just tell me if you have anything to do. Anyway, the meal you owe hasn't been paid yet, and it's not a few more meals. Wang Lu sent another message. I'll invite you to dinner in a few days. Zhou replied embarrassingly. Then I have to knock you hard and make you bleed. Wang Lu asked again, what's the matter, hurry up. I just want to ask, do you have any lucky companion pets there? I want to buy a few. Zhou said. I have a lucky pet, but I don't sell it. Wang Lu quickly sent a message back. Zhou was just a little disappointed, but he didn't think there was anything wrong with Wang Lu doing this. The meaning of lucky companion pets to Wang Lu was higher than that of ordinary people. Ordinary people get lucky companion pets, it can only increase a little luck, but Wang Lu has enhanced her own destiny, and the utility is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It can be said that lucky companion pets are similar to Wang Lu's exclusive companion pets. I'm so confused. It's too late for Wang Lu to collect lucky companion pets. How can they sell them? Zhou felt that he was really stupid. He didn't think of this before, so he shouldn't have asked Wang Lu. Embarrass Wang Lu. I just asked, casually, it's not very useful. After 2 days, I'll go to you and invite you to a big meal. Zhou sent a message. It's definitely not for sale, but if you need it urgently, I can lend it to you temporarily. What do you want lucky pets for? Wang Lu sent another message. Can I borrow it? Zhou was overjoyed and said. Quickly, I want to use my lucky pet to attack the Venus dimensional field. Do you think it is easy to borrow? Ordinary people borrow companion eggs, and they can't return them after hatching, but Zhou has the trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun, and it can still be returned, so it's not that difficult. Okay. Then you can come to my house to get it, it's not very convenient for me to go out recently. Wang Lu said. Wait for me. Zhou was overjoyed and immediately set off for the Wang family. Zhou said that he left, but those officers sent by Hui Haifeng couldn't help but muttered in their hearts. They had doubts about whether Zhou Wen could lead them to the rankings. They just believed in Hui Haifeng, which did not mean they had 100% trust in Zhou Wen. At least from Zhou Wen's current performance, it's really not very reassuring. They have been here for 2 days, and they have started to meet Zhou Wen, and then they can't even see anyone. They have no training, no cooperation, and no plan. How should they attack the Venus dimensional field together? They have no idea at all. Whoever is replaced will feel a little uneasy in their hearts, after all. This is a life-threatening event. Captain Wei, do you think this Zhou Wen is reliable? An officer whispered to Wei Yang next to him. Wei Yang is the soldier with a rigid face and facial features that look like paintings. He is the captain of this special operations team. Before Wei Yang came back, the officer said to himself, the creatures that can be on the list are not natural disasters, or big organizations like the Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance. The Holy Spirit will have the blessing of the Peacock Fairy and Jinwu, and an invincible existence. The Guardian Alliance has the power of time and space as a guarantee. What do we have? Can one Zhou Wen really take us to the rankings? In fact, it's not just him, many officers have such concerns. Zhou Wen is indeed famous, but compared with large organizations such as the Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance, there is still a certain gap. And the strength of one person seems to be difficult to compete with the strength of the collective. As soldiers, they can only obey orders, but to say that they are not at all uneasy or afraid in their hearts would be deceiving themselves. Wei Yang said with a blank expression, Zhou Wen's strength is undoubtedly the top among human beings. From his past records, we can see that this person is not simple. What's more, even the president admires him so much, I believe he must have it. We don't need to worry about a person who is really talented and learn, we just need to be prepared and help him rush to the rankings. What can we prepare? The president asked us to follow his orders, but we can't even see his people now, the officer said depressedly. Wei Yang's face seemed to remain unchanged, and he still said calmly, the president has always been thoughtful and thoughtful. If the president said that Zhou Wen can do it, then he will definitely do it. Zhou Wen doesn't see us now, he should have his own plans, we just need to adjust our state and be able to exert the greatest ability at that time. Although the officers were a little uneasy in their hearts, but under the influence of Wei Yang, they did not allow this uneasy feeling to continue to spread. But toned down a lot, but there was still a lot of dissatisfaction with Zhou Wen's many actions. Zhou Wen rushed to the Wang's house overnight, but unfortunately there were too many dimensional fields on the road. With his ability, he could not reach the Wang's house directly, and he could only use teleportation constantly to bypass some dimensional fields that have not yet been explored by humans. Fortunately, nothing happened along the way, and within 2 days, Zhou Wen rushed to the Wang's house frantically. If it weren't for the companion pet, do you plan not to take the initiative to repay the debt for the rest of your life? Wang Lu pouted when he saw Zhou Wen. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. As the saying goes, more debts don't overwhelm you, if I owe more, I will pay them back together. Zhou Wen said. Wang Lu burst out laughing, gave Zhou Wen a blank look and said, which planet's saying is that? You? Of course the Earth. Zhou Wen said. On the Earth, there are only too many skills that do not overwhelm you, but I have never heard of one that does not overwhelm you with too much debt. Wang Lu said. Is that so? Zhou Wen asked, pretending to be blank. Okay, don't pretend. You're here today, so you have to pay some back first. Wang Lu said. Okay, tell me, where do you want to eat? The money I have is enough to eat a bowl of seafood noodles, the kind without seafood. After a long time no see. Zhou Wen doesn't feel unfamiliar at all. Wang Lu is still the same as before. Wang Lu, as if he had only seen it not long ago. Anyway, you are also the number 3 person in Luoyang now, can you stop being so stingy? Wang Lu said angrily. What character number 3? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. In addition to Leng Zongjing and in Tianzhua, Luoyang will count you. What are you not the number 3 person? Wang Lu paused. Then continued, don't stand outside talking, go ahead, tell me, how are you going to attack the Venus dimensional field? Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu into the Wang's house, only to find out that it turned out to be the back door, and there was a garden inside, and no one was seen. With Wang Lu leading the way, Zhou Wen briefly explained Hui Haifeng's entrustment to him to be on the leaderboard and his plans. Using luck to dodge attacks, I've never heard of this method, are you sure? In the face of natural disaster level creatures, if dodge fails, then there is only a dead end. Wang Lu worried. Don't worry, you don't know who I am. I have other backers. Even if I can't dodge, I won't be killed, and I will definitely come back alive. Zhou Wenxiu said confidently. It's fine if you have a plan. Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen and suddenly said, put out your hand. What? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously as he stretched out his hand in front of Wang Lu. Aren't you going to borrow a companion pet? Wang Lu said, reaching out and pressing it on Zhou Wen's right palm, the palm facing Zhou Wen's. Between the palms of the two, suddenly a dazzling light flashed. What are you doing? Zhou Wen felt a surge of energy penetrate into his palm, and he was shocked. He was not surprised because he was afraid, but was a little worried about Wang Lu. Originally, he just wanted to borrow Wang Lu's companion egg. And after using it, he would return it directly to her. But he didn't expect that Wang Lu would also transfer the contracted companion pet to him. In the case of stealing the sky and changing the sun, it is not a big thing to transfer a companion pet, but Wang Lu will not steal the sky and changing the sun. God knows what price she has to pay to transfer the companion pet to Zhou Wen. If ordinary people transfer companion pets, at least half their lives will be required. If they are unlucky, they may even die directly. Although I know that Wang Lu should have some special means, but generally speaking, it still needs to pay a certain price, such as stealing the sky and changing the sun, there are too few. Didn't I want to lend you a favor? Wang Lu said with a smile, but the movement in his hand did not stop. The light in his palm became stronger and stronger, constantly turning into a stream of light, piercing into Zhou Wen's palm. If I knew it was borrowed like this, I wouldn't come. Zhou Wen smiled wryly. Now that it's halfway through, Zhou Wen can't stop it forcibly. If it stops forcibly, it will not only hurt Wang Lu, but also half of the companion pet. I'm afraid it won't be able to keep it. It's just a companion pet, it's not difficult for me, but this account must be written down, and you have to pay it back later. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen shook his head and said nothing, waiting for the completion of the delivery of the companion pet. The time to transfer the companion pet seemed to be a bit long, and it took half an hour to complete the transfer. What kind of companion pet is this? Zhou Wen felt something was wrong, but the energy that had been passed over was not as simple as mythical level. Of course it's a lucky companion pet, can I still give you a bad luck companion pet? Wang Lu pouted. Fear level? Zhou Wen stared at Wang Lu and asked. Yeah, too bad companion pet, I can't take it out. Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning. The more advanced the companion pet, the more difficult it would be to transfer it. If a fear-level companion pet wanted to transfer, the price would definitely be high. Now Zhou Wen really regrets it. If something happens to Wang Lu, he can't take the responsibility. About an hour later, the light in Wang Lu's palm gradually subsided, until it finally disappeared. But there was a star pattern on Zhou Wen's palm. Are you alright? Zhou Wen didn't look at what companion pet it was, and stared at Wang Lu constantly. What can I do? Are you expecting me to vomit blood and faint or something, and then take the opportunity to be a hero to save the beauty, come to get both personal and wealth, and don't have to pay back the companion pet and the previous account? Wang Lu smiled. Stop dreaming, you should not lose a single point. Seeing that Wang Lu was indeed nothing different, Zhou Wenkai relaxed. A lot, don't worry, I don't dare to say that I will pay back twice, but I can definitely pay back what I owe. Okay, let's go back and prepare. This matter can't be careless. You must have full confidence. If you feel a little bit wrong, you can't force it. Wang Lu urged. Then I'll go back first, and I'll have a good time with you when things are done. Zhou Wen got up and prepared to leave. Wang Lu sent Zhou Wen outside the gate, waved goodbye. Zhou Wen disappeared from sight now, and then turned back. After closing the back door, Wang Lu leaned against the door, but suddenly opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale, as if he had collapsed, and slowly sat down against the door, as if he had no strength to stand up. The light and shadow in the garden changed, and a dreamlike figure came out of nothingness. The figure was holy and seductive. It was like a combination of a devil and an angel. It slowly walked to Wang Lu. It turned out to be a Greek, a goddess-like guardian in mythology. You are a very strange person. I have seen a lot of human beings. Others have done a little thing, and I wish the whole world would know. Transfer it to him, not to mention that he was severely injured, but still insisted on sending him out, making the injury aggravated. Do you have a tendency to abuse yourself? The guardian raised Wang Lu's chin with his fingers, and his coquettish red lips touched Wang Lu's. He said softly in his ear. Wang Lu turned his head hard, got rid of the guardian's fingers, and said calmly, I don't need gratitude or pity, and naturally, I don't need him to know some pointless things. Then what do you need? That man? As long as you are willing to contract with me and combine your strength with me, then let alone a man. Even a man in the whole world, as long as you look at me, it will crawl on your side. Underfoot. The guardian's eyes glittered, but he found a holy brilliance on his body, reaching out to touch Wang Lu's forehead. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Wang Lu stretched out his hand to open the guardian's hand and said calmly, I said, I will not contract with you, not before, not now, and not in the future. The guardian was also not angry. He retracted his hand and said with a smile, don't forget, you are not an ordinary person. It is difficult for others to hurt you, but once you are injured, it is difficult to recover, and external forces cannot be cured. You can only rely on yourself. The body heals itself slowly. It will always recover. Wang Lu said. Yeah, although the injury is very serious, it will not kill you. It will take a little longer and it will recover. The Guardian's eyes gradually narrowed, but you probably haven't been injured very much. I don't know much about what will happen later. Then let me tell you that after you are injured, your luck ability will decrease. With the injury you have now, your luck ability may have been it's so low that it's dispensable. Do you want to take the opportunity to kill me? Then do it. Wang Lu said indifferently. Baby, why would I be willing to kill you, kill you, and where can I find a human like you to make a contract? There shouldn't be another human being in this world who is more suitable for contracting with me than you. The person's face gradually turned cold, but if you lose your lucky ability to suppress, your sister's doom power will play its due effect. If you add my help, then this Wang family will only be left with you. Sisters, wouldn't it be fun if you said that? Wang Lu changed color this time. She didn't know that after she was injured, her luck ability would be greatly weakened, because similar things had never happened before. If she really used her power to enhance Wang Chan's doom, as the Guardian said, then the Wang family might really be wiped out. Do you want me to believe it? Wang Luqiang said calmly. Maybe the Guardians are just cheating, not getting hurt at all will weaken the luck. Don't believe it? The Guardian reached out and popped a coin, landed in Wang Lu's hand, and then said, try it. 10 times, if it's under normal circumstances, you should be able to toss the flower 10 times, right? Let me see, how many times can you throw flowers this time, 5 or 6? With your injury, 6 should be the limit. Wang Lu caught the coin and looked at it, and then tossed it into the air. He caught it and saw that it was not a flower, but a big one. Hee, it seems that your lucky ability has been lowered even more than I thought. The Guardian laughed. Wang Lu changed color and tossed the coin again, wanting to throw a flower in his heart, but the coin fell, still won. Wang Lu casted several times in a row, but he didn't even throw a flower, and all the throws were won. The Guardian sighed, even I miscalculated. I didn't expect your sister's bad luck power to be so strong. After your luck power weakened, because of her existence, the bad luck power instead suppressed your luck power. Maybe you don't need me at all. With more help, Wang Chan's power will be able to completely bury your royal family. Wang Lu's face was extremely ugly. She knew that the Guardian was right. Wang Chan's doom power had progressed faster than everyone expected. When her lucky power was still there, she couldn't feel it, but now that her lucky power has been greatly weakened, Wang Chan's bad luck power is revealed. You have no other choice, make a contract with me and get the help of my power. You can restore your body, suppress Wang Chan's doom power, and make everything return to normal. Otherwise, even if Wang Chan's power is not enough to destroy the Wang family, I will also help her well. The Guardian is like a demon, and there is an abyss-like allure between his words. Wang Lu's face was gloomy and uncertain, and he was unable to make a decision for a while. Suddenly, there were shouts from the Wang family's courtyard, as if there was a fire somewhere. The fire was very strong, and after a while, the thick smoke could be seen from the garden side. It's really a powerful force of doom, and it's working so quickly. The Guardian looked at Wang Lu and continued, actually, I've never quite understood it. Why are you unwilling to contract with me? The Guardian contract is an equality contract. I will not affect your body or hinder your life, but with my power, you can do many things that you could not do before. The contract is for you. Said, there are hundreds of benefits without harm. Wang Lu bit her lip and didn't answer. but listening to the various shouts coming from the Wang family courtyard, her eyes gradually became less firm. The guardian struck while the iron was hot, and continued, "Now, you humans want to become a real powerhouse, there are no more than 3 ways. Using mythic fluid or fusion. Guardian, the two are actually similar, and they will make you half human. If you want to keep the human body, contracting with me is undoubtedly the best choice." "No, there is still a way," Wang Lu said. "Oh, what way?" the guardian asked. "Promote mythology as a human being," Wang Lu said. The guardian laughed. "That's just a joke, your human body is inherently flawed, it is impossible to advance to mythology, and it only exists in the imagination of human beings, you can't really be promoted to mythology." "Do you think that's possible?" "I don't think there is such a possibility, but I'm sure it can be successful, because there are already human beings who have been promoted to mythology with their own abilities," Wang Lu said. "You mean human sovereign?" "It's unknown if human sovereign is a pure human being, but I guess he is definitely not a pure human being. At most, he is half human and half guardian." "Like yeah." The guardian walked towards Wang Lu. With a smile, he said, "Instead of having that unrealistic dream, it is better to think about how to solve the problem in front of you. I am your only choice." Wang Lu wanted to say something, but was heard by a voice. "I think it's good to dream, what if it comes true?" A figure appeared in front of Wang Lu out of thin air, blocking the guardian who was about to walk in front of Wang Lu. "Zhou Wen, how are you?" Although he could only see his back, Wang Lu recognized Zhou Wen at a glance. "Of course I'll take care of the trouble I cause." If it was before, Zhou Wen might have been deceived by Wang Lu, but as the power of listening truth became stronger and stronger, Wang Lu's disguise in front of him had already been deceived by her. At that time a strong voice betrayed. It was only because Zhou Wen heard her voice and knew that her injury could not be treated by external force, so he did not immediately take action to treat Wang Lu, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. "I'm afraid you can't handle the trouble here." The guardian looked at Zhou Wen, pouted, and said, "You don't know who I am, do you? Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Who are you? Does it matter? In my opinion, it doesn't matter who you are," Zhou Wen said calmly. "The ignorant are fearless. Do you think I'm the rubbish guardian sent from another dimension? I am a guardian who survived from the age of mythology, even if you can use the mythical fluid to advance to the fear level. In my opinion, it is nothing more than just a baby with a big knife." The guardian stared at Zhou Wen and said, "Have you finished talking? Get ready to hit the road when you're done." Zhou Wen said, and summoned the Dragon King's armor and Shura sword. Zhou Wen still knows very well about guardians. A truly powerful guardian, even a guardian who survived the age of mythology, will be suppressed by the rules of the earth. Are female cows not cows in the dry days? Otherwise, she could only be trapped in the magic tomb without a human contract. With it, she was suppressed and could not even get out of the magic tomb. No matter how powerful this guardian was in the past, now that she can stand here without a contract and is not suppressed, it cannot be a natural disaster level, at most a fear level. "You are the king of thieves?" Seeing the Dragon King's armor and the Shura sword, the guardian immediately recognized Zhou Wen, and could not help but change color slightly. The name Thief King is so popular on Earth now that even the guardians know this name. The Dragon King armor. and Shura sword are easy to recognize, just like the Emperor's prisoner dragon armor and slaughter sword. Of course, there is also Tian Zijian that is easy to recognize, but it lacks aggressiveness, and Zhou Wen usually doesn't use it. The King of Thieves lost to Yahexian in a row, and they were all top-tier level guardians. Although this guardian believed that he would not be worse than them, he did not dare to say that he would definitely win. But it's more than that, because Zhou Wen in front of him is clearly a pure human, without any help from any external force. He has easily broken through to a fear-level power. Only then did the guardian realize that the person Wang Lu mentioned earlier was not the Emperor, but the Zhou Wen in front of him. Can a pure human really be promoted to myth by himself? It's impossible. He must have used some kind of external force, but I didn't see it. Maybe it's a mythic fluid with less obvious characteristics of dimensional creatures. The guardian secretly said in his heart. Zhou Wen didn't want to talk to her at all, and the Shura knife slashed directly. The guardian flickered, and phantoms appeared. In an instant, her figure was everywhere in the yard, and it was impossible to tell which one was real and which one was fake. Phantoms everywhere, they all attacked Zhou Wen. Together, they all possessed a terrifying aura and powerful fluctuations in vitality. It was impossible to tell which one was attacking and which one was fake. It is naturally impossible for one person's strength to defend against all attacks at the same time. I have the power of everything. You can't even tell which one is my real body. How can you fight with me? Zhou Wen's expression remained unmoved, and he ignored all the attacks. The Shura knife slashed towards a place where no one was there, and Feishan Tianwei, with a domineering attitude, instantly split a rockery in half from the middle. The attack that filled the sky fell on Zhou Wen, but it all came to nothing, and could not hurt him in the slightest. Behind the rockery, the guardian's eyes widened, with an unbelievable expression on his face, and his figure retreated uncontrollably. In the center of her forehead, there was a blood line slowly spreading. She took a few steps back, her leg hit a stone, her body was split in two, and she fell to the ground, blood staining the grass next to her. In mythology, even the transformation of the six-eared macaque among the four monkeys in the world can't deceive listening truth, let alone the guardian. Your injury really can only be healed by yourself, so there is no other way? Zhou Wen took back the Shura sword and the Dragon King armor, and without looking at the corpse, he came to Wang Lu and asked. Wang Lu shook his head, no. The power of luck makes it difficult for me to get injured, but once I get injured, I can only recover on my own and cannot be treated. I have tried to use the power of elixir and the healing system before, but it didn't work. Thank you. Zhou Wen sighed. If it wasn't for lending him a companion pet, Wang Lu would not be hurt. Didn't you help me now? It's even. Wang Lu turned to look at the place where the Wang family was smoking, and said anxiously, now is not the time to talk about this. We have to find a way to defuse the bad luck on Shachan's body. Leave this to me. I will take Wang Chan away for a while, and when you recover, I will bring her back. Zhou Wen said, and walked away. How can this be done? Wang Lu wanted to stop it, but Zhou Wen was gone. After 5 years of absence, Wang Chan has grown into a slim girl. At this time, Wang Chan was in a panic. She could feel that the power of doom was working in her body, and the commotion that was taking place in the Wang family was closely related to her power of doom. Wang Chan, do you still recognize me? Zhou Wen teleported to Wang Chan and called softly. Zhou Wen. When Wang Chan saw Zhou Wen, she was overjoyed at first. and wanted to walk over, but she immediately stepped back and said urgently, "Don't come here, go quickly, don't come near me, it's dangerous. Don't be afraid, I know there is something wrong with you. Your sister asked me to come here just to solve your problem. Follow me." Zhou Wen stretched out his hand in front of Wang Chan. Wang Chan just hesitated for a moment, and then put her hand in Zhou Wen's palm. Zhou Wen held Wang Chan's hand and directly used the interstellar teleportation ability of Singularity Universe to come to the moon. "Stand by my side, don't be too far away." Zhou Wen used the power of the Emperor, the powerful vitality emanating from the power of the Emperor, so that Wang Chan could survive on the moon and not die due to lack of oxygen. "Is this the moon?" Wang Chan looked around curiously. It was a little different from what she had imagined. "Yes, come with me." Zhou Wen took Wang Chan to the Tian Empress Temple. Wang Chan's bad luck is too powerful, and it is not suitable for Zhou Wen to take her anywhere, so she can only come up to the moon god first, hoping to ask the Empress Tian to take in Wang Chan for a while. As long as Wang Lu's injury recovers and the power of luck comes into play again, Wang Chan can go back. Bang! Zhou Wen didn't walk very far, and suddenly his toes kicked his other leg and fell directly to the ground. Like a dog eating shit. Even Zhou Wen himself didn't know, why was he confused at the time, and he didn't even respond. "Zhou Wen, are you okay?" Wang Chan hurried over to help Zhou Wen. "It's okay." Zhou Wen gang said it was okay, but because Wang Chan was not adapted to the gravity environment different from the Earth, he rushed too hard and hit him directly in the face. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's physique is strong enough, and his face is fine. Otherwise, if he is bumped on the nose, he will be so sour that even tears will flow out, or he will have a nosebleed. "I'm sorry." "I'm sorry." Wang Chan apologized again and again, did not dare to approach Zhou Wen anymore, and tried to keep a distance. "It's okay." Zhou Wen silently summoned all his lucky companion pets, put them on his body, and said, in his heart, luck and bad luck are really very special abilities. Wang Chan is obviously not high level, yet can have such a big impact. Even I will be affected by her. Maybe luck can really dodge the deadly seventh shot. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen thought of the companion pet that Wang Lu had transferred to him before. Because of Wang Lu's affairs, he had never been in the mood to look at it, and he was not quite sure what the companion pet was. Invincible lucky star, fear level, evolvable, fate, lucky star. Soul of life, super lucky star. Wheel of fortune, invincible lucky star. Fearful, luck comes. Strength, 99. Speed, 99. Physical fitness, 99. Vitality, 99. Talent. Skills, lucky wheel, lucky moment, lucky hand. Associated state, soul. After Zhou Wen saw its attributes clearly, everyone was stunned. This attribute is too scary, but the evolutionary top fear companion pet Zhou Wen is not without it, but with the lucky attribute, it is really not available. The key is the general lucky pet, that is, adding a bit of luck to the fate. This thing actually adds luck to every ability. This is simply a super quality companion pet. With the lucky attribute, just add 36 luck points to fate, and then add the blessings of fate's soul, wheel of fortune and fear. Zhou Wen estimates that this luck point must be over 100. Even if it didn't break 100, it must have reached the limit of luck value. It's not right, Wang Lu doesn't even have a contract with the Guardian, and he hasn't been promoted to myth yet. How did he get this fear-level companion pet? Zhou Wen was surprised. However, with the invincible Lucky Star, a companion pet that can almost be called an artifact, if you can't avoid natural disaster-grade bullets, then you can basically give up this road. Unless there is an evasion skill that is more perverted than Tian, it is impossible to dodge. Zhou Wen walked while looking at the phone. Wang Chan followed behind Zhou Wen carefully, not daring to follow too close, for fear that her doom would affect Zhou Wen. Huh! A huge toad suddenly appeared, startling Wang Chan, stepping back a few steps, stepping on Zhou Wen's foot, and bumping into him again. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Wang Chan apologized repeatedly. Don't say sorry to me in the future, you know? With my relationship with your sister, you don't need to say sorry to me at all. Zhou Wen saw Wang Chan like this, and felt a little pitiful for her. Living under such pressure all the time, you will either explode in despair and become the kind of desperate person, or you will always be under pressure and have mental problems. Over the years, Wang Chan has been able to keep her original heart unchanged, which is already quite good. After listening to Zhou Wen's words, Wang Chan stared at Zhou Wen with wide eyes, and asked in surprise, could it be? Are you going to be my brother-in-law? Zhou Wen was almost swallowed by his own saliva. He took a breath and said, I mean, your sister and I have a good relationship. She has helped me a lot, so you don't have to be polite to me. After all, Zhou Wen was about to say hello to Chang'e, and Chang'e just threw out her tongue, rolled Zhou Wen and Wang Chan over, put them on her back, and then walked towards the Tian Empress Temple. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Tian Empress Temple. Nyang Nyang, I'm here to see you. Zhou Wen got off the toad's back and shouted into the temple. Where are you here to see me? You want my life? Empress Tian's angry voice came from inside. Nyang Nyang. What do you say? Zhou Wen pretended not to know. Empress Tian said coldly, you brought me a body of natural disaster to the moon, because you think I'm too comfortable on the moon. Do you want the moon to explode on the spot? Nyang Nyang, you are serious, she is just a little girl, how can she be as powerful as you said? Your old man has great powers, and her little trouble can't be solved easily. Zhou Wen complimented. But he was flattering. Kung Fu is obviously not that good. Empress Tian smiled and said, it's too hard for you. I didn't flatter people when I heard it. This flattery is too fake. But since you said so, people should stay. Do you really agree? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, he didn't expect Empress Tian to speak so well. What? Do you still want to take it away? Empress Tian said with a half smile. I don't mean that. I think her physique is a bit special after all. If you stay here, will it cause you trouble? In fact, I have a golden apple here that can change my fate, and I just want to borrow it. In your place, change her life here? Zhou Wen said and took out the golden apple. This thing has always been useless. To him, Wang Chan's fate is really not very good, even if it is settled this time. Next time Wang Lu is injured again, there will be another problem. Change your fate? Did your head get kicked by a donkey? Or was your head caught in the door when you were a child? Do you want to replace the body of congenital disaster that is rare in a lifetime? Empress Tian said angrily. Although this thing is very rare, it only has disadvantages and no benefits, so why keep it? Zhou Wen said deliberately after listening to the meaning of Empress Tian, as if Wang Chan's body of doom was not simple. Empress Tian said, you are really ignorant, don't You even understand the truth that the positive pole gives birth to yin, the negative pole gives rise to yang. Whether it is extremely Tai Lai, the owner of the body of ejaculation, she herself has never been affected? Is this normal? I'm just an ignorant mortal, and I asked the mother to give pointers. Zhou was secretly happy, but he didn't expect to find someone who knew how to do it by mistake. If Wang Chan's problem can be solved, seeing Wang Lu can be considered an explanation. I finally said a good word. Empress Tian pushed the door and walked out, looking at Wang Chan and said, in the division of dimensional creatures, there are no mortals, legends, and epics, only the level of myths. But myths are also divided into levels: fear, natural disasters, and end times. These are the 3 levels of myths, and what you call myths is just the initial form of myths. I know all this, Zhou said. You all know, so tell me. Empress Tian gave him a blank look. Go on, I'll shut up. Zhou closed his mouth. But regardless of fear, natural disasters, or the end of the world, do you know the source of these? Empress Tian didn't let Zhou speak, but asked him again. Zhou closed his mouth and shook his head. That is catastrophe. Only when encountering catastrophe can human beings be afraid. Realize that there is a terrible natural catastrophe, and be afraid of the end of the world. In essence, catastrophe is actually the root of mythology. Now you understand, calamity is such a precious attribute, isn't it? Said Empress Tian. It was also the first time that Wang Chan heard that someone even said that she was in good health, which had never happened before. Wang Chan stared at Empress Tian with wide eyes, full of anticipation and fear of disappointment. Nyang, according to what you said, isn't Wang Chan, who has a body of calamity, very powerful? Then can she be promoted to natural disaster or end time level with the body of calamity in the future? Zhou asked instead of Wang Chan, who knew that Empress Tian gave him a blank look and said, What are you thinking? I just said that the attribute of disaster is very precious, but I didn't say that having a disaster physique will definitely be very strong, not to mention the natural disaster level, even if it is mythical level, you humans can't. Halfway through speaking, Empress Tian glanced at Zhou, paused suddenly, and then continued, generally speaking, humans are unlikely to advance to myth unless they rely on external assistance. Let's put it this way, the attributes of disaster, hope, luck, and are very precious and special attributes. With these attributes, you are inherently much stronger than ordinary people and have greater potential, but how far can you go in the end? It also depends on the individual's practice. Empress Tian explained. Wang Chan listened to Tian. Empress said this, and her face showed a disappointed expression. Since it is the same as ordinary people, it is difficult to advance to the mythical level, and the power of the bad luck physique will become stronger and stronger, and the influence on the people around him will become larger and larger, then this attribute is useless no matter how strong it is. Nyang, although the disaster attribute is very strong, it has a very bad effect on the people around you. Is there any way to solve this effect? Zhou asked quickly. It's impossible to completely eliminate the impact, but if you want to control it a little bit, it won't cause too much trouble, and it's not difficult. Empress Tian said confidently. Zhou and Wang Chan were both overjoyed. Wang Chan knelt down directly and bowed to Empress Tian, but before she could bow down, she was lifted up by an invisible force. Don't worship me, I still want to live a few more years. Empress Tian turned to Zhou and said, Take your golden apple, you will be lucky as far as you can. Just leave this little girl to me. Empress Tian kept Wang Chan behind. Wang Chan, are you willing to stay? Zhou Wen still asked Wang Chan's own wishes first. I want to stay. Wang Chan was very assertive. Wang Chan stayed voluntarily, and Zhou Wen didn't say anything more. He stayed on the moon for another day to see how the Empress Tian planned to transform Wang Chan. Entering the game again, Zhou Wen put on all the lucky companion pets, including the invincible lucky star, that he could wear. Those who can't wear them are also summoned to strengthen their courage. I saw the metal guards and the golden god of war again. As before, Zhou Wen didn't move at all, just fluttering in the sky and dodging all the bullets. But the real test has just begun. When the natural disaster level gunshots sounded, Zhou Wen's heart was so nervous that it was about to jump out. Hidden away. Zhou Wen saw that there was no wind in the sky, and he took the body of the blood-colored Dylan and avoided the natural disaster-grade bullet. But this doesn't prove anything. He had escaped the first 2 shots before, and he was not killed in the end. One shot after another, 6 shots in a row, all of them were shot in the empty space, and none of the shots could hit the body of the blood-colored villain. The crucial 7th shot is finally here. Can you dodge it? Zhou Wen was also extremely nervous. Bang! The gunshots rang again. Zhou Wen had used all the means, and could not see the shooting trajectory of the 7th gun clearly. However, after the gunshots, Zhou Wen saw a white halo appearing outside the blood-colored villain, like a large hula hoop on the blood-colored villain, probably suspended in the chest of the blood-colored villain, but there was no way to bruise the blood-colored villain in the slightest. Zhou Wen took a closer look and was shocked. It was not a halo at all, but the 7th bullet, spinning around the Scarlet Man at the speed of light, but could not touch the Scarlet Man's body. This is the power of Tian after the blessing of the invincible lucky star? Zhou Wen was surprised and happy. The 7th bullet will not kill anyone, and the 7th bullet is still flying at the speed of light, trying to get close to the body of the blood-colored villain. But every time the bullet just wanted to get close to the blood-colored villain, Tian played its role, deflected Zhou Wen's body, and the bullet never hit, so he could only keep chasing the blood-colored villain and fly, so it would look like a halo. Bang bang. The natural disaster level gunshots rang again, but Zhou Wen still couldn't be touched, and the bullets that came were all dodged by Tian. Zhou Wen didn't leave either, and just stood there to test, wondering how many shots he could escape under the backing of lucky equipment such as the invincible lucky star, and how likely it was that he could achieve this effect. The result made Zhou Wen even more happy. After the second round of 7 rounds of natural disaster grade, there was still no blood-colored villain who could hit the protection of Tian. The 7th round of the second round was the same as the first round. In the same way, flying around the body of the blood-colored villain, but not hurting the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen kept experimenting again, and the results surprised him. 6 groups of bullets flashed in a row. So far, no one of the deadly bullets can hurt the Scarlet Villain, and there are 6 more bullets outside the Scarlet Villain aura like. This makes Zhou Wen a little depressed. Those sure-kill bullets have been surrounding him. If he wants his life, a mistake may lead to irreversible results. This worry is too serious. No one knows, the next second, those bullets will not shoot into the body of the Scarlet. With such a powerful evasion ability, it is no longer difficult to reach the gate of the Golden Palace. Even an ordinary person can complete the task. It's a pity that in the game, there is no saying that rewards will be given when you arrive at the Golden Palace. Even if Zhou Wen gets there, it is useless. Seeing that Wang Chan had nothing special to do and no danger on the moon, Zhou Wen got up and returned to Earth. Now he is full of confidence, and he is fully confident that he will lead Hui Haifeng's people to the leaderboard, so there is no need to delay any longer. After returning to Earth, Zhou Wen first sent Wang Lu a message so that she didn't have to worry about Wang Chan, and told the general story of the matter. Hearing that Wang Chan is fine, and it is possible to stop the calamity power on his body, Wang Lu is also very happy, and also tells Zhou Wen to be careful, she has nothing to do, so Zhou Wen does not need to worry. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief, but he had other things in mind. After all, I have to do one and break it. Zhou Wen was not very lucky, and he had to travel for another 72 hours before returning to Luoyang. Wei Yang and other officers were waiting a little anxiously. They were ordered to help Zhou Wen get on the leaderboard, but it has been several days since they came here, and they have only seen Zhou Wen once, so it is no wonder that they have ideas. Knowing that Zhou Wen came back, all the officers came to see him immediately. Mr. Zhou, when are we going to Venus? Wei Yang was the calmest officer among the officers, but he was the captain and had the obligation to speak on behalf of all officers. Most of these words were asked for those officers. Tomorrow. Of course Zhou Wen hopes that the sooner the better. After learning about this, he has other things to do. There are more and more powerful creatures appearing, and we must find some way to make the slayers fearful as soon as possible. If they don't advance to the fear level, I always feel uneasy in my heart. Tomorrow? All the officers were stunned there. Although they all hope that Zhou Wen will complete the task as soon as possible, if it is so urgent tomorrow, they don't have much time to study and practice. And they are really in a hurry. Mr. Zhou, are you in a hurry tomorrow? Wei Yang said with a frown. Don't be in a hurry, you all prepare. We will leave on time at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, so we won't delay breakfast. Zhou Wen planned to come back to have breakfast after he was on the rankings. Wei Yang and others misunderstood what he meant, thinking that Zhou Wen was talking about getting up early and having breakfast before leaving. Wei Yang and others looked at Zhou Wen and asked, Mr. Zhou, how are we going to practice tonight? Practice? What practice? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, looked at Wei Yang in confusion and asked. I will go to Venus early in the morning, don't I need to practice cooperation tonight? Wei Yang's expressionless face also showed a rare look of doubt. You don't need to practice. Zhou Wen can do it alone, and his life level is the highest at that time, and natural disaster level bullets will only attack him, not Wei Yang and the others, and practice is useless. Then what do you want us to prepare? Wei Yang asked. Just get ready, go back and take a shower and change into clean clothes, preferably the one with the presidential palace logo, so that people can see that it is someone from the presidential palace who is breaking through the barrier, that's all. Zhou Wen thought about it before Hui Haifeng's suggestion, so he said to them, you'd better put a flag on your back and write a federal soldier or something, so that it is easier for people to know who you are representing. We are all officers, at least it's also a colonel, how can there be any soldiers? Said one of the officers. I didn't say that I had to be called a federal soldier. You can write the name of the Federal Death Squad. Of course, this is just my suggestion. Zhou Wen noticed that the eyes of these officers were wrong, and quickly changed his words. The name Death Squad is too unfortunate, and it is no wonder that the officers look at him strangely. Zhou Wen ignored them and went back on his own, leaving only Wei Yong and the others staring at them. Captain, is this Zhou Wen reliable? He has no plans and no cooperation. What is he doing with us? Send us to death? An officer said with some resentment. That's right, what did he take us for? The daredevils, it is obvious that we are going to die. The officers did not believe that people like them would be able to make it to the rankings without even a fear level. Now that Zhou Wen is so casual, I don't believe it even more. As Mr. Zhou said, go back and prepare, and gather early. Tomorrow morning. Wei Yang said expressionlessly. Although he had doubts in his heart, he was still willing to believe Hui Haifeng's orders. The next morning, before 7 o'clock, Wei Yang and the other soldiers had already assembled. When Zhou Wen arrived, they had already lined up. You really wrote it. Zhou Wen found that everyone really carried a flag on their backs. The style of the flag was the federal flag, but on the flag, there were also 5 white lacquer words Federal Expendables. Obviously was added later. Isn't this what you ordered, Mr. Zhou? Wei Yang said. They also thought the name was unlucky before, but when they thought of following Zhou Wen to hit the leaderboard, they had little hope of coming back alive, that is, being a cannon fodder. The name of this death squad was also appropriate, so they used it. Very good, then let's go, wait for the ranking list, and it's not too late to come back for breakfast. After Zhou Wen said, he took the lead in walking towards the direction of the Rubik's Cube. It was only then that everyone understood that what Zhou Wen said before about not delaying eating breakfast turned out to be saying come back and eat it. Okay, now I can only be a starving ghost. An officer muttered in a low voice. Zhou Wen heard it, but didn't put it in his ear, because listening to the truth brought him too many voices. He had no interest in listening to what the officers were saying, and walked all the way to the Rubik's Cube. After Zhou Wen and the others left the overseer's mansion, and Xing immediately went to Tianzhua to report in secret, Overseer, they are leaving. Do you think those people can really make it to the rankings? And Tianzhua stared in the direction Zhou Wen left, holding a cup of tea, but didn't drink it. Of course it can, with Master Wen around, it's definitely possible, it depends on the method. And Xing replied firmly. You are very confident in him. And Tianzhua said coldly. It's not that I'm confident, but I'm very confident. Young Master Wen's strength is there. If the Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance can make it on the list, Master Wen will definitely be able to, and the ranking will definitely be above them. And Xing affirmed. Said. Hopefully. And Tianzhua said calmly. The Rubik's Cube lit up again, immediately attracting a lot of human attention. Someone is going to challenge the Venus dimensional field again, who will it be this time? People were anxious and watched the live broadcast with some anticipation. Everyone was stunned when they saw more than a dozen officers carrying the Confederate flag. Federal Death Squad, the name. I really don't care. It's more than not paying attention, it's just that I think I have a long life. I know those officers, they should all be from the president's side. Their presence here shows that the presidential palace finally wants to be on the rankings. I also know those officers. They are all elites on the president's side, but they should only be mythical, right? Just relying on these people, you want to be on the rankings. Isn't this a dream? Who is that young man in casual clothes? Why does he look familiar? Someone finally paid attention to Zhou Wen, the only one in the team who was not wearing a military uniform. Zhou Wen was wearing a celestial robe. Although the celestial robe was quite tightly wrapped, it would not cover his head, and someone recognized him soon. That's Zhou Wen of Luoyang, second only to the existence of the two war gods and Tianzhua and Leng Zongjing in Luoyang. It turns out that the president invited Zhou Wen, but even if it is Zhou Wen, with such mythical officers, is it impossible to make it to the rankings? Did the president decide too casually? Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network Mobile version reading website. The Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance are also paying attention to this battle. Naturally, they will not be as superficial as ordinary people, and will not think that Hui Haifeng has made such a low-level mistake, but they are also very puzzled that Hui Haifeng sent such a lineup. Although there are really few fear levels in the presidential palace, you can't use a group of mythical levels to top up, right? This is not something that can be done in large numbers. However, Zhou Wen took Wei Yang and the others to the platform of the metal hemisphere building, and entered the dimensional realm by dripping blood. Blood enters. This is an endless situation. The presidential palace can't even find a master of the space department. How dare you hit the rankings? When people were talking about it, Zhou Wen had already given an order to start beheading the metal guards. Hui Haifeng is right, Wei Yang and the others are indeed elites. Not only are they well trained, but they are also very powerful. Because of the use of the myth liquid, they have all been promoted to myth. One-on-one, or even one-on-two, fights against the metal guards without fail. Zhou Wen saw that they were skillfully blocking the door, and the metal guards that rushed out were quickly eliminated by them. Occasionally, one or two fish that slipped through the net were also killed by the officers who repaired the knife. When Zhou Wen saw it, he knew that they had worked hard to practice and study, and the research was in place. It's just this method. It's okay to deal with metal guards, but it's useless against the Golden God of War, let alone natural disaster-level creatures. Moreover, Zhou Wen also felt that the speed was too slow. Yor was still waiting for him to go back for breakfast. Pulling out the bamboo sword, Zhou Wen used the sword as a sword, unfolded the swordsmanship against his heart, slashed away with one sword, and all the metal guards squeezed in the door were cut down and killed. After 6 knives, all the metal guards were beheaded, and an alarm on one of the doors sounded. Mr. Zhou, what should we do? Wei Yang asked for instructions, and all the soldiers looked at Zhou Wen. Wait. After Zhou Wen finished speaking, he held the bamboo knife and walked towards the door where the alarm sounded. The tall and majestic body of the Golden God of War came out and shot at Zhou Wen. The bullet of fear level was several times faster than the bullet of the metal guard. Zhou Wen held the bamboo knife, but he ignored the bullet and rushed forward. When everyone thought Zhou Wen was crazy, however, seeing that the bullet seemed to turn itself, it avoided Zhou Wen's body without giving the Golden God of War a chance to fire a second shot. Zhou Wen's bamboo knife had already pierced into the body of the Golden God of War. With just one knife, it smashed the energy source in its body, causing the Golden God of War to lose power and die directly, without even needing a second knife. Zhou Wen knew too much about the Golden God of War. It was difficult for others to find the location of the energy source immediately. Zhou Wen didn't even have to look for it, he knew where it was at a glance. Although they were dissatisfied with Zhou Wen, those officers were still amazed when they saw that Zhou Wen had killed A golden god of war so neatly. The bullet just now seemed a little strange. Donsher said with a frown. It's a little weird, so what? This is just a fear-level golden god of war. In the face of natural disaster-level bullets, this trick is probably not going to work. The hermit said. The golden gods of war came out one by one. Zhou held the bamboo knife and rushed to kill, one knife at a time, which was so clean and chilling that no golden god of war could survive a knife under his hands. And the situation is quite strange. It seems that every bullet fired by the golden god of war automatically bypasses Zhou Wen. Of course, being able to kill with one hit is mainly because Zhou Wen knows the golden god of war too well. He can not only attack their weaknesses, but also directly destroy the energy source. Even if someone else is stronger, it will be difficult for Zhou Wen to do this. An effect. It seemed normal to Zhou Wen, but it shocked the Federation. Zhou Wen was wearing celestial clothing, but he did not find any traces of fusion, guardian or using mythic fluid on his body. He seemed to be a pure human being. But a pure human being, one knife at a time, killed 6 fear-level golden war gods in a blink of an eye. No one has ever seen such a scene. Although human sovereign claims to be the strongest human being, no one knows whether human sovereign is a pure human being. Many of Zhou Wen's performances are obvious to all. Professor Gu, Zhou Wen should be a pure human, right? Except for the Emperor, I have never heard of pure human beings so successful. With one knife, 6 golden gods of war were killed in a moment. Such a level is really pure human beings. Is it achievable? The host of the FBI said excitedly, his eyes shining. Professor Gu explained with a light cough. After using the mythical fluid, there are obvious mutation characteristics, and some are not very obvious, especially some mythical fluids. Made of humanoid dimensional creatures, after use, there are almost no abnormal biological characteristics. Zhou Wen may also be the kind of mythical liquid used. Isn't there the possibility of pure human beings? The host asked unwillingly. Obviously, she is also a nationalist, hoping to appear high-level pure human powerhouses. Of course the possibility still exists, but based on the information currently available to human beings, it is really difficult, and there is no successful precedent. Professor Gu seemed to feel that there was no need to discuss this topic again, and instead continued, fear level the information about the golden god of war is almost mastered. It is not difficult for the top powerhouses of the Federation to kill them. The next natural disaster-grade bullets are Zhou Wen and the others. After a pause, Professor Gu said again, I have a guess, although it's just a guess, but other than that, I can't think of a greater possibility. Professor Gu, what is your guess? The host asked quickly. Professor Gu said, it is clear that the mythical level has little effect in the Venus dimensional field, so why bring in so many mythical level officers? And we have analyzed before that this natural disaster level creature can only shoot one person at a time, even if it's the 7th shot that will kill, and there's no way to kill the second person. What do you mean? These mythical officers are actually used to block bullets? Finally achieve the purpose of making Zhou Wen on the list? The host's eyes lit up. I've never said that, I just said the doubts in my heart for everyone's reference. Professor Gu said lightly. However, Professor Gu's guess immediately caused many viewers to have bad associations, and they felt that this must be the case. Otherwise, what would Zhou Wen do with so many useless mythical officers? Obviously looking for a shield. For a while, there was a lot of scolding on the internet, and it was obviously intolerable for many people to want to Take the lives of so many soldiers to exchange the ranking of the leaderboard. Hui Haifeng instantly became the target of online mob attacks, and his attention was even higher than the day he was inaugurated as federal president. Even some officers had similar thoughts in their hearts at this time, and could not help but retreat quietly, not daring to get too close to Zhou Wen, for fear of being used as a shield by Zhou Wen. Bang! The natural disaster level gunshot finally sounded. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. I'll go in first, you wait a while and then go in, at least keep a distance of more than 100 meters from me, remember not to stand in the direction behind me, it's better to go in through the other door. Zhou Wen said to Wei Yang and the others, and went to I walked to one of the doors, and after walking a few steps, I heard a gunshot. The natural disaster level bullets were too fast for people to see at all. They only saw Zhou Wen's figure traverse a distance like a teleportation, and in the direction behind Zhou Wen, a hole was pierced in the metal wall. Dodge? Teleport? This is unscientific. The hearts of the spectators jumped, Xiao Luchuan said in surprise. No wonder Xiao Luchuan was surprised. The teleportation was really fast, but it took a certain amount of time to activate the teleportation. This activation time was enough to be shot to death many times. Xia Xinyue's tense nerves relaxed a little, and after thinking about it, she said, it shouldn't be teleportation. It looks more like a very fast speed. It is impossible to avoid a natural disaster-grade bullet purely by speed. No matter how fast the fear level speed is, it is impossible to be faster than the natural disaster grade, not to mention the speed of the bullet, which is also considered to be the fastest among the natural disaster grade. Xiao Luchuan said. If it is teleportation, there will be no trace left, but I can see the trace left. Xia Xianyue said. That's strange. From the existing data, the attributes of natural disaster grade have a crushing advantage over fear grade. Xiao Luchuan naturally believed in Xia Xianyue, because Xia Xianyue itself has strong eyesight ability. Not only the Xia family, but many major forces felt a little incredible when they saw that Zhou Wen had avoided the natural disaster level bullet. Space capability? Dongshi looked at Zhou Yue. Zhou Yue shook his head and said, no, the teleportation is not that fast, and the natural disaster grade bullets cannot be avoided unless he can predict the arrival time of the bullets in advance. It is impossible. The shooting time of natural disaster grade bullets is not regular. Speed? Not likely, right? Dongshi looked at the screen solemnly. This kind of dialogue is repeated in almost every major faction. No one believes that Zhou Wen can dodge a natural disaster grade bullet by relying on his speed. The fear level, which is known for its speed, exists in all major forces, but if it is said to be comparable to the natural disaster level, there is none, and it is not even the same. Zhou Wen dodged the bullet, and the man had walked into the gate. Wei Yang and the others now know why Zhou Wen didn't let them stand behind him. Wei Yang led people into another door and walked another way. Sure enough, Zhou Wen attracted the attention of the natural disaster level creatures, and no bullets attacked Wei Yang and the others. They all walked in the direction of the Golden Palace. Not long after Zhou Wen entered the passage, the second bullet came again, but he was still dodged by him. Tian cooperated with more than 100 lux, and the lucky dodge was probably full. Zhou Wen didn't move, and Tian took his body to avoid the bullets. This time, the major forces are paying attention to observation. With the focus of attention, it is easier to judge. This time they can all Be sure that Zhou Wen did not use teleportation or other abilities, but avoided bullets with pure speed. It's impossible. How could it be so fast? Dongshi couldn't believe that Zhou Wen would have such a fast speed. It's not speed. Tian, who had been silent for a while, suddenly said. Bang bang. With the continuous sound of gunshots, Zhou Wen dodged the bullets again and again, but not a single bullet could hit his body. It's amazing, it's really amazing, such a speed. I'm afraid it is comparable to the speed of light, right? It's a miracle that a human being can reach this speed. Professor Gu, what do you think? Said excitedly. Well, very fast, but no matter how fast the speed is, you can't avoid the seventh shot that will kill you. Professor Gu went on. To break down a fear level, if you want to burst out of the speed to avoid natural disaster level bullets, the consumption must be great. According to previous data analysis, the seventh shot is a bullet that will never stop without killing, so it is impossible for Zhou Wen to escape the seventh shot. Looking at it now, his existence should be just a bait. Zhou Wen delays time, and other members of the death squad can rush to the Golden Palace. You mean, Zhou Wen will die under the seventh shot? The host asked somewhat unacceptably. At least I don't see any possibility for him to survive. Professor Gu replied with certainty. Then let's wait and see whether Zhou Wen will fall under the seventh shot. In any case, it is already very remarkable that he has come this far. For the glory of the Federation and mankind, they have paid too much. The host seemed to have a good impression of Zhou Wen. Listening to Professor Gu's analysis, most people think it makes sense, but people who really know Zhou Wen know that Zhou Wen can't do that kind of thing at all, and he's not that kind of person. But there are still many people worried about Zhou Wen. At least Zhou Wen seems to be no different from humans, and they are more inclined to Zhou Wen than those of the Guardians and the Holy Spirit Society. What's more, Zhou Wen represents the federal government this time, and it is not an exaggeration to say that he represents human beings. Soon, the first 6 shots were dodged by Zhou Wen. There was silence in front of the screen. Everyone held their breath, only to hear the heartbeat beating wildly. Bang! As soon as the 7th shot rang out, many people's bodies couldn't help but tremble. There were even soft-hearted girls who screamed and covered their faces, not daring to see the results. This. The blood witch looked at the picture, her tongue was a little knotted, and she couldn't even speak. The other members of the Guardian Alliance also had their eyes widened and their pupils contracted, as if they had seen an unbelievable picture. The people who saw this scene almost all had the same expression. With their mouths open, they wanted to speak, but they didn't know what to say to express their inner feelings. At this time, in the Venus dimensional domain, Zhou Wen's celestial clothes fluttered like a fairy, and a shining halo surrounded him, constantly shining brightly. Then, what is that? Isn't that bullet revolving around Zhou Wen? Someone stammered. Although ordinary people can only see the halo, and can't see the rotating bullet at all, as long as they are not stupid, they can probably guess what it is. Damn it, the bullets revolved around Zhou Wen but didn't hit him. Could it be that he has an affair with the natural disaster level creature in Venus? Li Xian opened his mouth wide in surprise, enough to swallow a goose egg. How did this happen? Xia Xianyue was surprised and delighted. Professor Gu's eyes were about to fall to the ground, and he didn't speak for a long time. Different people, the same questions, but no one can answer them. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Zhou Wen rushed towards the golden palace with the bullets spinning outside him. The natural disaster-grade bullets shot again. But he was dodged by him. Before the 7th bullet of the second round was fired, Zhou Wen had already rushed to the steps of the golden palace. But instead of going up the steps, he stopped in front of them. This time Zhou Wen took the benefit of Hui Haifeng and acted for Hui Haifeng. And Zhou Wen didn't know that when they were on the leaderboard, it was the Rubik's Cube that directly determined their names, or could they just write it themselves? It would be better if he could just write it himself. If the Rubik's Cube determines who he is, then Zhou Wen should be more careful, and he can't be on the list in other identities in the future. When people saw Zhou Wen dodging bullet after bullet and finally came to the golden palace, they were all excited to think that Zhou Wen was finally going to the top, but who knew that? Zhou Wen stopped in front of the steps. What is he doing? He can get on board before the 7th shot of the second round, but he will endure the second fatal bullet at this stop. Between the lightning and flint, another halo formed by the rapid rotation of the bullet appeared outside Zhou Wen. I rely on, that's fine. Xiao Luchuan jumped up. No one has ever seen someone who can play like this. It is obvious that they don't need to take the kill bullet, but they have to stop. It's so beautiful. It's also a baby born by my parents. Why are you so beautiful? What do you want to do? Who are you showing it to? Is Zhou Wen related to that dimensional creature? Doesn't this kill him? Zhou Wen stood in front of the steps, his body moved with the dancing of the celestial clothes, and the halo outside his body shone, and it seemed that he really had the attitude of an immortal descending from the earth. One bullet after another was dodged by him, and the third deadly bullet formed a halo on his body again, but it still failed to hurt him, and people began to feel a little numb. After all, Wei Yang and the others were only at the myth level, not as fast as the fear level. They only ran over when Zhou Wen formed the 6th bullet. Halo. Seeing Zhou Wen fluttering like a fairy in front of the steps, surrounded by a halo of bullets, Wei Yang and the others couldn't help but stunned. Go up, Zhou Wen said to Wei Yang. Only then did the spectators know that Zhou Wen didn't go up by himself. He was waiting for Wei Yang and the others to go up. Damn it, what does this mean? If you don't go up yourself, you have to wait for someone to go up. Is this Nima fighting on behalf of you? It's not called a substitute call, it should be called a walk? Recommended to be on the list? Let me do it. It's so beautiful. People were speechless for a while, looking at Zhou Wen, who was surrounded by a halo, and looked very strange. This picture is a bit different. How tragic the alien creatures that made the list before, and the death of each one is more tragic, and the Holy Spirit Association and the Guardian Alliance can make it on the list. It can be regarded as thrilling. But when he arrived at Zhou Wen, it was like escorting elementary school students across the road, and the picture became very discordant. Wei Yang nodded at Zhou Wen, then took down the federal flag on his back. The other members of the death squad followed Wei Yang's example, took down the flag and held it in their hands, and followed Wei Yang up the steps. After Wei Yang and others reached the top, they set the flag up, flung the flag, and a dozen flags flew together. Pfft. When Hui Haifeng saw this scene, he spit out all the water he just drank. What he said to Zhou Wen before, to bring the flag up, was purely for fun. He didn't expect Zhou Wen to actually do this, but this scene that should have made people's blood boiled, no matter how you look at it, it's a bit funny. After Wei Yang and the others reached the top, the natural disaster level creatures immediately stopped shooting. According to the procedure, a metal particle flew out of the gate and fell into Wei Yang's hands, and the Rubik's Cube screen switched back to the leaderboard. On the leaderboard, another named Federal Death Squad appeared. People didn't pay attention to what the name was, and all looked at the back of the Federal Death Squad, wondering how many stars they could get for such a breakthrough. It turned out to be 3 stars. People found that there were actually 3 shining stars behind it, which suddenly surpassed the ranking of the Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian, and ranked 3rd. Cool. Hui Haifeng only felt refreshed. He originally thought that he could have a star, but now he has surpassed the Holy Spirit Society and the Guardian Alliance all of a sudden, which made him feel very relieved. Now everyone knows the influence of the Guardian Alliance on the Federation. And the influence of the Presidential Palace is too small. This ranking may be a good start. Soon, the Presidential Palace arranged a press conference, and many reporters asked many tough questions on the spot. For example, asking Zhou Wen to maintain the list is a shame for the federal government. After all, everyone knows that Zhou Wen is the number 3 person in Luoyang. However, after this battle, in the minds of many people, Zhou Wen was not just ranked 3rd in Luoyang. Hui Haifeng was not angry at all, and looked at them and answered the question. This question is very stupid. Isn't Zhou Wen a human being? Isn't he a member of the Federation? As a member of the Federation, people make due contributions to the Federation. Is this also wrong? My lord, is Zhou Wen a pure human? My lord, why do those bullets revolve around Zhou Wen? What kind of magical ability does Zhou Wen have? When Hui Haifeng held a press conference, Zhou Wen was very annoyed. The 6 bullets kept flying around him. Even after he quit the Venus dimensional domain, those bullets did not stop attacking him. In the past, when I was in the game, as long as I quit the game, the surrounding bullets would naturally disappear. In reality, it is obviously a little different. These bullets will not disappear out of thin air. Zhou Wen's plan to go back to breakfast was in vain, and he could only find a way to get the 6 bullets outside him, otherwise he would have to wear celestial clothes and lucky equipment all the time. The invincible lucky star must be returned. And it is impossible to wear it all the time. I tried various methods, even walking directly to the side of the mountain and letting the bullet hit the mountain, but it was of no use. Natural disaster grade bullets seem to be able to penetrate everything, nothing can stop them, and they will never stop without killing the target. The only way seems to be to find a scapegoat and use your life to block the bullet. Zhou Wen suddenly moved in his heart. Wait, this may not be a bad thing. These natural disaster grade bullets will always surround me, so from another point of view, they are also my weapons. 6 fire natural disaster grade bullets. Zhou Wen thought about it, his face was about to bloom with joy. Please remember this book's first domain name for Novel Network mobile version reading website. This is a 6-round kill bullet, a bullet that even a natural disaster level dragon turtle can't stop, if you can find a natural disaster level creature. The premise is that it can't kill me, I just want to rush up and hug it. What about the 6 bullets? Can you kill a natural disaster? Zhou Wen thought, took out his phone, and entered the dungeon. As a result, he was a little disappointed. There were no bullets around the blood-colored villain. In this way, we can only find natural disaster level creatures in reality. Zhou Wen immediately felt that this risk factor was a bit too high. Tian's lucky evasion is indeed very strong, but there are limits. Single target attacks like Bullets are not bad, even if it is a large-scale arrow rain, it should have a very good effect. But if it encounters a large range of fire, freezing, and other forces, there is no room for dodge at all. Even if the lucky dodge rate is high, it is impossible to dodge. If you think about it like this, there are fewer places to go, and the few known natural disasters don't seem to be very close. It's better not to go to Cheesy Mountain. The girl was fooled by me last time because she couldn't leave the magic tomb. If you really want to rush up, you will definitely be unable to hide when the fire is released. Zhou Wen calculated and calculated. Go, I feel that no matter which natural disaster grade I provoke in reality, there seems to be great danger. After all, there are natural disaster areas in natural disasters, and there are only a few single-person attacks. Isn't there a natural disaster grade like the dragon turtle? Zhou Wen searched the memory in his mind, hoping to find a suitable target. Suddenly, Zhou Wen thought of a place, the Forbidden City, he had been to before. Now the owner of the Forbidden City should be the one in the wood. As far as Zhou Wen knows, she has the power of the lightning system and likes to use lightning to strike people. That thing seems to be able to dodge. With Zhou Wen's current lucky equipment and Tian's dodging ability, it should be able to dodge the past. I almost killed me last time. It's time to settle this account. Zhou Wen thought so in his heart, but he didn't dare to leave for the Forbidden City right away. After returning to the overseer's mansion, Zhou Wen first went to Antelope. This guy is still lazy all day, and he has never seen him do anything other than eat and sleep. Zhou Wen was surrounded by bullets. When he entered the door, he instantly smashed the wall near the door. Antelope looked up at him, his eyes fell on the bullets, and he seemed a little surprised. Cough cough, Brother Antelope, have you been feeling better recently? Do you want me to buy some supplements for you? Zhou Wen said with a light cough. I'm not sure about those bullets on you, go find someone else. Antelope closed her eyes lazily. No, that's not what I meant, I just wanted to ask you, look at the equipment on me, can I avoid the lightning of that guy in the Forbidden City? Zhou Wen knew that Antelope should know a lot about that guy, and for the sake of safety, let's ask it first. Tian cooperates with Gao Luck to dodge natural disaster level attacks, but it is limited to attacks that can be avoided, and it is useless when encountering large-scale indiscriminate attacks. Antelope looked at Zhou Wen's equipment seriously, and the 6 bullets. And then continued, the one in the Forbidden City is not just a single attack. Zhou Wenjing was a little disappointed, but he heard Antelope say, but you don't have no chance at all. If you plan well, maybe your 6 bullets can really make her suffer a lot. What do you want to do? Zhou Wen felt something was wrong. The Antelope seemed to be a little concerned about this matter, so he stared at it vigilantly and asked. Antelope smiled, I'm not afraid to tell you the truth, the injury on my body is too serious. When I was in Laojun Mountain, I almost couldn't save my life. Although I have recovered a little, it is too slow. It is difficult to fully recover. And there are a lot of good things in the Forbidden City, some of which are very helpful to my injuries. If you cooperate with me, the things you get out of the Forbidden City will be divided equally between us. How? What's this fair distribution? I'm taking the risk, and I have to fight her. You just talk about it, and you want to get 50% of the bargain? Zhou Wen naturally disagreed. Without me, there would be no chance to get close to her at all. I am a key technology. With technology, I won't take 50% of the shares. Antelope said with a smile, if you are not afraid of death. You can try it yourself. Tell me first, how can I get close to her safely? Zhou asked. It definitely won't work on the front. She can drive the Zhou Tianxingchen formation. Don't talk about getting close to her. At that time, I'm afraid no one will see it, and it is a question whether you can escape from the Zhou Tianxingchen formation. Antelope lowered his voice and said, the only way is to sneak attack. With the help of the power of these 6 bullets, I can get her when she is not prepared. Crazy you, sneak attack on the natural disaster grade? Do you think it is possible not to be discovered? Zhou didn't think it would be as simple as Antelope said. You can't do it yourself, you must have my help, so I really don't get 50%. Antelope said. What good things are there in the Forbidden City? Zhou was thinking, should he take this risk? There are so many good things. After Ziwei Xingjuan returns to the Forbidden City, many hidden dimensional fields will be opened. Antelope's mouth was flying, telling Zhou what good things were inside. Zhou listened for a while and was really moved. Okay, I'll split the account between 50 and 50%, but you have to tell me the complete plan first, and I'll decide whether to go or not. If I go, I'll give you 50%. Zhou finally couldn't resist the temptation. Antelope was very refreshing this time, and told Zhou its plan 1 by 1. This season in Kyoto, the weather is not very good, it is very dry, and the wind and sand are strong. When the wind blows, my face feels itchy, which is because there is too much sand and dust in the air. Most people are reluctant to go out at this time. Even the shops on the roadside, most of them have their doors and windows closed, and pedestrians on the road come and go in a hurry. But on the street, there was a blonde girl who looked only 12 or 13 years old. Her body was exceptionally clean. She swayed slowly on the road, looking around as she walked, as if she was looking for something. The girl is very beautiful. No matter from any angle, she can't pick out a single fault. She doesn't look like a human being, but looks like a work of art. Little girl, it's so windy and sandy outside, come in and have a cup of milk tea to avoid the wind. The owner of a milk tea shop seemed to have noticed the blonde girl very early. When the blonde girl walked to his shop, he opened the door against the wind. Greeted the blonde girl. Although the blonde girl didn't care about the sandstorm, she smelled the sweet smell in the milk tea shop, and saw the friendly smile of the boss, so she walked into the shop. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network mobile version reading website. Little girl, what would you like to drink? My shop is most famous for its silk stockings milk tea. Of course, the pearl milk tea here is also very good. The boss introduced with a smile. Can I have both? The blonde girl looked at the pretty pictures on the brochure and asked expectantly. Of course, let's have a cup of my best milk tea and stockings first. The boss's smile grew stronger, and he began to prepare milk tea. Soon, the boss brought a cup of milk tea in front of the blonde girl and put it on the table. Try it, I promise you won't be disappointed. The milk tea is silky and smooth as stockings, you can't drink it in Kyoto. The second one. The blonde girl took a sip of the milk tea, then closed her eyes with a happy expression on her face. Is it delicious? The boss asked. Yeah, it's really delicious. The blonde girl took a sip and quickly finished her cup of milk tea, so she looked at the shopkeeper and asked. You said just now that there is also pearl milk tea, is it as good as this one? Drink? You'll know if you try it. The boss smiled and made another cup of bubble tea for the blonde girl. This is delicious too. The blonde girl held the cup, her eyes seemed to be melted by happiness. After a while, the girl drank another cup of milk tea. Would you like to drink something else? The boss came over and asked. Thank you, no, I should go. The blonde girl said and was about to go out. Wait a minute. You haven't paid yet? The boss quickly stopped the blonde girl. Pay? What is that? The girl looked at the milk tea shop owner suspiciously. Tian really doesn't know what money is. The last time she came to Earth was a long time ago, and someone took care of her at that time, and Tian never tried to use money. Don't pretend to be stupid there. The boss changed his face immediately, the friendly appearance just now disappeared, replaced by a ferocious appearance. He reached out to grab Tian's arm, and said in a vicious voice, I have no money. Dare to drink milk tea, give me obedient. The boss's palm touched Tian's arm, the voice stopped abruptly, a little golden light lit up at the fingertips, and the golden light spread to his entire body in an instant, turning his body into gold. Is real gold, it is still shining with golden light, like a 24K pure gold statue. And still maintains a ferocious expression and a gesture of reaching out to grab Tian. Tian looked at the boss, who turned into a golden statue, just sighed and shook her head, then walked out of the store. After a while, a customer came into the milk tea shop and was shocked when they saw the golden statue. Zhou Wen came to Kyoto with your Xiaonyao and Antelope, and browsed the news of Kyoto on the internet while walking. Originally, I wanted to see how the recent situation of the Forbidden City was going. If there were humans exploring the interior of the Forbidden City, it would be best if I could get information about the interior of the Forbidden City. But who knew that the information about the Forbidden City could not be found, but saw many front-page headlines in the media, all reporting news about the Golden Man. Zhou Wen glanced at it casually, and probably knew that there were suddenly many golden people in Kyoto. Those golden people looked exactly the same as real adults, but the texture was high-purity gold. However, according to the investigation of the Kyoto Police Department, each golden statue was made with a real person as a template, and all the people who looked the same as the golden statue disappeared. The whole thing was hotly debated, and some people suspected that a powerful dimensional creature entered the capital and turned those people into golden people. Others said it was a deliberate prank by some people. Some people even say that this is a precursor to the birth of a natural disaster-grade creature. Anyway, what is said, the people in the capital are panicked, and many people are afraid to go out, for fear that they will become golden people too. It's no wonder that there are so few people on the streets of Kyoto. It turned out to be the case. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that he had wondered why when he came to Kyoto this time, the capital looked much desolate than before. At first, Zhou Wen thought that after Xia Jiuhuang died, the Xia family declined, and even the capital also declined. After a long time, it turned out that the Golden Man caused the trouble. Antelope, what do you think about these golden people? Zhou Wen read the news of the golden people to Antelope. After listening to the Antelope, he frowned and thought, although it is not a very powerful ability, it is also a very rare ability. If a certain creature has this ability, it is estimated that it must be above the mythical level, and the possibility of fear level relatively high. Since it is possible to be above the myth level, why is the possibility of the fear level higher? Can't it be a natural disaster level? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. If it's a Natural disaster grade, then it's not that a few people in this area have turned into gold, and as long as the natural disaster grade is not full, why go to turn those ordinary people into gold? Antelope said. Zhou Wen was right when he thought about it, but it had nothing to do with them. Their destination was the Forbidden City, and they wouldn't stay in Kyoto for too long. They shouldn't be so unlucky, but they encountered the monster that can turn people into gold. Tian sensed Zhou Wen's breath as she walked. After she came to Earth, she first went to Tian's hut, and then came all the way to Kyoto. Because Yana sent Zhou Wen's information to Tian before her death, she could sense Zhou Wen's breath and knew that Zhou Wen was approaching in this direction, so she was going to wait for him here. Originally, Tian just wanted to wait quietly for Zhou Wen's arrival, but she didn't expect that human beings have fallen to such a degree that every human being who encountered her became a golden person, no exception. In fact, it wasn't that Tian took the initiative to turn them into golden people, it was just the incidental power that was automatically generated by her. As long as it was a creature with malicious intentions or a sinful creature, it would become a golden person when it touched her. If it is a good person with a kind heart, there will be no problem with her, but so far, no one has met Tian without turning into gold. Has humanity fallen to such a degree? I can't even find a good person. No wonder that bad guy would kill Yana. He must be a super bad guy. Go. From a distance, I saw Zhou Wen holding Yer and walking down the street with a sheep and a bird, and Tian walked towards him. Such a big bad guy, as long as he touches me, he will immediately turn into gold, which can be regarded as revenge for Yana. Tian thought and walked towards Zhou Wen on purpose. When Zhou Wen saw Tian, he couldn't help but take a second glance. This blonde little girl was so beautiful, like a doll. She was not picky about her beauty. When Tian brushed past Zhou Wen, it seemed that her feet slipped accidentally, her body staggered, and she fell towards Zhou Wen. Please remember this book's first domain name. For Novel Network Mobile Version Reading Website. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen immediately dodged and hid aside, not seeing if Tian fell down. He turned and immediately teleported out. When I'm a fool, I've been in a state of fear all the time, and most people can't see me at all, not to mention that there are natural disaster grade bullets spinning outside me. This girl can not only see me, but also can pass the bullet fall directly on me. Such a person will slip on his own? Are you kidding me? Zhou Wen hugged Yer with the bird on his shoulder, and immediately teleported away. The antelope is not slow, it just falls down, and it is almost invisible if it is fast. It is only faster or slower than Zhou Wen's teleportation. The direction of the two people's running is surprisingly the same. They are all running towards the direction of the Forbidden City. Obviously, they all thought that Tian's strength was extremely terrifying. If it was a normal escape, there would be no chance of escape. If they escaped to the Forbidden City, they might be able to drive away the tiger and swallow the wolf, and get a chance to breathe. Tian was still stunned. She thought that normal people would definitely support her, but what seemed normal in her eyes was not normal at all. Normal people can't see Zhou Wen, let alone pass through the bullet halo, but in Tian's eyes, these are all normal things. Bang! Tian fell to the ground, staring blankly at Zhou Wen and the antelope disappearing, and then got up angrily after a while. Sure enough, he is a bad person, and he didn't even help him. In this way, Tian's intention to avenge Yana was more determined, and after sensing Zhou Wen's position, Tian chased after him. When Zhou teleported to the Forbidden City, he found that the antelope had already arrived. There, faster than him. Didn't she come after her? Zhou asked when he saw Antelope standing outside the Forbidden City, but didn't go in, and didn't look too flustered. I shouldn't have come, I didn't sense her following. Antelope said firmly, obviously it was very confident in its sensing ability. Could that girl be the culprit who turned humans into gold? Zhou guessed. Maybe, anyway, she's not simple, even I can't see it through, it must be a natural disaster. Antelope looked around and found no trace of Tian. Let's talk about the advanced city, even if she catches up, there should be certain restrictions inside. Zhou said and walked towards the gate of the Forbidden City. Don't go to the main entrance, come with me. Antelope stopped Zhou and went in another direction along the walled city. They go ahead, Tian was not far behind them, but Zhou and Antelope didn't even see Tian. As if Tian was invisible. What are the two of them secretly doing? Tian walked to Zhou side and wanted to stretch out her hand to push him and turn him into gold, but seeing the two of them secretly, she was a little curious and stretched out half of the hand is taken back. Tian squatted by the side, watching Antelope and Zhou climb the Forbidden City from a dog hole, thinking to herself, what are they trying to do? When Zhou drilled, he tried his best to be careful, but the dog hole was too small, and a part of the wall was shattered by the bullet on him. Fortunately, after they got in, it was an empty yard, except for some plants, there were no creatures. The blonde girl shouldn't have caught up. Zhou was lying in the grass, listening with the use of listening, and found no trace of the blonde girl in the nearby area, which made him feel a little more at ease. But Zhou didn't know that Tian was squatting beside him at this time, less than a foot away from him, and he could reach out and touch his hair. It doesn't seem to be coming for us, otherwise it's impossible to give up so easily. The antelope crawls in the grass, his eyes roll around, but he can't find Tian, spit on the ground and swears, follow you boy. There's nothing good about coming out. Tian squatted there watching the two of them talking and seemed very interested. How do you know that girl is here for me? Maybe it is for you. Zhou pouted and said, Bah, your sheep master hasn't been born for thousands of years, and you are a bad guy when you were born. How can you have a chance to offend such a powerful enemy? Antelope said very unhappily. Don't talk about this, anyway, she didn't catch up, we still act according to the plan, let's deal with Ziwei Xingjuan first. Zhou suggested. Okay, just follow the plan, and don't make any mistakes, otherwise we will both have bad luck. The current Ziwei Xingjuan is not the last time she just got out of trouble. Antelope urged. Again and again. Don't worry, I know what I know. Zhou used listening to scan the surroundings. Listening to the sound received too much information, and now Zhou has no way to analyze what all the sounds are, but he has been able to accurately locate some of the sounds he wants to hear, which is much stronger than before. Soon, Zhou heard everything nearby. The Forbidden City is indeed very different from before. Although it is still the layout of the eight-armed Neza, there are many more independent dimensional fields in the current city. The situation is probably similar to that of the Longmen Grottos. They are all within a large dimensional field, including many small dimensional fields. That is to say, the strength of listening to the truth has greatly improved, otherwise Zhou would not even be able to hear the situation outside the yard, because the yard itself is a dimensional field. Strange, what is this place? There is no one-dimensional creature, why is this a separate small-dimensional field? Zhou said and glanced at the dog hole they entered, and continued, and it has become, how can there be a dog hole in the forbidden city in the dimension domain? Rare and strange, the dog cave is a part of the forbidden city, of course. It can exist. As for this place, you should have seen the map of the forbidden city before, don't you? Know that this is the legendary Cold Palace? Antelope said. Cold Palace? Zhou was slightly startled. Of course he had heard of Lungong, which was the place where the emperor used to imprison his concubine who made mistakes. But it was empty and there was no concubine. If it weren't for the Cold Palace being isolated from the outside world, we would have made such a big noise here, and it would have been discovered by Ziwei Xingjuan long ago. This is one of the few places that will not be noticed by Ziwei Xingjuan, but we must act quickly. In case Ziwei Xingjuan takes a few glances here on a whim, then we will be miserable. Antelope said, slammed into the door of the Cold Palace, smashed the door, and flew out directly. The dimensional creatures outside were immediately attracted by it, and they all chased the antelope. Zhou followed the agreement and waited for the antelope to divert those dimensional creatures away and cause confusion before sneaking in another direction. Tian looked at the direction the antelope left, then looked at the direction Zhou was going, and finally walked towards Zhou. Mr. Ziwei Xing, is that how you treat old friends and saviors? Antelope shouted as he ran. From time to time, he slapped the dimensional creature blocking the road in front of him, and smashed the soldier wearing the star armor directly to pieces, which looked very majestic. But there are too many soldiers in the Forbidden City. Those killed by the antelopes are just a drop in the bucket. Soldiers wearing all kinds of star armor keep coming, and more. Those soldiers are also strange. When there are one or two soldiers, they look very ordinary and do not have strong combat effectiveness. However, there are many soldiers gathered, and the combat effectiveness of each soldier becomes stronger and stronger, and it seems that there is generally no upper limit. You're not waiting to die on Laojun Mountain, what are you doing here with me? Ziwei Xingjuan's voice came from the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Bah. Your sheep master is in his prime, and it will not be a problem to live for thousands of years. If you die 100 times, your sheep master will not die. Antelope said with saliva. If you can speak, it means that you have lost the bet with him. No matter how long you live, it's useless. It's better to die. If I were you, I would just hit him to death, so as not to be embarrassed. Ziwei Xingjuan said coldly. Ziwei Xingjuan seemed to have hit the weak underbelly of the antelope, and the antelope suddenly became annoyed. That's because I think it's boring to win, so I deliberately let him back, otherwise how can I lose? And this has something to do with you, when will it be your turn? Are you talking nonsense? You should take care of yourself, and open your eyes to see clearly in the future, so as not to be deceived. Again. Do you say it again? Ziwei Xingjuan seemed to be really angry. I told you to be careful. Don't be deceived again, is this wrong? This is for your own good, lest you be deceived again, the dignified Ziwei Xingjuan is abandoned, and then life is better than death. A snotty tear is so ugly, even an outsider like me can't stand it. Antelope not only said, but also said more. Boom. Boom. One after another, purple lightning fell from the sky and bombarded the antelope. Damn it, little Xingxing, are you serious? The antelope jumped to dodging the lightning strikes again and again, and shouted while jumping, "Little Xing Xing, no matter what you say, it's you. My savior, there is no Yang Yi, you are still buried in the dirt, and now you are good. Enough, you dare to use the Zhixiao divine thunder to hit you Yang Yi, do you want Yang Yi to spank you?" Boom. The thunder and lightning exploded like a thunderbolt from the blue, and pieces of purple thunder and lightning fell from the sky. If the sea of thunder and lightning was toppled, the antelope would be chopped into slag. Your sheep master is kind to see you, you are so arrogant, and if you knew it earlier, even if Yang Yi asked that kid to carry a bag of shit, he wouldn't carry you. Antelope's various words for the next 3 ways are endless. With a bang, the door of the Hall of Supreme Harmony was knocked open. And a charwood broke out and stood on the roof of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, standing like a lightning rod. After the scorched wood appeared, the sky above the entire Forbidden City was full of purple light, the clouds condensed, the stars radiating brilliance, overlapping and falling from the sky, illuminating the entire Forbidden City. Now it is not just thunder and lightning that falls, but thousands of stars and brilliance, like countless crisscrossing beams, cutting to the antelope. "Little Xing Xing, you really want your sheep master's life?" Antelope screamed, moving as fast as a phantom, using the buildings in the Forbidden City to resist the terrifying star formation. The buildings that were originally protected by the rules and power of the dimensional realm and were almost indestructible were easily penetrated by the starlight. Not long after, the starlight cut on the antelope, causing it to scream. According to the agreement with Antelope, Zhou kept changing positions and routes. In this starry array, he went all the way without obstruction, and quickly sneaked to the vicinity of the Hall of Supreme Harmony. However, Zhou did not act immediately, and hid nearby waiting for the opportunity that the antelope said. Tian also walked over with Zhou. Those starlights were not able to hurt her in the slightest. It seemed that Xingguang, like Zhou, couldn't find her. There was another explosion in the sky, and I saw the stars shifting and the stars changing. One of the purple stars, like the core hub of heaven and earth, was surrounded by stars in the sky, flashing strange stars. Seeing the appearance of the purple star, it was exactly what the antelope said. Zhou no longer hesitated, he teleported directly, came to the charred wood, and hugged the wood. Zhou is very familiar with this piece of wood. At the beginning, he carried this piece of wood all the way to the Forbidden City, but the current wood, although the size and shape are still the same as before, but the texture is not the same at all. It looked as charred and black, but to the touch it was as hard and smooth as jade, and it was unusually cold. Maybe all the minds were attracted by the antelope, or maybe it was the critical moment to control the Zhou Tianxingchen array. Ziwei Xingjuan in Jiaomu failed to react, and was hugged by Zhou. Bang bang. Bang bang. The 6 natural disaster-grade bullets surrounding Zhou like a star ring continuously hit the scorched wood, directly knocking the scorched wood out of 6 bullet holes. Ah! Zhou immediately heard the screams of women coming from Jiaomu, and the Zhou Tianxingchen formation in the sky immediately collapsed. It's done. The 6 natural disaster bullets didn't fly out again, and Zhou was overjoyed. Get out of the way. The antelope fell from the sky, kicked the hoof on the charred wood, and directly knocked the scorch onto the roof, then opened its mouth and spit out a yellow paper talisman, sticking the yellow paper talisman on the charred wood. Zhou had already stepped aside, looking at the burnt wood with the yellow paper talisman attached to it by the antelope. Seeing that the burnt wood continued to vibrate violently, it seemed that it would be torn apart at any time. I couldn't help being horrified. Ziwei Xingjuan suffered 6 fatal bullets, but he didn't die. With such strength, the strength of this guy is terrifying and unimaginable. Now Zhou Wen is very fortunate. Fortunately, he didn't come to her alone to settle accounts before, otherwise I'm afraid there will be no return today. The yellow paper talisman on the burnt wood was constantly flashing with golden light, as if it was suppressing Ziwei Xingjuan in the burnt wood. But seeing that the coke wood vibrated so violently, Zhou Wen asked worriedly, "Is your yellow paper talisman okay?" "Don't worry, Yi Yang's things are guaranteed to be wrong. She will never be able to rush out for at least 12 hours. Don't look at that yellow paper talisman, but it has a lot of history. Just stick it on it, unless someone helps her to tear it off, otherwise Wufang Emperor is all inside. And it is impossible to rush out in a short time, not to mention that she has suffered from your 6 bullets, and she must be seriously injured, so you can follow me to pick up the treasure with peace of mind." Antelope said triumphantly. "These 2 guys are really bad guys. How can you wicked people succeed with me, Tian? You must be punished for evil." Tian came to Jiaomu and reached out to hold the yellow paper talisman. Torn down. Zhou Wen and Antelope were about to go to the Forbidden City to search for treasures, but suddenly they felt something was wrong, as if the vibration of the burnt wood was gone. They felt that something was wrong. Their spines were cold, and they couldn't help turning their heads to look. At this sight, Zhou Wen and Antelope's expressions suddenly changed greatly, and they saw the yellow paper talisman originally attached to the wood swaying down. "Old sheep, did you forget to apply glue?" Zhou Wen swallowed and asked, with some difficulty. "That thing doesn't seem to need glue, right?" Antelope was also a little unsure, and it couldn't figure out why the yellow paper talisman fell off. After the thing was pasted, it shouldn't fall off. "Can you post it again?" Zhou Wen asked again. Before the antelope answered him, a thunder in the sky gave him the answer. Purple thunder and lightning fell from the sky, directly splitting the yellow paper talisman into flying ashes. "Your talisman, shouldn't it be a fake and shoddy product?" Zhou Wen said while stepping back, already trying to escape. "Shouldn't be." The antelope also retreated. 1 person and 1 sheep turned around and wanted to run, but the stars in the sky filled the sky. Thousands of stars shrouded the entire Forbidden City, and the starlight seemed to isolate the entire Forbidden City from the world. Zhou Wen was horrified to discover that the teleportation ability of the Singularity Universe could not be teleported from here, so he could only desperately run towards the gate of the Forbidden Land. Click! He only heard the sound of wood cracking behind him, and when he turned his head to look, he saw that the charred wood had been split into 2 halves. A female guardian, who seemed to be a king in purple armor and an inky purple cloak, was suspended in the air. A pair of eyes that seemed to contain the stars of the universe were staring angrily at Zhou Wen and the antelope. On top of her armor, there are 6 bullet holes, which are oozing blood. But it seems that injuries of that magnitude should not be fatal enough. With the appearance of Ziwei Xingjuan, all the stars in the sky gathered towards her, as if they became the focus of the spotlight, and the rest of the place became bleak. She was the only one who gathered thousands of stars in one. In the intense starlight, blood spurted out of the bullet holes, and at the same time, the bullets that were spinning like drill bits were sucked out by the starlight and suspended in front of Ziwei Xingjuan. Ziwei Xingjuan's eyes narrowed, and thousands of starlights fell down, turning into a sort of starlight with a handle, tilted down like a galaxy, and flew past in front of Ziwei Xingjuan. The 6 bullets were chopped into pieces in the Starlight Sword River in a moment, and the countless swords of starlight rushed towards Zhou Wen and the antelope, and the speed was incredible, reaching the speed of light. "The wind is tight, huh?" The antelope shouted, and spewed out a magic talisman from its mouth. The magic talisman turned into a cloud of air, wrapping its 4 hooves, causing the antelope's speed to skyrocket, rushing towards the gate of the Forbidden City. 10,000 grass and mud horses roared past in Zhou Wen's heart, and the antelope can explode with a natural disaster level speed, and may be able to compete with Ziwei Xingjuan in speed. Zhou Wen didn't have that kind of ability, so he could only rush forward desperately. However, the speed of the Starlight Sword is not slower than that of a natural disaster-grade bullet. Wherever Zhou Wen ran the Starlight Sword, a large number of Starlight Swords stabbed him behind him. Fortunately, the lucky attribute and Tian's lucky evasion played a role. I saw Zhou Wen's Tian fluttering, and he took his body to dodge and shuttle in the sword rain, but not a single star sword could stab him. Zhou Wen didn't have the slightest joy in his heart. Although he was not stabbed to death for the time being, Lord Ziwei Xing looked more terrifying than the natural disaster in the Venus dimensional realm, so he might not be able to break through lucky dodge. As long as they haven't rushed out of the Forbidden City, everything is still unknown, and it's not time to rejoice. The antelope ran so fast that it almost reached the gate of the Forbidden City in an instant, but the swords of starlight descended from the sky one after another, turning into layers of airtight sword walls, completely blocking the way out. The antelope's body shone brightly, and it opened its mouth to exhale a cloud of air. The cloud of air hit the sword wall. Although a lot of starlight swords bounced off, after all, it was not able to break through, and was washed away by the Starlight Sword River. The endless stream of swords, like the Tianhe River, rushed towards the antelope. And suddenly the antelope fell into the épée array. Ahem, Xingjuan, it's just a joke, don't take it seriously, right? Antelope said to Ziwei Xingjuan in the air while resisting the endless stream of swords. Then continue your joke. With the indifferent voice of Ziwei Xingjuan, Xingguang Jianhe became more violent, turning into a terrifying sword formation, which surrounded Zhou Wen and antelope layer by layer. Greedy is really the original sin, I shouldn't be greedy, and follow the antelope too. This ghost place. Zhou Wen complained secretly. Although Lucky Dodge can temporarily save Zhou Wen's life, Lucky Dodge is only an evasion ability after all, and it is impossible for Zhou Wen to forcibly break through the sword wall and rush out. It's just that Zhou Wen has some doubts in his heart. In terms of the antelope's character, it will definitely not fight an uncertain battle. Since it is willing to take risks on its own, it must have full confidence. But the yellow paper talisman fell off, which is really strange. Now is not the time to think about these. Zhou Wen's mind is spinning quickly, thinking about how to escape from here. Lucky evasion can only save life. It is impossible to break the Starlight Sword array, and the speed of those swords transformed by starlight has reached the speed of light, and Zhou Wen's own speed can't keep up, and it is impossible to forcibly break the sword array. Impossible. The ability to listen to the truth was used as much as possible by Zhou Wen. In this sword formation, the collected sound information was much less, and most of the sound information was related to the star sword formation. Zhou Wen listened for a while, and suddenly realized that this star sword array seemed to make him feel very familiar. Isn't this the 28 constellation technique? Zhou Wen suddenly realized something. When he was in The endless star sea. There were two skills that he always wanted to use, one was Star Stealer, and the other was 28 constellation skills. It was the lowest level of skill, but it was extremely difficult to reveal. 28 skills. Until now, Zhou Wen only had 27 and failed to reveal the last one. The 27 constellation skills of Zhou Wenwei are all body protecting skills and are not offensive, so Zhou Wen did not link the two together at first. Now I feel different, and I found that although this star sword array is an offensive sword array, it has the same effect as the constellation skill. If the changing law of this sword style is the same as that of the constellation skill, then I can predict the position of the swords of stars, even if the speed can't keep up with the speed of those starlight swords, but I still lack one. A constellation skill. Zhou Wen thought about it, and used Truth Listen to observe the sword formation secretly. Zhou Wen can also rely on luck to dodge to protect himself, but Antelope relies on its own ability to hold the sword formation. Only then did Zhou Wen realize that Antelope is really a bit powerful. Although the Antelope couldn't rush out of the sword array, it forcibly resisted the rounds of sword array attacks. All kinds of methods were used. It was spewing thunder and lightning for a while, and it was wind and fire control for a while. I don't know what attribute it is. It seems that any other ability can be easily controlled. Although the Antelope is already very powerful, in the sword formation, it is only barely protecting itself, and it looks a little embarrassed. Xingjuan, after all, we were good comrades who had suffered and suffered together, and fought boss together, so there's no need to be so cruel, right? If you're really angry, it's a big deal to beat that kid out. Of anger, why bother your old friend? If you feel pissed off, I'll help you beat him together. Antelope moved with emotion and understood it with reason. Who knew that Ziwei Xingjuan didn't take this set at all, and snorted coldly, we have suffered and suffered together, and you have the courage to say this. When we were trapped in the Crystal Palace, we were all exhausted. Now, you are secretly eating and drinking, and you are afraid of being discovered by us, pretending to be dead, and in turn trying to trick us into handing over your inheritance. I can't afford a friend like you, nor a comrade like you. Antelope blushed, but after all, he was thick-skinned and had experienced strong winds and waves. He coughed lightly to cover up his embarrassment, and changed the subject. Let's not talk about the past. Last time I asked that kid to dig you out and send you back to the Forbidden City. It's all kind of good intentions. Originally, I planned to let that kid make a contract with you and help you find a good contractor. Who knew it would turn out like that? I still regard you as a friend in my heart, thinking of you, Xingjuan. That kid is a rare genius, others are rushing to ask for it, but I am not willing to give it, so I send it to you eagerly. Just him? A lucky person, but also embarrassed to be called a genius who has never met. Ziwei Xingjuan said mockingly. She obviously saw it long ago that Zhou Wen was able to avoid the attack of the sword array by relying on luck to dodge. Xingjuan, if nothing else, how many people can be promoted to myths as human beings? Even in our era, you haven't seen a few, have you? He hasn't made a contract with the Guardian yet, and you have a contract with him now. It's not too late. The Antelope lobbied hard, but its own situation was getting worse and worse, and a sword light had already passed over its body, cutting off the wool on its body. Oh, he is a pure human being promoted to myth? Ziwei Xingjuan finally looked at Zhou Wen seriously. It's absolutely true. If my old sheep has a lie, I will give my head directly to Xingjuan to play as a ball. Antelope swears, wishing to dig heart and lungs with Ziwei Xingjuan. What if it is? I still need to use the power of human beings? As long as I am willing, even if I contract with a waste, I can dominate the world. Ziwei Xingjuan said indifferently, you don't need to waste your words, today even if you can spit lotus from your mouth, you will surely die. After all, I saw a star crown emerge on the forehead of Ziwei Xingjuan, and the stars in the sky echoed it. The stars that were originally hidden in the universe and could not be seen also emerged one after another, occupying almost the entire sky. The next moment, the stars will fall, and if the end of the world comes, all the places visible to the naked eye will be occupied by the stars. Damn, you old lady, didn't I give you a face? Do you really think that your sheep is out of stock? When the old sheep saw this scene, he tore off his disguise and returned to his previous hooligan appearance. He opened his mouth and spat out a talisman at the same time. The blood that spewed out fell on the talisman, causing the talisman to shine brightly, blocking the sky above his head. Abruptly. When? The starlight fell on the canopy like magic talisman, as if the steel nails were smashed into the steel plate, half of it was pierced in, and the magic talisman was tied into a hedgehog in a short while. The blood in the mouth of the antelope continued to spill out, and the vitality was madly injected into the magic talisman, forcibly supporting the magic talisman without breaking it. But every starlight pierced on the talisman made the antelope tremble. The more stars fell, the more the antelope's body trembled, and the blood flowed more fiercely. Ziwei Xingjuan didn't pay attention to Zhou Wen originally. She knew what kind of ability Lucky Dodge possessed, and she also knew how to solve it. Under the Zhou Tian star formation, the stars all fell, and there was no room to dodge at all, and the probability of Lucky Dodge was high. Yous, after all, still can't escape death. But after a while, Ziwei Xingjuan found that Zhou Wen was not dead, and felt a little surprised in his heart, so he took a closer look. At this look, he couldn't help but be a little surprised. I saw starlight flickering outside Zhou Wen's body, as if surrounded by galaxies. The stars and sword lights that fell on him actually fell into the sea like rain, and merged into the Xingxuan outside him, making Xingxuan even more shining and stronger. 28 constellations? Ziwei Xingjuan looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. She is the Lord of the Stars herself, so how could she not recognize the power Zhou Wen used? Because of the lack of a constellation skill, Zhou Wen has not used the 28 constellation skill very much. This time, by observing Ziwei Xingjuan's Zhou Tianxingchen array, he found the part that he was missing, and deduced the one that he was missing. All kinds of constellation skills, and finally, the 28 constellation skills are gathered together. Using the singularity universe to destroy the 28 constellation skills, and constantly watching the Zhou Tian star array, I finally figured out why the 28 constellation skills are so low level, yet so difficult to explode. These skills are no longer as simple as individual skills, but like the Zhou Tianxingchen array, they can be formed into a formation, and the power will increase geometrically. The power of the law is immeasurable. However, it is a little different from Ziwei Xingjuan's star sword array. The star sword array is mainly attacking, while Zhou Wen's constellation skills are mainly defensive. The 28 constellation arrays formed a defensive network that could not only resist external forces, but also absorb the vitality from outside for their own use. If you change the power of other guardians, the constellation array may not be able to resist it at first, nor will it absorb so smoothly. However, the starlight sword array and the constellation array come from the same source, which can almost be regarded as the same attribute. After the starlight falls into the constellation array, it is immediately absorbed, and there is no repulsion at all. This makes Zhou Wen's constellation array become stronger and stronger, and through observing the Zhou Tian star array, Zhou Wen is not constantly improving and deriving the constellation array, so that it continues to sublimate. After watching Ziwei Xingjuan for a while, the expression of surprise on his face became even stronger. Zhou Wen's constellation array was not limited to the changes of the 28 constellations at this time, but had even begun to evolve towards the Zhou Tian constellation array. Because of the same source, and the orbits are getting more and more similar, coupled with the absorption characteristics of the constellation array itself, although Ziwei Xingjuan's Zhou Tianxingchen array is much stronger than Zhou Wen, it has not been able to kill Zhou Wen. A lot of starlight was sucked away. Of course, this is also because Ziwei Xingjuan did not target Zhou Wen. She devoted most of her attention to the antelope, and originally planned to kill Zhou Wen. That sheep is not entirely false. It is enough to know the constellation array. It can be reversed from the constellation array to the Zhou Tianxingchen array. It is not easy. Ziwei Xingjuan looked at Zhou Wen's eyes, showing a trace, the color of hesitation. If it is true that the contract is a waste, Ziwei Xingjuan is naturally unwilling. If you can find a powerful partner, who wants to take a fool to conquer the world? Those words before were just told to the antelope to show their determination. Seeing that Zhou Wen can not only know the constellation formation, but also push back the Zhou Tianxingchen formation, Ziwei Xingjuan is also a little moved. The vitality tactics and skills used by Guan Zhouwen are very matched with her abilities, coupled with Zhou Wen's excellent understanding. If she can make a contract with her, it will indeed save a lot of time and trouble. Another important point is that Zhou Wen is already mythical. After contracting with Zhou Wen, Ziwei Xingjuan will no longer need to hide in the wood of the Forbidden City, and will no longer be rejected and suppressed by the rules of the earth. But thinking of the good thing that was broken by Zhou Wen that year, and this time by Zhou Wen's plot, if you just let him go like this, I really can't swallow this, sigh. As soon as his mind moved, Ziwei Xingjuan had an idea in his heart, and secretly said, "Don't you have strong comprehension and like to learn? Then I will let you study hard." Ziwei Xingjuan smashed the Zhou Tian star formation, constantly evolving, and deliberately showed Zhou Wen its changes. Ziwei Xingjuan's move is not really good intentions. The universe is endless, and there are countless stars. It is almost impossible to fully comprehend and penetrate the changes of the stars in the week. Life is endless and brain power has limits, but the universe is infinite. With limited life and brain power, we can comprehend the infinite universe. If you just want to see one or two of them, that's all. If you really want to fully comprehend it, it's like putting the seawater of the Pacific Ocean into a 1-liter bottle of pure water. And it's no wonder that the bottle doesn't burst. The reason that Ziwei Xingjuan can master the Zhou Tianxingchen great array is because of her innate talent. If she does not have such talent, even she herself would not dare to say that she can remember all the changes of the Zhou Tianxingchen great array. It's impossible to remember, because it is infinite change. She made up her mind, if Zhou Wen was unable to comprehend the profound meaning of the many changes in the Zhou Tianxingchen great array, and gave up halfway, it would mean that Zhou Wen's talent was nothing more than that. If Zhou Wen really continues to comprehend, I am afraid that Zhou Wen will go crazy without her action. In the final analysis, Lord Ziwei Xing still didn't want to let Zhou Wen go. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know many of Ziwei Xingjuan's thoughts, but the Zhou Tianxingchen array was constantly changing in front of his eyes, and the starlight merged into his constellation array. Zhou Wen absorbed it rudely and fully understood its mystery. To understand the infinite from the limited, it may indeed go crazy in the end, but Ziwei Xingjuan has ignored an important problem. It can't be said to be neglected, it should be said that she does not understand Zhou Wen's stealing the sky and changing the sun and the singularity universe. Stealing the sky and changing the sun itself is a kind of ingenious vitality tactic that hides the sky and crosses the sea. It pays attention to the overall situation, and the singularity universe simulates the Big Bang, the birth and operation of the universe. When it comes to the overall situation of the universe, Zhou Wen's theory is not necessarily less than Ziwei Xingjuan. However, what singularity universe gave Zhou Wen was a big frame, but there were not many details and content in it. What Zhou Wen lacked were those details and content. Calculating the big frame with details, and knowing the big frame to fill in the content slowly are two completely different concepts. The former is really limited to infinite, and the brain power consumption is too huge, while the latter is actually just filling. The more knowledge that is filled, the greater the benefit to Zhou Wen. In Ziwei Xingjuan's view, Zhou Wen is pushing from the 28 constellations to the stars of Zhou Tian, but in fact, both the 28 constellations and the stars of Zhou Tian are all within Zhou Wen's existing framework. From a certain point of view, Zhou Wen is actually standing at the same height as Ziwei Xingjuan, and it will not produce the situation that Ziwei Xingjuan imagined. The changes in the Zhou Tianxingchen array that Ziwei Xingjuan showed in front of Zhou Wen were all done by Zhou Wen and applied directly to his own system, making the star array stronger and more complex. At this time, Zhou Wen was surrounded by countless stars, as if sheltered by the stars in the heavens. Although it was not as dazzling as Ziwei Xingjuan, it was not to be underestimated. Now Zhou Wen's technique, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a small Zhou Tian star formation. Seeing that the formation outside Zhou Wen's body was getting stronger and stronger, and the many changes of Zhou Tianxingchen's formation were integrated into his formation, Ziwei Xingjuan couldn't help frowning slightly. Is this guy really human? According to Ziwei Xingjuan's estimate, Zhou Tianxingchen changes of this magnitude, even if Zhou Wen has 10 heads, should be burst. But Zhou Wen is still like a normal person, still trying to learn and comprehend her Zhou Tianxingchen array. The changes in the Zhou Tianxingchen array are endless. I want to see how much you can remember. I don't believe it. You have 100 heads. Even if you really have 100 heads, you will still fill them up. When Ziwei Xingjuan accelerated the changes in the Zhou Tianxingchen array. But no matter how the Zhou Tianxingchen grade array changes, Zhou Wen seems to be indifferent. The antelope was fighting desperately over there, the fur on its body was cut in many places by the starlight, and there was a lot of blood on its body, looking very embarrassed. Not only was Zhou Wen uninjured, but on the contrary, he gained huge benefits. The little Zhou Tian star formation outside his body became stronger and stronger, and in the nearby range, he was even able to compete with the big Zhou Tian star formation. Of course, it just looks more beautiful, and the stars surround Zhou Wen, as if the universe is circulating around Zhou Wen. In fact, the power is still much worse than that of Zhou Tianxingchen. Lord Ziwei Xing really did his best to kill Zhou Wen, and the small Zodiangxingchen formation had already exploded. But at this time, Ziwei Xingjuan still did not fully suppress Zhou Wen, but looked at Zhou Wen with very complicated eyes. Although the power level is still far behind, the small Zhou Tian star formation outside Zhou Wen has already shaken Ziwei Xingjuan's previous thoughts. Could it be that this person is really, as the sheep said, a genius of a lifetime? Ziwei Xingjuan had some different ideas in his heart. The stars in Zhou Tian are endless. No matter how many changes Zhou Wen can learn, it is only a part of it. The real great Zhou Tian is not something that can be learned by studying, but a realm. After all, Zhou Wen is only a mythical level. Even if his realm is far beyond his peers, the realm of the Zhou Tian is not so easy to reach. Zhou Wen soon discovered that although he had learned a lot of changes, it was only a quantitative accumulation, and there was no qualitative change. My self-taught little Zhou Tian formation, no matter how many changes, can't compare with Ziwei Xingjuan's big Zhou Tian formation. This is the difference in level, not the difference in change. Zhou Wen thought to himself, how can we really reach the level of Ziwei Xingjuan? Zhou Wen is constantly learning and thinking, but the antelope can't stand it anymore. There are more and more wounds on his body, and the magic talisman on his head is almost unable to withstand the attack of the starlight, and it is about to be broken. Ziwei, don't force my old sheep to work hard, it won't do anyone any good. Antelope shouted at Ziwei Xingjuan. I really want to know how much your injury has healed. Ziwei said calmly with a calm expression. Seeing that he couldn't convince Ziwei Xingjuan, the magic talisman above his head had already shattered, and the swords of starlight fell like a torrential rain, and the horns on the antelope's head suddenly brightened. There is also a strong burst of light inside. Fuck your sister. The antelope shouted, and before the starlight fell, the electric light emitted by the two shining horns collided together. Like a collision of light, a strong spark burst out, covering its body in the inn. The terrifying swords of starlight fell densely, smashing the location of the antelope into ruins. The ground was filled with swords of starlight, and the swords of starlight overlapped together, like a mountain of sword light. Boom! The unbelievable power erupted from the mountain of sword light, and in just an instant, the mountain-like sword of starlight was all shattered. A slender figure came out of the broken sword mountain, and the pure aura of light moved with the figure, and even the Zhou Tian Xingchen Great Array could not suppress the pure light power. Even in the midst of thousands of stars, Zhou Wen was illuminated by the pure light. Looking at the light, he saw a man in a snow-white fur robe walking out of the light. He was snow-white, and his face was like a crown of jade, a pair of eyes were as deep and invisible as black gems, and a long black hair was scattered on the snow-white fur robe. Mo Shangren is like jade, and the sun is unparalleled in the world. Zhou Wen felt that this sentence should be referring to such a person, right? But when I think of this person, it is likely that the antelope was transformed. Such an idea suddenly vanishes, and it is impossible to connect the two images together. That lazy antelope, that roguelike antelope, can change into such a shape, making Zhou Wen feel that there is a big gap. The man walked in the light, and all the swords of starlight that stabbed at him were melted by the pure power of light, as if it was not a sword condensed by starlight, but just snowflakes. Every time the man took a step, the power of light on his body became a little stronger, and even the starlight in the sky seemed to be a little eclipsed. Ziwei is no longer as relaxed as before, her expression has become very dignified, staring at the man, the purple energy on her body is also skyrocketing wildly, colliding with the man's bright power, and it is indistinguishable for a while. It seems that you have recovered very well, and you can actually recover your body. Ziwei Xingjuan stared at the man and said, "Aren't you going to kill me? Just let me see if your Ziwei fight can kill me." The man stared straight at Ziwei Xingjuan in the sky. The indescribable power condensed on him, like an invisible peerless murderous sword that could be unsheathed and destroy everything at any time. Ziwei Xingjuan stared at the man, and when he saw that the man was about to move, and his figure was about to step out, he suddenly smiled. "Just kidding. You don't let me take it seriously, but you take it seriously." As soon as Ziwei Xingjuan took off his cloak, the starlight between heaven and earth disappeared, and the Forbidden City returned to its original calm. "It seems that your injury is almost healed. Congratulations." Ziwei Xingjuan looked at the man and said, "It's still a lot worse, but it's enough to work hard." The man stared at Ziwei Xingjuan, but the power of light on his body did not converge. Zhou Tianxingchen dispersed, and Zhou Wen hurriedly returned to the man transformed by the antelope. "You and I are not enemies. You don't have to work hard. Since I know that you have been able to recover, I can rest assured." Ziwei Xingjuan glanced at Zhou Wen and said, "You help me return to the Forbidden City, and help me find a contract, sir. I still remember this affection. Now that your injury has not healed, it is not advisable to consume too much. It is better to go back to recuperate as soon as possible. I have accepted this contractor, and I have also written down this favor." As soon as Zhou Wen heard this, he immediately cursed. In his heart, this Ziwei Xingjuan is also a scheming bitch. Seeing that he can't handle the antelope, he wants to vent his anger on me. You didn't want it before, but now if you want it, I won't give it. Zhou Wen, follow me, and see who dares to keep you. Antelope snorted coldly, turned around and walked towards the gate of the Forbidden City. Zhou Wen was overjoyed and quickly followed. "I thought that antelope would abandon him. But I didn't expect him to become a human, and even his temper became a lot tougher, not like the beast he used to be." Ziwei Xingjuan watched Zhou Wen follow the antelope to the gate, with some doubts in his eyes. His lips moved, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. Watching the two leave the Forbidden City. "Old Yang, you can do it. I can't see it, you are so tough today." After leaving the Forbidden City, Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief and reached out to pat Antelope on the shoulder. But who knew that when he slapped this palm, the antelope rolled forward like a gourd. During the rolling process, the figure changed from a human shape to an antelope. The body was still twitching, and the mouth kept bleeding from the outside. Zhou Wen was taken aback and reached out to touch the antelope, but before his hand touched the antelope, he felt a heat that almost scalded his hand. The antelope is constantly bubbling with heat, which is emitted from its pores. The temperature of the heat is much higher than that of water vapor. With Zhou Wen's physique, it will feel hot, and you can know how terrifying the temperature is. The antelope's eyes turned white, its limbs twitched, and it seemed that it was no longer conscious. Zhou Wen immediately understood that Antelope was just trying to support him in the Forbidden City just now. If Ziwei Xing really took action, it would have been cold for one person and one sheep. Zhou Wen hurriedly ran the ancient emperor's scriptures and became one with the emperor. With a strong anger, he punched the antelope with punch after punch. The power of the human sovereign can use powerful vitality to heal wounds. Except for Zhou Wen, who cannot heal himself, the wounds of ordinary people can be healed. However, Zhou Wen's fist bombarded the antelope, but it felt like a big melting pot inside its body, and it was swallowed up without a trace when the vitality entered. Zhou. One has never encountered such a situation. The antelope's situation has not improved, but his own vitality has been consumed. Too much, and the brilliance of the emperor has become weaker and weaker. Zhou had no choice but to feed the elixir, such as the dragon tiger elixir, to the antelope, and then continued to use the power of the emperor to penetrate its body. Seeing the pill essences entering the antelope's mouth like jelly beans, Zhou felt so distressed that he almost dripped blood. The other pill essences were nothing but the dragon tiger pill essence, but the explosion rate was too low. Mountain just brushed out that one, and other mythical elixir, like raw dragon elixir. There are also a few, all of which are fed to the antelope. I don't know if it was the medicinal pill that worked, or whether Zhou's power of the emperor had an effect, and the terrifying temperature in the antelope's body was slightly lowered. The twitching body gradually calmed down. Stop hitting, with your little vitality, even if you hit all of it into my body, it won't have much effect. Antelope regained consciousness and struggled to get up from the ground. Zhou's hand was about to break, and the brilliance of the emperor on his body was almost gone, so he could only stop and release the union with the emperor. Are you all right? Zhou asked. Go back and talk about it. Antelope looked around and saw that it was still near the forbidden city. Although Ziwei Xingjuan is suppressed by the rules of the earth, he should not dare to come out, but this matter is not guaranteed, it is better to stay away. Because the antelope was seriously injured, Zhou's vitality was consumed too much, and he was also a little tired. He simply summoned the unearthed beast and took the antelope to escape on the road. Release the bird. After leaving the capital, Antelope suddenly said to Zhou. Zhou released both the bird and Yer from the chaotic space. The bird glanced at the antelope and fell on the top of the antelope automatically. Zhou looked at it carefully for a while and found that the temperature of the antelope was slowly decreasing, while the bird became more energetic, and the feathers seemed to be much brighter. It turns out that the little bird can absorb the heat from the antelope. No wonder the antelope guy always likes to bring the little bird. Zhou suddenly realized. Old sheep, just now I heard Mr. Ziweixing say that you have recovered your human body. Could it be that you were a person before? Zhou had doubts in his heart, and he couldn't hold back. Antelope said lazily, it doesn't count. What does it mean? Zhou couldn't understand the meaning of this. But the antelope ignored him, lying on the back of the earthbound beast as if asleep. Seeing that the antelope didn't want to say anything, Zhou had to endure his full of doubts and concentrate on driving the earthbound beast on his way. It's a bit strange today. That talisman can't fall off by itself. In that case, Ziwei Xingjuan can't break free by himself. Antelope with closed eyes said suddenly. Zhou nodded. I know, but I have been paying attention and have not noticed other creatures appearing nearby. The antelope didn't say anything, and continued to rest with closed eyes, not knowing if he fell asleep. If Zhou could see it, he would find a blonde girl standing on the back of the soil beast, and just behind him, no more than an arm away. That blonde girl is naturally sweet. She originally thought that Ziwei Xingjuan could take revenge in place of Yana, but who knew that they were still allowed to come out alive? It seems that I can only avenge Yana myself. Blonde thought so, but didn't take action immediately. Because the earthbound beast has always been in the earthbound state. If Zhou touches her and turns into gold, the earthbound beast will naturally die as a companion pet. At that time, Yer and the others would be trapped underground, and Tian was afraid of hurting her. It's not too late to start when they return to the ground. Tian thought so in her heart, and continued to stand there and wait. Since the last time Zhou Wen helped Hui Haifeng's people on the list, many forces have contacted Anja secretly, hoping to ask Zhou Wen to help them on the list, or to find out what ability Zhou Wen used to evade natural disaster-grade bullets. From their point of view, Zhou Wen is from the Yin family. If they can't contact Zhou Wen, it is the same with Tianzhua. But Tianzhua couldn't manage Zhou Wen's affairs at all, and he couldn't offend all the forces, so he could only drag it on first, which gave Tianzhua a headache. The Overseer, the Guardian Alliance, has also come. Although they didn't say it clearly. But listening to them, I also wanted to find out how Master Wen avoided the natural disaster-grade bullet. Xing pushed the door and came in, and saw Tianzhua leaning against on the back of the chair. Massage the temples with both hands. Overseer, are you okay? Xing asked quickly. It's okay. Tianzhua put down his hand and frowned. That guy will cause trouble, always doing thankless things without thinking about the consequences at all. Xing explained in a low voice, for Zhou Wen, Overseer, in fact, this is not a bad thing. With young Master Wen fighting like this, the major forces will not dare to easily touch us in Luoyang. Even the people from the Guardian Alliance are all guests this time. You are polite, and your attitude is much better than before. What's the use of a good attitude on the surface? In my heart, I wish I could kill him. Tianzhua snorted coldly. Xing thought to himself, if the Guardian Alliance hates people who want to kill, why don't you rank in front of young Master Wen? Master Wen didn't do anything to the Guardian Alliance, but you gave them all the Tongtian Tower. It's blown up, aren't you still alive and well? Xing naturally did not dare to say that, but whispered, what the governor said is, but with the strength of Master Wen today, even a natural disaster-grade bullet can't hurt him. They should not rashly attack Master Wen. Tianzhua obviously didn't like this topic, so he didn't answer Xing's words, picked up the document on the table and read it. Overseer. The situation on the Holy Land has already begun to look up. As far as we know, many saints like Xiao have come out of the Holy Land. They are actively contacting the major forces and don't know what they want to do. Anson said. Catch one alive and come back. Tianzhua said. I tried, but I failed. After the saint was captured, he chose to end himself, and he didn't give us a chance to ask questions at all. Xing said in distress. Have you found out how those saints got in and out of the Holy Land? Tianzhua asked again. I checked, they are also walking through the teleportation array, but ordinary humans pass through the teleportation array. It is still the same as before. There are level restrictions, and the myth level can't pass, let alone the fear level. But those saints did not do this. You can enter and exit from the teleportation array at will. Xing said. Tianzhua pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked at Xing and asked. Does anyone else know about that saint's suicide? Xing was shocked when he heard it. Overseer, don't you want to disguise as that saint and enter the Holy Land? You can try it. Tianzhua said. Absolutely not, it's too dangerous, and you're gone. What about Luoyang? Xing immediately objected. There is not only one Tianzhua in Luoyang, right? Tianzhua said lightly. I want to eat this, and this. When passing a city, it was already far from Kyoto, Zhou Wen asked everyone to come out to rest first, and took Yer to buy some snacks by the way. Recently, because of two Many things, I hardly have time to accompany you. I originally thought that going to Kyoto this time should be easier. I can take you around and relax. Who knows what happened again? After Zhou Wen and the others came out of the Tuduan, Tian was going to take action against Zhou Wen, but Yer dragged her to buy various snacks. Tian watched Yer eat marshmallows for a while and ice cream for a while, and couldn't help but feel a little stunned. That, it looks like it's delicious. Seeing Yer trying all kinds of food, Tian couldn't help swallowing. Zhou Wen followed Yer, carrying large and small bags, all of which were snacks for Yer. It seems that no matter how bad people are, there are times when they can still be okay. Tian saw that no matter what Yer wanted, Zhou Wen would buy it for her without hesitation, thinking to herself, if he dies now, that how sad the little girl must be. Let's wait for him to buy things first, and then finish his sinful life. I want that. Yer came to a chocolate shop and said, pointing to a box of chocolates. Zhou Wen followed Yer's fingers and found that the box of chocolates was placed in a very conspicuous position, and there was a special booth. Coupled with the cooperation of lighting, the originally very delicate chocolate box looked even more attractive. Eyeballs, no wonder Yer took a fancy to it at a glance. Please help me get that box of chocolates. Zhou Wen saw that there was no price on the chocolate box, but it was very expensive at first glance, but these were not important, and money was no longer meaningful to Zhou Wen. Sir, I'm really sorry, that box of chocolates can't be sold to you yet. The clerk said politely. Why? Zhou Wen asked, puzzled, after hearing the clerk's words. The clerk explained, Sir, it's like this, that box of chocolates was made by our boss himself, and it's also his proud work, the treasure of the store. Only one box can be made every month, but because it's too good, it is very popular, so many people want to buy it. However, only one box of chocolate can be made a month. Many people ask friends to find a relationship and want the boss to sell them chocolate. There are many people asking, the boss, there is no way, we really can't produce that many, so our boss has made a rule that the box of chocolates is only sold to the people who know chocolate best. What is the best understanding of chocolate? Zhou Wen really didn't understand how to distinguish whether he understood chocolate or not. The clerk heard Zhou Wen say this. He knew that he didn't understand chocolate, but he said politely, it's actually very simple. Every time the chocolate is made, the boss will set 3 questions, and those who can answer the 3 questions correctly are eligible for free, get that box of chocolates. There is such a good thing. What are the 3 questions? Zhou Wen thought to himself, with his own ability, perspective and the like are not a problem, it should not be difficult to pass, get the box of chocolates, and it's free. The clerk pointed to the 3 boxes next to him and said, in the 3 boxes, there are 3 different kinds of chocolates. As long as you can eat the specific ingredients of the 3 kinds of chocolates, you can get free chocolates, the treasure of the town shop. Zhou Wen was stunned, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. If you ask him to guess what brand and type of chocolate is in the box, even if it is locked in a safe, he can guess exactly the same. But there are some ingredients in the chocolate. Zhou Wen can't help it, he can see what's in the chocolate, but he doesn't know the names of those ingredients. I'll try it. Yer was very interested in chocolate, and when she walked over, she wanted to reach for the chocolate. Wait a minute. The clerk said quickly, when eating chocolate, you need to cover your eyes, and each of these 3 kinds of chocolate is worth 3 or 400 yuan, and if you eat one, it will be 350. eat, even. If it's cheaper, make up a whole 1,000 yuan. Didn't you say it's free of charge when you eat it? Zhou Wen asked. The treasure of the town store is free, and the chocolate used for the test is not free. No matter what material you can eat or not, you have to pay. If you don't think it's suitable, you don't have to try it. The clerk said. Zhou Wen scolded a profiteer in his heart, saying that it was a treasure that was sent to the town store for free, but he was actually taking the opportunity to sell ordinary chocolates. It was just a little money, and Zhou Wen didn't care. He was about to pay Yer to try it when he heard a sweet voice from behind saying, I want to try it. Zhou Wen heard the voice a little familiar, and was startled. He turned his head and saw that it was the blonde girl he had met earlier. The blonde girl wanted to touch Yer before, but seeing her here again at this time made Zhou Wen have many other thoughts. It's thousands of miles away from Kyoto. It's definitely not an accident to meet her here. What does she want to do? Zhou Wen stared at the blonde girl, but he couldn't see through the truth of the blonde girl. No matter how you looked at it, the blonde girl looked like ordinary people who have never practiced. Tian was obviously prepared this time. She already knew what money was, and took out a $1,000 bill and handed it to the clerk. Wait a minute, there should be a first come, first served one, right? We came first. Even if we want to try it, we should try it first, Yer said. You just went to the store first, but you didn't give money. I gave the money first. Of course, I had to try it first. Tian's logic is very clear. In fact, after being with Zhou Wen and Yer for so long just now, she was already greedy. She didn't know how much she swallowed, and when she heard that the box of chocolates was so delicious, she couldn't help showing herself up, wanting to eat that box of chocolates. No, you're still serving us, shouldn't you be charging her at this time? Yer looked at the clerk and asked. The clerk was also a little embarrassed at this time. He felt that what Tian and Yer said seemed to make sense, and they seemed to be right, and could not find a reason to refute. Seeing that Tian and Yer were unwilling to give in, the clerk coughed lightly and said, in the past few years, many people have come to try every month, but those who can really take away the treasures of the town store are also among 100 people. Without one, it is very difficult, or you try one by one. As he said that, he first glanced at Yer, seeing that Yer had no intention of giving in, and then looked at Tian, who also stood there, motionless, her eyes equally firm. The clerk had no choice but to look at Zhou Wen for help. Zhou Wen would ignore him. All his attention was on Tian. I clearly remember that this Tian can pass through the existence of natural disaster-grade bullets. Since you both want the treasure of the town shop, let's have a chocolate contest. Whoever wins will get the treasure of my town shop. Of course, it is also possible that both of you will fail and you will be eliminated. I want to get my treasure of the town store. But it's not that easy. A man spoke and walked out of the room inside the store. The person who came out was a fat man who was about to become a ball. He was wearing a white uniform and a white hat. At first glance, he thought he was a chef. Looking closely, there were some differences. This is our boss, Mr. Gao Dawei. The clerk introduced. How to compare? Yer looked at Gao Dawei and asked. Recently, I just developed a few kinds of chocolates. You can try them together. Whoever can taste the ingredients used, they will win if they guess all correctly. If they don't guess correctly, they will all be eliminated. Gao. Dawei saw Tian and the children stared at him, and quickly explained, "Don't worry, this time the trial is completely free, no matter whether you win or lose, you don't need to pay a cent. It's about the same." What if both of them got it right? Yar asked. It's not that easy. I know the chocolate I make. Even if I don't eat it in advance, there are several ingredients that may not be able to be tasted. Gao Dawei said, "You can eat it with confidence, I guess none of you can guess all of them right." Having said that, Gao Dawei entered the back room, and after a while, he brought out a plate of chocolates. Zhou Wen usually doesn't like to eat snacks, and his impression of chocolate is still on a black checkered board. But the plate of chocolates that Gao Dawei picked out was different from the chocolates in Zhou Wen's impression. The chocolate is in the shape of a puppy, there is a gentleman playing the piano, and there is a chocolate that seems to have a layer of snow on it, all of which look very delicate. Yara and Tiantian's eyes were also attracted by the peculiarly shaped chocolates, and they both showed eager expressions, as if they wanted to try it. Gao Dawei was very proud of the three people's reactions, and said triumphantly, "In order to be absolutely fair, you must try the same type of chocolate at the same time, and then write your answer on a piece of paper and give it to me, and then I will judge." Gao Dawei asked the clerk to bring paper and pen, as well as a knife for cutting chocolate. "The first chocolate, I call it Gao Shan Mi. Shui, please taste it." Gao Dawei personally cut 2 pieces from the snow-like chocolate on the spherical shape, put them in a small plate, and handed them to the buds, respectively. Air and sweet. Zhou Wen saw the place where it was cut. It turned out to be a sandwich, and the white puffs that flowed out seemed to be ice cream. Yara and Tian each tasted it, they looked delicious, and they finished it in a few seconds. Then they both seemed to have the answer. They looked at each other, and then turned their heads. They each found a table back to back and wrote their answers on it. I wrote the answer at about the same time, and handed it over to Gao Dawei. Gao Dawei carefully looked at the answers of the 2 people, nodded, and said, "Yes, you are all right. In addition to the cocoa and sugar in the chocolate itself, Gaoshan Mishue also uses condensed milk, honey, hazelnuts, ice cream, and even the amount is very small. You have eaten all the candied dates. Yes, it seems that your sense of taste is very sensitive. But don't be complacent, this is only the simplest and most basic, and most people can eat it. The latter one is more difficult than the other, and it is not so easy to guess." Already, seeing that Yara and Tian didn't talk to each other, Gao Dawei had to cough lightly by himself, and then picked up a coincidence and said, "This chocolate pianist named Nature is my latest invention. You can try it. Look." Zhou Wen looked at the chocolate with some curiosity. The pianist, the stool and the piano formed a beautiful piece of art that made people feel a little reluctant to eat it. It is hard to imagine that such delicate chocolate was made by a chubby man like Gao Dawei. After the round just now, Zhou Wen also had a little understanding of chocolate. The parts of the dress, stool, and piano should be ordinary chocolate. Human skin and piano white keys should be made of milk products. Zhou Wen also knew that it was definitely not that simple, and it was impossible for Gao Dawei to ask such a simple question. Twitching his nose, Zhou Wen seemed to smell some familiar smells, and after carefully looking at the dark chocolate part, he suddenly found out those dark parts seemed to be mixed with something. Zhou Wen only knew that there was something mixed in, but he didn't know what was there. Although the taste was a bit familiar, he couldn't remember where he had eaten it. Yer and Tian both ate the chocolate cut by Gao Dawei, with happy expressions on their faces. It is conceivable that the taste of this chocolate must be very good. This time, Tian immediately went to write the answer, but Yer hesitated. Zhou wasn't worried that Yer would lose, he was just wondering what exactly Tian had planned. After thinking for a while, Yer finally wrote down her answer, and Tian had already handed the answer to Gao Dawei. Gao Dawei looked at the answers of the two, with a hint of surprise on his face. The taste of cream and butter is great, but it is also easy to cover up other tastes. The taste buds of ordinary people are impacted by the taste of chocolate and cream at the same time. The induction of the rum and the cocoa powder on the outer layer form a complex layered and very complex taste. It is difficult to find the trace of black truffle hidden in it. Most people know that there is no black truffle in chocolate truffles, but I did the opposite and deliberately added a small amount of black truffles in it. But I didn't expect you to eat them, it's really good tasteability. It was only then that Zhou remembered that the familiar taste was black truffle. Once Ouyang took him to dinner, there were a few pieces of black truffle among them. Ouyang also specially gave Zhou a taste and told him that it was called black truffle. It's just that Zhou's mind was not on eating at that time, he only thought about how to go back and brush the copy, so his memory was too vague, and he ate too little, and there were only a few thin slices in total, so he almost didn't remember it. The next chocolate, it's not so easy for you to guess. Gao Dawei seemed very confident and cut the puppy-shaped chocolate. He was very careful when cutting, as if trying to control the cut part, and then handed the two cut chocolates to Yer and Tian. Because of the previous two experiences, Yer and Tian were even more looking forward to the next chocolate. The first time they got it, they couldn't wait to bite it at the same time. But after the two bit them apart, they chewed twice, but their faces changed, and they chewed more and more slowly, and almost at the same time, they squirted out the chocolate they ate. Yer, are you all right? Although Zhou didn't eat it, he smelled that and knew that the chocolate was not right, so he could not help staring at Gao Dawei, ready to take action at any time. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. There's no poison in my chocolate. I just added a little stinky tofu. Gao Dawei immediately waved his hand to explain that Zhou and the others had a bad expression. Zhou sniffed carefully and found that the smell really resembled the smell of stinky tofu that he smelled on the street when he was a child. There is stinky tofu in the chocolate, are you deliberately harassing us? Zhou's face did not improve, because of Gao Dawei's explanation. Gao Dawei shook his head again, and said seriously, how is it possible? I am a professional chocolatier, I will never use my work to spoof. Since the bitterness of cocoa powder can be turned into an unforgettable fragrance, stinky tofu the same is true of the smell of the odor. I just thought, can I mix these two extreme flavors together? Maybe a new unique flavor can be achieved. Seeing Yer and Tian's eyes, Gao Dawei hurriedly said, unfortunately, it failed. Combining these two flavors is not as easy as I thought, but the experiment is like this. It's called a test. Zhou looked at Gao Dawei's serious appearance. It didn't seem like he was lying, and there was no need to spoof them like this. Besides, it was impossible for Gao Dawei to make such a thing immediately to fix them not long after they entered the store. Zhou sniffed the smell and took another look at the puppy's chocolate shape. Originally, he thought the puppy was cute, but now it feels weird. How do you feel? Zhou didn't dare to think about it. After this encounter, Yer and Tian's faces turned a little unsightly. Looking at the remaining 2 pieces of chocolate, they were hesitant to eat them. The ghost knows what kind of strange chocolates Gao Dawei will come up with. The unknown is the most terrifying. Even if you can see what's in the chocolate, but you don't eat it, you don't necessarily know what it is and what it will taste like. Some subtle ingredients still need to be distinguished by taste. In case Gao Dawei comes up with some more spicy chocolate, it may be even more terrifying. Yer and Tian both wanted to back down, but they glanced at each other and immediately raised their heads again, neither of them willing to admit defeat. Which, although it's hard to eat, you still need to write down what materials are used in it, so that I can know if you can be promoted to the next round. Gao Dawei said cautiously. Yer and Tian quickly wrote the answer. Although they spit it out after chewing a few times, they still wrote it right. In addition to the stinky tofu, Gao Dawei even put durian in it. This guy is such a pervert, no wonder he said no money from the beginning. If he received money, he would be beaten to death. Zhou is very speechless. A normal chocolatier would never play like him unless there is a hole in his brain. In the next game, although Yer and Tian resisted and did not quit, for the sake of face, they still had to go on, but they no longer had the sense of expectation they had before. Now let them eat Gao Dawei's chocolate. It feels like going to the execution ground. Fortunately, there was no major problem with the 4th chocolate. It was a kind of wine chocolate, but Gao Dawei used several special wines to prepare the liquor. And he had to be able to taste what kind of wine it was. Zhou originally thought that Yer must be wrong this time. Although Yer ate a lot of snacks, Zhou never allowed her to drink alcohol. Yer was afraid that she couldn't even tell the difference between red wine and white wine, so she asked her to tell what wine was in it. It's really unlikely. To Zhou surprise, not only Tian got it right, but Yer also got it right. Did Yer drink behind my back? And she's still an alcoholic? Otherwise, how would she know about the dozen or so names of wines that I haven't even heard of? It's too strange to be able to taste them. Zhou frowned secretly. When it was time for the last piece of chocolate, Dawei Gao came to his senses. I didn't expect your sense of smell to be so sensitive, but you can't taste what material this last piece of chocolate is made of, so you should give it up as soon as possible. Can we start? Yer asked blankly. Since eating that puppy chocolate, she has not had any good looks towards Gao Dawei. The same is true for Tian, she said angrily. Can you hurry up? Don't worry, let's start. Gao Dawei pointed to the last piece of chocolate and said, this is a work I'm particularly proud of recently, and the name is Snow White. Zhou looked at it and saw that it was ordinary white chocolate, but it was made into the appearance of a woman in a princess dress. Apart from looking good, there seemed to be nothing special about it. Zhou directly looked into the interior of the white chocolate, and found that it was still white chocolate, and there was no other filling. Gao Dawei cut 2 pieces for Yer and Tian, and then asked Zhou, when would you like to try it too? The taste of this piece should be the best among the 5 pieces of chocolate. Okay. Zhou looked at Gao Dawei and nodded slightly. Gao Dawei cut a piece and put it on a plate and handed it to Zhou. Zhou pinched it, threw it directly into his mouth, and swallowed it all in one bite. It's a waste. You should have a good taste. This flavor is the only one in the world. No one can make chocolate with this flavor except me. Gao Dawei said regretfully. It's just ordinary white chocolate, what's so special about it? Zhou Wen asked. You don't understand chocolate at all. The piece of chocolate I gave you just now was just a waste of ginseng fruit to feed Zhu Beiji. Ways are better than trouble. What do you mean? Zhou Wen stared at Gao Dawei and asked. Thump. Before Gao Dawei could speak, Tian fell into a coma and fell to the ground. Although he was still breathing, he did not move. Who the hell are you? Zhou Wen's face changed slightly, looking at Gao Dawei and asking. I am me, Gao Dawei, the saint of the Sun Temple. I originally wanted to take a vacation, and then go to Luoyang to clean up you, but I didn't expect you to come to the door yourself, which saved a lot of trouble. Wei replied with a smile. What happened to the chocolate? Zhou Wen asked again. Didn't I tell you all that chocolate is called Snow White? Haven't you heard the story of Snow White? After eating my chocolate, you will all fall asleep forever. Gao Dawei said with a smile, don't hold back any longer, although your physical strength is much stronger than ordinary people, you can stand for a while, but you will still fall down after all. Why? Is it so hard? I don't feel hard at all. Zhou Wen stretched out his palm and saw that the piece of chocolate that Gao Dawei gave him was lying in his palm. Why are you here? I clearly watched you eat it. Gao Dawei's face changed slightly. What the eyes see may not be the truth. Zhou Wen said lightly. Gao Dawei laughed again in a blink of an eye, pointed to Yer and said, even if you can take out the chocolate, she ate chocolate, force. Before Gao Dawei finished speaking, he saw Zhou Wen stretch out his other hand, and there was a piece of chocolate there, which was the one Yer put into his mouth just now. Zhou Wen's use of the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun has become more and more proficient. And in the past, you could only mark it first and then exchange it. Now that you have the little Zhou Tian star array, you don't need to be so troublesome. As long as you are within the range of the little Zhou Tian star array, Zhou Wen can exchange directly. When did you find out that I have a problem? Gao Dawei knew immediately that he had already been exposed, otherwise Zhou Wen would not have been able to take Yuri's chocolate in advance. It didn't take long when you finally gave me Snow White. Zhou Wen was telling the truth. Gao Dawei did everything too naturally, with almost no flaws. In order to reduce Zhou Wen's vigilance, he even used the trick of stinky chocolate in advance. For ordinary people, it is only a false alarm. There will be a period of psychological relaxation, and it is easier to succeed. Gao Dawei did nothing wrong, everything was fine, it was natural, but when he finally gave Zhou Wen chocolate, he was too eager to let Zhou Wen accept the coincidence. Although he was calm on the surface, but he really wanted Zhou Wen to accept it too much, so Zhou Wen hurt him, and Zhou Wen determined that he had a problem. Of course, even if he didn't hear his heart, Zhou Wen didn't plan to let Yer eat the last piece of chocolate. When that piece of stinky chocolate, Zhou Wen already felt that something was wrong, but there was no substantive evidence. Sure enough, I made a mistake of being greedy and shouldn't have given you chocolate. I should have thought that you, Zhou Wen, won't be killed so easily by me. Gao Dawei sighed. Without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, Gao Dawei suddenly burst out and grabbed the unconscious Tian with his big hand. Zhou Wen hardly hesitated, the bamboo knife unsheathed and slashed towards Gao Dawei's arm, forcing Gao Dawei to retreat. Zhou Wen's knife was not to save Tian, but to save Gao Dawei. It's hard to meet a saint, of course. Zhou Wen wanted to catch them alive, and hoped to be able to ask for some news. It would be even better if he could ask for news about the old principal. As for Tian's horror, Zhou Wen had seen it with his own eyes, and none of the natural disaster-grade bullets surrounding him could hurt Tian. If it is said that a piece of Gao Dawei's chocolate can put down Tian, Zhou Wen doesn't believe it. He was afraid that Gao Dawei's palm would be directly killed by Tian, and he would not be able to ask anything at that time. Zhou Wen didn't know that his knife made Tian feel a little more affectionate in his heart, and said, "This person is not too bad, he is good to that little girl, and he is willing to save me. The level is too high, and sometimes it is a trouble." Just like an ancient emperor, when he heard that the victims had no rice to eat and starved to death a lot, he asked them why they didn't eat meat. Things that Tian takes for granted, but she doesn't know that she has long exposed her terrifying strength, because of those things that are taken for granted. Of course, Tian is actually more terrifying than Zhou Wen imagined. The bamboo knife in Zhou Wen's hand slashed continuously, but Tall Wei's fat body was amazingly fast, just like the legendary flying pig. His body was wrapped in it. The bamboo knife went up against the sky and slashed towards Gao Dawei again. The moment the bamboo knife touched Gao Dawei, the hard blade turned into chocolate juice and was still falling to the ground. If Zhou Wen hadn't collected the knife fast enough, the whole bamboo knife would have turned into melted chocolate. Even if it was fast enough, the blade that turned into a chocolate had fallen off a lot, making the blade of the bamboo knife look like serrated teeth. Zhou Wen's face changed slightly. After following him for so long, it was the first time that the bamboo knife had been damaged so badly. He had also used the bamboo knife to fight the fear level before, but it was not so badly damaged. Gao Dawei's figure jumped quickly, and wherever his body touched, whether it was a wall or a table or chair, it would turn into chocolate, or the kind that was melting into juice. Zhou Wen put away the bamboo knife. This knife has been with him for so long, and it is also a little emotional, and he doesn't want it to be destroyed like this. Zhou Wen's figure flashed, dodging Gao Dawei's attack again, and at the same time, turning his qi into a sword, using the sword qi to attack Gao Dawei's vitals. Because he did not dare to touch his body, he could only use techniques such as sword energy. Gao Dawei, like Xiao, is at the fear level, and his movement and means are not inferior. Moreover, his body is unexpectedly good. Zhou Wen originally thought that only the saints who came out of the trajectory temple would be good at movement techniques. I didn't expect that Gao Dawei, who came out of the Sun Temple, was also good at movement techniques, and it was completely different from the trajectory temple. Zhou Wen pointed at the sword, waved the sword qi recklessly, and forced the tall and coercive back again and again. Gao Dawei wanted to rush out of the store, but found that Zhou Wen's sword qi seemed to be random, but it blocked all his paths of entry and retreat, preventing him from attacking and even escaping. Gao Dawei felt more and more uncomfortable the more he fought. He felt as if he was locked in a cage full of iron thorns, and he felt a little immobile. Gao Dawei, I think you are a bit different from the other saints. Why don't we make a deal? Answer me a few questions, and I will keep you safe and sound. Zhou Wen said. What do you want to know? Gao Dawei's eyes flickered. Obviously he also wanted to delay time. No hurry, we will talk slowly when you hide. Zhou Wen said calmly. Gao Dawei was stunned at first, and then he laughed angrily. Zhou Wen, you are really amazing, but if you think you've got Me, then you are very wrong. You can dodge a natural disaster level bullet, but you may not be able to dodge it. Beat my blow. After all, Gao Dawei's body suddenly turned into a brown liquid like chocolate in a high temperature, like a swamp monster or a liquid demon, turned into a tornado and rolled towards Zhou Wen. Obviously, Gao Dawei is also very clear that a single attack is useless to Zhou Wen. Only a range attack can hit him. As long as Zhou Wen dips a drop of chocolate liquid on his body, he can turn his whole person into chocolate. Seeing that the chocolate liquid like a tornado had arrived in front of Zhou Wen had no intention of retreating, and pointed to a sword and stabbed forward. Gao Dawei didn't know what was the use of Zhou Wen's stab. He was completely transformed into a chocolate demon state, and he was not afraid of physical attacks at all. Although sword chi was not considered a physical attack, the effect was not much worse. But in the next second, Gao Dawei was horrified to find that with Zhou Wen's finger, invisible sword chi appeared outside Zhou Wen's body, spinning around Zhou Wen's body at a high speed. The amount of invisible sword energy was innumerable. Zhou Wen was wrapped in it. The chocolate liquid formed by Gao Dawei collided with the terrifying sword energy vortex. After the collision of two tornado-like forces, the chocolate liquid tornado turned out to was sucked in by the sword chi tornado. The invisible sword energy tornado seemed to be quickly dyed with a layer of chocolate color. Gao Dawei wanted to escape from the sword energy vortex, but found that he couldn't break free. There is a strong suction in the vortex. No matter how he struggles, he is still firmly sucked in it, and the countless sword chi rotating cuts continuously divide the chocolate liquid into smaller states. Gao Dawei was horrified. Although he said that the chocolate demon was not afraid of physical attacks, there was a limit. If the chocolate liquid could not maintain even the most basic particle state, he would also be killed. The general fear level should not have such a strong crushing ability. The general cutting attack does not have a good effect on the chocolate devil state. Even if a part of the chocolate can be cut into the basic particle state, it is not very good for the whole effect. The real nemesis of the chocolate demon is the power of freezing. Zhou Wen is obviously not proficient in the ice element, so Dawei Gao was not too worried at first. But now he suddenly discovered that the invisible sword energy outside Zhou Wen was too terrifying. He kept cutting and cutting the chocolate liquid, and it was about to be cut into the state of basic particles. Gao Dawei has never seen such a perverted sword chi. How does he know that Zhou Wen is not pure sword chi, but a small Zhou Tian star formation, and sword chi is only the basis for forming a small Zhou Tian star formation? Zhou Wen is also considered to be blessed. Xiao Zhou Tian star formation is very strong, but he also needs a sufficient number of stars or sword energy as the foundation. The stronger the foundation, the stronger the formation will naturally be. For ordinary people, even at the fear level, they have limited vitality, and it is impossible to condense too much sword energy in a short period of time as a basis. The strength of the star formation was greatly weakened. However, Zhou Wen's vitality is close to infinite, and the formation of the small Zhou Tian star array, each sword energy can be comparable to the full blow of the same level. The formed sword array is enough to crush the same level. Although the chocolate demon is very strong, in the face of thousands of fear-level sword chi, it can only be crushed. No. Impossible, ah. Gao Dawei was extremely horrified to find that the chocolate liquid he had melted had begun to vaporize under the strangulation of sword energy. Stop, what do you want to ask? I'll tell you all, ah. Gao Dawei screamed. Zhou Wen's fingers condensed, and the invisible sword energy like a tornado condensed in the air, like the stars in the night sky. Only then did Gao Dawei dare to fall down and restore his human state, but he saw that the chocolate armor on his body had shattered and disappeared in many places, and even Gao Dawei himself had wounds everywhere and was bleeding. Outside Gao Dawei's body, countless sword chi surrounded him, like a ball, wrapped around Gao Dawei, and the tip of the sword was aimed at his body. I'm a very impatient person, so you'd better cherish the opportunity, don't answer the answer that makes me unhappy, you only have one chance. Zhou Wen paused, then immediately asked again, I know someone named Xiao. I know there is this person, but I don't know him well. I only know that he is a saint of the Trajectory Temple. Gao Dawei said. How many saints like Xiao are there in the Trajectory Temple? Zhou Wen asked consecutively. I'm from the Temple of the Sun. I don't know much about the Temple of the Trail. As far as I know, there are 13 or 4 saints in the Temple of the Trail. Gao Dawei replied without hesitation. Where did those saints come from? Zhou Wen continued to ask. Gao Dawei hesitated for a while, this time, but did not answer immediately. Ah! Gao Dawei screamed, one of his arms was directly chopped off, and was instantly strangled by invisible sword energy into blood mist, and then gasified again. Orphanage. We all came out of the orphanage. Gao Dawei shouted. It will be your head next time. Zhou Wen continued to ask coldly, which orphanage? I don't know where it is. I was too young at that time. I only know that it was an orphanage built in a valley. There are many orphans there. Many saints I know have all met in the orphanage. But the orphanage, it is also divided into several different areas, which are isolated from each other. I don't know Xiao. Maybe he is an orphan from other areas, or maybe he is younger and came later than me, but I am sure that he is also from an orphan. I came out of the hospital. Gao Dawei did not dare to hesitate, and finished his words in one breath. Oh, since you haven't seen him, why are you sure that he came out of the orphanage? Zhou Wen looked at Gao Dawei with interest. It's hard to explain. People who come out of the orphanage have a special smell on their bodies. Others can't tell them apart, but I can tell at a glance. Is the taste for seeing? Zhou Wen snorted coldly. Gao Dawei quickly explained, I didn't make it clear. The taste is just a metaphor, that is to say, people who come out of the orphanage have a special kind of, how to describe? Temperament? Zhou Wen interfaced. Yes, it's temperament, it's that kind of smell, just like a soldier has a soldier smell, even if he wears home clothes, but you can feel at a glance that this person has been in the army, and the person who came out of the orphanage, there is a special smell that ordinary people can't feel, but I can feel that they are the same kind. Gao Dawei explained. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart, it seems that there is no doubt that there are 10 prostitutes. These saints and 10 procurators are all orphans who were cultivated by Dugu Qianqiu. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen asked again, which temple? Is Professor Ouyang in? Which Professor Ouyang? Gao Dawei was startled. How many Professor Ouyang are there in your holy land? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. There are 2 or 3. Gao Dawei thought for a while and answered. Then let's talk about it. Zhou Wen was overjoyed. After investigating for so long, it seemed that he was finally getting close to the truth. Then let's start with Professor Ouyang Ting. Gao Dawe's words immediately attracted all Zhou Wen's attention, and his pupils contracted. Unconsciously, Gao Dawe lowered his head while talking, as if he was thinking about memories. Zhou Wen was staring and listening, but suddenly he saw that Gao Dawe suddenly turned into a liquefied state of chocolate demon again, and then seeped into the ground like water. In just a moment, the chocolate demon came out of the ground again, but the position he came out of was already where Zhou Wen was standing. The chocolate liquid instantly wrapped Zhou Wen's shoes and legs, and spread rapidly upwards. Zhou Wen's shoes and clothes, it has turned into chocolate and keeps dripping down. Fight me, you are too tender. Chocolate covered most of Zhou Wen's body, and Gao Dawe's smug laughter came from the boiling chocolate liquid. Really? Zhou Wen's indifferent voice came out abruptly, causing Gao Dawe's proud laughter to stop. The next second, the chocolate wrapped around Zhou Wen, like the dust absorbed by the vacuum cleaner, gathered towards Zhou Wen's hand, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Snapped. Zhou Wen moved his fingers slightly and closed a delicate candy box in his hand. It was the sweet candy box that sucked Gao Dawe away. Zhou Wen studied the candy box for a long time before and found that the candy box is a space item, but this space item can only hold sweets such as candy, and nothing else can be put in it. Later, when Zhou Wen was learning space skills, he wondered if he could transform the candy box. If he could fit anything, he would have another piece of space equipment. So I took the candy box back for research, but the results were unsatisfactory. I don't know what kind of means the person who made the candy box used on the candy box, and what space skills Zhou Wen used to hit the candy box. It's hard to affect the fact that it can only hold candy. At most, it is able to suck in the candy from the outside world. Other than that, there is nothing special about it. Originally, Zhou Wen thought that the candy box should be useless, but after seeing Gao Dawe's chocolate devil state, he thought of the candy box. For someone like Gao Dawe, killing him has little impact on the Holy Land, but if he can dig out some more Holy Land secrets from his mouth, it will be of great help to Zhou Wen. So Zhou Wen always wanted to live, not kill Gao Dawe. Zhou Wen had already thought of Gao Dawe's sudden attack. I just took the opportunity to suck him into the candy box. After all, this candy box can only suck it in after it touches the candy, and cannot swallow the candy from a long distance. After taking Gao Dawe and closing the candy box, Zhou Wen turned to look at Tian on the ground. Tian has been pretending to be in a coma, but she was shocked when she saw Zhou Wen take out the candy box. The candy box was lost when she came to Earth last time, and she couldn't find it no matter how much she looked for it. She didn't expect it to be in Zhou Wen's hands. When I came to Earth last time, he should not have been born yet. He couldn't have stolen it. Where did he get the candy box? Tian felt that she had to figure out this problem. So she decided to Zhou Wen will be punished later. Let's clarify the origin of the candy box first. When he comes to save me in a while, I can take the opportunity to approach him and find out where the candy box came from. But if he comes to save me, he will touch my body and immediately turn into gold. But if I don't let him touch me, how can I get close to him? Tian was very confused. Countless thoughts flashed in her mind, thinking about what to do to prevent Zhou Wen from letting Zhou Wen come to save her. When I meet her, I can take the opportunity to approach Zhou Wen. Here, what should I do? He's coming. Do I want to wake up by myself? Tian felt that Zhou Wen was looking at him, and her heart suddenly became nervous. She still didn't expect to wake up naturally and get close. Again. Zhou Wen's method. But who knows, the next second, Tian was a little stunned. Zhou Wen turned around, picked up Yura beside him, turned and disappeared in a teleport. This is definitely scum. Bad guy. Must be punished. Tian got up from the ground and looked at the direction Zhou Wen left. Her eyes were about to burst into flames. If she didn't want to find out where the candy box came from, she would like to touch Zhou Wen now and turn Zhou Wen into gold. Zhou Wen took Yura to find the resting antelope and the bird, and talked about what happened to Tian. The antelope also felt that Tian was definitely not easy, and suggested Zhou Wen to run away immediately. Zhou Wen thought so too. He took the antelope and the bird on the road together. Instead of returning to Luoyang immediately, he went to several places, hoping to get rid of Tian. Zhou Wen and antelope have been on high alert, but they didn't find Tian catching up, so they breathed a sigh of relief. How did they know that Tian had been following Zhou Wen all the time, and was sitting on the back of the soil beast at this time, almost sitting there next to Zhou Wen? It's a pity that they couldn't see Tian, and they kept scanning around by various means, but they couldn't find Tian, and thought she hadn't followed. After rushing back to Luoyang, Zhou Wen felt physically and mentally exhausted. He originally thought that he would get some benefits from this trip, but who knew that the benefits were not obtained? For a while, I don't plan to go out. If I go to places like the dimensional field, don't call me. Zhou Wen said about the antelope. How dare I call you? When did you go out without incident? This time I almost threw my life there. Do you think I will call you again? Antelope said angrily. Cough, it's purely an accident, you rest. First, let me know if you need anything, I'll go back first. Zhou Wen quickly left Antelope's room, he really couldn't explain it. As soon as Zhou Wen left the room, he saw Anxing standing not far away, seemingly waiting for him. Master Wen, do you have time to chat? Anxing came over and said. Is something wrong? Zhou Wen saw that Anxing's expression was a little wrong. Anxing nodded. Go to the overseer's study and talk. It's not very convenient to speak here. Don't you need to go somewhere? Zhou Wen frowned. Don't worry, the overseer is not here. Anxing said meaningfully. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, and Xing's words that the governor was not talking were a little subtle. Zhou Wen knew that something must have happened, so he didn't say anything else. And followed Anxing to Tian's study. This is where Tian's usually works. There are many special designs. It is not easy to eavesdrop on the people here, whether it is using vitality skills or high technology. The overseer has left Luoyang, and it may take a while to come back. What the overseer means is that during his absence, I hope you will still be in charge of the overseer's mansion, Anxing said. He's an overseer, he's not sitting in the overseer's mansion. What does it mean to run outside all day? Zhou Wen frowned. He has no interest in taking charge of Luoyang at all. Even if Tian's really made him the governor and gave Luoyang to him, Zhou Wen would find it troublesome, not to mention helping him guard Luoyang. Zhou Wen was really reluctant. Anxing said solemnly, the overseer has entered the Holy Land. Entering the Holy Land? Isn't he already terrified? How did he enter the Holy Land? Zhou Wen felt a little shocked and quickly asked. Mrs. Lan has always been brooding about the life and death of the professor, and she has hardly slept well. In the past few years, the overseer really couldn't bear to watch Mrs. Lan go on like this, and there Was no other way, so he planned to pretend to be a saint and enter first. The Holy Land will take a look at the situation and hope to find out something. And Xing told Zhou Wen what happened. Even if he can turn into that saint, his body is still his own, and he can't enter the Holy Land. What's the use of pretending like this? Zhou Wen asked inexplicably. You can rest assured that the overseer pretended to be a saint, not just a long image. We also used some special methods. The overseer has successfully entered the Holy Land. During this time, I hope Master Wen can help you to sit in Luoyang. In fact, just like last time, general, trivial chores can be handed over to our subordinates, and it will not waste your time. Xing said. Okay. Zhou Wen agreed. Since Tianzhua took the risk to investigate the old principal, he should guard Luoyang, not to mention his relatives and friends here. Master Wen, look, do you want to deal with the urgent matters first? Xing said. What's the matter? Did someone call at the door? Zhou Wen couldn't help but startled. When he guarded Luoyang last time, nothing important happened. That's not true, but the representatives sent by the major forces all want to see you, Master Wen, and hope to ask you to help them get on the leaderboard. Of course, there are many people who want to find out, Master Wen, who are you? How to dodge natural disaster. Grade bullets, after all, that kind of ability is really amazing. And Xing repeated the matter. It was Tianzhua who held up those people before, but now that Tianzhua is gone, Zhou Wen can only handle these matters himself. I don't have time to help them get on the list, let them all go home. Zhou Wen said. Cough, Master Wen, I'm afraid this is not good? And Xing said hesitantly. Why? Zhou Wen looked at Xing and asked. When they came, they brought big gifts. Even if they don't see them, it's not easy to drive them back, right? And Xing said. What did you all receive? Should I have one? Zhou Wen asked. And Xing seemed to be prepared long ago, and took out a list for Zhou Wen to see. Zhou Wen's eyes widened when he saw this. From the list alone, this gift was really not light. People knew that the Yin family needed yuan jing, and basically, they were given in tons. Of course, 1 or 2 tons of yuan jing will not be of great help to Jia, but it has accumulated a lot of people who have given it away. Just for such a little yuan jing, you sold me? Zhou Wen said dissatisfiedly. It's not just for such a little yuan jing. It's mainly because even the 6 major families have sent people here. If all of them are offended, it will be difficult for the Anjia family to live in the future. You also know what the environment of the earth is now, what Luoyang can produce. Very limited, there are many things that have to be purchased from other places. For example, the most commonly used toilet paper, now Luoyang can't make it by itself, and can only rely on imports. And salt, which is also imported. If you offend everyone, death is not death, but life will be very troublesome in all aspects. After speaking, Xing took out another piece of paper and handed it to Zhou Wen. Also, this is the price they offered. I think even if you refuse, you should take a look first. What price can they give? You can't give me a fear-level companion egg, right? Zhou Wen took a look at the paper, and his eyes almost didn't pop out. Is this true or false? Zhou Wen asked Xing while watching. The high price given above is really beyond Zhou Wen's expectations. There was a big local tyrant who directly offered the sky-high price of 1,000 tons of yuan jing, just to let Zhou Wen help him get on the list. There is also the Zhang family of the 6 major families, and the price given is 10 Xinglong pills, plus 1,000 rejuvenation pills, and a destiny talisman. Although there is no fear-level companion egg, the combined value of these will not be worse than the fear-level companion egg. Both Xinglong pill and Huixing pill are mythical pills, and their therapeutic effect is very good. Although Huichun pill is low in level, it is also very effective in treating trauma. The most precious thing is that fate-defying talisman, which I heard can be used to change fate. Of course, changing one's fate is just an exaggeration, but if a person who gambles 10 and loses 10 uses the fate-defying talisman to go to the casino, he can win 10 bets out of 10. Back then, when Lu Yun was able to steal the demon armor Tiger Soul General, it was because of the effect of the destiny talisman. I heard that these are all left by the ancestors of the Zhang family. Now no one can make them, and there are not a few left in the Zhang family. Other major families and some local giants are also offering ridiculously high prices. There is really a family that offers fear-level companion eggs, which is the family of gods in the Western District. If Zhou Wen helped them get on the list, he would immediately become a big local tyrant. Of course. It's true, as long as you nod, they are even willing to pay first. And Xing said, they don't know. It's useless to be on the list. Can you become the final winner only by taking the first place? Zhou Wen asked and Xing with some doubts. Of course, but their goal is not to get a Venus companion pet. First, even if they can't get a Venus companion pet, the metal eggs they get after customs clearance can also hatch a companion pet in the future, but the level is definitely higher than the Venus companion pet. It's just a bad pet. I still don't know what can be hatched. If there is a fear-level companion pet, it's not a loss. Even if it can't be found, it's not a loss. They came for the fame of the list. Anson explained. What's the use of fame? Zhou Wen didn't understand. Without strength, what's the use of just having a name? It's very useful. Do you know what we lack most now? And Xing asked back. Advanced companion pet? Zhou Wen guessed casually. No, what we lack most now is people. And Xing explained, it's not just us, all. The major forces lack people. Because the ban on the dimension field is getting more and more severe, the isolation of various places is getting more and more serious, plus people are constantly making sacrifices. Like us in Luoyang, it has been calculated, but the number of people has always been in negative growth. If this continues for a long time, the number of people in Luoyang will only become less and less, the city will also be depressed, and the economy will decline. All industries will face the predicament of survival. At that time, I am afraid that we can only fight dimensional creatures together, because there is nothing else to do. Then we fight less and less, after all, it is a life-threatening job, and no one can guarantee no surprises. Although we have already begun to formulate policies to encourage childbirth, the effect is too slow. At least 10 years later, the initial results will be realized. The quickest way is to attract people from other small places, such as our Luoyang, which is considered a small famous, many people come here. Like some other places, it is not so easy to attract people to go there. But if you can get on the list, no matter how you go up, at least people nearby will know that there are so many people nearby. There is a place that has the strength to invite a great god like you, and if you consider relocation, you will naturally choose that place. And Xing smiled and then said, of course, they will have other considerations, such as the 6 major families, they have their own minds, I can't guess. Then, do you think I should take these jobs? Zhou Wen asked and Sheng. Now Luoyang, you have the final say. You are the king of Luoyang. If you want to take it, take it. If you don't want to take it, let them wait. Whoever dares to turn his face, just shoot it out. And Xing said with a smile. Zhou Wen pondered for a while, then don't take it, you prepare, pick someone to follow me to the Venus dimensional field, let's get a ranking first. What requirements? And Xing asked solemnly. Just run fast. Zhou Wen thought about it and said, as long as he runs fast and saves some time. He can also save a few natural disaster-grade bullets on his body. Without a suitable target, even if there are natural disaster-grade bullets, it is not easy to kill the natural disaster-grade. Zhou Wen plans to return the invincible lucky star to Wang Lu after this time. Even if you want to rush to the leaderboard in the future, you have to rely on your own ability. Luckily dodge this thing, after all, it is not a long-term solution. When studying space skills recently, Zhou Wen had a new idea, and felt that there might be a chance to get natural disaster-grade bullets. Although time-space stealing and absolute space are used, it has never been able to form an infinite circulation space, and there is no way to completely integrate it with the method of stealing the sky and changing the sun. I always feel that something is missing. But after learning the little Tian star array, Zhou Wen had new ideas. Simple skill casting is not enough, then use the array method to achieve the operation of infinite loop space, combined with the small Tian star array and stealing the sky and changing the sun. Maybe you can achieve the method of infinite space. But this requires a lot of time to experiment and correct. And it can't be successful in a while. Then can you see Miss Jing? And Xing asked. It's all right. Zhou Wen didn't have any special feeling about quiet. It made no difference to Zhou Wen whether it was quiet or someone else in the Sunset Army. Then Miss Jing, her speed is extremely fast among the mythical level. And Xing said. Zhou Wen remembered one thing and asked in Xing, how did Jing get promoted to the mythical level? Zhou Wen still remembers that Jing contracted with the Guardian before, but the Guardian of her contract was killed by Zhou Wen. Since then, Zhou Wen has not paid much attention to Jing. It was only when I came back 5 years later that I found out that Jing had been promoted to the mythical level. And she had also pretended to be Zhou Wen for 5 years. And Xing hesitated for a while, before saying, this matter is actually not easy to say, Miss Jing can be promoted to myth, part of it depends on my own efforts, and part of it. After a long pause, Xing whispered 2 words, Holy Land. Zhou Wen looked at Xing in surprise, hoping that Xing could explain clearly. There are too many possibilities for his words, and it is difficult for Zhou Wen to guess. In short, I'm not very good at talking about this matter. I'll have a chance in the future. Let Miss Jing tell you herself. You don't know anything, and don't mention it in front of her. And Xing said. Well, go get ready, go to Venus tomorrow morning. Zhou Wen didn't intend to have too much intersection with Jing, he was just curious. The quiet promotion myth is actually related to the Holy Land, which is a bit subtle. And Xing told Jing that Zhou Wen was going to be ranked in Venus. Jing was slightly startled. Will he take me with you? Yes, after all, we are all a family. With such benefits, of course I have to get it from my own family. And Xing took the opportunity to say, why didn't he make the list himself? And Jing frowned. Master Wen doesn't plan to. Be on the list yet, this time just to get a ranking for us in Luoyang. And Xing explained. What? Do I need to prepare? Quiet asked again. Master Wen said that after the 6 golden gods of war have been solved, you must reach the Golden Palace as quickly as possible. The faster the better, the faster you reach the Golden Palace, the less pressure on him. And Xing naturally disagreed. We'll tell Quiet that Zhou Wen asked for speed just because he wanted to save a little time. I see. Quietly nodded. Early the next morning, Zhou Wen and Xing and Jing came to the Rubik's Cube. Quietly stood behind and looked at Zhou Wen with a very complicated mood. For the past few years, she has been aiming at Zhou Wen and working hard to improve herself. She hopes that one day, she will be able to surpass Zhou Wen and tell everyone with practical actions that she does not worse than Zhou Wen. But until today, the gap between the two has not only not narrowed, but has become even bigger. She has not yet been promoted to fear level, but Zhou Wen has been able to participate in natural disaster level battles. This gap is not small. But Jing was not discouraged. At the beginning, she was a legendary rank, and Zhou Wen was a mortal rank. Zhou Wen was able to catch up. Her current situation is very similar to that of Zhou Wen. And Jing believes that since Zhou Wen can do it, as long as she works hard, she will definitely gain something. After all, the higher the level, the slower the promotion speed. When Zhou Wen was stagnant, she still had a chance to catch up, and she also believed that she had such ability. Open the Rubik's Cube, Zhou Wen said to Jing. Quiet's body reacted naturally, obeyed Zhou Wen's order, and walked towards the Rubik's Cube. After Jing reacted, she couldn't help but be stunned, because just now she subconsciously obeyed Zhou Wen's order, as if it was a matter of course, such a reaction should not appear to her. Because she is a person with her own ideas, there was only one person who could make her execute orders without even thinking about it, and that was Tianzhua. Even Ouyang Lan had to think about it for himself before deciding whether to listen or not. It is said that her relationship with Zhou Wen is not good, and she regards him as an opponent, so it is impossible for this situation to occur. Stepping onto the Rubik's Cube, he quietly turned his head and glanced at Zhou Wen, who was standing on the Rubik's Cube. Zhou Wen stood there casually, and he didn't have a strong aura, but when he stood there, it made people feel very at ease, as if even if the sky fell, as long as he stood there, it wouldn't be a big deal. This kind of feeling was only felt by Tianzhua before, but now it is felt again by Zhou Wen. In a trance, looking at Zhou Wen quietly, there is a strange feeling of looking at Tianzhua. Blood, Zhou Wen said. Quietly recovered, lowered his head, and dropped a drop of blood into the entrance of the cube. For a time, the light above the Rubik's Cube was shining brightly, and all the Rubik's Cubes in the whole world were turned on at the same time. Another creature has entered the Venus dimension. Who is it? Will it be human? I'm going, why is he again? This time I brought a beautiful woman, who is that beautiful woman? And family is quiet, I heard that the talent is very strong, no worse than Tianzhua. In a few years, maybe he will be another Tianzhua. I don't know if she is Tianzhua, but that Zhou Wen is too much. He doesn't want to bring someone on the list again, right? Only Jing followed, it seems so. This person, just 2 words, outrageous. In the voice of the crowd, Zhou Wen had Jing entered the Venus dimension field. It's like a copy of the last time Zhou Wen solved the metal guard and the golden god of war all the way, and directly advanced into the channel. The natural disaster level bullet sounded, and Zhou Wen ducked again, without any suspense. Like the last time, all the bullets could not touch Zhou Wen's body, and the seventh bullet that would kill could only fly around Zhou Wen. When Zhou Wen flashed the first bullet, and Jing did not rush out immediately. I saw an ancient bow and arrow appeared in her hand, aiming at one of the doors. After the arrow was shot, there was even a thin line attached, and the other end of the thin line was in Jing's hand. After the arrow flew out, it immediately pulled the quiet body and flew out, instantly disappearing into the door. The speed of that arrow has almost reached the pinnacle of mythical level, and it is even close to fear level. What was even more bizarre was that the arrow would turn itself around and fly through the maze-like passage like lightning without hitting any walls. There was only one deadly bullet outside Zhou Wen's body, and the second round of deadly bullets was about to come out, but Jing had already arrived in front of the Golden Palace. When she landed in front of the Golden Palace, Jing pressed her fingers hard, and the bow and arrow returned to her hand. The gate of the Golden Palace opened, and a metal ball flew out and landed in Jing's hand. The screen turned back to the leaderboard, and the name of the Sunset Army appeared on the leaderboard. Like the Federal Death Squad, it had 3 stars. However, with the same 3 stars, the Sunset Army was actually in front of the Federation Death Squad. Obviously, the main evaluation criteria for Rubik's Cube is still Zhou Wen, but the quiet performance also played a certain auxiliary role, so the overall is still 3 stars, but the ranking is before the Federal Death Squad. Ordinary people are not in the mood to care about this. Now they only feel that Zhou Wen is too much, even more than the King of Thieves. Anyway, the Thief King made some efforts to snatch the things over. However, Zhou Wen only needs to walk 1 trip to be able to rush to the leaderboard, not only to get a Venus companion egg, but also to get a private training fee. And when the major forces saw Zhou Wen playing like this, they were both envious and depressed. Check, you must find out. What method did Zhou Wen use to avoid the natural disaster grade bullet? It must be the ability of a special companion pet. An old woman in Cape's family stared at the screen and watched Zhou Wen avoid the natural disaster grade repeatedly. Bullet video. Be sure to find out what kind of companion pet Zhou Wen's clothes are. A similar order sounded in the family of gods. Not only the 6 major families, but even the Guardian Alliance, are researching what companion pets Zhou Wen has on him to achieve this effect. They can all see it, Zhou Wen's ability must be related to that dress, but no one knows what kind of companion pet that dress is. There are too few people who have been to Huangquan City, and even fewer can enter the 6 paths. Except for Zhou Wen and the others. Only the 2 saints, Xiao and the others have entered. It's just that they didn't enter heaven and humanity, and they didn't get heavenly clothes. After this battle, Luoyang became even more uneasy, and all kinds of overt and covert means made the governor's house busy with dealing with it. Fortunately, before Tianzhou left, he had already done a round of cleaning. It was not easy to find a new spy to break into the overseer's mansion. Most people could only think of ways on the periphery. How many is this today? Zhou Wen asked, looking at the intruder, who had just been caught. The 11th, it seems that they are determined. In any case, at all costs, they must find out your details, master. And Xing said, it seems that there must be a solution to this matter. Otherwise the trouble will continue. Zhou Wen said thoughtfully. If it is the overseer, it will teach them a profound lesson so that they will not dare to be so blatant again. And Xing said, "Unfortunately, I'm not in Tianzhua. So let's go out and say that I want to sell a companion pet that can avoid natural disaster grade bullets." Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, "Do you really want to sell it?" And Xing was a little surprised. After all, with such a companion pet in hand, I'm afraid no one would be willing to take action, and the benefits involved are too great. Yeah, since they want it so much, just give it to them. Lest they keep bothering me. Zhou Wen smiled, and then said, "But you still need to handle this matter, you have to ask them to buy it, can't drop the price." And Xing understood and asked in a low voice, "Master Wen, was there something wrong with the clothes that day? Is it possible to sell it to them?" Zhou Wen told Xing that Tian needed to cooperate with the lucky companion pet. Although lucky companion pets are rare, those big forces can still get some. In case. And Xing was a little worried. "Don't worry, they will never be able to get lucky companion pets that dodge 100%. Zhou Wen knew very well that without Wang Lu's invincible lucky star, the chance would not reach 100%. Ordinary lucky companion pets can be obtained in large numbers. These are useless. No matter how high the probability is, it is not 100%. Only with the help of the invincible lucky stars, fate, soul, wheel of fortune and fear-changing ability, it can achieve 100% dodge effect. Zhou Wen has tried it in the game. If you don't turn on fear, or don't use life, soul and wheel of fortune, there will be flaws, and there is a chance to avoid natural disaster grade bullets. There is a chance to hit, it won't go around all the time, it's just a matter of how long it takes to hit the target. Even if they can get a high lucky companion pet, they won't be able to avoid the kill bomb all the time. Young Master, if you are sure, leave this to me to handle." The corners of Xing's mouth were slightly upturned, like a devil who had found his prey. Taking advantage of Xing's time to operate this matter, Zhou Wen took the time to go to Wang's house to return the invincible lucky star to Wang Lu. Tian has been following Zhou Wen, looking for a chance to find out where Zhou Wen's candy box came from, but after Zhou Wen returned to the overseer's mansion, there were many people around him, and Tian didn't find a chance to approach him. Finally, when Zhou Wen came out of the overseer's mansion alone, Tian immediately followed, figuring out how to approach Zhou Wen. It's not difficult for Tian to kill Zhou Wen, but how to ask the answer she wants to know. Zhou Wen kept teleporting all the way, because he wanted to rush back to Anjia as soon as possible, so there was no rest at all, and Tian couldn't find any chance. When he arrived at Wang's house, Zhou Wen directly sent it to the downstairs where Wang Lu lived. Wang Lu, who had already received Zhou Wen's message, just opened the door. After letting Zhou Wen dodge in, he closed the door again. What is he doing? Tian followed curiously, passing through the wall like a ghost, and came to Zhou Wen and Wang Lu's side. This guy Zhou Wen is extremely bad. He wanted to use that celestial robe to deceive people, but now he secretly ran into a woman's room. What the hell is he trying to do? Tian passed through the small building and saw Zhou Wen. He was sitting at the table with Wang Lu talking, and his clothes were quite complete. So he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. What are you doing here in the middle of the night? Wang Lu asked Zhou Wen. Come and bring the companion pet. Zhou Wen said. Don't plan to go to the Venus dimensional field again? Wang Lu asked in surprise. She knew that Zhou Wen was able to bring people to the rankings, which was a great benefit. Bringing anyone up there would be a lot of resources, or the kind Of resources that money couldn't buy. Even if I want to be on the list in the future, I have to use my own abilities. I don't need a lucky companion pet. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand in front of Wang Lu. Give me your hand. This is not the tone a gentleman should have when speaking to a girl. Wang Lu smiled and put his fingers on Zhou Wen's palm. Zhou Wen held Wang Lu's finger, and immediately ran to heaven and changed the sun, and transferred the 5 companion pets to her. In addition to the invincible lucky star, there is also a celestial garment, a necklace of the goddess of luck, a lucky stone elf and a good luck cow. All the mythical lucky companion pets on Zhou Wen were transferred to Wang Lu. Without the invincible lucky star, the skill of lucky dodge is already useless, and it is useless to keep so many lucky companion pets. But in the hands of Wang Lu, they can play a great role. Of course, lucky companion pets can still increase the explosion rate. If it is not for Wang Lu's favor, Zhou Wen will not take it out easily. Do you call this a 5-fold return? After Wang Lu received the companion pet, he sensed the information from those companion pets, and his face suddenly changed. You gave me the celestial clothes, what should you do yourself? If you have an invincible lucky star, the celestial clothes can play the biggest role. It's not very useful for me to keep them. Besides, I have more than this one. Zhou Wen paused, and then warned, but recently for a while, you don't let anyone know that you have celestial clothing and lucky companion pets. You want to sell clothes for heaven and humans? Wang Lu Bingxue was smart, and immediately thought of what Zhou Wen wanted to do. Smart. Zhou Wen praised. In this case, I can also take the opportunity to make a fortune. Wang Lu said. You want to sell lucky companion pets? Zhou Wen also guessed what Wang Lu wanted to do. After Tian is sold, those who get Tian will definitely not abandon it so willingly, and will collect lucky companion pets everywhere like Zhou Wen did before. At that time, the price of lucky companion pets will definitely skyrocket, and those low-level lucky companion pets left by Zhou Wen are ready to be sold at that time. Anyway, without the invincible lucky star, it is not very useful to keep so many lucky companion pets. As Xing said, the lucky attribute actually has an upper limit, not because there are too many lucky companion pets, the lucky value will be superimposed infinitely. I have collected a lot of lucky companion eggs in the past, but because they are repeated types, and there are not many lucky eggs, they have not hatched, but I have kept them as spares. I just took this opportunity to sell them at a high price, maybe can earn dozens or hundreds of times. Wang Lu said with a smile. Then congratulate you in advance for making a lot of money. Zhou Wen raised his teacup and said. Congratulations to us for making a lot of money together. Wang Lu also raised the teacup. Dog men and women. Tian understood their conversation, originally thought that Wang Lu was a very innocent and beautiful girl, but she didn't expect it to be so bad, so she couldn't help but mumble. Looking at these two people who smiled at each other, Tian felt that her soul was polluted. No, we have to find a way to find out the origin of the candy box as soon as possible. Tian felt that her heart would be impure if she followed Zhou Wen again. After thinking about it, it seems that it is impossible to get close to Zhou Wen under normal circumstances. To deal with this despicable villain, you don't need to worry so much. You should fight poison with poison. And use some extraordinary means. Sweetheart already has an idea and plans to use methods similar to Zhou Wen. It's a pity that Tian doesn't understand the truth of being close to the ink, and once it has died, it will be difficult to go back. When a person takes revenge on a bad person in the same way, she can't go back, and Tian's previous living environment is too clean. Clean makes her like a piece of white paper. And white paper is the most easily stained. After Zhou Wen left the Wang family, he also drove all night, preparing to return to Luoyang as soon as possible. And Tianzhua is not in Luoyang, he can't stay outside for a long time. If something happens, it's too late to deal with it. The moon was dark and the wind was high. Zhou Wen was teleporting on his way, and suddenly saw a blonde girl in white standing on the edge of the forest in front of him, but after a closer look, the blonde girl disappeared like a ghost. Zhou Wen almost thought he was dazzled, but when he was about to rub his eyes, he suddenly saw that the blonde girl appeared in front of him again, and he could see the other's eyelashes clearly when he was close to him. Zhou Wen was taken aback, and immediately teleported back, trying to escape by teleporting continuously, still muttering in his heart, why did the blonde girl catch up again? How did she find me? Could she be a ghost? Zhou Wen just teleported out, but found that the blonde girl was right in front of him. He was horrified and teleported in another direction again. But no matter which direction he teleported, the blonde girl was already standing there, looking at him blankly like a ghost. After teleporting several times, Zhou Wen directly teleported to Venus. But when he stood on Venus, he found that the blonde girl was still standing in front of him, staring at him like a murderer. Zhou Wen got goosebumps all over, looked at the blonde girl, forced a smile, coughed lightly, and said, well, we don't seem to have any grudges, right? What are you chasing after me? I died so wrongly. You killed me. I want you to go to hell with me. The blonde girl made a voice like a ghost. When did I kill you? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, looking at the blonde girl, and asked. When you were in the chocolate shop, you could have saved me, but it was because you could not save me that I died. Now I want you to die with me. When the blonde girl spoke, her figure continued to surround Zhou Wen. The flickering, disappearing and appearing, Zhou Wen couldn't judge her position at all. Even the blonde girl was standing behind him. Zhou Wen was not able to notice. Is there really a ghost in this world? Zhou Wen's legs were a little weak. He can only be regarded as a half-atheist, because he heard too many ghost stories from his grandfather when he was a child, so although he knows rationally that there are no ghosts in the world, at most some dimensional creatures, but sometimes, he still feels fear. And with the hearing given to him, even if it is a natural disaster grade, it is impossible for him to completely fail to sense the movement trajectory, and it is even more impossible for him to even stand behind him. This blonde girl really seems to be a bit like a ghost. I died so miserably. I died so miserably. The blonde girl, with her hair disheveled, came over to Zhou Wen. Like that, making a terrifying cry, she really looked like a life-threatening ghost. Zhou Wen was shocked, he couldn't help but take 2 steps back, thinking about running away, but he couldn't think of where he could run for a while. People are so forced, sometimes they don't know how to be afraid, or they're already numb with fear. Zhou Wen was preparing to fight desperately, but who knew that the blonde girl was floating over like a ghost, maybe because she was too excited, or because she was able to frighten Zhou Wen and forgot, and didn't pay attention. To the side, flying in the air, she didn't notice that her long golden hair was hooked by a sharp stone protruding next to her. She rushed forward, her hair was pulled, and she fell back to the ground, and it was right in front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen looked at the blonde girl, who fell on her back, and looked at the blonde girl, and the air seemed to freeze for a while. Swish! the blonde girl returned to the air like a teleportation, as if nothing had happened just now, and continued to drift towards Zhou Wen. And again she said, I died so miserably. I died so miserably. But I don't know why. Zhou Wen is not afraid at all now. Looking at the blonde girl, he still wants to laugh. Obviously the blonde girl is still very scary. Zhou Wen is by no means her opponent, but there is no way to be as fearful as before. And Zhou Wen also saw that this blonde girl seemed to have some concerns, but just turned around him, trying to scare him, but didn't really want to do it. Otherwise, with the strength that the blonde girl showed just now, it is completely possible for him to attack him from behind without knowing it, and there is no need to do so many things. Sure enough, Zhou Wen stood still, and the blonde girl just surrounded him from time to time, making a terrifying cry. Other than that, there was no trick. Then what should I do to make you die? Zhou Wen felt that he should give her a step. After all, they are big bosses. If he really can't go down the steps, he might actually kill him to vent his anger when he becomes angry. Hearing Zhou Wen's words, the blonde girl stopped immediately, pointed to the candy box in Zhou Wen's pocket, and said without thinking, Tell me, where did your candy box come from? The blonde girl is really inexperienced. Immediately, he revealed his purpose. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, looked up and down the blonde girl, seemed to think of something, and blurted out, Are you sweet? How do you know? I'm not the beautiful and lovely sweet. You've got the wrong person. The blonde girl waved her hands anxiously to tell the difference. That's such a pity. I found this candy box in the sweet hut, thinking it should be something sweet, and always thinking about returning it to the beautiful and lovely sweet, but I can't find her people. Zhou Wen took out the candy box and said in his hand, Which hut did you find it in? Tian asked quickly. On the body of a rag doll. In the chaos hut. Zhou Wen had already guessed that this blonde girl was very sweet. Thinking back to what the woman in the wooden house said, Zhou Wen probably already knew that the blonde girl was what the woman said, a truly terrifying existence. You lie, how could my rag doll steal the candy box? Tian said in disbelief. Is that terrifying doll just her doll? What is the origin of this suite? The dimensional realm, like the time cabin, is named after her. Zhou Wen said while thinking, Why should I lie? Even if I say I picked it up on a table, you can't tell the difference. And if I didn't find it from a rag doll, how would I know there was a rag doll there? Tian was stunned when asked, and thought about it carefully. It seemed that this was the case. Give me the candy box. Tian stretched out her hand. I can't give you the candy box. Zhou Wen took back the candy box and shook his head. Why can't you give it to me? This is not your thing. Tian said. It's not mine, but it's not yours either. This is a beautiful, kind and lovely sweet candy box. When I was in the chaotic hut, my life was in danger and I was almost in a desperate situation. When I was about to give up, it was this candy box gives me hope that I can have warriors to keep walking, so that I can come out alive. I must give it back to the gentle and kind sweet. Even if you want to kill me, I will not give it away. Here's to you. Zhou Wen had been with Li Xian and Antelope for a long time, and he was obviously broken by them. Tian's face was slightly red, and the arrogant momentum just now seemed to dissipate at once. Did you eat the lemon candy in it? Tian looked at Zhou Wen and asked, pretending to be nothing. What lemon candy? All I got was an empty box. Zhou Wen shook his head. This is strange, although lemon candy has the ability to break through the level of life, it should be useless for ragdolls. Tian frowned and thought. She originally thought that the candy box was thrown in the past hut, so she couldn't find it, but it turned out to be in the chaos hut, and it was still in her doll's hands. In this way, it seems that it is not as simple as losing it. In the chaotic hut, there was no reason why she couldn't find it. When she couldn't find the candy box, there was only one possibility. Someone hid it. She, Xiaoju, Yana, the timespace pig and the ragdoll were the only people in the time cabin at the time. The timespace pig and the ragdoll were sweet toys, and lemon candy was useless to them. Xiaoju is a loyal servant. It is impossible to steal candy boxes and lemon candies. Even if she wants to, she only needs to speak, and she does not need to steal. It can't be Yana. Although Tian thought of the most likely conclusion, she didn't want to believe it. Is Yana a pretty woman who can grow 6 wings? Zhou Wen described Yana's appearance. Did you kill Yana? Tian bit her lip, staring at Zhou Wen, and asked. Yana, you said, if it was that woman, then I killed her. Zhou Wen readily admitted. Why did you kill her? Tian asked with a complicated look. Because she is so bad, if I don't kill her, she will kill me. Zhou Wen said solemnly. Why did she kill you? Tian didn't believe that Yana would be such a person. How do I know? She has no reason, she wants to kill me when she comes up. But thinking about it now, maybe it's because she knows that the candy box is on me and wants to snatch it away. Zhou Wen linked things up, but deliberately omitted some details. Sweetheart was hesitant, she felt that Yana was her friend, and it should be impossible to steal her candy box. But looking at Zhou Wen's sincere look, it doesn't seem like he's lying. Nothing else, I'll go first. I'm still in a hurry to find the gentle and beautiful Tian. The candy box must be returned to its original owner. Zhou Wen said and turned and left. Wait a minute. Tian stopped Zhou Wen and walked towards him. What else? Zhou Wen was depressed, but he could only stop and ask Tian. If it's as you said, can you and me? Tian stretched out her hand, as if she wanted Zhou Wen to shake hands. But Tian seemed to think of something again, and quickly retracted her hand. What? Zhou Wen looked at Tian suspiciously, wondering what she meant. It's nothing, Tian and I are good friends. In order to prevent you from stealing the candy box, I decided to follow you until I find Tian and return the candy box to the original owner. Tian said it. Naturally, she did not. I found that I seem to be lying more and more, and my face is not even red. But you're a ghost, how can you follow me? Zhou Wen is a big head and 2 big ones, and he really carries such a time bomb by his side. The ghost knows when she will explode. Why not? Of course, from now on, I will follow you every step of the way. If I find out that you are lying to me, I will take you to hell with you. Tian pretended to be fierce. Okay. Zhou Wen thought for a while. She couldn't fight anyway, so she could only find a way to let her go. Fortunately, this sweet looks like a silly white sweet, it shouldn't be difficult to fool. Zhou Wen turned around and continued on his way. With Tian's ability, if he really wanted to kill him, he didn't have much room to resist, and it was useless to be afraid. Tian followed Zhou Wen, no matter how fast Zhou Wen was, whether it was teleportation or earth escape, there was no way to shake her off. Every time she turned around, she could see Tian standing silently behind her. Really like a ghost. Zhou thought in his heart as he walked. Tian said that lemon candy has any effect on breaking through the level of life. I don't know what this level of life refers to. Does it mean level? If you eat that thing, will it be directly? How about advancing from myth to fear? Zhou had the urge to take out the lemon candy and give it a try. But with Tian by his side, taking it out now is like courting death, so Zhou naturally wouldn't do that kind of stupid thing. Tian followed Zhou like a ghost, didn't speak, just followed, not knowing what she was thinking. Tian didn't really believe Zhou words, but she couldn't find any evidence to prove that Zhou was lying, so she thought to follow Zhou first. If he lied, sooner or later, his flaws would be revealed. Tian had thought before that if Zhou lied, as long as he touched her, he would instantly turn into gold. But thinking about what Zhou did, Tian also felt that even if he didn't lie, he would definitely turn into gold when he met him, so that method was useless to him at all. No matter what, Zhou would turn into gold. When he came to a city, Zhou planned to take a rest and eat something. Of course, eating is secondary. The main reason is that he is a little afraid to bring Tian back to Luoyang, and he has to think about it again. Zhou walked on the street for a while, chose a dessert shop to go in, and ordered some cakes, cookies, and puddings. Tian sniffed the sweet smell, her eyes widened, and the corners of her mouth were slightly wet. Do you want to eat something? I'll pay. Zhou handed the dessert list to Tian and asked at the same time. Don't think that a little benefit can buy me. Tian just said this in her heart and didn't say it. The main reason is that she really has no resistance to sweets. Oh, by the way, you are a ghost. How can a ghost eat dessert? Blame me for not thinking about it carefully. I passed by the incense candle shop. I'll buy you some paper money or something. Tian was already ready to reach out to pick it up. Zhou when he took the dessert list back, put it on the table, and ate it on his own. Tian suddenly petrified there, watching Zhou take one bite at a time, swallowing all the cute puddings, and the heartache was about to bleed. Yeah, of course I won't eat these things. Of course I won't. When Tian spoke, the corners of his eyes and mouth kept twitching. Zhou saw Tian staring straight at the dessert in front of him, but he just pretended not to see it, and ate all the desserts one by one. I'll pay the bill, wait for me outside, Zhou said and went to pay the bill. Tian wants to eat but can't eat it. Now, life is better than death, just want to get out of this place quickly, and walk out without looking back. After a while, Zhou also came out. Tian saw that Zhou was still carrying a box in his hand. Looking through the perspective, it turned out to be a very beautiful mini cake. Although it was only a small piece, it was layered on top of each other, and it looked very beautiful and full of richness. Creamy. Aren't you full just now? Why do you want to bring another piece out? Tian wished he could stomped on Zhou face. He not only ate so much, but even took it away, but he didn't eat a single bite. Oh, this piece was ordered. At first, they forgot to send it. When I checked out, I found out that I ordered this. I couldn't eat it anymore, so I had to pack it and bring it out, Zhou said, and suddenly handed the bag in front of Sweet. Tian was overjoyed and said, does he Want to give it to me? Should I accept it? How can I accept something from such a bad person? But it doesn't seem very good to reject the kindness of others. Throw it for me, Zhou Wen said. Lightly. Tian's face darkened. Suddenly, she stared at Zhou Wen and said, "You have to throw away such a good dessert, isn't it a waste?" "There's no way to waste it. I can't eat it anymore. If you feel troublesome and don't want to help me, then I'll throw it away myself," Zhou Wen said, taking his hand back. But Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she quickly reached out and snatched the bag, and said while turning around and walking aside, "I'll help you, don't litter the streets, it's not good if the streets are dirty." While speaking, Tian's figure strayed away, and disappeared in a blink of an eye. Turning a corner, Tian secretly glanced at Zhou Wen. Seeing that he didn't pay attention to this side at all, and he was walking forward slowly, and then he breathed a long sigh of relief, turned around, and leaned against the wall, opened the box inside the bag, and held the cake in front of him. "It's not that I want to eat it, it's too wasteful to throw it away, and it will pollute the environment, so I can only make it difficult." Tian persuaded herself, puffing up her cheeks, biting off a large piece, making her cheeks round. Happy are about to cry. Zhou Wen didn't look back, but the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. He held his mobile phone and sent several messages in a row. "I am entangled by a terrifying creature that likes sweets. Help me to find out which of the powerful beings in mythology likes sweets. It should be a mythical creature from the West District." Zhou Wen sent this message directly to the group. "Old Zhou, seek more happiness from yourself." Li Xian replied. "I'll go check it out, wait. This isn't Sheng. A terrifying creature that likes sweets, what are you afraid of as a stinky man?" Hui Haifeng teased. 1 hour. The classical reply was a bit reliable. "Apart from liking sweets, do you have any other information?" Wang Lu also replied. "Do you need me to help you?" Zhang Yuji's answer was straightforward. "Where is it?" "I'll go right over." Feng Qiuyan was very straightforward. "Coach, wait for me." Ming Xiao also sent a message. Zhou Wen glanced at it, but there was no substantive answer. Obviously, no one knew such a mythical creature. Suddenly, a message jumped into Zhou Wen's eyelids, and when he saw the flashing flower head portrait, Zhou Wen's heart jumped. The one who used the flower as the image was naturally Lord Emperor, and Zhou Wen hurriedly opened it and glanced at it. "Is it a blonde girl?" Seeing Lord D's news clearly, Zhou Wen was overjoyed. It seemed that Lord D knew Tian. "Yes, do you know her origin?" Zhou Wen quickly replied while Tian was still tasting the cake. "Get ready as soon as possible. If you have something you want to eat, eat more quickly. If you have any unfulfilled wishes, I guess it's too late to complete it." The news of Lord D came, and Zhou Wen was shocked. "Lord Emperor, next you should not say that if you want to continue the previous transaction with me, you can survive only by trading with you?" Zhou Wen replied. "I don't need any transactions anymore, what else can I do with a dead person?" Lord Emperor replied quickly. Zhou Wen really felt that something was wrong. This time, Lord Emperor didn't even think about taking the opportunity to trade with him. It seemed that it was really serious. "What is her origin?" Zhou Wen asked directly. Lord Emperor did not answer. Instead, he asked Zhou Wen a question: "Do you have faith?" Zhou Wen was stunned. He didn't know whether his beliefs had anything to do with this matter, but after thinking about it carefully, he couldn't say for a while whether he had beliefs or not. Let's say he has faith. He doesn't believe in any religion, and he doesn't ask God to worship Buddha. At most, when he is in danger, he thinks of cramming. But if it is said that there is no belief, it is actually wrong. Although Zhou Wen does not respect ghosts and gods, he also has his own beliefs. And he is not a complete unbeliever. It depends on what you mean by belief. If it refers to a certain religion, then I don't have any belief. Zhou Wen replied. It's not good. Lord Emperor replied paradoxically, making Zhou Wen not understand what he meant. Fortunately, Lord Emperor immediately sent another message: even if you have no faith, you should have heard of the name God, right? Of course I have heard of it, but I don't know which sect of God you are talking about. As far as I know, the God of our Eastern District refers to the God of Haotian, and the God of the Western District is also an omniscient and almighty God. Zhou Wen froze in his heart, and then sent another message: could it be that the blonde girl has something to do with the God of the West District? You must know that God is the master of a God system, a supreme existence. Yuadu is only a sub-god of the gods, and it is already strong to that extent. If the God of the West really exists, its power can be imagined, and it must be an extremely terrifying existence to be related to him. Judging from Yana's seraph power and sweet appearance, it's not surprising that she has something to do with God. It does have a little relationship. Lord Emperor gave a positive answer. Zhou Wen thought about it carefully, and judging from his meager knowledge of West Side mythology, the women who are related to God should be those angels. But it is really hard to say whether angels are women. Although many angels are given the appearance of women, angels are actually asexual. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up, and he immediately sent a message to Lord D. Could it be that the blonde girl is Eve, or her child? There seemed to be only one woman he could think of, and this one was the original sin. Your imagination is quite rich. But unfortunately, you guessed wrong. I will give you 2 more chances to guess. Lord D denied Zhou Wen's guess. Can't guess, is she an angel? Zhou Wen asked, tentatively. You are sometimes very smart, and sometimes you are stupid. Can't you see such an obvious answer? Lord Emperor's message was full of mockery. Why didn't I see it? Where is the obvious answer? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. He had limited understanding of the myths of the Western District, and it was normal that he couldn't guess. Didi, the message was sent again immediately, and Zhou Wen was surprised to find that the message sent by Lord Emperor, this time, turned out to be a voice message. Zhou Wen clicked on the message, and suddenly heard a very magnetic female voice. Hearing this voice, many images of Sister Yu, or the kind of queen who sits on the throne, will come to mind. Legs that were only wrapped in black stockings, cocked up. But Zhou Wen was not in the mood to appreciate this voice, because what the voice said made him stunned. I already told you her name, but you turned a blind eye. What an idiot. Zhou Wen's eyes twitched, and he stared at the screen of his mobile phone. There was only one name mentioned by Lord D. And that was God. You mean, God is a blonde girl? He especially likes sweets? Zhou Wen didn't believe it at all. Otherwise? Lord Emperor mocked. Although I don't know much about God in the Western District, I also know that God is a triune existence, the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and the Holy Spirit, but if there is no Holy Daughter, how could God be a girl? Zhou Wen felt that Lord D might be fooling him. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not, because you are already dead, so enjoy the rest of the time. Also, a friendly reminder, don't touch her body under any circumstances, and never touch her body under any circumstances. After Mr. D finished speaking, he went offline directly, and the avatars were all darkened. God is a blonde girl. Who likes sweets? Zhou always felt a little unreal, and Tian didn't look like God, no matter what. If God is really a silly and sweet blonde girl, wouldn't the world be in chaos? Zhou thought to himself. Zhou was thinking. Tian came over from a distance. Looking at her expression, she looked like a thief with a guilty conscience, and she could even see tiny crumbs on the corners of her mouth. Seeing Zhou looking at the corner of her mouth, Tian seemed to realize something. She reached out and wiped the corner of her mouth quickly, and said like a thief shouting to catch a thief, "What are you looking at me for?" "It's nothing, it's just that you seem familiar all of a sudden." Zhou compared Tian's appearance with the legendary god. And there was really no way to overlap the two of them. "I haven't seen you before," Tian said immediately. "Well, that's fine, we should continue on our way." Zhou mood is quite complicated now. According to Lord D, as long as he encounters Tian, it seems that he will not be able to live, but if he encounters it accidentally, won't he be finished? Thinking of the golden man who appeared strangely in Kyoto, Zhou had already guessed something. The most terrifying thing is that if you bring Tian back, it will be even more troublesome if the people around you touch her. "No, I can't go back to Luoyang until this trouble is resolved." Zhou frowned and thought to himself, "But if I don't go back to Luoyang, where can I go? With Tian, no matter where I go, it's not safe," and many more. Zhou eyes suddenly lit up, and he secretly said. In his heart, "Lord Emperor said Tian so powerfully, it seems that he is a little afraid of Tian. If I take Tian to Cheesy Mountain, what will happen?" Once this thought came to my mind, I couldn't hold it back. Zhou doesn't know how strong Lord Emperor is, and Zhou also doesn't know how powerful Tian is. Zhou couldn't predict what would happen if the two of them met. Zhou thought about it, and turned to look at Tian with a complicated mood. Sweetheart was a little empty inside, thinking that she still had crumbs on her mouth. She quickly wiped it again, and deliberately turned to the other side of Zhou, avoiding his gaze. Seeing Tian like this, Zhou hesitated again. Looking at Tian's appearance, it really doesn't look like a god. She's clearly just a little girl. Let's find out if she is God first. Zhou hesitated for a while, but did not immediately move in the direction of Cheesy Mountain. "Correct, I don't know what your name is yet," Zhou asked, deliberately. Tian said, and then paused. Although her disguise was full of flaws, she didn't think so. She thought that she couldn't say that she was Tian, and she was not good at lying, so she couldn't think of what to do. Answer, suddenly stunned. "I know your name." Seeing that she didn't answer, Zhou suddenly said another sentence. "What do you know?" Tian was taken aback and looked at Zhou nervously. "You are so cute and beautiful, like an angel, so your name must be related to an angel, right?" Zhou said. When Tian heard Zhou say this, she breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Angels are not cute, they all have cold faces, like puppets, not all of them, a few are still interesting." "Which ones?" Zhou went on to ask her words, but his heart sank a little. "Angels are generally considered to be the apostles of God." The more Tian knows about angels, the higher the possibility of being God. Lu Tian made a sound, suddenly became alert, stared at Zhou Wen and said, "Why should I tell you? Just chat. Don't talk about it. But then again, aren't you a ghost? Why do you know about angels? Ghosts and angels are natural enemies, right?" Zhou Wen asked, deliberately. "Can't I hear it?" Tian can't lie, and can't tell the truth, she said loudly as if she was angry. Zhou Wen smiled and didn't say anything. He stopped and walked along the way, not like he was on the road, but like he was playing. "I don't like to eat these, so please throw them away for me." Every time she eats, Tian can only watch by the side, and after eating, she will give her something she likes to eat. Tian is too easy to see through what she likes and what she doesn't like is written on her face. "You are so wasteful, you will go to hell." Tian said so, but she was secretly happy. Fortunately, he is such a wasteful person. Every time Tian secretly hides to eat, Zhou Wen can send and receive messages. So far, no one has found out the Western mythological characters who like sweets. There are a few monsters and the like, but they are not on the table, and naturally they cannot be Tian's real body. "Master, the matter of Tianyi is settled, and in a few days, it will be almost time to take action." And Xing sent a message. "Can you wait a little longer?" Zhou Wen didn't dare to take Tian back to Luoyang. This matter has already moved to such an extent that it is not easy to stop it. "I can only try it and delay it for a few more days." And Xing replied, "Okay, try to delay for a few days first, keep in touch, and tell me if you can't delay." Zhou Wen also knows that this kind of thing can't be stopped just by saying it. After discussing with Xing for a while, Zhou Wen paid attention to Tian's situation while sending a message. Although he couldn't sense exactly where Tian was, he was able to judge where Tian was and what she was doing through the changes around him. After all, whoever sees such a beautiful blonde girl will take a second look, and Zhou Wen can tell what Tian is doing through them. Such a beautiful little girl, why is she squatting on the side of the road to eat? By herself? Is she homeless? Come with me and make sure you don't have to worry about food and clothing. A young man's eyes lit up when he saw Tian on the side of the road. Walked to Tian and said. Tian ignored him, turned around and was about to leave. When the young man saw that he was being ignored, he was immediately a little annoyed. He reached out and grabbed Tian's shoulder. At the same time, he said coldly, "Who let you go? In Shiga City, no one dared not give me Shiman cold." While speaking, his fingers had already touched the clothes on Tian's shoulders, and his fingertips immediately lit up with a little golden light, like a lit match. Almost instantly, the young man's body turned into gold in the golden light, and he still maintained the gesture of reaching out and speaking. Zhou Wen stared at this scene, and only felt a chill in his heart. Although he had already guessed some of it, he still felt extremely shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. That Shimanlung should be a mythical grade who used mythic liquid among human beings. He is considered a first-class powerhouse, but just because he touched sweet clothes, he turned into gold. Now Zhou Wen is very fortunate that he has never met Tian before. Zhou Wen thought about it again, and felt that Tian was so strong, it might not be a bad thing for him. Now Tian wants to find out about the candy box and the lemon candy. She definitely won't want me to die, so should I take her to those terrifying dimensional fields? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Whether it dies or not, it will be a matter of the future. There is a God by my side, and it seems unreasonable to not take advantage of it. But where to go is something worth thinking about. If you go to Cheesy Mountain, the risk is still too great. Lord D knows who Tian is, and it will not be easy to operate at that time. If you do it wrong, you will suffer from it. Go to the devil's grave? Zhou Wen thought about it and thought it was okay. It is not so easy to deal with the goddess of dryness. The key is that the goddess of dryness is the guardian, and there is no benefit to killing it. You have to find a way to kill a natural disaster-grade dimensional creature with Tian. If a companion egg explodes or something, it will be developed. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, he suddenly sensed the vibration of the mysterious mobile phone, took it out and took a look. It was found that the fruit on the dead tree that absorbed Dugu without killing it had matured. A golden light broke open the fruit and merged into the body of the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen opened the Scarlet Man's companion pet column and saw a new companion pet. To Zhou Wen's surprise, it is said that the companion pets transformed into after being absorbed by the dead tree are all related to the appearance of the master before his life. However, the companion pet transformed by Dukabushu is not a humanoid form, and it has nothing to do with humans at all. It was a golden mirror with an oval surface and a hollowed-out pattern border on the edge. The whole body was like golden glaze. It's just that although the mirror surface looks smooth, when you look at it, you will find that it is a flat mirror surface, but it has the same feeling as a diamond-cut surface, as if there are many cut surfaces at different angles. When a person stands in front of the mirror, the figures inside are all fragmented and distorted, and it is impossible to see that the person inside is a person. Soul mirror, mortal. Level, evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Physical fitness, 11. Vitality, 11. Talent skills, soul cleansing divine light. Associated state, mirror. Zhou Wen was startled at first, then overjoyed. Although I don't know what abilities the fate soul, and wheel of fate have after the soul mirror, whether it is very strong, but the skill of washing the soul and divine light is already worth training. This skill, Zhou Wen has heard from Dugubushu before, is an ability that can directly attack the soul and wash the human soul. The so-called cleaning is not to purify the soul and make people become true, good and beautiful, but to wash away the memory and let him forget the past. There is also a higher-level soul extinguishing divine light, which is the ability to directly eliminate the soul completely. If you are hit by the soul extinguishing divine light, you will become an idiot at light, or a vegetative person at worst. Zhou Wen didn't even ask for the divine light of destroying the soul, it was enough to have the divine light of cleansing the soul. This skill itself is already powerful enough. It was originally an enemy of life and death. Suddenly, a soul-cleaning light passed by and the opponent's memory was lost. At that time, he might be able to fool the opponent into a son. What a perverted skill, it's just brainwashing. Zhou Wen thought about it and glanced at Tian. It would be better if she could brainwash Tian and let her forget about revenge for Yana, and all problems would be solved. Of course, Zhou Wen also knew very well that it was impossible. Now, the soul-cleansing light is only mortal rank, and it is estimated that it is not very useful. Even if it can be promoted to fear rank, it is still unknown whether it can have an effect on a big guy like Tian. However, it is a hope, and it may be useful to gradually increase the level in the future. The evil spirit king that was raised before has only been raised to the myth level, and has not yet been able to find a way to advance to the fear level. Evil king, mythical, evolvable, fate, spiritual body. Soul of life, king of evil spirits. Wheel of fortune, evil king kill. Strength, 81. Speed, 81. Physical fitness, 81. Vitality, 81. Talent skill, devouring soul, omitted. Associated state, soul. The skill of devouring spirit helped the evil spirit king plunder a lot of vitality skills from other dimensional creatures. The evil spirit king's vitality skills were more than Zhou Wen's vitality skills, and he could be regarded as an all-around thug. It's a pity that the level is a bit low. For the current Zhou Wen, the assistant is not too big for the myth level. If he can be promoted to the fear level, it will be a very powerful combat power. Because of the absorption of various skills from different departments, the evil spirit king can deal with almost all kinds of situations. Spiritual mind-body life quality. And let the evil spirit king enter the spiritual mind-body state, the general attack power is useless to the evil spirit king in the spiritual mind-body state. Only spiritual or soul-type attack skills can damage the evil spirit king who is in the state of spiritual mind. The life and soul evil spirit king is a very powerful self-reinforcing ability, which is equivalent to entering a super state. In the super evil spirit king state, not only will all attributes be improved, but the evil spirit king's spirit devouring skills can even devour creatures that exceed his own level and plunder the skills of advanced creatures. However, the success rate is not very high. Zhou Wen tried to beat the fear level creature with only one breath left, and let the evil spirit king absorb it. As a result, after doing it dozens of times, he only managed to absorb the precise shot of a fear level golden god of war. The evil spirit king doesn't have a gun, so precise shooting is useless. Since then, Zhou Wen has not been so active. If he has a chance, he will let him suck it. If he has no chance, forget it, and he has not deliberately let him leapfrog to suck various skills. I don't know what kind of companion pet that little metal flower will breed. Zhou Wen was looking forward to that little metal flower, after all. It was the first creature other than humans to be absorbed. It's a pity that the fruit of the small metal flower has just come out not long ago, and it seems that it is still a while before it matures. While Zhou Wen was thinking about it, the phone suddenly rang. This time it was not a message, but the phone ringing. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, and found that Xing was calling. Zhou Wen suddenly felt that things were a little bad. If there was no urgent matter, Xing knew that Tian was probably by his side and should not have called him. What's the matter? After Zhou Wen got through, he asked directly, still thinking in his heart, is there a problem with the sale of heavenly clothing? Master, it's a little troublesome, Wei Luoyang. It seems that a natural disaster-grade creature is going to be born. Xing said, with a wry smile. Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, then his face changed greatly, and he said directly, I'll go back immediately. How is the situation now? Zhou Wen knows very well what the birth of a natural disaster-grade creature means. It will bring a large-scale natural disaster. It is impossible for ordinary people to bear such a disaster. It is likely to cause a large number of casualties. Maybe the entire Luoyang will become a dead city. He couldn't help but go back. The situation is not as bad as Zhou Wen imagined, because Luoyang's own fortifications and emergency response capabilities are very strong, and now there are only precursors of natural disasters. The real natural disasters have not yet come, so the loss is not big. It's just that some ordinary citizens were injured, and the death toll was still in the single digits, which also benefited from the rapid response of the Sunset Army. The precursor to the natural disaster this time did not come from the Longmen Grottos, but the problem of Luoyang City itself. Recently, at the ancient city ruins, you can often see ancient soldiers appearing. At first, I thought it was a dimensional domain that broke the ban. It was only later discovered that those ancient soldiers had climbed out of the underground of the ancient city. After investigation by Xing, Qin Wufu, and others, it was determined that it should be a precursor to the birth of natural disaster-level creatures. But until now, they haven't judged what kind of natural disaster creature was born, and they don't know which dimension domain it is. Luoyang is known as the ancient capital of the 13th generation, and the ruins of the ancient city are buried under one another. No one knows how many soldiers and how many emperors and generals are buried below. Judging from the ghost soldiers who appeared, the armor and costumes they wore were different, and they all came from what era? It was difficult to judge who caused the ghost soldiers to be born. Logically speaking, the ancient emperors and generals, no matter how powerful they were only human forces, not even myths, let alone natural disasters. But all the signs now show that there is a natural disaster-level creature related to ancient soldiers about to be born. And Xing and the others have checked a lot of historical materials, but they have not found out who the natural disaster grade may be born. Because the level of the ghost soldiers that appeared is not very high, some ghost generals are only epic, and occasionally a mythical general will appear. The Sunset Army is still able to control the situation, but with the passage of time, in the natural disaster level creatures under the influence, the level of those ghost soldiers and generals will get higher and higher, until the natural disaster level is born, forming a terrifying military disaster. Then Luoyang is afraid that it will be difficult to defend. Zhou Wen didn't have the confidence to defeat the natural disaster grade, but thinking that there was still a suite beside him, Zhou Wen felt that there was still something to do. Even God is standing by my side, I don't believe it, I can't handle a mere natural disaster. Zhou Wen didn't continue to wander around, and went straight to Luoyang with Tian, and now he can't care so much. Sweet enough to follow Zhou Wen all the time. I want to discover Zhou Wen's flaws, and find out the truth of the candy box, so naturally I won't give up. Zhou Wen hadn't returned to Luoyang, but when he went to the area near Luoyang, he saw a group of soldiers wearing armor and holding spears wandering in the forest. The armor on those soldiers was tattered, and the bodies looked like zombies, ugly, and had a lot of decay. But they are not as rigid as zombies, not only move freely, but also very flexible. When the soldiers saw Zhou Wen, they rushed up immediately. Zhou Wen slapped him in the air, and immediately smashed several soldiers to pieces, and their flesh fell to the ground. However, one of the ancient soldiers with only the upper body left, still crawled towards Zhou Wen with both hands, looked very strange. Zhou Wen slapped the ancient soldier again and exploded the body of the ancient soldier, only to kill him. It's still dozens of miles away from downtown Luoyang. There are even soldiers here. It seems that the omen of natural disasters is getting worse. Zhou Wen continued to look towards the urban area of Luoyang. I saw more and more ancient soldiers along the way. Later, because there were too many, they couldn't kill them all in a while. Zhou Wen simply ignored them, teleported continuously, and rushed towards the city. The area around Luoyang now seems to have turned into an ancient battlefield. There are ancient soldiers who look like ghosts everywhere. The closer to the city, the more ancient soldiers. Zhou Wen could see from a distance that the Sunset Army, relying on the fortifications, was fighting fiercely with those soldiers, and the sound of guns was endless. The bullets made by Yuan Jin kept shooting into the bodies of those ancient soldiers, but the ancient soldiers still rushed over frantically and shot a lot of bullets in a row before they were able to knock them down to the ground. Even if the head is blown up, the headless ancient soldier will still rush over frantically. The best way to kill them is to pierce their hearts. As long as the hearts are blown, those ancient soldiers will fall to the ground and never rise again. However, the movement speed of ancient soldiers is not slow, and it is not an easy task to hit the heart. Bullets whizzed, shells exploded from time to time, and there were companion pets under the command of their masters, rushing into the battlefield and tearing up ancient soldiers. Although there have been no casualties of human soldiers, it has been quite tragic. From time to time, companion pets are injured and fall down, or are summoned back by their owners. Tian followed Zhou Wen, and when she saw such a scene, she couldn't help frowning, and seemed very uncomfortable. Asheng, have you found the source of the natural disaster grade? Zhou Wen returned to the military governor's mansion. And Sheng was already waiting for him at the gate, so he asked directly. And Sheng shook his head, because there is no way to find out which natural disaster level creature was born this time. It is difficult to judge which dimension field he came from. Now I only know that it must be a certain dimension of the dungeon. After researching the realm with Vice Governor Qin and others, we believe that there are 4 dungeons in the dimension realm that are most suspicious, and we have sent investigators to investigate, hoping to have good news. The two said as they walked. Of course Zhou Wen knew that it was the best to be able to kill the natural disaster level creature in the cradle. If it was not allowed to be born, the harm caused would naturally be the least. But now they don't even know which dimensional domain they are in. This plan is obviously not very reliable. The Sunset Army is actually ready to deal with natural disasters. The only thing I am afraid of is that the natural disaster creature has stayed on the earth for too long. If it cannot insist that it must leave the earth, then Luoyang will be finished. It has even been suggested to temporarily evacuate Luoyang. But it is easy for the Sunset Army and Zhou Wen to evacuate. It is not easy for ordinary citizens to evacuate. It's not that they can't leave, but that ordinary citizens with average strength have lost the protection of the city. How can they survive outside? Now there are forbidden creatures everywhere outside. Ordinary citizens have no way to survive, and the army can't protect so many citizens to evacuate safely. There is one more thing that is very troublesome. Because of this natural disaster, we had to allocate all our people. The defense capability of the overseer's mansion is much worse. Those guys who wanted to ask you for help in the past are very restless now. Get up, the warden's mansion is not peaceful again. And Xing's eyes were cold and frightening. Good night. These are not a problem. Let's talk about it first. Which 4 are the 4 possible dimensional fields? Zhou Wen also knows about the dungeon, but because there are too many dimensional fields there, he can't guess which one possible. And Xing said, after discussion by several mythologists and historians, it is believed that there are 4 dimensional fields that are most likely. The first is Luoy City, which is very deep in the underground city. Until now, it has not been able to fully. It has been proved that the areas that humans have reached are only some places on the edge. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, King Wu attacked Zhou, and King Wu came too. Luoyang after destroying Shang, and built a city here, called Luoyi. During the Western Zhou dynasty, 1 country and 2 capitals were implemented. Luoyi city has experienced the 10 emperors of the Western Zhou dynasty, and the Eastern Zhou dynasty. 15 emperors. That era is the closest to the age of mythology, if there are emperors and generals in the world who can cause natural disasters. I am afraid that it is only in that era. And Xing nodded. We also thought about it in the same way. The second dimension domain is called Yangqing, which is the lowest dimension domain among the dungeons that have been discovered. Legend has it that Dayu, the king of the Xia dynasty, was initially set in Luoyang city, was called Yangqing at that time. However, we have all heard the legend of Dayu controlling the flood. It was already the end of the age of mythology. So far, no one has been able to enter Yangqing. It is also a very doubtful place. Zhou Wen nodded. There is the bottom dungeon, and the ancient soldiers that appear today are from any dynasty, which means that the dungeon has been affected everywhere, and the further down the dimensional realm is, the greater the suspicion. The third dimension field is called Shendu. It was the only queen in history when Luoyang was renamed Shendu. It is also the only officially named Shendu in history. It has the meaning of the capital of the world in Shenzhou. And Xing stopped here. Down, without saying why those historians and theologians made this a target of suspicion. After a pause, and Xing continued, the fourth dimension field, we were also very suspicious, but the people who went to investigate before have come back. It is quite stable. It should not be the birthplace of natural disasters. So, the most likely places now are Luoyi City, Yangqing, and Chengdu? Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, the people who were sent to those 3 places to investigate have not returned, and there is no news. And Xing replied, Luoyang, you come to guard, I will go to those 3 dungeons to see. Zhou Wen said, absolutely not. There is very little information in the 3-dimension fields. Now, this situation. There is a contingency. I can't explain to Mrs. Lan and Uncle Zhou. And Xing stopped. Don't worry. I'll be fine, stretch out my hand. Zhou Wen said to Xing. What? And Xing stretched out his hand. In front of Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and pressed it on Xing's palm. Suddenly, a trace of golden light entered Xing's palm. Golden God of War, or 5, Master, what are you doing? Xing looked at Zhou Wen in surprise and asked. Before I come back, guard Luoyang, just in case. Zhou Wen never got the last golden God of War, and he couldn't synthesize it. Anyway, he usually doesn't use this type of companion pet, so he temporarily protects Xing. In case something really happened at that time, with 5 fear-level golden gods of war in hand, Xing also has a certain ability to adapt. Master, please rest assured, as long as I'm still here, I won't let anyone trample Luoyang recklessly. Xing said with a straight face. I'm not. And Tianzua. What are you talking to me about? Do what you can do. If you can't do it, then run and bring Sister Lan and my dad. Luoyang is not that important to me. Zhou Wen laughed. Okay, then. I know. And Xing nodded. Time is pressing, and it is necessary to find out the origin of the natural disaster creature as soon as possible, so that we can make some targeted preparations, and maybe be able to escape. Leaving the overseer's mansion with Tian, detoured directly to the dungeon from behind. In a courtyard outside Luoyang City, the hermit was drinking tea leisurely. It has been checked, and as you said, the origin of the natural disaster is the capital of the gods. Dongsha returned from the outside, and said with a smile on his face. The hermit smiled and said, speaking of which, it was a fluke. I went straight into the capital of God and saw some incredible things in it. This time, my intuition was that something had happened to the gods, but I didn't expect it to happen. Dongsha said, based on the information we have now, it is not difficult to make some deals with Njia or Zhou. This information is enough to save Njia from a catastrophe, and they will definitely be tempted when they think about it. What can I do with them? Can I get that celestial robe? If the Yin family is destroyed, wouldn't it be more effective than getting a celestial robe? The hermit's eyes flashed with a strange brilliance. Dongsha was slightly startled, looked at the hermit and said, even if the information is accurate, at most it will only cause Luoyang to suffer a major blow. I'm afraid it will not be so easy to kill Lung Zongjing of Anjia and Sunset College, right? What if we could push in the dark? The hermit said, narrowing his eyes. Dongsha fell into contemplation, thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Think about it, as long as the Yin family falls, there is no need to worry about the threat of that cannon, and troublesome guys like Lung Zongjing and Zhou Wen can also be solved, and we don't need to do all of this ourselves, we just need to push it secretly. Is there a better chance than this? It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The hermit advised. If you want to guide natural disaster-level creatures to destroy Luoyang, you also need to use the time power of Dongsha. Are you sure? Dongsha was a little moved. I need your help, and I need someone else. The hermit seemed to have already thought about it. Who? Dongsha was a little curious. If it was someone from the Guardian Alliance, the hermit should directly ask for the right person. Listening to his tone, it should not be someone from the Guardian Alliance. Director of the Special Supervision Bureau, said the hermit. Dongsha was slightly startled. Wega? He is just an epic level, and the guardian of the contract is only a mythical level, or it was sent from the Babel Tower. What can he do? But the people of our Guardian Alliance can't do it. The hermit explained, this way. Gu is very utilitarian. In order to be able to climb up, it can be said that he will do whatever he can. Over the past few years, our Guardian Alliance has been able to firmly control the Federal House of Commons and the House of Commons. This man's ruthless means have contributed greatly. No. And he has an ability that no one else has. What ability? Dongsha was a little puzzled. She couldn't remember what special ability the Guardian of Wei Ji's contract had. He was just a very ordinary fire guardian. The fire guardian was also the Guardian Alliance in order to win over. It was only given to him by Wei Gu. Dongsha knew exactly what kind of abilities he had. He will use people, said the hermit. How to use it? Dongsha knew that using the word person sounds simple, but it depends on how it is used and who is using it. He has a nickname called Queen Bee. Do you know what that nickname means? The hermit asked back. Isn't it that his intelligence network is as tight as a beehive? Dongsha had also heard of Wei Ji's nickname. This is only part of it. In fact, the reason why he has the nickname Queen Bee at first did not refer to his intelligence network, but to his ability to control his subordinates. The hermit watched one of the small courtyards fly into the corner of the flower bush. The honey said meaningfully, with the existence of the queen bee, all bees will contribute everything for The queen bee, and they will not betray until they die. Dongshi followed the hermit's gaze and glanced at the bee. For some reason, a chill appeared in his heart. There is only one queen bee in a colony. And the other bees, whether they are soldiers or worker bees, just serve the queen bee and give their all. Even their lives, they have no life of their own at all, as if they were born for the queen bee. But people are not bees, they have their own desires and selfishness, but some people regard Wei-gu as the queen bee among people. Thinking about it makes people feel chills. It is hard to imagine what means Wei-gu used to make his subordinates pay so much. It's against humanity. Before Wei-gu, there were many eyeliners from major families in the Supervision Bureau, but since Wei-gu became the director, the eyeliners of each family were used by him instead, and the entire Supervision Bureau gradually became Wei-ji's hive. In the hermit's words, there was a lot of admiration. How did this happen? Dongshi didn't pay too much attention to the Supervision Bureau. In her opinion, the Supervision Bureau is nothing but a tool, like a police dog. But hearing the hermit say this, Dongshi felt for the first time that this Director Wei was really a capable guy. A guy who only contracted a mythical guardian can actually have a firm grasp of the Supervision Bureau. Even the 6 major families who originally regarded the Supervision Bureau as the eyes and ears can no longer reach into the Supervision Bureau. This is not something ordinary people can do. Because everyone has weaknesses and fears. No one is better at exploiting other people's weaknesses than Wei-gu. If there is a devil in this world, then Wei-gu must be the most vicious one among them. The hermit continued, in the beginning, Lord Tian gave Wei-gu 2 choices, one is the ice demon, the guardian of the contract fear level, and the other is the flame demon of the contract myth level. Although the ice demon is a fear level, its potential is only that, no matter how difficult it is. Go a step further. And although the Balrog is only a mythical level, it may go further, and the fear level is not the end. Although the chance of promotion is very small, Wei-gu still chose the contract flame demon, which shows the ambition of this person. Unfortunately, he still fell into Lord Xian's calculations. Flame Demon does have the possibility to go further, but he has a flaw that is not considered a defect. Not to mention promotion to natural disaster grade, even promotion to fear grade is extremely difficult. It's almost impossible to advance to the fear level on Earth, and Wei-ji's Balrog has not been able to advance to the fear level, which is the reason. Dongshi nodded. I know about this. Lord Xian thinks that this person is too vicious, and is afraid that he will have different intentions, so he uses such a conspiracy. Wei-gu naturally knows that Yan Mo wants to be promoted to the natural disaster level. It's definitely not that easy, but he still chose greedily, and it's no one's fault. Wei-gu has never been promoted to the fear level, but among those under him, some people have obtained the guardian of the fear level, and some even have been promoted to the fear level through the myth liquid, but the director of the Supervision Bureau is still Wei-gu, not. What do you think of those fear levels that are stronger than him? The hermit said. This person is really not to be taken lightly. Dongshi already agreed with the hermit's statement. If I want to induce natural disaster level creatures to destroy Luoyang after the birth, I need the help of a fear level supervisor from the Supervision Bureau, and that person only listens to Wei-ji's orders, so I need Wei-gu. Of course, he is not only such a person, but we also if you need some cannon fodder, if you use it as a cannon, there is no need to use our own people. It is not better to use the people from the Supervision Bureau. The hermit said. A person like him would be willing to do such a disadvantageous thing? Dongsher frowned. People like him can sacrifice everything for himself. If I tell him, I can help him promote the flame demon to the fear level, not to mention those subordinates, even his own father, I'm afraid they will sell it to me. The hermit laughed. If I remember correctly, Wei Gu was also from Sunset College, so you're not afraid that he has a problem? Dongsher asked. Over the years, this Director Wei has not been stained with the blood of the Japanese army. He took over the intelligence network of the Anjia in the Holy City, and the Anjia hated him deeply. Of course, it is not just the Anjia, in fact, except for our guardian outside the alliance, the 6 major families and many local wealthy families all want to eat his flesh. He has no way out and can only be our dog. The hermit said. In that case, call him over. Dongsher nodded slightly. In fact, although she is not responsible for this aspect, she has heard a little about this Director Wei's behavior, and she doesn't think so. Something wrong. It's not so easy for him to work for us. He has to go there in person so that he can see Hope. The hermit stood up after saying that, and at the same time stretched out his hand and sucked the bee into his palm, directly crushing it. It turned into fly ash, and fluttered into the wind. Zhou rushed to the dungeon with Tian, but because there were too many dungeons, and not all the entrances were in one place, Zhou thought about it and decided to go to Luoy City first. That is the dimension field closest to the Age of Mythology. If there is no problem there, just go to Yangqing, which is relatively close to there. As for Shindu, there seemed to be nothing that could become a natural disaster grade in that era, and as for the Hongyan Supreme, it should not have reached that grade. Luoy City is quaint and gloomy, like the Sunluo Palace in the underworld. Zhou has never been here before, but he just heard from Inxing that many of the humans who came to explore here before were not able to return alive. Fortunately, someone escaped, and they only saw some peripheral areas in the city. They all said that there was a terrible force in the city, invisible, and they killed many of their companions. Now that I think about it, it must be in existence above the fear level, but I don't know what level it is. However, with Tian by his side, even if it is a natural disaster, Zhou is not afraid, otherwise he will not come here rashly. When he was outside the city gate, Zhou first searched to see if there was a small hand pattern, and if he could download a copy, but he turned around and saw no small hand pattern. What are you looking for? Tian asked suspiciously when she saw Zhou wandering around the door, but she didn't go in. See if there are any bad guys. Zhou said. Aren't you the bad guy? Tian looked at Zhou and asked suspiciously. Let's see if there is anyone worse than me. Zhou explained casually, and then walked towards the gate of Luoy City. It shouldn't be. Tian muttered. Zhou didn't say anything. When he looked up at the city gate, he suddenly saw a woman standing above the city gate tower. The woman stared at him blankly, looking extremely beautiful, but indifferently scary. Zhou was shocked. He had just looked at the top of the city gate tower and found no one. Now a woman suddenly appeared, and he couldn't help but look at it. But this time, I found that the woman on the city gate was gone, which made Zhou think that he was wrong just now. Rubbing his eyes, he took a closer look, and there was indeed nothing above the city gate tower. Did you see anyone just now? Zhou asked Tian aside. I didn't see anyone. Tian replied. Am I really dazzled? Zhou was wondering when he heard Tian continue, I only saw a very beautiful dimensional creature. Zhou Wen's eyes twitched, resisting the urge to twitch her, and asked, that dimensional creature looks like a woman wearing weird clothes. After listening carefully, Tian nodded and said, it's her, you saw it too, why are you asking me? Did you see where she went? Zhou asked quickly. Go down from the city gate tower. Tian replied. That woman's speed is so fast that I can't see the trajectory, is it a natural disaster? Zhou thought to himself. Fortunately, Tian can see it, indicating that the other party's ability is not more than Tian, which makes Zhou feel at ease. Could it be that woman who is about to be born? Zhou thought to himself, and pushed the door into Luoy City. The scene in the city surprised him. A straight central street faced the city gate, but there was no living creature on the street. The only thing that can be seen is many dead soldiers and destroyed buildings. Luoy City, which was originally full of ghosts, looks more like a ghost realm. The death of those soldiers varies from one to the other. Some were stabbed by a knife against the wall, some had their heads chopped off, and some were crushed to death by a wheel. The entire city, wherever you could see, were full of dead soldiers. Although I haven't experienced that battle, but just by looking at the scene after the war, I can imagine how tragic that battle was. Not far in front of Zhou, there were two ancient soldiers standing. One soldier's spear pierced the other's throat, while the other soldier's sword penetrated his heart. And the two supported each other like that, standing there to die. Have you seen that woman? Zhou has been scanning around, but found no trace of the woman, so he could only ask Tian again. Over there. Tian pointed to the depths of the ancient city, where you could faintly see a palace-like building complex. Zhou dodged and walked over there. After a few dodges, he was already close, and saw a long stone staircase leading to the gate of the palace-like hall. At this time, Zhou saw that a woman was walking on the stone steps. Because she could only see her back and robe, Zhou was not sure whether this woman was the one he saw on the city gate. However, the situation in Luoy City is not the same as the information obtained by Insheng. Zhou has begun to have some doubts. The natural disaster grade dimensional creature that is about to be born is in this Luoy City, and it is likely to be the woman in front. The woman on the steps walked very slowly, her robe was dragging on the steps, just a back view. But it was pleasing to the eye. Thinking of her face, Zhou couldn't help but feel a little regretful. Although she looks beautiful, it's a pity that it's too cold, making it difficult for people to get close. The woman didn't seem to know Zhou arrival, and she was still walking slowly to the palace there. The steps were too long. Like an ordinary person, she walked up one step at a time. I was afraid that it would take a while before she could reach the in front of the palace. Aren't you curious, what is she doing? Zhou turned around and asked Tian, wanting Tian to go over and see what happened to the woman. Didn't she go back to the house to rest? What's so curious? Tian asked inexplicably. Zhou was speechless and could only stand under the steps, watching the woman slowly walk up, not daring to go up rashly. After walking for a while, the woman finally reached the top of the steps and arrived in front of the palace. She stood at the top of the steps and turned around slowly. Zhou suddenly felt his eyes lit up. It was an extremely beautiful face, and it really was the one he saw on the city gate. Aside from her In different expression, she is indeed an unparalleled beauty. The moment she stood on the steps, Luoy City, which was originally as quiet as a forest of ghosts, suddenly shouted loudly. The corpses of soldiers everywhere in the city stood up as if they had been resurrected, holding weapons one by one, and looked at Zhou Wen with dull eyes. Kill. Zhou Wen felt that something was wrong, and before he thought about it carefully, he heard Tian shouting and killing. Then I saw a tide of ancient soldiers rushing towards Zhou Wen from all directions. Seeing that the ancient soldiers in front had rushed in front of him, Zhou Wen waved his hand and immediately beat the group of ancient soldiers in front of him to ashes. The level of these ancient soldiers is not high, most of them are only legendary level, and occasionally some generals are epic level. Such a level, in front of Zhou Wen, is nothing. One finger can kill a row. But those ancient soldiers rushed over without fear of death. No matter how many Zhou Wen killed, there would be more ancient soldiers rushing up behind. Because there were too many ancient soldiers killed, a lot of dimensional crystals and companion eggs had fallen on the ground, but the level was too low, and Zhou Wen was lazy to pick it up. Why is the level of the ancient soldiers here so low? If this is the birthplace of natural disaster level creatures, shouldn't there be a lot of mythical level or even fear level creatures born together? Here are both legendary level and epic level, that is, the number more, no matter how you look at it. It doesn't look like a scene of natural disaster grade birth. Zhou Wen secretly wondered in his heart. You really are a big bad guy. Why did you kill them for no reason? Tian on the side suddenly said unhappily. They want to kill me, why can't I kill them? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. But they didn't want to kill you. Tian frowned. Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment, suddenly remembering the feeling that he had felt wrong before, and couldn't help but stop attacking. When Zhou Wen stopped, the soldiers rushed up like a tide, and quickly rushed to Zhou Wen, but they did not attack Zhou Wen, or even ignored him, like a rapid current, rushed from Zhou Wen's side, towards the steps punch from above. Zhou Wen suddenly realized that their target was not themselves, but the unparalleled beauty standing at the end of the stone steps. The ant colony-like ancient soldiers rushed up the steps, desperately rushing towards the beautiful woman standing at the end of the steps, as if she shared an inexhaustible hatred with them. Zhou Wenren was stunned. It's not that he has never seen dimensional creatures fight dimensional creatures, but dimensional creatures kill many of their same kind of human beings, and they desperately want to kill another dimensional creature. This kind of thing, it was the first time I saw Zhou Wen. Because there were too many soldiers rushing over, Zhou Wen had to fly into the air and watch those soldiers swarm up. The generals who rushed in front were about to reach the top of the steps. They couldn't wait to jump up, and all kinds of weapons pierced towards the beauty. In the face of thousands of troops, the beauty didn't even dodge, but just looked at the soldiers indifferently, as if all this had nothing to do with her. Seeing that the swords, spears, swords, and halberds were about to stab the beauty, the palace gate behind the beauty suddenly opened, and a brilliant divine light shot out from the inside. Those ancient soldiers who came into contact with the divine light suddenly vanished into ashes. The beauty was motionless, her back turned to the divine light, like a fairy bathed in the morning light. The ancient soldiers who were like ants seemed to have encountered the ghost of light, and they all screamed and turned into flying ashes. For a time, there were rising ashes everywhere in Luoy City. The scene was eerie and spectacular. Zhou Wen gathered his strength to fight against the Huang divine light, but found that the divine light shone on him and had no effect. Tian stood there with no intention. of resisting the divine light, and there was nothing to do. The woman bathed in divine light glanced at Zhou. When had Tian turned and walked towards the palace. But you're going to be born? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment. And asked. With Tian by her side, if you don't ask now, and face her alone in the future, it's useless to ask. The woman stopped, but didn't turn around, she just stood in the brilliance and said, if I were born, it wouldn't be like this. After saying that, the woman walked into the gate, and the gate creaked. And slowly closed automatically, isolating the world inside the palace from the outside again. Without the light, Luoy City immediately became eerie again. The ancient soldiers who were not irradiated by the divine light in the distance seemed to finally regain their senses. After discovering Zhou Wen, they roared and rushed up. Those ordinary ancient soldiers are at most mythical level, and Zhou Wen doesn't care about them. With a wave of his hand, he wiped out the approaching ancient soldiers and dropped a lot of dimensional crystals. What does that woman mean? If she was born, it would not be like this. Listening to this, it does not seem that she is going to be born. But her words are very problematic. Does she mean that if she is, when she is born, the disaster will be even more terrifying? Zhou Wen couldn't help but feel a little worried. The birth of a natural disaster has already plunged Luoyang into dire straits. If there is another one, Zhou Wen feels that this day is really impossible. This place in Luoyang is really not very good. There are too many legends and too many dangers. Zhou Wen thought to himself. Glanced at Tian, and saw that Tian was indifferent, and there was nothing he could do. He really wanted Tian to help him kill the woman, and even rushed into the palace to clean up all the dimensional creatures inside. Except for this trouble. But Tian didn't listen to him, and even had a holiday with him. Zhou Wen could only look at the door and sigh. It seems that the dimensional field where natural disaster creatures were born is not this one, said Tian on the side. Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he heard Tian say this. If you find a natural disaster creature, will you help me get rid of him? Of course not. Tian answered. With certainty immediately, without any hesitation. You are so kind, do you have the heart to watch the creatures born in that disaster come to life and make them wrecked? Zhou Wen said. This is the law of nature. Don't you humans kill a lot of dimensional creatures with the same brutality? You even eat a lot of biological corpses every day. According to your logic, I should kill all of you humans first, so as not to ruin your life. Sweetly said seriously. Zhou Wen was speechless for a while, but after thinking about it, there was nothing wrong. Humans can hunt other creatures, why can't dimensional creatures hunt humans? After taking a deep look at the closed gate of the palace, Zhou Wen turned around and walked out of Luoy City. He knew it very well. If you still want to stay in Luoyang in the future, I am afraid that sooner or later, you will have to face the great terror in Luoy City, and that woman. After leaving Luoy City, Zhou Wen went to Yangqing, which was relatively close to Luoy City. Yangqing is at the bottom of the underground city, and none of the known underground cities is deeper than Yangqing. Legend has it that Yangqing was once the capital of Dayu's initial determination. Dayu is not so much a human being as it is a myth and legend that is more accurate. The legend about Dayu's flood control is well known in the Eastern District, and Zhou Wen naturally heard it from his grandfather when he was a child. Zhou Wen even speculated that Dayu's flood control was probably related to the prehistoric flood. According to the information Zhou Wen has now, the continent was a hole at first, and a large ship from a different dimension came out of the sky. In order to find the strongest companion pet on the earth, he forcibly broke the continent and entered the depths of the earth. The continent was severely damaged and torn apart, forming the four major regions today. There are legends of prehistoric floods in the four major regions, and Zhou Wen thinks this is no coincidence. Sometimes Zhou Wen wondered if the flood before Daiyu was the result of that great flood, and if it was really related, Daiyu's flood control would never be as simple as he imagined. The Battle of Zhuolu and the Battle of Fengshan were indeed the most famous legendary battles in the Eastern District. But if you think about it carefully, Daiyu's water control seems to be a legendary war that is deeply hidden, but for some unknown reason, the details have not been passed down. Daiyu led the human tribe. In the process of water control, he opened up mountains and rivers and killed countless terrifying creatures. If the legend is true, where did those terrifying creatures come from? Why did Daiyu have the ability to kill them? In the myths and stories known to Zhou Wen, the sea-fixing needle in the hands of the Monkey King was the tool that Daiyu used to measure the water depth. You must know that the legendary Dinghaitian needle weighs 13,500 kilograms. It is impossible for ordinary people to pick up this thing, let alone use it to measure the water depth. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen felt a little more in awe of the Yangqing dimensional field. If Tian had not followed him, he would not have dared to enter it anyway. I came to Yangqing, the deepest underground city. It was a little different from what Zhou Wen imagined. This city was not built with bricks or stones, but a dirt city. The city walls of Yangqing are basically piled up with adobe, but they look very solid. Those adobes that are reddish and yellow seem to be quite hard. Although they have experienced the baptism of time, they are only a little mottled, and the main body looks still very strong, with a kind of simple grandeur. It's not good here. Zhou Wen hadn't approached the gate of Yangqing, but Tian said suddenly. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, turned to look at Tian, and saw that she was staring at the gate of Yangqing with a look of disgust on her face. Why not? There is danger in it? Zhou Wen was secretly shocked. Tian was God, and if even God felt danger, this Yangqing might be even scarier than he imagined. No, it just feels a nasty smell. Tian thought for a while and said, hateful breath? What exactly do you mean? Zhou Wen looked at Yangqing carefully as he spoke. The architectural style of Yangqing can be regarded as rough and simple at present. A large number of buildings are made of adobe. From the outside, you can faintly see some wooden building roofs, but they do not look too delicate, and most of them are very simple. The ability to listen carefully cannot extend into Yangqing, and can only observe the appearance. Those adobes were reddish and yellow, with a faint smell of fragrance. Zhou Wen sniffed carefully and determined that this very light fragrance was emanating from the adobe, not the wood. You mean the smell in the city wall? Zhou Wen asked Tian again. He also felt a little uneasy in his heart, but if the natural disaster creature was really born in Yangqing, he could only go in and have a look. Of course, the premise is that Tian is willing to go in. If Tian is not willing to go in, Zhou Wen is ready to go back. Even God is reluctant to set foot on the ground. Zhou Wen has not yet had such a fearless spirit of sacrifice to take risks. No, there is something in the city that I hate. Tian said. What is it? A creature or something? Zhou Wen continued to ask. I don't know, I don't like it. Anyway. Tian glanced at Yangqing with some disgust. Seeing her appearance, she didn't seem to want to take a second look. Tian just said that he didn't like it, which made Zhou Wen feel a little more at ease. Tian didn't like watching it, but he looked at Yangqing carefully over and over again. Sudden, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up. And in front of the Tuqing gate stood a piece of wood. Originally Zhou Wen thought it was something like a flagpole. But after looking carefully for a while, I found that there was a small hand pattern engraved on the wood. Finally found. Zhou Wen didn't want to enter Yangqing at first, but now that he found the little hand pattern, he doesn't need to go in and take risks anymore, download Yangqing, and go back and slowly brush the dungeon. Stand over there for a while. Zhou Wen pointed to the log and said, "What are you doing?" Tian looked there was only one piece of wood, as if there was nothing else. "I'll take a photo for you as a souvenir." Zhou Wen picked up an ordinary mobile phone and took a picture of Tian. "What is taking pictures?" Tian asked suspiciously. "Just leave your appearance on the phone." Zhou Wen couldn't go on before he finished speaking, because he couldn't capture Tian's appearance on his phone. "Have you used the fearful state?" Zhou Wen asked. Tian. "No." Tian shook her head. "That's weird, why can't I take a picture of you?" Zhou Wen tried to take another picture, but the result was still the same, as if Tian didn't exist at all. In the photos taken, besides Tian, what else was there? "I'll have." "Why take a photo?" Tian looked at the photo taken on Zhou Wen's mobile phone, and roughly understood what a photo was. There are many reasons, most of which are out of keeping good ideas. For example, when you encounter a beautiful scenery, you want to take a picture so that you can see it later. Or it is something very memorable, like a baby. When he was young, his parents would take pictures of him, and when he grows up, he can still see what he looked like when he was a child. Or lovers who are in love, take pictures of each other's appearance, and miss each other when something has to be separated. Now, you can look at each other's photos. Zhou Wen explained. It turns out that the photo is like this, then you can take a picture of it for me. Tian seemed to be a little interested. Zhou Wen took a few more photos of Tian, and the result was the same. No matter how you took it, Tian couldn't stay in it. Zhou Wenzhong took the opportunity to take a picture of the small hand pattern with the mysterious mobile phone, and then put away the mysterious mobile phone and let it download the copy slowly. Tian also seems to be trying to get herself photographed, but it doesn't work at all. Even if she restrains her strength, she still can't be photographed. I remember, ghosts can't be photographed. Tian still wanted to try again, but Zhou Wen didn't want to take pictures anymore. He didn't want to take pictures of Tian at first, but he was afraid that when Tian took pictures of his little hands just confusing. "No, I have to take a photo." Tian was so excited that she asked Zhou Wen to give her the phone, and she wanted to take it herself. Zhou Wen thought to himself, fortunately, I was afraid that my mobile phone would break, so I put a lot of mobile phones in the chaotic space. I took a mobile phone to Tian. When Tian was watching Zhou Wen's operation, she had already learned how to take pictures. She hung the mobile phone in the air and took pictures of herself. "Don't be so troublesome, your phone has a front camera, you just need to switch to selfie mode." Zhou Wen walked over and taught Tian how to take a selfie with a phone. Tian naturally learns it right away, but the photos she took by herself still can't show her body. Zhou Wen waited for a while, and seeing that the copy had not been downloaded, he planned to go back and talk about it, and the gods didn't go. Before he could persuade Tian, he saw a figure approaching quickly. Thank goodness, I finally found you, Master Wen. Adjutant and asked me to come to you and tell you to go back immediately. The man was an officer, very fast, with a pair of wolf ears under his cap, probably used the myth of wolf-myth fluid promotion. What happened to Luoyang? Zhou Wen was shocked. No, Adjutant asked me to tell you, don't worry, the house is fine, but you must go back immediately, he has important things to discuss with you, the officer said while panting. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen turned around and left. And Xing knew what he was doing here, but he was so anxious to send someone to find him. Obviously, the matter was very urgent. When Zhou Wen was rushing back, the hermit, Dongshi, and others were already in the dimensional realm of the god capital, and they were already quite deep. Director Wei, it's up to your supervisory bureau. In front of a huge and strange building like a tower, the hermit said to Wei Gu, who was standing beside him. According to the plan. Wei Gu gave the order without expression. Yes. Several inspectors of the Supervision Bureau cautiously walked towards the tower. The hermit and Dongshi kept watching, until after the inspectors had entered the tower. Dongshi looked at Wei Gu and said, Director Wei, those should be the competent officers of the Inspection Bureau, right? If that's the case, it's all damaged here, and the Supervision Bureau's loss is probably not small. Wei Gu said respectfully. Sir, you are overthinking it. As an inspector, you have to die for the Federation, and I am very confident in my subordinates that they will be able to come back safely. Dongshi and the hermit looked at each other and said nothing. In fact, they all knew very well that those inspectors would never come back. They were sacrifices. Only when they sacrificed can the plan continue. Wei Gu is also very clear about this, but in order to promote his guardian, he would rather let his subordinates die without even blinking his eyes, as if the death of those subordinates is nothing like the death of an ant in his eyes. Similar difference. It was really hard for Dongshi to understand why such a cold, selfish, and cruel guy could make all the inspectors follow him with all his heart, and he was obedient. After a while, I heard a shrill scream from the tower, and the strange tower, at the top of the tower, also lit up a little strange light. It's finally here. The hermit looked at the little light on the top of the tower, and a trace of excitement flashed in his eyes. Is that the legendary paradise? Wei Gu narrowed his eyes, looked at the gradually glowing tower, and muttered to himself. The hermit nodded and said, yes, there is indeed heaven. The queen used it to sense heaven and man, worship Buddha, and visit Zen. It is known as the place closest to heaven, and some people call him Tong Tian. Buddha. Wei Gu stared at heaven and continued to ask, as far as I know, that queen is just an ordinary human being. No matter how noble her status was at that time, she shouldn't have become an existence like a fairy and a Buddha, right? The emperor of the world is indeed not qualified to become a myth and legend, and it is even less likely that he will become a natural disaster-level existence after death. The hermit paused and said, but the one in heaven is not the queen. Not the queen? Wei Gu was slightly startled, his face full of doubts. Whether it is a god or heaven, it is unique to that queen. It is hard to believe that the owner here is not her. Except for her, who else is qualified to be king in the capital of God and occupy heaven? When the two were talking, the light in the heaven became stronger and stronger, almost completely covering the giant tower-like heaven. The hermit was in a good mood, staring at heaven and explaining. No matter how strong a human being is, a legend or an epic at most will never be promoted to a myth. The queen is also a human being, so naturally she will be no exception. Besides, even if she becomes a myth, it is impossible to live to the present, and it is even more impossible to be promoted to the natural disaster level. After listening to the hermit's words, Wega looked at the light in heaven again, and seemed to think of something, but he didn't mean to say it. Seeing Wei Ji's appearance, the hermit knew that he had guessed something, so he said, "Since you have already thought of something, tell it and let me see if what you think is correct." Wei Gu pondered and said, "I heard that there is a Buddha statue in the Longmen grottos, called the Lucina Buddha, which was carved according to the face of the queen." Hearing Wei Ji's words, the hermit laughed immediately. "You are indeed a smart person. Lucina means bright and shining, and the name that the queen gave herself has a syllable, which is related to the meaning of Lucina. Basically the same. So, there really is a Lucina Buddha in heaven?" Wei Gu changed color slightly. If the one in the heaven is really Lushana Buddha, it would be really scary. Buddha has 3 bodies, and Lushana Buddha is one of them. He is called Sambhogakaya Buddha, and he is the Buddha of wisdom, of absolute truth. To put it in a more common way, Lusana Buddha and the well-known Sakyamuni Buddha are 3-in-1 Buddhas, which can be regarded as one of the top Buddhas in Buddhism. Buddhas have a heart of compassion. If it's really Lushina Buddha, why would they need to sacrifice human beings? Wei Gu felt that there were some loopholes in the hermit's words. Hasn't Director Wei heard the saying that the Buddha is born from the heart? The hermit continued, "The so-called Buddha is a mirror, but this mirror does not reflect people, but the heart. If you have a good heart, that Buddha is good. If your heart is evil, then the Buddha is 100 times more evil than you. Whether it is a Buddha or a demon, it is actually just a single thought." Wei Gu said with understanding, "So, if this natural disaster creature is born safely, then he may be a kind Buddha, and will not cause too much disaster?" "That's right." The hermit said with a smile, "Of course that's not what I want to see, so I asked you to bring someone here, just to prevent him from becoming a kind Buddha. I need him to become a terrifying devil." Between the two of them talking, the Buddha's light in heaven was so strong that he couldn't look directly, and only heard a door slam, as if someone came out of that heaven. Wei Gu stared and died, and the person who came out turned out to be a monk in a moon-white robe. She walked step by step, seemingly with pure moonlight, and she didn't seem to look like the devil the hermit said. "She doesn't look like a devil." Wei Gu looked at the nun and said, "Of course not. If she is already a devil now, I can't escape death." The hermit said lightly, "But when she leaves the capital, she will definitely become a devil." "Why is this?" Wei Gu was even more puzzled. "Because of you." The hermit laughed. "Me?" Wei Gu was slightly startled. "Yes. It's you. Your heart is like a Buddha, and naturally, the Buddha is always there. If your heart is a devil, the devil will come to the world. If a person like Director Wei has a devil's heart, if she has a heart-to-heart with that Bhikshuni, she will definitely become a devil." The hermit looked at Wei Gu and said, "What do you need me to do?" Wei Gu asked. "You don't need to do anything, just let her see you after she leaves Shindu." Seeing the confused look on Wei Ji's face, the hermit smiled and said, "Don't you understand? Then you don't have to think about it. You'll understand naturally by then. We'll wait for her outside." The gods. Dongsher has activated the power of time to bring Wei Gu and the hermit out of the capital together. And that bikini was still walking forward slowly. Wherever she walked, those ancient soldiers who looked like ghosts and people all returned to dust, as if they were relieved. "Director Wei, let's go. As long as you are in Luoyang, Luoyang will become a dead city. No one can escape. Everyone will feel the glory of the Buddha and be transcended into the pure land of bliss." The ancient soldier who came out said to Wei Gu, who was beside him, "Although I am very willing to give my life for the Federation, I still want to be able to leave a useful body and dedicate my life to the Federation for you, so my subordinates still hope to come back alive." Wei Ji's feet did not move at all. The hermit knew that if he couldn't convince Wei Gu that he wanted to take such a risk, it would be impossible, so he explained, "Those censors who dedicate themselves to the Buddha are all your people, and it is you who ordered them to enter heaven. The bhikkhunis who awakened with them as sacrifices have been tainted by their obsessions. Although they have not yet reached the point of becoming demons, they have buried a thread. And you, the one who can ignite that thread, it is also linked to that obsession, so as long as you are in Luoyang City, that bhikkhuni will definitely go to Luoyang City. Once she sees you and feels that you are a sinful person, becoming a demon is inevitable. Of course, you don't need to worry. I have prepared a retreat for you. When a bhikshuni becomes a demon, it is the time for you to retreat." The hermit said and looked at Dongsher. Dongsher took out a pocket watch and handed it to Wei Gu. "This is the time pocket watch I made. After that bhikkhuni becomes a demon, you can use it to return directly to the time and place I set, which is our guardian alliance headquarters." "Thank you, Lord Dongsher." Wei Gu solemnly put away the time pocket watch. "Go, when I return to the headquarters, I will help your Balrog to advance to the fear level. Your achievements in the future are limitless." The hermit said. "I would also like to thank the two adults for their promotion. The subordinates will go now." Wei Gu took a few steps and suddenly turned around and said, "My lord, is there any taboo in using the pocket watch at this time? I'm afraid I will go back and use it myself." "Wrong. If you are worried, you can try it out," Dongsher said lightly. "Also ask the adults to give pointers." Wei Gu was very cautious. How could he be sloppy in such matters of life and death? Dongsher told him how to use it in detail. Wei Gu pressed it, and his body disappeared immediately. After a few seconds, his figure reappeared in place. "My lord's power of time is really amazing. It can come and go thousands of miles in an instant. It's like a god's help." Wei Gu praised. "No problem, just go, the bhikshuni will come out," Dongsher said with a cold face, as if he was very unhappy with Wei Ji's behavior, that he didn't believe her before. Wei Gu knew that she was unhappy, and he didn't make fun of himself, so he bowed and walked in the direction of Luoyang City. "You sure are right, this man is too cautious. Fortunately, the time pocket watch I gave him is real, otherwise it would be really troublesome." After Wei Gu disappeared in Luoyang City, Dongsher Kai said, "Is the time pocket watch okay?" the hermit asked. "No problem. Everything is under my control. Without my power to activate, the time pocket watch is useless at all, and it Is useless for him to hold it, and it can also let me know where he is. Dongsher hesitated. For a while. Said, why must he die? Such a person, although very annoying, is really useful. If he doesn't die in the hands of a bhikshuni, how can a bhikkhuni really become a demon? The hermit said indifferently, it's just a dog. As long as we want, there will be more people willing to stand in his position to do things for us at any time, and his ambitions are too big, and such a person is not suitable to stay in this position for a long time. Otherwise, the Supervision Bureau will become his private property, so when we use the Supervision Bureau in the future, should we negotiate with him? Dongsher was right in thinking about it. From this action, it can be seen that the name of Wei Ji's Queen Bee is definitely not groundless. Those inspectors are almost obedient to Wei Gu, and they are a little disobedient to them. Without Wei Ji's orders, it is difficult for them to do things. This time, we have cleaned up Luoyang's home, and we can reshuffle the Supervision Bureau and replace it with our own people. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. We should celebrate when we look back. The hermit smiled. While the two of them were talking, that bhikkhuni had already come out of the underground city. The moment she came out, a large number of dead people crawled out of the ground in the entire Luoyang area. There was chaos in Luoyang city, and the ancient soldiers outside could still resist, but at their feet, a lot of ancient soldiers suddenly climbed out, immediately causing the formation of the Sunset Army to fall into a melee fight, and the battle situation became extremely tragic. As expected by the hermit, the bhikkhuni headed towards Luoyang city, as if following Wei Ji's whereabouts. Wherever she went, those dead people who climbed out of the ground all turned into Buddha light and ascended to the sky, each with a look of relief on their faces, as if they had been liberated. However, the living people near her were not affected. Seeing this scene, the soldiers and strong men defending the city were overjoyed, thinking that the rescuers had come. The current bhikshuni will only save the dead, but after she becomes a demon, she will save the living together. I hope they will laugh at that time. Insher said lightly. If it weren't for Tianzhua being too domineering and ignorant of current affairs, he wouldn't have implicated the people in this city. Dongsher sighed. As soon as you succeed, your bones will die, and your destiny will never be yours alone. If you want to blame it, you should blame them for being with the wrong person. The hermit said indifferently. The bhikkhuni walked to Luoyang step by step, and a large number of ancient soldiers were overtaken. When she arrived outside the city of Luoyang, people thought it was the savior, and opened the door to welcome the bhikkhuni in. People are so ignorant, the hermit said. Strangely, after the bhikkhuni entered the city, a large number of dead people who had drilled out of the ground were all lifted to the sky by her power, and the pressure was suddenly reduced a lot. Although the power of those dead people is not enough to destroy Luoyang, but because they are everywhere, they can come out from anywhere, which has a great impact on ordinary people. Under the floor in the house, a lot of dead people got out. He couldn't blow up the Li family with one punch, right? Besides, there are still many people from the Li family fighting those dead people. The power of a bhikshuni, however, can ignore everything and directly purify the dead and ascend to heaven, while the living are not harmed at all. Be happy, the more you are happy. Now, the worse you will cry after a while. The hermit snorted coldly, looked at Dongsher, and asked, where are the Wei Gu people? In a relatively back position. Dongsher sensed the position of the pocket watch. Why did he run so far? The hermit frowned slightly. I don't dare to get too close to the overseer's mansion, for fear of being discovered. Just be careful, lest he be discovered and driven out. Dongshi said. The two could only watch Bikuni walk across the street and overtake a large number of dead people. She walked faster and faster, her strength became stronger and stronger, and her transformation was almost complete. After the Bikuni took this trip, almost all the dead people in Luoyang City had been overtaken, and the remaining few were far away, and the sporadic dead people who had not been overtaken had not caused much harm. It's almost there. Dongshi sensed the position of the time pocket watch and said to the hermit. The hermit's eyes were full of excitement, and he seemed to be very much looking forward to seeing the process of the Bikuni becoming a demon. Seeing that the Bikuni had reached the position where Wei-gu was, the Bikuni who had been walking forward suddenly stopped. It's coming. The hermit's heart beat fast, and the secretion of adrenaline intensified, and the excited palms were a little wet. Suddenly, the Bikuni turned around without warning, went in the direction from which he came, and walked back. What's the matter? Isn't Wei-gu there? The hermit was slightly startled, and quickly asked Dongshi. He should be right there, the time pocket watch is there. Dongshi felt something was wrong. No, he's not there, the hermit said with certainty, looking around constantly, but found nothing. And that Bikuni, the speed is getting faster and faster, has already rushed out of Luoyang, coming straight in the direction where they are. Wei-gu, you come out. For me, I know you are there. The hermit frowned and shouted. Since you know where I am, come over. By yourself. Wei-ji's voice came from the direction behind them. The hermit was like a phantom and shot out. A cold light. The cold light smashed a forest into pieces, but he didn't see Wei-ji's people. Master Hermit. This is your fault. You treat your own people like this. It seems that I should give you the title of Queen Bee. Wei-ji's voice came from another place. This time, Dongshi used time to speed up and went there directly, but he still didn't see anyone. The hermit and Dongshi glanced at each other, and both saw the surprise in the other's eyes. Wei-gu can't possibly have such an ability. The guardian of his contract. The Balrog is the power of the fire element, with strong explosive power, but he should not be good at speed. Flame, come out for me. The hermit shouted coldly. The Balrog is the guardian of the Guardian Alliance going out, and it is a part of the Guardian Alliance itself. Even if Wei-gu wanted to betray, the Balrog would still accept orders. Without the Balrog, Wei-gu is nothing. Are you looking for it? Wei-ji's voice sounded again. Only this time, he walked out from behind a large rock. He stretched out one hand, pointing to the sky with 5 fingers. In the palm of his hand, there was a mysterious flame beating. The flame looked like an enchanting woman dancing, dangerous and mysterious. Fear level? Hermit and Dongshi saw the flames, and their expressions changed. Wei-gu had already promoted the flame demon to the fear level. This was originally impossible. There is no way around it. Flame, what are you doing? Immediately release the contract with Wei-gu. Dongshi still wanted to order the Balrog, but the Balrog didn't respond at all, and was still wriggling in Wei-ji's palm like a dance. Don't cry. Why do you think I chose the mythical flame demon? Not because of how strong she is in the future, but because only then will I have the opportunity to control her. As a person, I like myself to be able to do everything. Control is good. Wei-gu said calmly. Unfortunately, you have done a dangerous thing that you can't control at all. The hermit said. A folding fan appeared in his hand, and when the folding fan moved, the fan-shaped beam shot towards Wei Gu. Wei Gu folded his fingers, and the flame in his palm shattered, turning into a mass of purple flames that enveloped his body. At this time, the light beams had already arrived in front of him, and beams of beams shot into the purple flames, shooting out big holes in the human figures inside, but Wei Ji's screams were not heard. Soon, the purple flame regained its human form, like a flowing purple flame gauze, which was worn on Wei Gu. The first impression of flame is heat and explosion, but that's not all of it. Flame also has its gentle side. When Wei Gu spoke, Dongsher had already used time to speed up to him, using both hands and feet, with fear level of power, bombarded Wei Gu continuously. Wei Gu swayed like a firework, dodging Dongsher's incomparably fast attack, but the inescapable attack hit Wei Gu, which only swayed the flames and quickly returned to its original state. Wei Gu seemed to be dancing a gorgeous tango in the flames, and the joint attack of the hermit and Dongsher could not hurt him in the slightest. If the flame is nothing, without the slightest force, any force hitting him can only make the flame flow, and can't hurt his body. I only take the nothingness of fire, not its explosiveness, and go against the world. Even you can't hurt me who is nothingness. Wei Gu said calmly. Why do you want to betray? The hermit knew that Wei Gu had to be dealt with before the big shinny came, otherwise, once the big shinny came, approaching Wei Gu would become a demon, and even they would not be able to escape. The time pocket watch you gave me cannot save my life, Wei Gu said. If you betrayed because of this, we can have a good talk. Now that you have the capital to talk to us, you can naturally get the treatment you deserve. The Alliance will still need talents like you in the future. The hermit said. I just tell you, I know about this, but that's not what I care about. Wei Gu directly denied the hermit. What's that for? Dongsher couldn't help asking. She originally thought that Wei Gu would betray because he knew of his plan. Wei Gu looked up at the starry sky and said, because from the beginning, I was just a devil who wanted to destroy the devil. Haha, you are so ridiculous. Do you still have less blood on your hands? Are you going to tell me that you are actually a good person? The hermit laughed. Wei Gu said lightly, I have never been a good person, just a devil who likes to play games with devils. Now, it's time to end this game. You're right, it's time to end this game. The hermit stepped forward and stepped out, and the surrounding mountains, trees and rivers suddenly lit up. The substances in nature, such as mountains, water, wind, and fire, actually formed a battle similar to gossip. Do you think I'll come to Luoyang without any preparation? It was originally a backup to deal with in Tianzhua and Zhou Wen, but now it's up to you to bear the wind and fire. Everything in the world is in my Diantian Bagua array in the middle. Even if you become nothingness, there is no rootless fire between heaven and earth. And there is no flame in your area. You can't escape my myriad gossip array. Only one way to perish. With the hermit's voice, the surrounding mountains and rivers, the rivers are full of light, and the power of all things is surrounded by Wei Gu from all directions. Have you ever heard that a single spark can start a prairie fire? The flame gauze on Wei Ji's body rose and danced, like the flames of a purple bonfire rising at night, beautiful and dangerous. The flames on the gauze turned into pieces of butterflies and flew out, but everything that was contaminated with the flames, all the mountains, rivers, and forests, burned, instantly turning everything around into a purple flame world. The flaming forest. the flaming river, and the flaming mountains, everything was ignited. The original Vientiane Bagua array has now become a pure flame array. The hermit's face changed greatly, and he tried to stop the Vientiane Bagua array, but found that it was completely useless. The burning Vientiane Bagua array, and the endless energy brought by the burning, had already made this mutated Vientiane Bagua array unable to stop. Seeing that the Bikuni was approaching here, the hermit and Dongsher tried to rush out, but found that they were also trapped in the Vientiane Bagua array, and they couldn't rush out. Didn't you just say that the Vientiane Bagua array contains all the substances in the world, and your power is naturally included, so you can't get out? Don't you remember what you said? Weiga said with a smile. Weiga, you still haven't used the power of flame to escape. After that Bikuni becomes a demon, you will be the first to kill. The hermit said. Have you ever seen a devil who is afraid of death? It's a blessing for me to have two of them buried with me, Weiga said indifferently. The Bikuni was already close, and the hermit and Dongsher could no longer afford it. They desperately attacked Weigu, trying to break through the great formation and escape. However, Weiji's fire of nothingness doesn't pay attention to powerful explosive power, but starts from two aspects of combustion and nothingness, and the sword goes sideways, achieving the ultimate effect. If it is a fair fight, Weiga may not be able to win Dongsher, but it is not easy for them to hurt Weigu. What's more, they didn't have time. Dongsher and the hermit were both shocked and angry, and shouted, Weiga, don't let go of the big formation. Do you really want to die together? What's in it for you? To perish together? Let me tell you a secret about the flame demon, so that your flame demon has a real chance to be promoted to natural disaster. Open for me. The blue veins on the hermit's forehead protruded, and in the end, almost all of them used a roar. But Weigu was unmoved, like a fire butterfly, fluttering. In the flame world, no matter how terrifying the attacks of the hermit and the cave world were, it wouldn't hurt him in the slightest. At this time, the Bikuni finally walked into the big formation, and the flames of the big formation could not touch her monk clothes. It's over. Hermit and Dongsher were both half-hearted. Weigu, however, remained calm as before, turned into a flow of flames, and came to the vicinity of the Bikuni. Come on, it is also a very comforting thing to be fortunate enough to make a Buddha fall into a demon. Weigu opened his hands and waited for the Bikuni to become a demon, like a demon master who nourishes demons with blood. The hermit and Dongsher were both frightened, and even they could not completely suppress the fear of death. That Bikuni is a natural disaster-level existence. If she becomes a demon here, they will all die, and there will be no chance for them to escape. But in the next second, the action of that Bikuni made everyone dumbfounded, and Weigu was even more frozen there. The Bikuni looked at Weigu, sat down calmly, closed his eyes slowly, his body exuded Buddha light, and his body gradually changed towards the Buddha's appearance. The Buddha's light shines everywhere, and everything that encounters the Buddha's light returns to its original natural appearance. The flames go out, the trees bloom, the river flows, the greenery spreads on the mountains and rivers, and the mountain flowers bloom. She is about to become a Buddha. Dongsher was shocked, beyond words. He really couldn't believe such an outrageous thing. When a Bikuni faced him with bloody hands like Weigu, he did not become a demon, but a Buddha. No. Impossible. Weigu was dumbfounded. How could a person like himself be a person who can make a Bikuni become a Buddha? He didn't even believe that he would be a good person. More importantly, once a Bikshuni becomes a Buddha, he will be invulnerable and will not harm anyone. Without the power of the Bhikshuni, Wei-gu was not the opponent of Dongshi and the hermit, and all plans were in vain. As soon as Wei-gu gritted his teeth, he rushed forward and used flames to burn the Bhikshuni, trying to use violence to make her degenerate into a demon. However, his flames burned on the bhikkhuni, and the bhikkhuni's Buddha's light became stronger and stronger, and his body changed more and more quickly towards the Buddha's body. You fucking turned me into a devil. Wei-gu angrily punched the bhikkhuni's face, but his fist was blocked by the Buddha's light on the bhikshuni's body. The bhikshuni had already transformed into a Buddha, smiled and nodded at Wei-gu, and then slowly ascended into the void in the midst of the Buddha's light, broke out of the earth and disappeared, and the natural disaster that accompanied her also disappeared. Your sister. The feeling in Wei Ji's heart was indescribable. Some mechanically turned his head to look at Dongshi and the hermit, only to see that both of them were looking at him with murderous expressions, and they had already surrounded him. If I say, this is a misunderstanding, do you believe it? Wei-gu said bitterly. What do you think? The hermit stared at Wei-gu coldly while blocking his escape. Dongshi stood in front of Wei-gu. His face was very bad. If it wasn't for an accident, their lives would have been ruined by Wei-gu. Wei Juzwa, I really underestimated you before, but don't worry, this time I will do my best to send you where you want to go. The hermit's face was gloomy, and his body was filled with strange light, and the power of fear turned has been pushed to the limit. Wei-gu secretly complained, it's really going to kill me, but I still want to win the day and a half, but I already lost before I got on the chessboard. Where he wants to go, he won't bother you too. A figure appeared beside Wei-gu. Zhou Wen. Both the hermit and Dongshi's expressions changed. It's a coincidence that you came here. I thought you were going to miss it. Wei-gu finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Zhou Wen. Because Wei-gu got the news too late and couldn't contact Zhou Wen, he had to find a way to take the risk to pass the news to Ensheng. Whether Ensheng believed that he was the queen bee was not sure, and whether he could contact Zhou Wen to come back was also a question. I had too much hope, but I didn't expect Zhou Wen to really come back. It's been a while since I came back. I just watched your performance so deeply, I couldn't bear to disturb you, so I just watched it for a while. Zhou Wen replied. Wei-gu stared blankly at Zhou Wen, and now he has the urge to let the female Buddha take Zhou Wen away. One per person, you choose first. Zhou Wen clenched the bamboo knife and looked at Dongshi and the hermit. I'm not particular, and I'm not a gentleman. Leave it to me to beat women. Wei-gu looked at Dongshi and said. Okay, then this is mine. Zhou Wen walked towards Dongshi. Let's go. The hermit said, and wanted to turn into light and shadow to escape. Did I say you can go? Zhou Wen didn't chase, but said coldly. Before Zhou Wen finished speaking, the hermit's figure stopped. The hermit hung in the air, his face full of horror. His left arm was broken shoulder length, and blood spurted out from the broken arm. When the broken arm fell from the air, it seemed to fall on tofu on the invisible blade. And when it fell to the ground, it had become a pile of pieces. The reason why Zhou Wen didn't come out at the first time was of course not as simple as watching Wei Ji's performance. During that time, he had used the invisible sword energy to set up a small Zhou Tian star formation and blocked this area. That is to say, the hermit was lucky. The first time he hit the arm was the position of the arm. If the head hit, it would have been split in half by this time, and there was no chance to even react. The hermit didn't dare to move now, because he didn't know where there was still invisible sword energy around him, and rushing over it was no different from sending him to death. Dongshi's figure flashed, and he wanted to get close to the hermit, taking him with him to use the power of time to go directly back to the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance. Your opponent is me. The purple flames flew like butterflies in the sky, blocking Dongshi's way, and Wei Ji's swaying flame-like figure also arrived behind Dongshi. Because he knew that he was not the enemy of Dongshi and the hermit, Wei Gu was just dodging, and he had never attacked. Dongshi's backhand hit, under the effect of time acceleration, that palm was incredibly fast, hitting Wei Gu, and immediately pierced a hole in Wei Gu's body. Wei Gu just smiled slightly, his body moved forward instead of retreating, as if he could not feel the pain. He came to Dongshi and reached out to grab Dongshi's face. And Dongshi's entire arm runs through Wei Ji's body. Dongshi was not surprised, and his body quickly retreated, making Wei Ji's outstretched palm empty. Wei Ji's body was like a real flame. After Dongshi's arm withdrew, his body automatically recovered. The flame swayed, and Wei Gu seemed to have really transformed into a flame. Wherever there was a fire butterfly, he could reach there in an instant, like a ghost. It is a pity that the time power of Dongshi cannot be underestimated. Although Wei Ji's attack is strange, he has never been able to touch Dongshi. Zhou Wen, think about it clearly. Do you really want to be an enemy of the Guardian Alliance? Do you know how many guardians there are in the entire Federation? How many people want to have guardians? As long as you are willing, you can be a part of it and have the best guardian. The hermit's face was gloomy and uncertain, looking at Zhou Wen and said, The guardian? What kind of guardian can you give me? Myth? Fear? To the hermit. When the invisible sword chi moved, the air flow, and the sound of breaking the air flow gave the hermit a way to judge. Fear level guardian contract. It will not be difficult to upgrade to natural disaster level in the future. Zhou Wen said lightly, the natural disaster level guardian contracted with me, and I never agreed. Do you think I will want your fear level guardian? The hidden world suddenly turned into a streamer and flew away again, passing through the barrier of numerous invisible blades in an instant, reaching hundreds of meters away. Zhou Wen, you're still too young. You don't know the unknown to be scary. You shouldn't let those invisible sword chi move and let me know where they are. The next time we meet, it will be your death. The hermit said, speeding up. Fly away. What? As soon as the hermit finished speaking, he screamed, and his face was cut off half of his face as if he had hit an invisible silk blade. Because he couldn't dodge in time, a piece of his shoulder was cut off, and the blood was like a spring. Continue. Zhou Wen looked at the hermit and said. The hermit's face was ashen. Zhou Wen had not yet started, he was seriously injured, and his combat power had been cut by half. Zhou Wen, don't force me to work hard. Seeing that Dongshi was entangled by Wei Gu, the hermit was unable to come to support him at all, knowing that he was in a desperate situation. I've never seen others work so hard, and I'm just trying to gain insight. Zhou Wen said calmly. There is a small Zhou Tiangxingchen sword formation, trapping the hermit, and the hermit can't escape if he wants to run. Zhou Wen wants to know now how powerful the 4 heavenly kings of the Guardian Alliance are. Okay. The hermit's eyes became fierce, and the guardian armor on his body exuded a strange light. Behind the armor, there were actually arms composed of armor. In a blink of an eye, a roulette composed of thousands of arms appeared behind the hermit. The palms of that arm were all held. When those palms were opened, they saw eyes growing in the palms, which looked extremely monstrous and terrifying. How come this guy's guardian armor is a bit like the one in myths and legends? Zhou Wen looked at the guardian armor with thousands of hands and thousands of eyes, with a thoughtful expression. On the other hand, Dongshi, who was fighting, saw the change in the armor on the hermit, but he was surprised and delighted. The hermit is silent, but he has reached such a level that the guardian has completely turned into fear. Only one step away, you can be promoted to natural disaster. Such hermits gave Dongshi a glimmer of hope. If the hermits could defeat Zhou Wen, they would not be able to lose all of their plans today. When Zhou Wen was thinking about it, the strange light on the hermit was shining, and a bodhisattva with 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes condensed on him. The light and shadow were as high as hundreds of meters, and the ray of light shone for hundreds of miles. Even in the distant Luoyang city, the terrifying light and shadow could be clearly seen at this time. What is that? The legendary bodhisattva with thousands of hands and thousands of eyes. Isn't that? Who is that fighting? There was a lot of discussion, and the fear and might of the light and shadow of the 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes bodhisattva made people tremble in their hearts. Should we go to support Master Wen? And Xing was a little worried when he saw that the hermit was able to burst out with such terrifying power. No. Lung Zongjing said lightly, still sitting in the city. There were words in the hermit's mouth, and the 1,000-handed and 1,000-eyed bodhisattva's mouth also sounded the sound of scriptures that seemed to have or not, with one palm supporting the sky, and one eye emitting divine light. The terrifying divine light passed, and everything was destroyed, as if to destroy the world. Zhou Wen, go to hell. With the roar of the hermit, thousands of hands and thousands of eyes were aimed at Zhou Wen, and the divine light condensed for a while, a beam like a scorching sun, reaching Zhou Wen in an instant, the dazzling brilliance, as if to devour everything. Boom! When everyone was shocked, they saw the sword chi pouring down like a galaxy. Countless sword chi condensed into substance, like a galaxy pouring out, hitting the terrifying beam of light. Dang dang. Dang dang. Dang dang. Just like the sound of steel nails piercing into the wood, countless sword chi penetrated the beam and went upstream, smashing the beam into pieces. The light and shadow that was as noble and terrifying as the 1,000-armed and 1,000-eyed bodhisattva, under the impact of countless sword energy, seemed as vulnerable as glass, and instantly shattered. Ah! Under the impact of countless sword chi, the hermit's body was submerged in the sword flow, and the screams stopped abruptly as soon as he exited, and his body and his guardian armor shattered and dissipated in the torrent. The terrifying light and shadow of the bodhisattva disappeared, and only a galaxy-like stream of swords revolved around Zhou Wen, as bright as a star swirling. Dongshi was horrified. Such a terrifying attack power was the only one she had ever seen in her life in the fear level. The power of 1,000 hands and 1,000 eyes of a hermit is considered to be the top destructive power in the fear level, but it is as vulnerable as tofu in Zhou Wen's sword flow. What a terrifying power! Without any hesitation, Dongshi directly used the power of time and disappeared. In an instant. She did not dare to stay here for a second. Zhou Wen's little Zhou Tian star array has scared her to the core. The hermit, one of the 4 heavenly kings, is nothing more than that, can't he support him for a little more time? Zhou Wen said disappointedly. He didn't even think about it. Xiao Zhou star formation was no longer a single fight in a simple sense, it was equivalent to countless sphere-level hermits surrounding Europe. And it was strange that the hermits could support it. Wei Ge looked at Zhou Wen, couldn't help shaking his head and smiled bitterly, and secretly said in his heart, I thought I had done very well over the years. Maybe I have the opportunity to compete with this guy, but I didn't expect this guy to have reached such a level. President, I really want to thank you this time. If it wasn't for your timely news, I'm afraid it would be difficult to get back in time. Without you to attract that big shiny to deal with the dead in the city, Luoyang would also suffer heavy losses. I don't know how many people will die. Zhou Wen still used the name he used to call Wei Gu when he was in school, and did not call him his current official position. You don't need to thank me, I just do what I want to do to satisfy my own selfish desires. Saving people can only be considered incidental. Wei Ge looked at Zhou Wen and asked, You should be promoted to natural disaster soon, right? Natural disaster? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. Don't talk about natural disasters, I don't even know how to rise to the fear level now. You? Or mythical level? Wei Ge stayed for a while, looking at Zhou Wen in disbelief. Zhou Wen nodded, I also want to be promoted to the fear level, but I just can't. Wei Ge looked at Zhou Wen strangely, and after a while he sighed and said, a myth that you were promoted as a human being? Zhou Wen nodded. Again, yes, this road is too difficult to walk, I'm just groping. Keep walking, I'm starting to look forward to it now, the day you will be promoted to the fear level. Wei Ge said, turned around and left. Where are you going? Why don't you stay in Luoyang? Zhou Wen sent an invitation. Wei Ge helped Luoyang survive the catastrophe this time, and it was a complete break with the Guardian Alliance. Now that he goes back, it is too dangerous. The Guardian Alliance will not let him go. Wei Ge looked at the sky and said lightly, the devil can survive no matter where it is, even hell doesn't matter. And I don't like the sun either. The sun here is too dazzling. Sunshine, dazzling. Zhou Wen looked up at the sky, it seemed that it was night. Or cloudy, and there was no moon. Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but Wei Ge had already disappeared, only the little fireworks from the fire coat had not completely dissipated, like fireflies. Zhou Wen shook his head. He found a very serious problem. The students of their generation who came out of Sunset College did not seem to have a gregarious person. Except for Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan, who were relatively close, most of them were separated from each other and did not say they cooperated together. The Luoyang catastrophe finally passed safely, and Zhou Wen also returned to the military governor's mansion. Tian also followed Zhou Wen to the overseer's mansion. Zhou Wen had to let Enxing take good care of her, but he must not let anyone touch Tian. But Enxing didn't take too much special care for Tian, just like treating ordinary guests. He didn't even prepare the sweets that Zhou Wen asked him to prepare for Tian. When Zhou Wen asked Enxing with some doubts why he did this, Enxing just told him that it won't feel sweet if you put too much sugar. Zhou Wen thought about it for a while before thinking that Enxing's words were really interesting. Why didn't I see Ice Girl and you, Lian? Zhou Wen was a little puzzled before why he didn't see them, but there were too many things at that time and he didn't come to ask. They helped suppress Cheesy Mountain before, but they disappeared recently and disappeared. Most of them entered Cheesy Mountain. Enxing said. Is it still going in? Zhou Wen was not surprised. Ice Girl wants the bloodline of the demon god, and Yu Lian wants to go in and get the strongest companion pet on earth. It is strange that they can always keep themselves safe. However, with their strength, they can't make any waves in Cheesy Mountain, and now Zhou Wen is afraid that the two of them will fall into the hands of Lord Emperor. Forget it, let them go. Zhou Wen can't care too much now. Now the most important thing for him is how to advance to the fear level, and to practice infinite space circulation skills, otherwise it is impossible to kill the natural disaster level in the Venus dungeon. Slayer, how on earth do you want to be promoted? Zhou Wen killed a lot of high-level creatures, but he was unable to touch the growth of the Slayer, which made Zhou Wen very suspicious. The Slayer wanted to be promoted to the fear level. I'm afraid it's not as simple as pure killing. Since killing doesn't work, let's just change our minds. Zhou Wen felt that he had to find another way out. Tian's question also gave Zhou Wen a headache. With such a time bomb by his side, no one knows when it will explode, and it will be very troublesome. Would you like to try it and eat that lemon candy? Zhou Wen was actually a little tempted. It was too difficult for him to be promoted. If that lemon candy really allowed him to be promoted, then all the difficulties would be solved. But after thinking about it, Zhou Wen still gave up the idea. First, Tian has been following him. If he takes out the lemon candy, it is hard to guarantee that Tian will not find out the first time, so that he will not even have a chance to eat it. Second, Zhou Wen always felt that if he couldn't really understand the killer, even if he was promoted to the fear level, it would still be a hidden danger. Master Wen, Principal Leng, please come over. And Xing knocked on the door and said outside the door. What is Principal Leng doing for me? Zhou Wen opened the door and asked unexpectedly. I don't know, but Principal Leng usually doesn't like being disturbed by people. Even the proud disciple of the overseer, it's not easy to meet him. There's no harm in seeing him. And Xing said. Zhou Wen felt that Xing was right, so he went to the place where Leng Zongjing lived according to the address given by Xing. Although Leng Zongjing had a residence in the academy, the place where Zhou Wen went this time was not in the academy, but a small courtyard in the old district of Luoyang City. The small yard is very ordinary, because the surrounding area is very humid, moss grows on the roots of the walls, and there are many plants like creepers on the walls. The house inside is also a red brick structure that was often seen in the past. Although it was cleaned very cleanly, it was difficult to hide the traces of the years. Some of the bricks on the walls already showed signs of weathering. Principal Leng, I'm Zhou Wen, are you at home? Zhou Wen knocked on the door. Come in. Leng Zongjing's voice came from inside the room, and when Zhou Wen pushed the door in, Leng Zongjing brought a pot of cactus out of the room. Principal Leng, this is your house? Zhou Wen looked at the house as if looking at it, and saw that the various decorations inside were outdated, but not ancient, giving people a mediocre and shabby feeling. This is very different from the feeling that Leng Zongjing gave Zhou Wen. Leng Zongjing is a bit aristocratic in appearance and behavior, and his life and soul is something that looks very atmospheric like the throne of the magic Qin, so it always makes people feel that Leng Zongjing is a person who pays great attention to the quality of life and details, and should not live in such a mediocre home. In this yard, Zhou Wen can't see a special thing at all. No matter how you look at it, it's all household items, and there are even many stalls. I lived here when I was a child. This is my grandfather's old house. Leng Zongjing put the cactus next to him, patted the dust on his hands, and continued, I didn't like this place very much before, and I always felt that I had to stand out. I must live in a beautiful big house, and I must live like a person. But then I don't. No, when I suddenly felt that I was still comfortable living here, so I moved back. You should be returning to the original, right? Zhou Wen said. Leng Zongjing glanced at Zhou Wen, curled his lips, and said, "What is a return to the original?" To put it bluntly, it means that I have eaten too much braised pork and want to eat green vegetables to relieve my tiredness. I haven't reached that stage yet, and I still have many good things. I haven't tasted it yet, and I'm not tired of it. With that said, Leng Zong sat down on the wooden stool in the yard, basking in the sun, and continued, I have also thought about why I would want to move back, and in terms of comfort, this place is definitely not as good as my own. In terms of convenience, this place is not convenient. To say that the environment is good enough and quiet enough, it is far inferior to the villa I bought before. To say that the neighbors here are good and humane. In fact, there are no people here. The old neighbors are long gone. Even if they are still there, I don't have a good impression of them, and I don't like them at all. Then why do you like to live here? Zhou Wen asked, curiously. I've been thinking about this for a long time. I later determined that the reason I liked living here was because I was afraid. Leng Zongjing said. Afraid? Zhou Wen was even more puzzled. In terms of safety, this place is far worse than the academy. There are no defensive measures at all. It is just a dilapidated old town. If you come to the fear level, you can smash this place into ruins with one hand. Yes, afraid. Leng Zongjing said, everyone is afraid of death, but the degree is different. Some people put the fear of death first, while some people put the fear of death behind some things. Therefore, when encountering certain things, it will appear that they are not afraid of death. But in fact, no one is not afraid of death, but he encountered some things that made him more afraid than death, so it is not so important to die. Leng Zongjing said, took out a lighter and a cigarette from his arms, skillfully ejected a cigarette, put it in his mouth, lit the cigarette, took a sip, closed his eyes, and seemed to be enjoying it. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Leng Zongjing, which was too different from the impression Leng Zongjing usually gave him. If he didn't know it was Leng Zongjing, he would have thought it was some decadent middle-aged uncle who liked gambling and drinking. After a while, Leng Zongjing basked in the sun with his eyes closed and continued, I then thought about it carefully. My fear of death should be ranked third, and before death, there are two other things in the ranking of death. Before, if I could choose between those two things, I would rather choose death. The reason why you are here is because you are afraid of those two things happening? Zhou Wen asked. Who knew? That Leng Zongjing shook his head and said, no, those two things have already happened. Zhou Wen stared blankly at Leng Zongjing, not knowing what he wanted to say. Leng Zongjing continued, I used to be very afraid that I would become a person like my parents, but now, I am no different from them in essence. I used to be very afraid that my grandfather would leave me, and the world would become I'm alone, but that day has come. I live here, because I'm afraid of being alone, but in fact, I've always been alone. Zhou Wen didn't know what to say. What Leng Zongjing said, he occasionally had some flashes, but he was not as clear as Leng Zongjing thought. But looking at Leng Zongjing, Zhou Wen felt that this principal Leng was not as difficult to get along with as he thought. Leng Zongjing took another sip of the cigarette, pressed the remaining half of the cigarette on the cement flower bed next to it, pressed the spark off, and reached out and flicked it into the trash can. Living here will give me an inexplicable sense of security. I feel like this is my little world. As long as I hide here, I don't need to worry about anything, and I don't need to worry about anything. Anything bad will go away on its own. Having said this, Leng Zongjing laughed at himself, but in fact, it's hard to solve anything, it's just self-deception. It can't be said that everyone needs a pure land in their hearts so that their souls can be cultivated and restored. Maybe this place will not help you solve your problems. But this place can bring peace to your mind and allow you to. It is very important to face those problems with a calm mind. Zhou Wencangrong said. You're right. Leng Zongjing said, suddenly stretched out his palm and pressed it against the wall next to it. The entire courtyard and house collapsed in an instant, turning into pieces, and rising up. You, what are you doing? Standing in the ruins, the gravel around him kept rising. Zhou Wen looked at Leng Zongjing blankly, not knowing why he did this. Among the broken and rising fragments, Leng Zongjing turned to leave, and said as he walked, as you said, everyone has a pure land of self-escape, which is a place of fear that is closer to the soul than death. If one day you have encountered an enemy who does not put the fear of death in the first place, then you should think about how to find the pure land that belongs to him. Kill and punish. Sometimes killing is more terrifying than killing. Well, it's just too kind. And sometimes being kind is a sin. Killing. Punishing the heart. Zhou Wen stood in the rubble, looking at Leng Zongjing's retreating back. There seemed to be some kind of emotion surging in his heart. Zhou Wen's talent is concentration, which gives him a single-mindedness beyond ordinary people. But everything has advantages and disadvantages. Zhou Wen can quickly devote himself to everything he does, which makes him learn everything faster than ordinary people, and it is not easy to be distracted, and it is difficult for him to be disturbed by other things. On the contrary, because of his concentration, Zhou Wen's feelings are not as rich and sensitive as ordinary people, and it is difficult for Zhou Wen to feel some emotional things. In Zhou Wen's cognition, defeating the enemy is similar to the operation of addition and subtraction. It only considers how much he loses and how much the opponent loses. In his arithmetic, killing the opponent is already the enemy's biggest loss. But Leng Zongjing's remarks opened up a new world of Zhou Wen's cognition. It turned out that killing the opponent was not the opponent's biggest loss. Of course, this theory is actually only valid for some people, or a certain point in time for a certain person, not an eternal condition of existence. Killing the heart? Zhou Wen flashed a lot of thoughts. He actually felt that the killer in his body had a faint response, as if telling him that this time, he found the right way. Zhou Wen looked at the direction Leng Zongjing was leaving with a complicated expression. Leng Zongjing obviously saw his problem in his previous battle with the hermit, and called him over to let him understand the reason. Although it is a solution. The words Leng Zongjing just said came from the bottom of his heart, otherwise he would not be able to touch Zhou Wen like this. When he was about to leave, if he destroyed the courtyard, he could know that Leng Zongjing was not telling a story, but what really happened to him. It is because of this that he wants to destroy the small courtyard, because since he has said it, this weakness will be known sooner or later. So it must not be left. Thinking of this, Zhou Wen couldn't help but bow in the direction Leng Zongjing left. The small courtyard was Leng Zongjing's last family sustenance. It was destroyed because of Zhou Wen, and he didn't know how to repay this favor. All Zhou Wen can do now is to advance to the fear level as soon as possible. How can we kill people? How can we know what is more important to the enemy than life? Zhou was thinking about this as he walked back. The hermit is dead, asked the Guardian Alliance. Xian Gao, looking down at Dongsher under the steps. It is the incompetence of the subordinates, please forgive me. Dongsher lowered his head. My lord, it's no wonder Dongsher and the hermit. Who would have thought that the Queen Bi Wei Gu, whose hands were covered in blood and was almost spurned by the entire Federation, turned out to be a man who could make a bhikkhuni become a Buddha? Blood Witch said. That's because the hermit himself doesn't know who to use. Yusuji now said. The Blood Witch frowned slightly and wanted to say something, but Dong Sure said first, this battle is indeed my negligence. If you lose, you will lose. There is no excuse. I will take responsibility. The fairy just sat there, unmoved from beginning to end, like a lifeless statue. After several people were quiet, Xiankai slowly said, how is the reconstruction of Tongtian Tower going? Now Yusuji replied, because too many resources are needed, and some of the resources consumed before have no spare backup, so the progress is very slow now. And there are many materials that can only be weighted. It is estimated that it will take about 4 months to get back to where it was before. How much time will it take to build only the rooftop? Xian asked again. Because we were going to build the platform at the end, the materials for the platform are still in the warehouse and have not been damaged. If we start construction now, we can build the platform in about 2 hours. But there is no sky. The main body of the tower, if there is only one rooftop platform, can't get in touch with the other dimension. It's useless to have a rooftop platform, right? Now Yusuji thought for a while and said. In a month, I want to see the complete Tiantai. Xian said. Now Yusuji suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but what Xian said would not allow her to refute, so he said, if this is the case, I need the full support of the alliance. Dongsher, Blood Witch, from now on, you will fully assist. Now in building the platform, and all the resources in the alliance will be given priority, to now. Xian said. Yes, my lord. Dongsher and the Blood Witch responded at the same time. Sir, do you want to use the platform to get in touch with the other dimension and find a way to deal with Zhou and Jia? Asked the Blood Witch. Xian said lightly, in today's era, all the heroes are rising together, and the 6 major families are by no means weak. There are Hui families within the Federation, and there is a problem with the Holy Spirit Society outside. But these are not important. What is really important is the Venus dimension field, as long as you can become the first and get the Venus companion pet, then these threats are nothing at all. Sir, do you mean to use the power of another dimension to break into the Venus dimension field? The Blood Witch suddenly understood that Xian's attention was never just on a Zhou or Luoyang Anjia. He looked farther. Since you want to achieve success, you must pay. Whether it is on Earth or in a different dimension, it is the same. Xian said lightly, in a month, you must build the platform. Yes, sir. Now Yusuji replied. Zhou, what are you doing sitting there? Tian is very uncomfortable now, she hasn't eaten sweets for several days. Zhou used to ask people to buy some sweets to eat, and she could enjoy the rest at a price. But for the past few days, Zhou has been sitting there in a daze, not even eating food, let alone getting people to buy sweets to come back to eat. I'm thinking about something. Zhou replied. What are you thinking about? Tian asked. Those things, you ghosts don't understand. Zhou said. How do you know that I don't understand? I tell you, there's nothing I don't understand. Tian said angrily. Zhou Wen ignored her. He couldn't tell. Tian, how to kill him, right? Tian is God. In front of God, he said that he wanted to kill. And he also wanted to make the other party's life worse than death. Unless Zhou Wen was crazy, he would do that. I don't care, I want to eat cake, I want pudding, I want to drink milk tea. This is not the first time Tian has been exposed, she has already broken a bit. Zhou Wen looked at Tian, who was in a hurry and seemed to have thought of something. His eyes gradually lit up, and he looked up and down at Tian. What do you want to do? Tian was a little frightened by Zhou Wen's gaze, took 2 steps back, looked at Zhou Wen vigilantly and asked. If you have a disease, and you will die after just 1 bite of something sweet, do you still want to eat something like cake? Zhou Wen asked Tian. I won't get sick. Tian said. I mean if I don't get sick. This is a metaphor. In case you have this disease, I can't get sick without it. Zhou Wen was a little uncomfortable being blocked by Tian. He couldn't express his original thoughts. It was like a fishbone stuck in his throat, unable to swallow or spit out. This uncomfortable feeling gave Zhou Wen a new idea. Yes, the so-called killing and killing the heart does not necessarily mean that the opponent's life is worse than death. In a big way, killing and punishing the heart is painful. In a small way, as long as it can make the enemy feel uncomfortable, the same can be said. It is the heart of punishment. The so-called heart of punishment is actually pointing directly at the weakness of the opponents. Human nature, that is to say, in fact, all I need to do is to see through the weakness of the opponent's human nature. But it's easy to find the flaws in the tricks, because the tricks are there, and you can study the method of cracking at any time, but an enemy I am not familiar with, how can I know whether he has a weakness in human nature? Zhou Wen fell into contemplation. Seeing that Zhou Wen was stupid again, Tian lowered her head and didn't know where she was going. She turned around and left the small courtyard, depressed. She couldn't help it and wanted to go out to eat sweets. Master Wen specially told me to buy it for you, eat it while it's hot. Tian just went out when she saw Xing coming over with a box in her hand. This is Yanji's plum blossom cake. Tian saw the box clearly, her eyes lit up, and she almost drooled. When she ate with Zhou Wen and Mrs. Lan last time, she saw Zhou Wen had eaten this kind of plum blossom cake, and she was greedy at the time, but Zhou Wen didn't leave it for her that time, which made Tian very depressed for a day. Why do I want his stuff? Tian turned her head aside, as if disdainful, but she couldn't help but glance at the box of plum blossom cakes. Master Wen said you like it, so I bought it for you. Since you don't like it, I'll throw it away. And Xing turned around and wanted to leave. Don't throw it away and waste it. Although I really don't like eating plum cake. But I can't waste food, just accept it. Tian said with a blushing face. Then I'll leave it to you. And Xing handed the box to Tian, then turned to leave. Tian waited for Xing to walk away before she found a garden with no one, opened the box, and sniffed it close. The sweet smell immediately made her face happy. After a while, Tian's mouth was filled with plum blossom cakes, her cheeks were rounded, and a lot of red beans were stuck on the corners of her mouth, and she said to herself while eating, Zhou Wen, that bad guy, sometimes it's not too bad, it hasn't reached the point of hopelessness, it smells so good. Zhou Wen was still thinking about the problem. How could he have the heart to tell Enxing to prepare those, but Enxing saw Tian like the plum cake very much last time, so he found this opportunity and prepared the plum cake for her. If someone I know their nature, and I may find their weakness in human nature. That's not right. No matter how close someone is, they will have their own secrets in their hearts, and most people won't show their weakest side to others, let alone strangers. Zhou Wen thought hard, since it is impossible to know the other party's human weakness from the other party's words, we can only rely on observation, but what kind of observation can point directly to the heart? Zhou Wen felt that if he just thought about it, he would definitely not be able to come up with it. He had to observe it with his own eyes, before he might find out. Who are you going to observe? Zhou Wen thought about it, although Tian follows him all day and can observe at any time, but Tian, the god, is like a blank piece of paper, with everything written on his face. He doesn't need to observe at all, and knew what she was thinking. And close people, to observe their human weakness, it seems not very good. You have to find an enemy. Zhou Wen muttered to himself, and then made a list in his heart. Naturally, the Guardian Alliance bears the brunt. Zhou Wen felt that it was time for him to go to the Guardian Alliance. Others are afraid of the many fear-level guardians of the Guardian Alliance, but Zhou Wen is not afraid at all. After the small Zhou star formation, Zhou Wen is no longer afraid of siege. As long as he is given enough time in advance to set up the little Zhou star array, unless someone can break the little Zhou star array, no amount of fear-level guardians will be useless. Of course, if there is a natural disaster grade, it will be different. Fortunately, the Guardian Alliance does not have a natural disaster grade now. It seems that different dimensions cannot create natural disaster level guardians, and the guardians sent to the Earth are at most fear level. Since they can come to Luoyang, why can't I go to the Guardian Alliance? Even if I can't beat the Guardian Alliance, let's see how strong they are. Zhou Wen didn't intend to kill people when he went this time. First, killing people doesn't do him any good, and it can't make the killers promoted. It is the key to figure out how to find the weakness of human nature. Secondly, with Tian by his side, if he really starts killing, what if Tian sees if he doesn't go on, he will be destroyed by heaven on behalf of kindness and integrity, and Zhou Wen won't have time to cry. Zhou Wen told Enxing that he wanted to go to the Guardian Alliance, thinking that Enxing would persuade him not to take risks. Who knew that Enxing's eyes were shining brightly and said, "It should have been this way long ago, Master Wen. I have long wanted to say, you are fine in everything, but your heart is too kind. You have to slap it back, that's cool. You have to continue with the matter of Tian." Zhou Wen thought about it and said, "I'm going to sell Tian to the Guardian Alliance." Is this possible? Enxing felt that it would not be so easy to sell Tian to the Guardian Alliance now. It's a matter of human effort, you just continue to prepare, and you don't need to contact the Guardian Alliance deliberately. First contact other people who are interested in Tian, how to talk about it. Zhou Wen already has a plan in his heart. Okay, I know how to do it. Enxing understood what Zhou Wen meant. After arranging things in Luoyang, Zhou Wen set off for the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance. Tian will naturally not let Zhou Wen go, and still follows him, as if he will never give up until he finds a reason to kill Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen sat on the back of the tuxing beast, took out his mobile phone, and opened the previously downloaded Yanqing, wanting to see what was in Yanqing, but even the god Tian didn't want to go in. Yanqing is a dirt city. The blood-colored villain pushed the door and entered. When the camera turned, there were many buildings combined with adobe and wood in the mobile phone screen, which looked very old and backward. This city is not too small. It is strange that Zhou Wen did not see a living dimensional creature. The entire Yanqing was as silent as death, like a ghost town. What is that? Zhou Wen looked at the buildings in Yanqing and quickly discovered something strange. Zhou Wen found that there was something wrong with the buildings here, although from the outside, these buildings were all adobe walls and wooden roofs. However, Zhou Wen saw that in the nearest room, there were huge pillars like leg bones, which would definitely not be materials such as wood or soil. Zhou Wen took a closer look and found that not only the pillars in the room were bones, but also the beams and ridges of the room. Or, it should be said that the entire roof is a skeleton of a huge spine and ribs, and those pillars are leg bones. The interior of the room is completely supported by unknown alien bones. Zhou Wen's heart moved, and he quickly looked at the nearby buildings and found that it was exactly what he thought. In the large and small buildings here, you can see the skeletons of various alien beasts, or these buildings are simply built according to the bones of those alien beasts. The bones are relatively small, and the buildings are also smaller. Some small houses are only half the height of a person, just like a model, but the bones inside are not fake at all. The big house is like a palace, and the skeleton inside is amazingly huge, making it hard to imagine what kind of terrifying beast it was when the skeleton was still alive. According to the different bones, the shape of each building is also different. Some are long, some are short, some are tall, and some are short, which looks very strange. The more Zhou Wen looked, the more he felt that something was wrong. This place should not be called a city, but rather a group of temples. Of course, the temples here are not worshipping gods, but the bones of those alien animals. The inside of the temple is the bones of alien beasts. Then these mud walls and wooden roofs. Zhou Wen looked at the reddish adobe wall in yellow, and couldn't help but think of something. Those adobes, shouldn't they be stirred with the blood of alien beasts? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more terrifying it became. If this Yanqing was really built with the blood of alien beasts mixed with soil, how much blood would be enough? There is another point that makes Zhou Wen a little strange. He said that the people who entered Yanqing have not yet come out alive, but until now, he has not encountered any danger. He has come, naturally he can't come back empty-handed. Zhou Wen summoned the tyrant demon and let it go towards a temple of blood and bones. He wanted to try and see if he could destroy the temple of blood and bones, or to see if it was hidden inside. What? The tyrant demon fiercely rushed towards a small temple of blood and bones. The highest part of the building only reached the waist of the tyrant demon. The tyrant demon turned on his absolute power, punched from top to bottom, and slammed on the wooden roof of the temple of blood bone. Boom! Before the tyrant demon's fist hit the top of the wooden roof, he saw that inside the temple of blood and bones, an evil light erupted, and a black blood-like flame shot up into the sky, forcibly blasting the huge body of the tyrant demon. In the air, the black and red ray of light was entrenched on the temple of blood and bones, and it turned into a black and red blood shadow. It looked like a big turtle, but its claws were like tigers and wolves, its head was like a bird, its tail was like a crocodile, and there was a scorpion on its tip. Same tail hook. The blood shadow looks strange and evil, and it gives people an incomparably powerful pressure. The tyrant beeman's body was in the air, and the blood shadow jumped up, as if it had disappeared. When it reappeared, it had already grabbed the tyrant beeman's body and tore it into two halves. Fear level. Joan was surprised. The temple of blood and bones that he let the tyrant beeman attack was already a very inconspicuous one, but he did not expect that there was a fear-level existence hidden in it. If this is not an accident, then in this Yangqing, so many temples of blood and bones, even if only half of them are fear-level, it is amazing enough. After the bloody figure killed the tyrant beeman, he turned his attention to the blood-colored villain. Zhou Wen didn't wait for it to start again, and directly summoned the banana immortal. Banana fairy sits on a boat-like banana leaf, and the gauze dresses automatically without wind. It really seems like a fairy descending to earth. The blood shadow ran rampant again, turned into blood light, and rolled towards Zhou Wen's side. Banana fairy's vermilion lips lightly opened, and spit out a mouthful of Tian wind. The blood shadow was going against the wind, the impact speed became slower, and frost formed on his body, and finally his whole body was wrapped in ice, and it was blown upside down and flew out. Bang! The frozen blood shadow slammed into the wall of another blood-bone temple. It was not able to break the adobe wall. Instead, the light above the blood-bone temple shone brightly, and a blood shadow rushed out of it. The blood shadow that rushed out this time looked like a big snake, but its body was as huge as a dragon, but it didn't have long claws, and it had a single horn on the top of its head. As soon as the bloody big snake came out, it was fiercely exposed, and it opened its mouth to spurt bloody river water, like a mountain torrent, surging towards Zhou Wen and their location. Another fear level. Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted. The creatures that come out of any blood-bone temple seem to be fear level. There are so many blood-bone temples here, at least there must be 200 or 300 fear-level creatures. For Zhou Wen, this place is simply a holy place for spawning companion eggs and dimensional crystals. But then again, in such a terrifying place, it seems unlikely that there will be no natural disaster-level creatures. If you encounter natural disaster-level creatures, without the help of the lucky Tian, Zhou Wen's means of resisting are also very limited. The previous blood shadow beast, after hitting the wall, the ice layer outside also shattered. Its body was not affected too much, but it seemed to move a little stiff. He got up from the ground, shook the shattered ice on his body, opened his mouth like a bird, and let out a weird scream, forming a voice coil that quickly rippled. Banana Fairy was obviously a little angry, jumped off the banana leaf, flew to Zhou Wen, grabbed the banana fan transformed by the banana leaf with one hand, and fanned the fan against the two monsters. The terrifying lunar wind swept out, the blood water like a mountain torrent was frozen, and even the sound wave circle was frozen in the air. Starting from Banana Immortal, a large fan-shaped frozen area was instantly formed. Those two blood shadow-like fear levels. All creatures were frozen into ice sculptures and blown away. Their bodies slammed against the wall of the Temple of Blood and Bones. This time, they failed to smash the ice outside them, but they also failed to crash the temple. Boom! Boom! Touched by the fan of Banana Fairy, the hundreds of blood-bone temples in the frozen area exuded terrifying black blood light. Flames, and fearful black and red blood shadows rushed out of the temples. Every black and red blood shadow exudes a terrifying breath, and there is no doubt that they are all fear level. Zhou Wen looked around and didn't even see a creature below the fear level, and was even more surprised. What the hell is going on in Yangqing? Why are there so many fear levels? Hundreds of fear levels like devils and ghosts swept over the sky and covered the earth, as if they had a deep hatred with Zhou Wen and wished they could chew him alive. Zhou Wen summoned the prisoner dragon armor to wear on his body, and his body moved quickly, but he only avoided and blocked some of the attacks. And a lot of attacks fell on him. Fortunately, the absolute defense is really strong, and it blocked many deadly attacks, and also produced damage rebound, sending several devil-like blood shadows flying upside down. The banana fan and banana fairies hand fanned wildly, and directly used the chaotic wind to form countless tornadoes, which swept up all the power and blood shadows that were close to her. However, there was a bird-shaped blood shadow, but it ran against the wind. It was not afraid of the chaotic wind of Banana Fairy. It broke through the sky-filled tornado and came to the vicinity of Banana Fairy. Like a shot at the Banana Fairy, Banana Immortal walked in the wind, using the banana fan as a weapon, blocking all the blood close to her, and fighting with the big bird like a blood shadow. However, she obviously encountered the nemesis. The big bird seems to have the ability to set the wind naturally, whether it is the solar wind, the Yin wind, or the chaotic wind. Once it gets to the big bird, it will stop immediately. Zhou Wen relied on the defensive ability of the dragon prisoner's armor to continuously and quickly set up a small Zhou Tian star formation, but the invisible sword chi he laid was not stable yet, and was shattered by the overwhelming force, making it impossible to form a sword formation at all. Zhou Wen saw that the sword formation could not be completed, and was about to fight desperately, but heard a strange cry like a bull and a dragon. Before he could react, the blood-colored villain first ruptured his eardrums, and then his entire body was shaken. It exploded and turned into blood mist. Natural disaster grade creature. Zhou Wen was a little depressed. Yangqing has natural disaster level creatures, which was not unexpected to him, but he didn't even see what the natural disaster level creature was, and was killed by the sound, which was really uncomfortable. I wanted to go in again, but it was prompted that I could only enter after 24 hours. Since he couldn't get in, Zhou Wen used his memory to check the information on the internet, and soon he found that the blood shadows he saw in Yangqing seemed to be very similar to some creatures in the Shanhaijing. Just like the turtle-like blood shadow that appeared at the beginning, it is very similar to the tortoise in the Shanhai Jing, and other parts of the blood shadow also have the shadow of the strange beast in the Shanhai Jing. Could it be that the blood and bone temples in Yangqing were built with the bones of alien beasts in the classic of mountains and seas? Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt right. In the beginning, when Dayu controlled the flood, all the way to open up mountains and rivers, I don't know how many big marshes and strange beasts have been killed. If anyone is qualified to build such a city, I am afraid it is only Dayu. Zhou Wen figured this out, and he was both surprised and delighted. The joy is that there will be such a treasure in the future. To brush fear-level companion pets and dimensional crystals, and there will be a lot of gains. Surprisingly, if Yangqing also has a natural disaster grade to be born, then Luoyang will not be so easy to defend. Isn't there a peaceful place where I can play games quietly? Zhou Wen sighed softly, and then devoted himself to the great cause of copying. It's a pity that there are many places where Zhou Wen wants to brush, but he doesn't have the ability to clear customs. Like Venus Dungeon and Chess Piece Mountain, Zhou Wen can brush the front part of the road, but when he gets to the back, he will basically die. Zhou Wen tried to kill the guardian of Ant King before, but he was killed. The growth of the guardian of Ant City is estimated to have reached the natural disaster level, which seems to be faster than Zhou Wen. Once Zhou Wen really didn't have any dungeons to brush, so he ran to Laojun Mountain. After entering the golden top of Laojun Mountain, he saw a crane, and the crane ignored him. But Zhou Wen didn't come here for sightseeing. Naturally, he couldn't just take a look. He wanted to kill those cranes when he went up. As a result, he was beheaded on the spot by a wing, and the game screen went black instantly. It's not the way to go on like this. You must first find a way to kill a natural disaster grade. As long as you kill a lot of times, you will have to explode a natural disaster grade companion pet. With a natural disaster grade companion pet, everything will be easy to do. Zhou Wendao, I really wanted to count on the listening, but since the last time, listening to the truth has been on him in the form of earrings, and it can't be summoned. Zhou Wen plans to wait for this trip to the Guardian Alliance, and he will try his best to find a way to kill a natural disaster grade in the game first. At present, the most promising natural disaster grade to kill is the one on Venus. The natural disaster grade attack power is indeed very strong, and the 7th shot is almost sure to kill. However, his weaknesses are also very obvious. He only has single attack ability, and his defense ability is definitely not strong, and his melee combat ability is also not good, otherwise he will not be hidden all the time. So far, no one has seen what he looks like. As long as he can get his bullets and then find him, it is probably not difficult to kill him. Now Zhou Wen's infinite space circulation skills have been studied almost, and the progress is very smooth. I believe that in a short time, he will be able to withstand natural disaster grade bullets, and then he will be sure to kill the natural disaster creature. Tian is very curious about everything on Earth. She finds everything fresh and fun, and she doesn't feel bored at all. After finally reaching the vicinity of the Guardian Alliance, Zhou Wen tried his best to hide his whereabouts, intending to quietly approach the Guardian Alliance and lay out his little Zhou Tian star formation first. But there is a sweet person next to him, and it is not so easy for him to hide his tracks. Let's play a game, shall we? Zhou Wen thought for a while and said to Tian, who was beside him, I'm not a child, what game do you play? Tian asked, what game do you want to play? Let's play hide and seek. Both of us hide our tracks. Whoever finds out first will lose. Zhou Wen said. Tian rolled her eyes at him, are you trying to do something bad secretly, for fear of being discovered? You have seen it all. Well, I can only tell you the truth. I came here this time to find treasure. Zhou Wen lowered his voice and said to Tian. What treasure? Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, and she seemed to be interested. In the city over there is a group of bad people called the 40 Thieves. They burned and looted everywhere, collected a lot of treasures, and hid them somewhere in the city. I came here this time to find the 4 treasures of the 10 thieves, and then distribute those treasures to good people in need. Zhou Wen said solemnly. You want to keep it for yourself, right? Tian seemed to see through Zhou Wen's thoughts at a glance. These are not important, the important thing is to punish those bad people. Zhou Wen looked upright, like a contemporary, Bao Tian. Seeing that Tian was still a little hesitant, Zhou Wen hurriedly added, there are so many treasures, even if most of them are distributed to good people in need, and the remaining 1,000th, you can buy a few plum cake shops. Zhou Wen and Tian sneaked to the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance. Under Zhou Wen's half-coaxing and half-deception, Tian was still moved, hid her figure, and followed Zhou Wen to the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance. Zhou Wen still needs to hide along the way, but Tian is very relaxed. As long as she doesn't want anyone to see her, no one can see her. It's really strange, why hasn't Tian's power been suppressed on Earth? Tian's power made Zhou Wen very puzzled. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. The natural disaster level will be suppressed on Earth. If Tian is really a doomsday level boss, it should be suppressed even more. But what Zhou Wen thinks, Tian doesn't seem to be suppressed by the rules. The headquarters of the Guardian Alliance is very large, and it is already a city in itself. You can see many humans who have contracted the Guardians come and go here. Zhou Wen's small Zhou star formation is not strong enough to cover such a large city, so it can only enter the core area first. Originally, he wanted to use the invisibility cloak to sneak in, but after thinking about it, he felt that it would not work. After all, the invisibility cloak is only mythical, and there are many fear-level guardians in it, and it is difficult to guarantee that no one will be able to see him. After thinking about it, Zhou Wen summoned the demon baby, little baby, call out the killer. The magic baby's thoughts moved, the magic sword in its arms automatically unsheathed, and the killing demon also flew out. Killing demon, you should be able to turn into a guardian armor and attach to me, right? Zhou Wen looked at killing demon and asked uncertainly. Ordinary guardians can become armored, but killing demons has never changed armors, they are all in the magic sword, so Zhou Wen is not sure. Yes, but you didn't make a contract with me, so you can't use my power. Killer said proudly, why, when you encounter something that can't be solved, you need to use the power of this demon? I knew why it was necessary today. If you had contracted with this demon at the beginning, of course, this demon would also despise you. Stop talking nonsense, just turn into an armor and attach it to me. Zhou Wen glared at him. Killing demon naturally didn't care whether Zhou Wen glared at him or not, but in the blink of an eye, Moing also glared at him, and immediately gave up, and said with a smile, of course. I'll be right here. With that said, the demon killer turned into a state of armor, wrapping Zhou Wen's body. A black armor wrapped Zhou Wen's body. Zhou Wen's slender and sturdy body is modified to look more explosive. It seems that as long as he takes one step, he can pop out like a cannonball. This is no problem. Zhou Wen decided to swagger into the Guardian Alliance. Let the demon baby come back to him. Zhou Wen walked with Tian towards the entrance like the highway toll station. There is the only way to enter the Guardian Alliance. Unless Zhou Wen forcibly broke in, he can only go there. As for teleporting in, Zhou Wen doesn't think that. With Dongshi and Jiuyue being there, people will teleport casually into the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance. Because there are many humans who have contracted with the Guardians coming in and out at the exit, Zhou Wen felt that he was wearing genuine Guardian armor, and there should be no big problem. I see, you can think of a way to do anything. You don't have to be forceful. It's not easy for me to sneak in. You still have a lot to learn. Zhou Wen walked among the Guardians, nothing at all. People pay attention to him, there are people wearing Guardian armor everywhere. Zhou Wen is inconspicuous at all, so he is very happy to preach to Tian on the side. But who knew he had just walked into the entrance when he heard a screeching siren. In an instant, the Guardians all around looked at him, and the Guardians in charge of the guards also came too. Surround Zhou in the middle. Where's your pass card? One of the guards asked Zhou with a bad look. Zhou complained to himself. He didn't expect that there would be such a high-tech thing here in the Guardian Alliance, and he was secretly depressed. You group of guardians, what high-tech are you playing? There's even such a thing as an entry card. Tian held back her laughter, her face turning red, but she couldn't hold back in the end, she still laughed out loud. But depending on how she laughed, except for Zhou, the others didn't react at all, as if they couldn't see Tian at all. Zhou had no choice. At this time, there was nowhere to get the door card. Anyway, it was already exposed, so he planned to rush in just like that. Just when Zhou was about to start, he heard a person squeezed out of the crowd next to him, and said while squeezing over here, I'm sorry, his pass card is with me, I helped him keep it before, and I forgot when I came back. Give it back to him, the man said, shoving a card into Zhou's hand. Zhou caught the card, and the creaking alarm stopped immediately. Be careful next time, don't leave the pass cards indiscriminately, and something goes wrong when you look back. You don't even know how he died. The leading guard saw that there was no problem with the pass cards on Zhou and the man, and taught them a few words. Sorry. The man apologized. Okay, let's go in, don't delay other people's entry and exit. The guard let them in. Zhou followed the man in, and when they reached a place with few people, no one paid attention to them. Zhou approached the man, lowered his voice, and asked doubtfully, Jiang Yan, why are you here? This person who rescued Zhou was none other than Jiang Yan, one of Wang Mingyuan's students, when Zhou studied with Wang Mingyuan. Jiang Yan said, I have contracted with the Guardians, and I am naturally a member of the Guardians Alliance. Now I am doing some leisurely work at the headquarters. It's you are one of the main enemies of the Guardians Alliance, so don't stay in Luoyang. Why did you come here by yourself? Fortunately, you are here. If it wasn't for you, I would be in trouble this time. Zhou was telling the truth. Although he is not afraid of the Guardian Alliance, it is not difficult to rush out, but if he is discovered in advance, there is no way to set up a small Zhou star formation in advance, and the Guardian Alliance will also be prepared, and it will not be so easy to start. Anyway, you are also my junior brother, so you can't look at you in danger and don't care. Jiang Yan smiled, no matter what you do here, be careful, you can't imagine the number of fear-level guardians here. What happened, it is not easy to escape. I didn't plan to fight with those guardians. Zhou said to Jiang Yan, what do you do in the Guardian Alliance? If you encounter an enemy attack, will you fight? I'm not a guard, I just do some civilian jobs, and I don't need to fight under normal circumstances. Jiang Yan said. That's good, when I'm fighting with them, don't come out, try to get away from here, it's best to ask for a leave-in advance. Zhou urged. Don't worry, I will hide away. What are you trying to do? You don't really think that you can shake the Guardian Alliance by yourself? Jiang Yan asked, curiously. Why not? I just want to use one person to turn the Guardian Alliance upside down and smash that old fairy's lair. Zhou laughed. It's really like something you can do. Jiang Yan laughed, but if you still have to be careful, that Immortals' strength is extraordinary, and he has so many helpers, so it's not easy to deal with. You don't have to worry about this, even if I can't beat it, I can run. It's you rescued me today, they won't Find you in the future, right? And the card you gave me, will you? Is there a problem? Zhou Wen frowned. Don't worry, that card is anonymous. They can't find me so easily. Even if they find it, there is no actual evidence, and no one can do anything to me. After all, I am Dongshi's younger brother. Jiang Yan said. Are you Dongshi's younger brother? Kiss? Zhou Wen's eyes widened. Dear. Jiang Yan smiled. Zhou Wen secretly thought in his heart that it was very dangerous. Fortunately, there was no chance to kill Dongshi before. Otherwise he would have formed a deadly vengeance with Jiang Yan. Seeing Zhou Wen's expression, Jiang Yan seemed to have guessed what Zhou Wen was thinking, and said to Zhou Wen, she is my sister after all. If you don't have deep hatred, if you meet her in the future, let her live. After a pause, Jiang Yan smiled again. If it were someone else, I would definitely not make such a request, but you are different. You are not a person who likes to kill, and you have the ability to do that. Okay. Zhou Wen nodded. Without saying anything unnecessary. I haven't seen you for a long time. I wanted to chat with you more, but the time and place are not right now. Let's talk about it later. Jiang Yan looked up and looked around. Pointed in one direction and said, if you encounter a desperate situation, go to the if you run in that direction, there may be a way out. What's over there? Zhou Wen also looked in that direction, but he didn't see anything over there, and it wasn't the central area of the city. It won't work if you say it. If you don't need to take that step, it's useless to know it. If you need to take that step, you'll know it by then. Jiang Yan said, and put his hand on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Said seriously, you are not suitable for killing people, you are more like you before. I also want to play games quietly every day, but this world doesn't leave me even a small piece of pure land. Zhou Wen said helplessly. It's also true that the world is unpredictable, and who can be alone? I'm leaving, be careful yourself. Jiang Yan put down his hands, turned around and prepared to leave. I'll go later. Zhou Wen wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Jiang Yan. Don't tell me anything, I don't want to know, at least not now. Jiang Yan left without looking back. Zhou Wen shrugged. He didn't plan to talk about his plan at first, but just wanted to tell Jiang Yan not to get too close to the area where he laid the sword formation. Where is the treasure? You said? Tian couldn't help but ask. She scanned it for a while, but couldn't find any treasure here. If it was so easy to find, it wouldn't be called a treasure. Come with me. Zhou Wen took Tian towards the central area of the Guardian Alliance, secretly setting up a small Zhou star array as he walked. After Jiang Yan and Zhou Wen separated, they did not go to the central area of the headquarters, but left the headquarters and went to the location where the Babel Tower was established. When he was about to reach the Tongtian Tower, Jiang Yan summoned the guardian armor to wear on his body, and at the same time stretched out his hand. And a cloak-like robe appeared in his hand. Putting the robe on his shoulders, a mask appeared in the other hand. Although he was already protected by a mask, Jiang Yan still put the mask on his face, and finally put on the cape-like hat. After doing all this, Jiang Yan walked towards the Tongtian Tower, which was still under construction. Sir Xian. After seeing Jiang Yan, the guardians guarding the place immediately bowed their heads and saluted respectfully. Zhou Wen was afraid that he would never have thought that Jiang Yan was actually a fairy, and just now he said in front of Jiang Yan that he would smash the fairy's nest. Where are Yusuji and Dongshi? Jiang Yan asked. Reporting to the Lord Xian, the two adults, Yusuji and Dongshi, are overseeing the 7th floor of the Tongtian Tower, and the Blood Witch is also there. The guard replied. Jiang Yan nodded slightly, and then walked towards the Tongtian Tower. Zhou Wen walked the sword formation at the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance, but he soon discovered that there were not as many senior guardians at the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance as he thought. Although the last time, the Guardian Alliance suffered heavy losses, and it lost the ability of the Babel Tower to lead the Guardians to Earth. But even if this is the case, it won't take a long time to walk, and even a fear-level Guardian can't see it? It's strange, there doesn't seem to be any ambush. Why did you see the less advanced Guardians? Where did those Guardians go? Zhou Wen listened carefully for a while and found that there were no senior Guardians nearby, and there was already the most central area of the headquarters. Zhou Wen thought for a while. And suddenly his eyes lit up. I see, the Guardian Alliance must be rebuilding the Tower of Babel. Apart from the Tower of Babel, there should be no other major projects that can allow the Alliance of Guardians to dispatch so many advanced Guardians. I don't know if the Tongtian Tower is still in its previous location. Zhou Wen only knew where the previous Tongtian Tower was. However, according to Sheng, the compressed acceleration vitality bomb that wiped out An's family's savings had completely destroyed the Tongtian Tower, and it was almost impossible to repair it. The Tongtian Tower was built at the beginning, but it took many years, plus a lot of materials, and now it is hard to find. It is estimated that it has not been 10 or 8 years. If they really go to repair the Tongtian Tower, it means that the reconstruction of the Tongtian Tower must not take so much time, otherwise it is impossible to invest so much manpower. Zhou Wen is very clear. The operation of the Guardian Alliance itself also requires a lot of manpower. It is okay to temporarily transfer so many high-level Guardians in the past. If they were to build the Babel Tower there for 10 or 8 years, the Guardian Alliance itself would be almost useless. In such a situation, there is only one possibility. The tower can be repaired in a very short time. At least part of it can be repaired, so that the tower can play a certain role. No, I have to go to the Tower of Babel, otherwise it would be meaningless to destroy their headquarters. Zhou Wen gave up his previous plans and went in the direction of the old Tower of Babel. Now Zhou Wen only hopes that they will repair it on the basis of the original Tongtian Tower. If the Tongtian Tower is rebuilt in another place, then he may not be able to find the new Tongtian Tower at all. What are you doing? Aren't you looking for treasure here? Tian asked suspiciously when she saw Zhou Wen walking outside the city. I thought of a place, maybe those guys hid the treasure there. Zhou Wen said as he walked in the direction of the Tongtian Tower. When Zhou Wen saw the Tongtian Tower being repaired from a distance, he knew that his guess was correct. Sir. Blood Witch, now Yusuji, and Dongshi immediately saluted when they saw Xian approaching. Jiang Yan passed by the three of them, walked to the fence, and looked up at a pillar in the center of the Tongtian Tower. The pillar was made of metal and crystals. Although it was erected at the center of the Tongtian Tower, it is now the height of the tower has exceeded the already completed 7 floors of the Tongtian Tower. Jiang Yan was standing by the fence on the 7th floor, and he had to look up at the sky platform so that he could barely see the top of it. Sir, according to the current progress, it should be completed in 20 days. Now Yusuji said later. It's too late. Jiang Yan muttered to himself. Sir, if there are another 20 days. It will only take 27 days, which is less than a month's time limit. Yusuji now said with some doubts. Jiang Yan did not explain, but said calmly, you all go out, guard the Tongtian tower outside, and don't let anyone approach here. Sir, what happened? The three of them were shocked, and the blood which asked quickly. Go, just keep it. Jiang Yan did not explain, but said lightly while looking at the platform. Yes. Jiang Yan said so. Now Yusuji and the others didn't dare to ask any more questions and left the Tongtian tower together. Before walking down the 7th floor, Dongsher looked at Jiang Yan and seemed to want to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything, and followed the Blood Witch and the others down the Tongtian tower. Although Jiang Yan didn't say anything, they also knew that something must have happened, otherwise Xian wouldn't say that, so they immediately summoned all the guardians of the Tongtian tower and began to deploy defenses near the Tongtian tower. After all the people who built the Tongtian pagoda had left the tower, Jiang Yan walked under the huge Tianzhu, followed the steps coiled around the stone pillar, and walked to the top of the Tiantai platform step by step. Today's Dengxiantai is only about 1/3 completed, and the highest part is still under construction, but when Jiang Yan came to the highest part of Dengxiantai, he could already look down on the surroundings. The time is too short. Although it is difficult to reach the sky in one step, I have to give it a try. Jiang Yan raised his head and stared at the void, and on the forehead of the guardian armor on his body, there was a mysterious crystal like a vertical eye. Strange light. The crystal with eyes like pupils seems to be an endless abyss. Any light falling on it will be absorbed by it, but it itself emits a faint light. The light seems to be tentacles. When he reached it, it seemed that tentacles as thin as hairs plunged into the void. The unbuilt giant pillar at the foot of Jiang Yan touched the tentacle-like light, and the pattern-like crystals embedded in the metal gradually lit up. With the brightening of the sky, the crystals on Jiang Yan's forehead, like eyes and pupils, became deeper and darker, and those tentacle-like rays of light became more and more numerous, spreading out like countless transparent hair strands, filled with the void, spreading to the unknown. Those lights flickered with strange optical flows from time to time, just like cables transmitting signals. The stronger the light on the rooftop, the stronger and more optical flows on those lights. However, Jiang Yan seemed to be enduring great pain, his body trembled involuntarily, his eyes were full of bloodshots, and even the capillaries under the skin began to rupture. The Blood Witch and others who were guarding outside the Tongtian tower were shocked when they saw the bright light on the top of the sky, but the top seemed to be shrouded in darkness. Only 1/3 of the climb to the rooftop has been completed, and the effect is greatly reduced. At this time, Lord Xian wants to use it to get in touch with different dimensions. Isn't it too risky? The Blood Witch was shocked. Get in touch with another dimension, it needs to pay a huge amount of energy as the price. The tower itself is an energy-gathering device, and the sky platform is like a signal amplifier. Even if there is no energy-gathering effect of the tower, as long as its own energy is enough, you can use the signal amplification ability of the sky platform. Get in touch with another dimension. But even if there is a magnifying effect, it requires extremely strong energy to be successful. Now there is only 1/3 or even lower amplification effect, and it is difficult to say whether the signal can be sent into a different dimension. Yusuji now said worriedly. Dongsher seemed to have already thought about what Jiang Yan was going to do, but at this time he was the calmest person. Master Tian dares to do this, and naturally he has his plans. We still keep the Tian tower and don't let anyone disturb him, so as not to fall short. Dong Shi knew that what Jiang Yan said before was by no means aimless. Both now Yusuji and the blood which nodded slightly strengthened their vigilance, and at the same time notified the headquarters, and transferred all the senior guardians stationed at the headquarters. Now even if the headquarters of the Guardian Alliance is leveled, there can be no mistakes here. On the rooftop, the Guardian armor on Jiang Yan's body has begun to crack, and his body has also endured the terrifying power infiltrated in the cracks, and his skin is quickly grayed. The fluctuations scattered out little by little. The rooftop platform has not yet been built, and it is not just as simple as 1/3 of the roll. Jiang Yan turned a blind eye to his gray body, still staring at the void penetrated by the light. Click! Cracks appeared on the crystal on the forehead of the Guardian's armor, which was caused by the direct impact of the amplification effect of the ascending platform. Please, I'll be fine soon, just hold on. Jiang Yan prayed silently in his heart. However, the cracks on the crystal are still increasing, and soon the whole crystal is covered. The crystal is like a glass ball that has been burned with fire and then immersed in cold water. Countless cracks are crisscrossed. Just add a little more, the power will disintegrate in an instant. It's still a little bit. It's just a little bit. Jiang Yan stared at the void, where the armor was broken, and the exposed part of the body was grayed out, revealing the bones, but he still didn't feel anything. Suddenly, where the light penetrated, a strange light spread out, forming an actinized human-shaped figure, as if a god who could not be gazed by humans had descended. Jiang Yan, is this the answer you gave me? The light and shadow was condescending, staring coldly at the Tian tower and climbing terrace, which were half unfinished, and said displeasedly, I'm in some trouble and need help, Jiang Yan said. I've given you enough help. If I need to solve everything myself, what do you need to do? Are you telling me that I need another spokesperson in the world? That light and shadow said coldly. I trust your vision and know what you can do. Even if you change another spokesperson, you won't be able to do better than me. Jiang Yan said without fear, neither humble nor arrogant. The Rubik's Cube ranks second to last, the Babel Tower was destroyed, and even the federal government, you can't really control it, is this what you can do? Guangying said with some contempt. How difficult is it to master the federal government? But even if I master the federal government, what's the use? We really need to master the 6 major families, but even the temple has used it for so many years, and it has not been able to fully control the 6 major families. What's more, I've only been in charge of the Guardian Alliance for a few years. After a pause, Jiang Yan continued, the current ranking of Rubik's Cube doesn't mean anything. If I want, I can rank in the top 3. Now, but what about the top 3? My goal is to be number 1, and so do you. Isn't it? No, number 1, no matter how high the ranking, is useless, so I need more time to observe. Of course. If you are willing to give the help of powerful forces, I believe it is not difficult to rush to the number 1 now. As for the destruction of the Tower of Babel, it is indeed my dereliction of duty. But from the point that the Tower of Babel can be destroyed, you should be able to understand what kind of enemy I am facing. You are a strong human being like the Emperor and the King of Thieves. It should also be seen through the Rubik's Cube, it's just a fear-level power, it is difficult to compete with such a strong human being. It's not that I don't want to do things, but the strength is really insufficient. What more do you want? A natural disaster level guardian? If I can directly put a natural disaster level guardian on the earth, what do you need? Even if it is given to a pig, it can sweep the entire human race. Light and shadow lung sound. If you think so, then please wait for a while, and then decide whether to change the spokesperson after reading it. Jiang Yan was not affected by the emotions of light and shadow, and he still looked tepid. What are you looking at? Guangying asked, with a frown. A human being, my opponent. Jiang Yan replied. The Emperor, or the King of Thieves? You want me to help you deal with them? This is what you should do, otherwise what would you do? Guangying said indifferently. None of them. Jiang Yan cast his eyes on the outside of the Tian Tower. At this time, there seemed to be strange changes going on outside the Tian Tower. After taking a look, Jiang Yan continued, how much can you do? I can deal with a human emperor, and if I add another thief king, I can also think of a way, but what if there are more and more human beings like this? Don't you think that the help you give will have no effect in the face of such human beings? Isn't it as big as you thought? What are you kidding? How many human beings like the Emperor and the King of Thieves can you find among you humans? Guangying said, very displeased. I don't know how many there are, but one has already arrived. Jiang Yan looked into the distance and said calmly. The light and shadow couldn't help but follow Jiang Yan's eyes, and sure enough, he saw something coming from a distance. After a closer look, I immediately found that I saw a piece of banana leaf like a small boat, slowly sliding in the sky. At the stern of the boat, a beautiful girl dressed in gauze, like a fairy, was waving her sleeves, like a boatman. A young man stood still at the bow of the ship, staring at the unfinished Babel Tower. Isn't that human being the one who passed the Venus dimensional field by luck and equipment? Don't tell me, you can't even handle such a person, and you want me to help you? If that's the case, you have no value in existence. Guangying recognized Zhou Wen and snorted coldly. Don't worry, you can take a look, Jiang Yan said. When Zhou Wen appeared, the Blood Witch, Dongshi, and now Yusuji were all nervous, but Zhou Wen was the only one who could see clearly. When the girl who brought him here was still a companion pet, he breathed a sigh of relief. Zhou Wen, how dare you come here? Dongshi stared at Zhou Wen and said through gritted teeth. When the hermit was killed, Zhou Wen could be regarded as the mortal enemy of the Guardian Alliance, and Dongshi even wished he could be stripped of his skin. Zhou Wen smiled without saying a word, stood on the banana leaf, observed Dongshi's expression, and wanted to infer Dongshi's inner thoughts. The voices of the heart that can be heard by listening to the truth must be extremely strong psychological fluctuations. If it is not for the ups and downs of emotions, it is almost impossible to hear the voices of the heart. And even if you can hear it, it's just an ability. What Zhou Wen needs is not pure ability, but his own keen perception ability and ability to control the enemy's mood. It isn't enough to only know what the other party is thinking. Therefore, Zhou Wen still has to rely on himself if he wants to reach the realm of killing people. Looking at Dongshi's words and deeds, and the subtle expressions on his face, Zhou Wen discovered many things that he had not noticed before. It turns out that a person's emotions are not what he thinks. Although the facial expressions are the most abundant, but really looking at a person's emotions, body language is richer than expressions. In addition to anger, it was difficult to see other emotions on Dongshi's face, but from her body language, she could decipher more things. For example, Zhou Wen noticed that although Dongshi was expressing anger, her legs were in a folded posture. This was not an offensive performance. At least her posture was not conducive to attacking. From this, it can be inferred that Dongshi's heart is still somewhat afraid of Zhou Wen. In his subconscious mind. Of course, this is a detail that ordinary people with a careful mind can see. It is not difficult for Zhou Wen to see it. If he wants to go further, it is not so easy to perfectly interpret inner information from body language. And Zhou Wen doesn't know if this is the right path, but in any case, it's a good start. With a goal, no matter if the path is right or not, the scenery along the way is the harvest. Seeing Zhou Wen not talking, just standing on the boat like banana leaf, looking down at her with a condescending expression, he couldn't help but get angry. Knock him down, there is no room for an outsider to be arrogant here. The dozens of fear-level guardians gathered nearby, after receiving the order, all began to gather their strength to shoot Zhou Wen down from the sky. How can I make my opponent feel more terrifying than death? Zhou Wen's thoughts turned, and at the same time, invisible sword chi also emerged, disappearing and appearing. Like stars twinkling in the sky, instantly it filled the nearby space, covering the entire area near the Babel Tower. It is much easier for Zhou Wen to think about how to defeat the enemy, or how to defeat the enemy most efficiently, than to ask him to think about how to make people feel scared. In essence, Zhou Wen is a pacifist. If he hadn't been born in such an era, he wouldn't even be willing to kill a chicken, let alone murder. But times are like this. Times create heroes. Many times, people who can become heroes are not necessarily those who want to become heroes. Okay, let's start with the most basic first. Zhou Wen couldn't think of how to make the enemy feel more terrifying than death, so he decided to start with the simplest. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, Zhou Tian and the stars moved in unison, and the invisible swords like stars fell crazily. Zhou Wen came so late because he spent a lot of time condensing the invisible sword chi to spread the small Zhou Tian star formation. The universe is infinite, and the stars are also infinite, and the same is true of the Zhou Tian star array. The more invisible sword energy that constitutes the Zhou Tian star array, the stronger the Zhou Tian star array. However, there is still a flaw in the small Zhou Tian star formation compared with the real big Zhou Tian star formation. The real Zhou Tian star array can be automatically reorganized and reorganized, that is to say, within the great Zhou Tian star array, all the shattered powers will be automatically reorganized and put into battle again. Zhou Tian star array is not good. Once the invisible sword energy is broken, there is no way to reorganize it, and Zhou Wen must condense it a second time. In contrast, the small Zhou Tian star array also has its advantages. The big Zhou Tian star array will absorb all the energy and reorganize itself, while the small Zhou Tian star array will not, and the body protection star array, that is the foundation of the small Zhou Tian star array. But it can absorb a lot of energy and provide it to Zhou Wen. Bang bang. Bang bang. The dense rain of invisible sword chi kept falling, directly attacking all the guardians, including the Tongtian Tower, and the invisible sword chi was everywhere. The guardian who was going to besiege Zhou Wen suddenly found that each of them had to face the invisible sword energy like a flood, and there was no way to distract him. With such a large-scale attack, everyone thought that Zhou Wen would definitely not be able to sustain it for a long time, and they even thought that there would only be a round of invisible sword energy. Such a consumption of vitality is not something that the fear level can bear at all. Zhou Wen can release a round of invisible sword energy, which is very incredible in their opinion. Every guardian tried their best to smash the invisible sword energy that was hitting them, and with the determination to fight desperately, wanted to break the sword formation and rushed towards Zhou Wen. But soon they discovered that they seemed to be thinking too simply. The invisible sword chi kept falling down, and there was no gap at all, as if it were endless. Puff. After just receiving a few rounds of invisible sword chi, some guardians could not bear it. Blood spurted wildly from their mouths, and the guardian armor on their bodies was pierced by invisible sword chi. Once he lost his ability to resist, he was continuously bombarded by invisible sword energy and nailed to the ground. Dongsher wanted to use the time acceleration ability to pass through the invisible sword energy to attack Zhou Wen, but she was horrified to find that the invisible sword energy was so dense that there were almost no gaps. Even if there were gaps, those narrow gaps were not enough to accommodate her body. Forced to be helpless, Dongsher can only fight against the invisible sword energy with all his strength, and there is no room to dodge. A group of guardians, like drowning people, caught in a torrent, panicked and helpless. This is still under the circumstance that Zhou Wen did not intend to kill, otherwise these fear-level guardians would have been killed, most of them. Zhou Wen was injured, but not killed, nor was he well-intentioned. He just wanted to observe his emotions, take the killer one step further. He didn't kill, which didn't mean he didn't do anything else. While attacking those guardians, a large amount of invisible sword energy bombarded the Babel Tower and the Sky Terrace. In just a moment, the Tian Tower, which had just been rebuilt on the 7th floor, was nailed with dense invisible sword energy. Boom! Under the bombardment of round after round of invisible sword energy, the 7-story Tian Tower finally couldn't bear the collapse, and the earth shook like a doomsday world. The fear-level guardians who were supposed to be terrifying were filled with fear at this time. There has never been a human being as terrifying as Zhou Wen, who bombed the Tower of Babel with his own power, suppressing dozens of fear-level guardians. At this moment, Zhou Wen was no longer human in their eyes. Impossible, that guy absolutely cannot be a pure human. The blood which was covered in scars and was horrified. He was able to seal the companion pet, but Zhou Wen did not use the companion pet at all, just the power of the invisible sword energy had already achieved an overwhelming advantage. In the torrent of invisible sword energy, the blood, which felt like a boat in a stormy sea, and could be shattered at any time. A pure human being is promoted. Is it really that strong? Yusuji Nao's body was like a phantom, and the invisible sword energy passed through her, but she couldn't even hurt her body. The power brought to her by the fear of the great demon gave her the ability to ignore the power of the invisible sword chi. But now Yusuji was so shocked at this time that he did not dare to approach Zhou Wen. More and more guardians fell in the sword formation, and the Tian Tower collapsed in a large area, and even the base was about to be flattened. The last time the Babel Tower was blown up by a cannon, because the time was too short, I didn't feel much. However, this time, it was abruptly bombarded with invisible sword energy, and the visual impact and shock caused to those who witnessed this scene is far from comparable to the last time. In their eyes, Zhou Wen now looks like a terrifying devil, not a human being. The only thing that was not affected by the invisible sword chi was the Tian Tai. All the invisible sword chi that bombarded the Tian Tai seemed to have hit a mysterious force, and they all shattered without touching the pillars of the Tian Tai. The light and shadow on the rooftop was also surprised at this time. Zhou Tian star array? No, it's a little different. Strange, how could such a scale of Zhou Tian star array be deployed without the power of the natural disaster level domain? The vitality cannot keep up with the consumption. Even those dimensional creatures born in the vitality, it is impossible to have such abundant vitality. Guangying seemed to understand what Jiang Yan said. It's not that Jiang Yan is not good enough, but the enemy is just too terrifying. Thinking about the Emperor, the King of Thieves, and Zhou Wen, with such human beings, and the Guardian Alliance as enemies, it seems that it is indeed not easy for Jiang Yan to be able to support up to now. I think you can understand my situation, right? I really need support. Jiang Yan said. The natural disaster. Great Guardian cannot enter the earth. Even if he enters, the strength will be suppressed so much that it will not work. Guangying said in a deep voice. If you don't dislike it, I would like to use myself as a container to lead you into the world and clean up the dirt in the world. Jiang Yan put his hand on his chest, bent down slightly, and said sincerely. Do you know that if this seat comes to you, your body will suffer serious damage, even irreversible damage? Guangying stared at Jiang Yan and said. I know. Jiang Yan said calmly, the power of an existence like you has far exceeded the ability of the Earth's rules, and naturally it is not something that my body can withstand. It is inevitable to cause damage. Since you know, why do you want me to borrow your body? Guangying was obviously suspicious of Jiang Yan's request. Jiang Yan smiled and said, so what? Compared with this little sacrifice, I can get more, right? Oh, what do you want to get? Guangying asked. My guardian Tian is the guardian made by the genes of the immortal clan, and you are a powerful existence of the immortal clan. If you come to me with your power, you should be able to make the immortals rise to the natural disaster level in a very short period of time. After you leave, as the contractor of heavenly immortal, I will naturally possess the power of natural disaster grade. In comparison, that little bit of injury is nothing. Jiang Yan said calmly. Guangying stared at Jiang Yan for a long time and then said, as expected of Wang Mingyuan's disciple, he is indeed a smart person. I can help you raise Tian to natural disaster level, but this is the last time to make an exception. To help you. If there are similar troubles that cannot be resolved, I will consider changing a spokesperson. If you have the power of the natural disaster level, you can't dominate everything. You don't need to do it. I'll do it myself. Jiang Yan said firmly. If that's the case, then I will use your body to temporarily descend to the earth. Remember, this seat is called Shirquan Sword Immortal. While speaking, the light and shadow slowly walked towards Jiang Yan, and his eyes kept watching with Jiang Yan. Although Shirquan Sword Immortal took the initiative with the help of Jiang Yan's body, theoretically, Shirquan Sword Immortal occupies absolute initiative, and with Shirquan Sword Immortal's strength and realm, it is enough to suppress Jiang Yan. Even if Jiang Yan has a different heart, it is difficult to do anything. However, Sword Immortal Shirquan is still very careful. If he finds something wrong, he will directly kill Jiang Yan. But Jiang Yan didn't change anything. He opened his arms, like a mad believer who sacrificed himself wholeheartedly, without any reservations, and completely presented his body in front of Shirquan Jianxian. Seeing Jiang Yan so unreserved, Shirquan Jianxian was relieved, and the light and shadow of his body walked in front of Jiang Yan and directly overlapped with Jiang Yan's body. In the flow of Xianxia, the angelic armor outside Jiang Yan overflowed with immortal energy and rapidly transformed. different dimensional creatures, will be suppressed by the rules of the earth, but human beings are not within these rules. With the help of Jiang Yan's body, Shi Quan Sword Immortal descends on the earth, although Jiang Yan's body is too weak to really play 100% of the battle power, but through the fairy armor, it is still able to exert natural disaster level combat power. Xianxia flows, and the sword light is like a river. Jiang Yan's eyes have completely changed. It is completely different from the deep eyes of ancient wells, and replaced by a sharp look like a sword. Sword Immortal Shi Quan stretched out his palm, clenched his 5 fingers, and said to himself, Jiang Yandao is a wise guy, and it is rare to dedicate his body without reservation. In comparison, his ability is not weak, and he is considered a useful person. The Emperor, the King of Thieves, Zhou Wen and the like are indeed a bit powerful, and I don't know where they all came from. They are not comparable to ordinary fear levels. It is indeed a bit embarrassing for Yen to solve problems with such strength, and it can help him promote Tian to natural disaster level. Outside the Tongtian Tower, Zhou Wen's sword formation continued to charge, and the guardians were shot down by invisible sword energy. But they were not killed either, they were just pierced by the invisible sword energy and nailed to the ground. There are only 5 or 6 guardians who are still desperately resisting the blood, which was covered in blood, and the body was stabbed by many invisible swords, and the situation was the most tragic. Dongshi relied on the magic of time power. Although he was not injured, the situation was quite bad. Now Yusuji rode the big demon armor, and his figure passed through a large number of invisible swords, and went around Zhou Wen's back. His hands were like ghost claws, and he stabbed Zhou Wen's Tianling cover. Zhou Wen moved his body, dodging now Yusuji's attack, and after now Yusuji's blow, follow-up attacks continued. Her movement is like a ghost, appearing and disappearing, constantly appearing around Zhou Wen, and the means of attack can be described as unpredictable. However, depending on how her attack methods changed, she was not able to touch Zhou Wen by a single hair. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the guardians were half cold, and it was only then that they remembered that Zhou Wen's celestial clothes could even avoid natural disaster level attacks, not to mention Yusuji now was only fear level. In fact, this time it was purely due to Zhou Wen's superior movement skills that avoided all attacks, not Tian's credit. Of course, Tian is not without credit at all, but without the invincible lucky star, Tian's chance of lucky dodge is actually not high, and most of it still has to dodge Zhou Wen himself. Dongshi and the others didn't know this, they just thought that Tian was still the same as before, able to avoid the natural disaster level attack, and they couldn't help but feel a little desperate. The invisible sword energy, with extremely terrifying destructive power, can evade any attack. Such a perfect and powerful Zhou Wen makes them see no hope. Zhou Wen felt that the Slayer seemed to be shaken by his actions. But the magnitude of the shock was not large. The last time Zhou Wen understood the truth of murder, the Slayer's shaking was strong. Obviously, this kind of force intimidation has no obvious effect on the promotion of the Slayer. Just when Zhou Wen was thinking about how to go further, he suddenly found that the black hole on the sky platform disappeared, the light on the sky platform also dimmed, and a figure came out of the sky. Zhou Wen took a closer look and found that the people who came were wearing masks and white robes, and they were very similar to the Lord Xian of the Guardian Alliance he had seen before. The reason why it is very similar is that the Guardian armor on him now seems to be a little different. The current Guardian armor exudes a kind of golden fairy glow, making him look like a fairy walking out of the fairy cloud glow. This guy seems a little wrong, why does it feel different from before? Zhou Wen thought, and a large amount of invisible sword energy swept away like a tsunami towards Shirquan Sword Immortal. Although a lot of invisible sword energy has been consumed, the remaining invisible sword energy is still as much as a tide. At this time, he is attacking Shirquan Sword Immortal with all his strength, and its power is no less than the falling of the stars. Countless invisible sword chi rushed in front of Shirquan Jianxian, but in the next second, something that shocked Zhou Wen happened. A strange force field rose up from the immortal Shirquan sword. Within that force field, the invisible sword energy was completely still, as if it had frozen, and all of it was fixed in the air. Relying on the incomplete Zhou Tianxingchen array, you are also equipped with sword chi? Shirquan Jianxian walked towards Zhou Wen. Step by step, and as his figure moved, those invisible sword chi moved again. Only this time, the invisible sword chi didn't rush towards Shirquan Sword Immortal, but reversed the tip of the sword, all aimed at Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen was surrounded by the sword chi in the sky. Natural disaster grade. Zhou Wen was shocked, and without hesitation, he directly used the interstellar teleportation ability of Singularity Universe, and wanted to leave here first. However, Zhou Wen was surprised to find that the echo between the Singularity Universe and the stars seemed to be blocked, and the positions of those stars could not be sensed at all, so naturally they could not be transmitted. Don't say it's you. Even if Lord Ziwei Xing came in person, he wouldn't be able to escape from my Shirquan Sword Immortal domain. Shirquan Sword Immortal saw through what Zhou Wen wanted to do, and said indifferently, "Natural disaster grade?" Zhou Wen didn't have time to think about it, because the overwhelming invisible sword energy had already fallen. Although those invisible sword chi were condensed by Zhou Wen himself, he spent a lot of time and slowly condensed them one by one. Now that they fall together, other fear levels can't resist it, and Zhou Wen can't resist either. Not to mention that the celestial clothes on his body can no longer dodge 100%, even if he can, there is no room to dodge in such a dense invisible sword energy. The so-called 100% dodge also requires a dodging space to be able to dodge. Not really any attack can dodge in the past. A lot of thoughts flashed in my mind in an instant, and a decision was immediately made. At this time, if you can't make a decision immediately, you may be dead. The moment the sword chi fell on him, Zhou Wen's figure suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Instead of retreating, he teleported to the back of Shirquan Sword Immortal, pulled out the bamboo knife, and stabbed him in the back. Trapped in the field of natural disaster level, if you can't use interstellar teleportation to escape, the chance of being able to escape is almost zero, and it is not passive to active. Use Singularity to teleport away. When the immortal Shirquan sword didn't look back, and a backhand finger popped out and bounced on the blade of the bamboo knife, bending the blade directly, and the tip of the blade was about to pierce Zhou Wen's own arm. Zhou Wen only felt that his palm could barely hold the handle of the knife. That power is surprisingly large, completely surpassing the power of fear level. Seeing that Zhou Wen's arm was about to be shattered by the force, Zhou Wen swung his arm violently, rotating his arm and body along the force, his body rotating like a drill, and the bamboo knife stabbed Shirquan Sword Immortal again. When Shirquan Sword Immortal flicked his finger on the tip of the knife again, and the knives of Zhou Wenjin's people trembled, and the bones seemed to be scattered. If it wasn't for Zhou Wen's understanding of strength and swordsmanship that had surpassed this level, it would be impossible to resist this simple two-finger flick. Gritting his teeth and vibrating the knife, Zhou Wen seemed to be Spinning top. Taking advantage of the situation, he teleported out the knife, appeared on the side of Shirquan's sword immortal, and slashed towards his neck. Dang dang. Dang dang. Zhou Wen's swirling figure is like a ghost, and he uses the sword against the heart to the extreme. He appears in all directions of Shirquan Jianxian, and the sword is even more unpredictable, but every sword is shaken back by Shirquan Jianxian's understated fingers. No sword can touch Shirquan Jianxian. Swordsmanship is really good, and you are qualified to be proud on earth, but unfortunately, as my enemy, you are too far behind. Sword immortal Shirquan flicked his fingertips on the bamboo sword again, only this time, his fingertips lit up a little like a firefly. When the fingertip collided with the blade, and a little light wave quickly spread out like a water wave. After the light wave passed, the bamboo knife that had followed Zhou Wen for a long time was instantly turned into pieces. Zhou Wen's body also flew upside down like a cannonball. Zhou Wen opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the clothes on his body were emitting hot smoke due to the high-speed friction, which produced extremely high temperatures. Zhou Tianxingchen array, lucky dodge, it's just a tricky external force. It may be useful to deal with waste, but it's of no use to me. Shirquan Jianxian was not in a hurry to chase. While talking, Zhou Wen, the invisible sword energy condensed, was controlled by him again, and it swept away like a tide. It's just his words that made Dongshi and others embarrassed, and their faces were not very good-looking. It's still useful for trash, so they were almost killed by Zhou Wen. Isn't it even worse than trash? Zhou Wen endured the injury on his body and jumped up from the ground, but the sword chi that filled the sky was already killing him, and he was not given a chance to dodge at all. He used teleport again, but this time, when he came out instantly, Shirquan's sword immortal seemed to have already judged his landing point, and countless sword chi was already there. The moment Zhou Wen teleported out, he got stuck in his body. Several invisible sword chi suddenly made Tianyi red with blood. And more invisible sword energy is already close at hand, penetrating from all directions. Without any hesitation, Zhou Wen summoned Chaos Egg. In an instant, the Chaos Egg was stabbed into a hedgehog, and the invisible sword energy stabbed continuously, one after another, slamming together densely. Fortunately, the defensive power of the Chaos Egg is not fake. The Chaos Egg, which can even withstand the power of time and space, forcibly withstood the terrifying impact of the sword flow. It's terrifying. It's such a time, how come there's no movement? In Tian? She won't really watch me die like this, will she? Zhou Wen smashed the invisible sword energy stabbing on his body and took out a mythical sword after swallowing the Xinglong pill essence. The injury on the body immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. In a moment, the damaged internal organs had recovered, and the trauma was almost healed. Isn't it dead yet? All the invisible sword energy hit the Chaos Egg, and after all burst, Shirquan Jianxian found that the strange ball was not pierced, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. However, the emotion of surprise was only fleeting. For Shirquan's sword immortal, the invisible sword chi condensed by Zhou Wen was still too weak after all. It was just a large number. In the eyes of the fear level, so many invisible sword chi are very terrifying, and in the eyes of Shirquan Jianxian it is nothing. Since you're not dead yet, let's show you what the real sword energy is. Shirquan Jianxian said, his index finger and middle finger stood side by side, and Zhu Jianqi stabbed the Chaos Egg. A purple sword chi formed at his fingertips, like a ray of sunshine and a purple rainbow, penetrating towards the Chaos Egg, and instantly hit the chaos. Boom! The chaos egg was pushed back by the purple sword chi, and after hitting the ground, the purple sword chi continued to impact, knocking the chaos egg deep into the ground. The shock wave generated by the sword chi blew up the nearby earth for several thousand meters, and all the guardians such as Dongshi had to retreat quickly. After the terrifying purple sword energy completely dissipated, a huge deep pit with a diameter of several thousand meters appeared on the ground, and even Dongshi and others were trembling when they saw it. Zhou Wen's chaos egg has also been tested. I thought that it was beaten by the natural disaster grade as a table tennis ball, and it was not destroyed. However, this sword chi of Shirquan Sword Immortal is really ruthless. The power of the sword has made a lot of solid vitality crystals in the chaos egg, but it has not been able to break the chaos egg. At the bottom of the deep pit, Zhou Wen put away the chaos egg and summoned the unearthed beast, so he wanted to use the earth escape power of the earth beast to escape directly. But the earthbound beast didn't escape very far, and suddenly screamed. Its body seemed to be penetrated by an invisible sharp sword. Zhou Wen was shocked, and immediately knew that even the underground was not safe, and he was still in the field of natural disasters. However, in this way, Zhou Wen probably knew the scope of the Shirquan Sword Immortal domain, and he could be considered to have a bottom line in his heart. The earthbound beast was dying. Zhou Wen could only order it to escape from the soil, and then immediately took the earthbound beast back. Even so, it still failed to save the life of the earthbound beast. The pattern of the earthbound beast on Zhou Wen's body gradually faded, and finally disappeared, and Zhou Wen could not sense the existence of the earthbound beast. Your sisters. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth. Sword Immortal Shirquan stepped out in one step, volleyed to the top of Zhou Wen, looked down at Zhou Wen and said, "It's not dead yet, you really surprised me. I won't die even if you die." Zhou Wen teleported out and reached the diagonal, behind Shirquan Sword Immortal, waving his arms to cut. But his arm had just been raised, and Shirquan Sword Immortal's reflexive leg kicked his abdomen like a phantom, kicking Zhou Wen directly out. Cough cough. Blood spurted from Zhou Wen's mouth. This leg seriously injured him, and almost burst his stomach. Because it was too fast, Zhou Wen didn't react at all. The sword light and thunder flashed. Shirquan Sword Immortal was incredibly fast, came to Zhou Wen, grabbed Zhou Wen's head with his palm, and pinched it hard. The image of Shirquan Jianxian's head bursting in his imagination did not appear, and his fingers fell into the white rubber-like substance. It was Zhou Wen who was originally holding his finger, but now it has become a chaos egg. Sword Immortal Shirquan squeezed again, trying to burst the chaos egg, but he was a little surprised to find that the chaos egg was soft and flexible, and he couldn't break it, but the deformation of the chaos egg was very powerful. I'm here to see how strong the defense can be with such a ball. Shirquan Jianxian squeezed his palm, held the chaos egg in his palm, and then threw it into the air. At the moment when it was thrown into the air, a purple lotus flower seemed to bloom in the hands of Shirquan Jianxian. If you look closely, you will find that it is not a lotus flower, but a series of purple sword energy. The lotus-like purple sword chi stabbed at the chaotic egg, and the sword chi bombarded the chaotic egg from different directions. Because the sword chi came from different directions, the impact caused the chaotic egg to hover in the air, unable to move at all. But one after another bombarded up. Bang bang. Bang bang. After being bombarded by several sword chi in a row, the shape of the chaos egg was distorted, and it was very worrying. It would explode at any time. But no matter how twisted the Chaos Egg was, there were times when it seemed like a balloon that had been pushed into by a needle, as if it was about to burst, but it didn't burst in the end. Dongshi and others were shocked. In the past, Zhou relied on his lucky evasion ability to avoid natural disaster-level bullets and help others get on the leaderboard. They also thought that it was just Zhou good luck and had such a companion pet. But this time, Zhou actually used his own strength to forcibly withstand the continuous attacks of the natural disaster grade. This is not as simple as luck. Dong Shi and the others asked themselves, if it was them, I'm afraid they would be hit by a sword chi. He was already dead on the spot. When Metal Xiaohua and Yana were fighting, Zhou also used Chaos Eggs. But at that time, the fluctuation of the two natural disaster-level battles was too strong, and the satellites were not able to photograph the Chaos Eggs in the battlefield, so it was the first time for them in Dongshi. Really? See the powerful defense of chaos. However, Zhou was not too good. The sword chi of Shiquan Sword Immortal was too fierce, and the sword chi bombarded the chaotic egg, and a large number of solid vitality crystals were condensed in the chaotic egg. If this continues, Zhou will be buried alive by solid vitality crystals. No, I can't go on like this anymore, I have to think of a way. Zhou mind kept turning, but facing the natural disaster level, the way he could think of it seemed to be very limited. There is something in him that can compete with the natural disaster grade, and both the listening and the killing sword have the power to compete with the natural disaster grade. The problem is that I can't hear the summons. The use of the slaughter sword requires a lot of vitality as support, and Zhou loses his combat effectiveness after one use. And the strength of Shiquan Sword Immortal is obviously not a problem that can be solved with a single sword. And Zhou still had a little concern, so he didn't dare to use the immortal killing sword. Shiquan Sword Immortal was able to control his invisible sword energy before. Obviously, the other party is very proficient in the power of the sword element. If he uses the slaughtering immortal sword, the immortal slaughtering sword is instead controlled by the opponent, and Zhou can't even cry. What should I do? What should I do? Where did that guy Tian go? She won't really watch me die, will she? Zhou was desperate, and thought of Tian again. Zhou felt very strange in his heart. Ordinarily, Tian should not let him die until he found out the real situation of the candy box, but Tian has not made a move until now, and it seems that he does not intend to save him. Although I don't know what the situation is, Zhou is very clear that Tian can't count on it. Tian is in the sky at this time, but she has an anxious look on her face. She is indeed very powerful, but walking on the earth is not without taboos. There are some rules that she must abide by. Now she is very contradictory, whether to destroy those rules saves Zhou. If the rules are broken, the impact on the earth will be immeasurable. Zhou didn't know this, but he was a little fortunate. He was glad that he found out that Tian would not help him with this problem. If he really went to Kizishan only to find out that Tian would not care about his life or death, then the trouble would be really big. Although Shiquan Sword Immortal is terrifying, in Zhou heart, it is still more terrifying than Lord Bugad. In fact, Zhou has seen a few natural disaster grades like Shiquan Sword Immortal, such as Yu Du, Hanyu Tian, Ant City Guardian, etc., and they don't feel weaker than Shiquan Sword Immortal. The difference is that Yu Du didn't fight Zhou seriously, and because of some reasons, Han Yan also felt that they were not as strong as Shiquan Sword Immortals, because of their mercy. As for the guardian of Ant City, Zhou Wen has never defeated her once anyway. Zhou Wen doesn't know how strong she is now, and how strong she will be in the future. Quickly think of a way. We have to think of a way. Zhou Wen didn't have time to think wildly. There were too many crystals of solid vitality, and he was about to fill up the chaos eggs. I suck. It's useless for me to suck. Even if my whole body is full of qi, how much can I suck? I'm afraid I will be held to death before Chaos Egg. Hold to death. Wait. When it comes to eating, it seems that I really have a special eater here. Zhou Wen's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of the Tyrant Beeman. There is a very difficult technical problem for the Tyrant Beeman to devour the solid vitality crystals in the Chaos Egg. When the Chaos Egg was about to explode last time, Zhou Wen thought about this problem, but finally chose to use the Sword of Immortal Slaughter. This is because the Chaos Egg itself is only effective for Zhou Wen, and the space is extremely small. Even as a companion pet of Zhou Wen, it is unlikely to enter the Chaos Egg and directly swallow the solid crystals inside. In the past, Zhou Wen first absorbed the vitality in the Chaos Egg, and then transferred it to his companion pet. There was no solution to this problem before. But things are a little different now. Although the infinite space circulation skill that Zhou Wen is researching has not been successful, the part about space exchange and transfer can solve the current problem. Zhou Wen only needs to leave a space mark in the mouth of the Tyrant Beeman. Even if he doesn't summon it, he can continue to introduce solid vitality crystals into its mouth. The only problem is that Zhou Wen still needs to summon the Tyrant Beeman first, and then leave a space mark in his mouth, and then he can continuously transfer the solid vitality crystals into it. Of course, this space marker cannot be exchanged for the body of the Tyrant Beeman. Fortunately, Zhou Wen's current research results have solved this problem. Zhou Wen can use the token itself in exchange, without having to exchange the token back together. The sword qi outside is one after another. It is obviously not an easy task to take back the Chaos Egg and summon the Tyrant Beeman at this time. Fortunately, Zhou Wen also has the delayed skill of time and space killing, which can be used to cast the skill first, and then take back the Chaos Egg. If the cooperation is good, it may be possible to complete a series of actions at the same time, and then summon the Chaos Egg, so that the exposure time will be short and the risk will be minimized. Of course, this is only a theory, and whether it can be perfectly connected is still a question. I can only give it a shot. Zhou Wen didn't have much confidence, but now the solid crystals in the Chaos Egg were almost full, and he had to give it a shot. Fortunately, the Lotus Sword energy released by Shirquan's sword Immortal was almost exhausted. Zhou Wen planned to seize the period when the Lotus Sword Qi was exhausted and Shirquan Sword Immortal had not released new skills to complete this risky move. Now Zhou Wen can only pray silently. Shirquan Sword Immortal should not release other skills immediately, otherwise he can only fight head-on. Shirquan Sword Immortal didn't make any new moves, and kept looking at Chaos Egg. The Lotus Sword energy he released, even if it was a normal natural disaster grade, would be difficult to resist. Zhou Wen, who was at a level of fear, was able to last for so long. Although he used pure defensive ability, it was already amazing. It made him feel more that Jiang Yan must be strengthened. These opponents of Jiang Yan are really formidable. Zhou Wen silently waited for the last sword energy to strike the Chaos Egg, his heart beating wildly involuntarily. There is tension and excitement. This Kind of extreme challenge facing the danger makes his somewhat dull nerves become extremely active. How fast is the reaction? Speed of the natural disaster grade? 100 milliseconds? 10 milliseconds or 1 millisecond? Zhou Wen didn't know how fast Shirquan Sword Immortals' reaction was. Maybe after he came out, he didn't have time to use any skills at all. And he would be attacked by 10 Quan. Jianxian was smashed to death with a sword energy. So Zhou Wen needs to take everything into account and try his best to be the best. Boom. The last sword chi bombarded the chaos egg, twisting and shaking the chaos egg for a while, like a balloon filled with water, and hit hard by a fist. Fortunately, chaos egg finally survived, didn't get blasted by sword chi. Shirquan Jianxian frowned slightly, and was about to use a stronger attack method to blow up the chaos egg, but suddenly saw that the chaos egg disappeared at the same time as the sword energy disappeared. When Shirquan Jianxian saw Zhou Wen's figure appearing, he was about to launch an attack to get rid of Zhou Wen directly. Because Jiang Yan's body is relatively weak, he is only an epic, and cannot withstand his possession for a long time, so he must fight quickly, otherwise, even if he wins, Jiang Yan's body will be useless. But before Shirquan Sword Immortal started, he heard Zhou Wen's voice almost at the same time as the chaos egg disappeared. Zhou Wen almost shouted in a roaring voice, "Come out, the strongest companion pet on earth." Shirquan Jianxian was not interested in what Zhou Wen said, he just wanted to kill Zhou Wen immediately, but when he heard Zhou Wen shout the words Earth's strongest companion pet, he paused. Subconsciously, he naturally knew that Zhou Wen couldn't have the strongest companion pet on Earth, but the whole different dimension wanted the strongest companion pet on Earth. The name made him subconsciously want to see what the companion pet Zhou Wen summoned. Boom. The tyrant Beeman was summoned by Zhou Wen, and his strong body fell to the ground, causing an earthquake-like vibration. Zhou Wen was overjoyed when he saw that Shirquan Sword Immortal did not attack immediately, and immediately used the technique of stealing the sky and changing the sun to put the mark into the mouth of the tyrant Beeman. When Shirquan Jianxian saw Zhou Wen's actions, he immediately realized that there was a problem, and instantly pointed a sword light, and the sword light flashed away, and its existence was almost invisible. Zhou Wen had summoned the tyrant Beeman back almost at the same time, and at the same time used Chaos Egg again. Even so, it was still a step slower. The sword light of Shirquan Sword Immortal actually pierced into Zhou Wen's heart before the Chaos Egg appeared. Chaos Egg wrapped Zhou Wen's body, but Zhou Wen's chest was also penetrated by the sword light. The sword light looked like a purple ancient sword, and Zhou Wen seemed to be surrounded by lightning. Zhou Wen's heart was pierced, but he didn't feel the pain. Ah! Suddenly, Zhou Wen felt an electric current flowing through the sword light, causing his whole body to twitch, as if he had epilepsy. Being deceived by Zhou Wen, this made Shirquan Jianxian face frosty, staring at Chaos Egg, and said coldly, "The sword light in you is the heavenly tribulation sword. Although it won't kill you immediately, it will unleash 9 thunders of heavenly robbery, 1 to destroy one's body, 2 to cut bones, 3 to break one's life, and 4 to destroy the soul. Even a powerhouse at the end of the world can't stand the pain of the 9 robbery. If you come out now, you can also die. Happily, if you continue to hide, then I am afraid that life is better than death. At least I'm not dead yet." Zhou Wen gritted his teeth and said he had done his best just now, but he was still injured by Shirquan Sword Immortal. This was a gap in strength, and Zhou Wen could not control it. Fortunately, Shirquan Sword Immortal didn't have time to explain other skills because he didn't have the first attack, so he only came and used the fastest Heavenly Tribulation sword, otherwise Zhou Wen would have died long ago. In the end, Zhou Wen still fought for a chance for himself, as he said, "At least he is not dead." There was cold sweat on Zhou Wen's forehead, and his face was distorted in pain. The thunder and lightning gushing out from the Heavenly Tribulation sword was not an ordinary thunder and lightning. If it is ordinary lightning, it will electrocute people at most, but this kind of lightning seems to be able to penetrate deep into the cells, making Zhou Wen feel as if the cells in the whole body have been pierced by needles. That kind of pain that penetrates into the soul is impossible. Describe. The so-called one-shot destruction does not mean destroying the body in the traditional sense, but refers to the pain that the body suffers, which will lead people to self-destruction. Ordinary people, just a thunder, I am afraid that they will not help but commit suicide. Zhou Wen did not commit suicide. His body was trembling and his teeth were rattling, but he was still running the Chaos Egg while running the Human Emperor Sutra. He continued to use the method of stealing the sky and changing the sun to pass some of the solid crystals in the Chaos Egg to the Chaotic Egg. Tyrant Beeman. Shirquan Jianxian could still hear Zhou Wen's screams at first, but later he couldn't even hear the screams, so he couldn't help frowning slightly. Being able to endure the suffering of the calamity without even screaming is a bit of backbone. Shirquan Jianxian believes that Zhou Wen will die, even if he is a fearful level with great perseverance. At most he can survive the first 3 tribulations. The 4th Kulpa is almost certain to die. Going back 10,000 steps, even if Zhou Wen can hit the big luck, the 4th calamity has not died, and there are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 calamities to come. However, each calamity will last for a period of time. Shirquan Sword Immortal can't wait that long, and Jiang Yan's body can't wait that long. He is attached to Jiang Yan's body, so naturally he can't wait that long. Without thinking about it at all, Shirquan Sword Immortal condensed the sword light again, and a sword light seemed to be like a white rainbow penetrating the sun, hitting the Chaos Egg. Boom! The Chaos Egg was submerged by the sword light, as if it was melted into the sword light. The beam-like sword light has been continuous and endless, and the Chaos Egg inside the sword light is being pierced by a 360-degree sword light with no dead ends. In Shirquan Jianxian's view, Zhou Wen himself is suffering from the ravages of the Heavenly Tribulation sword, so he must not be able to fight against the sword light with his entire body, and this sword light has a strong piercing ability. Even if it is a Heavenly Tribulation level defensive skill, it is difficult to resist for a long time. The Chaos Egg outside Zhou Wen's body is bound to be punctured soon, and that's when Zhou Wen dies. However, under the continuous impact of the sword light, although the Chaos Egg was distorted, it was never broken. In the Chaotic Egg, Zhou Wenqiang endured the pain caused by the robbery, and continuously passed the solid vitality crystals to the tyrant Beeman, and a large number of solid vitality crystals were swallowed by the tyrant Beeman. Of course, there are 2 preconditions for this. First, the tyrant Beeman is Zhou Wen's companion pet, which is equivalent to a part of Zhou Wen's body, so he can devour the solid crystals of vitality condensed by Chaos Eggs. The second is that although the tyrant Beeman is in a tattooed state, he is also in the Chaotic Egg and cannot meet these 2 preconditions. Even if Zhou Wen has the means to steal the sky, he cannot transport the solid vitality crystals out. With the attack of Shirquan Sword Immortal, a large amount of solid vitality condensed, and the speed was several times faster than before. If Zhou Wen hadn't sent a large amount of solid vitality crystals to the tyrant Beeman, the Chaos Egg would have already exploded. But Zhou Wen was still worried, because after the tyrant Beeman swallowed a lot of solid vitality crystals, the tattoo began to glow and hot, like a red, hot iron. Hold it up. Zhou Wen could only hold on, and now going out desperately is almost a mortal situation. However, the tyrant Beeman is only a mythical level after all, and has not yet reached the legendary realm of 1,000 mountains of solar eclipses, and the solid vitality crystals it eats, in terms of energy, are no longer as simple as 1 or 2 mountains. Just when Zhou Wen was worried about whether the tyrant Beeman would be blown up, the tyrant Beeman tattoo has actually started to change. This guy evolves while eating? Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted to find that the tyrant Beeman had actually begun to evolve, and it was still evolving directly, without the rebreeding process required for the evolution of ordinary companion pets. As expected of a foodie Baemon, it evolves when you eat, it's too strong. Zhou Wen was ecstatic, and then sent more solid crystals to the past. There is nothing he can do. The attack power of Shirquan Sword Immortal is too strong. If he does not transmit the solid vitality crystal as soon as possible, the Chaos Egg will explode at any time. Even with such constant teleportation, the crystals of vitality in the Chaos Egg still maintain a state that occupies most of the space. Because the energy of vitality crystal is too high and pure, only the mythical tyrant Beeman, in a very short period of time, has completed the evolution because of the high purity and high level of vitality. The tyrant Beeman's tattoo has become a little unclear now. It used to be black, but now the chaos is the color of a black hole that absorbs all light. Even when one's eyes reach there, it is also absorbed. It is completely unclear to the tyrant Beeman. What does the tattoo look like? After completing the evolution, the tyrant Beeman's swallowing capacity has greatly increased, and the solid vitality crystals that Zhou Wen sent in the past can no longer make the tyrant Beeman glow as hot as before. Such a change made Zhou Wen, who was enduring the suffering of the catastrophe, feel much better. Although the robbery and lightning made him very painful that day, Zhou Wen's willpower was too tenacious, and such pain could not shake his spirit. Zhou Wen reached out and wanted to pull out the heavenly tribulation sword from his chest, but his palm touched the heavenly tribulation sword but passed through it, as if the sword did not exist at all. On the contrary, when the palm passed through the heavenly tribulation sword, the pain deepened several times. What the heck is this? Zhou Wen used several kinds of powers, but it didn't produce good results, or he could only fight against it with his own willpower. 3 minutes later, the pain of the lightning piercing through the whole body suddenly disappeared, and it receded like a tide. Before Zhou Wen could take a deep breath, lightning suddenly gushed out from the heavenly tribulation sword, but this time was different from before. This lightning did not bring pain to Zhou Wen, not even the slightest feeling of pain. But the next second, Zhou Wen felt more painful than pain. Itch. The itch that penetrated the bones, as if there were thousands of ants crawling under the skin and crawling inside the bones. The itchy Zhou Wen swayed all over. Sometimes the pain is bearable, but the itch is not so easy to bear. The Shirquan Sword Immortal outside was no longer just astonished. His most destructive sword light, the Great Destruction Sword, was still unable to break the Chaos Egg. It's time for the second robbery. Now, he should be unable to concentrate, and it is difficult to compete with the sword light of the Great Destruction? Shirquan Jianxian secretly set in his heart. Now Yusuji stood on the top of the mountain, watching the battle over there from a distance, his eyes were a little complicated. In order to gain power, she contracted with the great demon, and indeed gained extremely powerful power in a very short period of time. For a while, now Yusuji even believed that she would become the mainstream and pioneer of the future of mankind. But it seems that things did not develop in the direction she expected. Although there are indeed many human beings who choose to contract with the guardian and become the contractor. However, the guardians have not been able to become the mainstream of human beings. The Holy Spirit will be promoted by casting spirits. Hui Haifeng has created the myth liquid, and there are humans like the Emperor and the Thief King who do not know how to promote the myth. Because no one has seen the real faces of the human sovereign and the Thief King, it is impossible to judge whether they have used methods such as casting spirits or mythic liquid, only that they do not have contract guardians. But Zhou Wen in front of him, in all likelihood, did not use such things as mythical liquid, because he did not have the characteristics of dimensional creatures at all, and he did not sense any aura other than human beings. For a human being to be able to reach such a level, even to compete with a natural disaster level powerhouse, this has caused a great impact on now Yusuji's mind. The power of human beings can really be so strong? Now Yusuji's belief that he had always insisted on was shaken a little. Although she is a very assertive person and has always done what she thinks, but Zhou Wen's performance made now Yusuji, who was as stubborn as iron, couldn't help but begin to doubt herself. Such a powerful natural disaster level power, even if the four heavenly kings go together, I am afraid that they will not be able to hold on for a minute, but Zhou Wen has insisted on it until now, and still has not completely lost. Zhou Wen is not feeling well now. Although the itch to his bones has little effect on him, it is also a trouble. Zhou Wen's focus on talent is unparalleled. If it's just a feeling of itchiness, as long as he doesn't think about it, it will basically have no effect. I'm afraid that the power of natural disaster grade is not so simple. If the subsequent catastrophe will directly attack his body, Zhou Wen's body cannot withstand the impact of natural disaster grade power and will be killed instantly. To fight with the natural disaster grade, you can only summon the listening, or use the slaughtering immortal sword, otherwise there is no chance of winning, not even a chance to fight. Unless I can advance to the fear level, maybe there is still a chance. Zhou Wen thought of slaughter by the slayer can only be promoted by making the opponent feel fear, but now the one being suppressed is him, and the opponent has an absolute advantage. 3 minutes passed quickly. Zhou Wen still didn't think of a way, and the catastrophe changed again. This time Zhou Wen no longer felt itchy, but something more terrible happened to him. Zhou Wen instantly felt that his various perceptual abilities had been magnified by an unknown number of times, and were sharper than when he was using De Brahma. Ah! Zhou Wen couldn't help screaming out. All kinds of sensations like pain, numbness, soreness, and itching came out together under the stimulation of lightning. Originally, these stimuli were not unbearable for Zhou Wen. Usually, he would not even hum. But because his perception ability has been magnified, Zhou Wen is not very sensitive now, and those painful stimuli have also been magnified by an unknown number of times. This kind of stimulation has reached the limit of human tolerance for pain, but once Zhou Wen concentrates on other things, the pain in his body will weaken. It can't be said that it has weakened, it can only be said that it is because of distraction, and I can't feel these pains anymore. How can the killer be promoted to the fear level? What am I going to do? Although Zhou Wen knew it was difficult, it was the most likely chance for him to get his life back. So all Zhou Wen's thoughts were thinking about how to promote the Slayer, and the pain was getting weaker and weaker. 3 minutes of time said whether it was fast or slow, and soon, the time for the third heavenly tribulation had passed. In the past 3 minutes, the tyrant Beeman began to glow again because he swallowed too many crystals of vitality, but fortunately, it was not as hot as before, and it should not have reached the limit. The fourth heavenly tribulation thunder and lightning surged out. This time, it was not as simple as physical pain, but directly penetrated into the soul and affected Zhou Wen's emotions. Generally speaking, the fourth talent will cause hallucinations, allowing people to see what they fear most, and many people will die. In this level, because human beings often do not lose to powerful enemies, but they are easy to lose to themselves. But this calamity was easier for Zhou Wen to deal with than the previous calamities, because his mental power was too focused, and the thunder and lightning of the calamity could not affect his brain, causing him to hallucinate. Zhou Wen has been thinking about how to promote the Slayer, and he has no idea about the fourth catastrophe. Time passes by every minute and second, and the 3 minutes of the fourth catastrophe are over. Zhou Wen still has not come up with a way. But at this moment, Zhou Wen felt that the killer had a reaction, and the reaction was very strong. What's going on? Why would the Slayer react at such a time? Now, I am clearly at an absolute disadvantage, and it is impossible to cause fear to the enemy. Zhou Wen was a little surprised, but the Slayer's reaction could not be faked. Zhou Wen naturally didn't know how shocking it was for Shi Quan, Sword Immortal, that he survived the fourth catastrophe. The Slayer's reaction this time was stronger than ever before, and Zhou Wen could even feel that the Slayer's momentum was skyrocketing. Why is this happening? Could it be that my enemy feels fear? But he is clearly in an absolute dominant position. Wait. Murder and punish. Having an advantage may not mean you won't be afraid. Zhou Wen thought of his grandfather's childhood story to tell him. It is said that there was a man in ancient times who was very worried that the sky would fall down. Every time it rained on a cloudy day, he would run away desperately, for fear that the sky would fall and he would be killed. Zhou Wen thought of this story, and then contacted the current situation and the killer's reaction, and suddenly seemed to understand something. Although human beings will be afraid of known dangers, but with the increase of contact, the fear will gradually decrease. On the contrary, some things have not happened, and there is no opportunity to contact. But there is a great fear of things that may happen. For example, when standing on the edge of the roof of a high-rise building, even if you are tied with a rope, your legs will become weak even if you know that you will not fall. Or many people will be afraid that they will be old and have no one to support them. No matter how bad their children are, they will obey them instead of disobeying them. Killing the heart. So it is. I seem to understand. The killing of the human heart lies in suicide. Zhou Wen had a new insight in his heart, and there were many things he didn't understand before. It is almost impossible to guess what kind of human weakness a stranger has. Each person or creature has different weaknesses, and unless it is God, it is impossible to know what each person's weaknesses are. And if Tian is really a god, she can't see through the weaknesses of human nature, let alone mortals. To infer his human weakness based on his behavior and reactions, although it is indeed effective, in real battles, it is impossible for you to have enough opportunities to observe and understand your opponent every time. Not every strong enemy is called Shangguan Jinhong, and not everyone is Li Xuanhuan. Zhou Wen wanted to interpret the weaknesses of human nature through observation. This road cannot be said to be wrong, but it is a long road. Now he understands a little bit, maybe he doesn't need too much observation to get the desired results, he just needs to turn the micro into the macro. 4. Example, mice are afraid of cats, some plants like water, while others are afraid of water, some metals are easily oxidized, and some metals are difficult to oxidize. Zhou Wen doesn't need to know what a certain person or a certain creature is afraid of. He only needs to master the natural restraint method, which will be much easier. This should be called the enemy of nature, right? With the deepening of his perception, Zhou Wen found that the killer's reaction was stronger, and he didn't know whether it was because the enemy outside had fear that affected the killer, or it was the result of his own epiphany. The slayers released their vitality in an endless stream, and Zhou Wen felt that his body was being transformed by a strange force, and his flesh and blood body gradually became a little different. Although it is still flesh and blood, the transformed part seems to be endowed with a new characteristic. Zhou Wen couldn't tell what kind of characteristics this was. The body was still the same body, and the appearance had not changed, but there was a qualitative change, which was magical and weird. The Slayer and Zhou Wen's body merged into one, and Zhou Wen could clearly feel that his transformation was going on at the same time as him. That feeling was indescribable. In the past, Zhou Wen's relationship with the killer was not close. At first, he couldn't even drive the killer because his personality was very different from the killer. It was only today that Zhou Wen felt that he and the killer were truly a whole, you or me, I was you, and there was no distinction between them. To the extent that these ordinary humans could have achieved early, Zhou Wen did not achieve it until today. The reason why Zhou Wen's promotion to the fear level is so difficult, in addition to the reason why it is difficult to be promoted to the Immortal Sutra itself, the conflict between the killer and his character is also one of the factors. But at this moment, a balance point was finally found between the two, or the pivot that connected them together, and the killer finally fully opened himself to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen doesn't like killing, but slaughterers are born from killing. Originally, Zhou Wen should not have condensed such a life soul. Because he was influenced by the Immortal Bewilderment Sutra and the owner of the Bewildering Immortal Sutra, so he could condense such a life spirit. The two are constantly running in and adapting to each other, until this opportunity appears. And finally they have no gaps. Shirquan Jianxian was extremely surprised. It is simply unimaginable that a mere human has endured 5 rounds of catastrophe and still has not collapsed. Although Shirquan Sword Immortal said before that 9 robbery can destroy the end-time powerhouse, it is a bit too much, but among the natural disaster grade, there are indeed very few people who can survive the baptism of the 9 robbery sword. This guy must be eradicated, otherwise it will be a serious problem for our clan. Shaquanjian's immortal eyes flickered with cold light, and the murderous intention was unconsciously revealed. Shirquan Jianxian had some scruples before, and was unwilling to damage Jiang Yan's body too much, but now that Zhou Wen is so terrifying, he has made a decision now. You can still find a spokesperson, but this Zhou Wen must not stay. Sword Immortal Shirquan's body is rising, sword energy is surging on his hair and skin, his robes are flying, and his long hair is self-promoting, and he has been promoted to the natural disaster level. The celestial armor of the celestial being constantly reveals the sword light, and the terrifying sword intent is like a sea. Like a prison. Sir, don't continue. Xian's body is about to be unable to support it. Dongsher has been Paying attention to Jiang Yan, she is Jiang Yan's sister, and she also knows how dangerous it is to be possessed by other dimensional creatures. Now she finds that Xian's body has crystallized vitality, which means that Jiang Yan's body can no longer support it. If this continues, his body will completely crystallize. Even if Zhou Wen is killed, Jiang Yan's life will be lost. Shirquan Jianxian ignored her at all. Now Shirquan Jianxian only wanted to kill Zhou Wen. A confidant, and everything else was secondary. Seeing that the sword intent and sword light on Shirquan Jianxian's body were still increasing rapidly, Dongshi's heart suddenly became cold. Now Yusuji and the blood which also had complicated expressions. Anyone could see that Shirquan's sword immortal was about to sacrifice immortals, and even immortals had to be sacrificed, so what about them? Dongshi has made a decision in an instant. The time power on his body is rapidly condensing, and the time around his body seems to be frozen. Dongshi, what do you want to do? Yusuji now. And the blood which looked at Dongshi in disbelief. The immortals can't die, you can stop me, but today's immortals may be tomorrow's you. Dongshi said. The blood witch and now Yusuji looked at each other, and the blood witch said, even if we don't stop you, will the guardian on your body help you? The blood witch said very darkly, after all, the guardians were created by different dimensions. Will they be enemies with the strong ones? In different dimensions for the sake of human beings? You must know that the guardian contract is an equal contract. And the guardian can unilaterally cancel the contract at any time. Are you still willing to follow me? This may be death. If you don't want to, just leave. Dongshi stretched out his palm, looked at his guardian armor, and muttered to himself, said like Ming, no, will, die, why, want, war. A voice as old as 1,000 meters of dust sounded from Dongshi's body. Because living like this will be more painful than dying. Dongshi replied. It was quiet for a second, not only Dongshi, now Yusuji, and the blood which also held their breath nervously, staring at the guardian armor on Dong. Sure. The voice that seemed to be in the dust of history sounded again, instead of being immortal in endless time, it is better to be immortal in limited time. Since you want to fight, then do as you wish. Time, infinite. The sound seemed to have broken the dusty historical gate, and the entire armor began to explode. The power of time instantly pushing the power of time to the extreme, everything around seemed to freeze, and everything became super slow motion. Thank you. Dongshi felt the infinite power of time that erupted from her body. Although she has not been able to reach the real infinite time and stop time because of the level limit, this kind of power can already burst out of the fear level. The limit, even in some respects, has broken through the limit of the fear level. Don't dare to hesitate. Dongshi knows that this is the power that the guardian burns out of himself, and it won't last too long. Only during this time can she do something. Attack Shirquan's sword immortal? Of course not. Dongshi is very clear that his own strength is too poor, even if the guardian burns his own burst of power, it is not enough to shake Shirquan's sword immortal. So Dongshi's eyes flashed, and his body ran towards Zhou Wen's position. Under the influence of infinite time, the time all around seems to have stopped. Even the natural disaster level sword light has not changed so fast. At least Dongshi has been able to keep up with the natural disaster level sword light in the infinite time speed. The figure of Dongshi shuttled in the sword light, like a ghost in the long river of time, rushed in surrounded by the sword light, and landed on the chaos egg. Do you know what the betrayal will be? Sword Immortal Shirquan stared at Dongshi coldly. The sword intent on his body was still skyrocketing wildly, and half of Jiang Yan's body was crystallized. I only know that Immortals are the masters of the Guardian Alliance. At the same time as Dongshi spoke, his hands were already on the Chaos Egg, and the condensed time power exploded instantly, causing the surrounding time to distort and change, resulting in the phenomenon of time chaos. Even the natural disaster level sword light went back and forth like a cassette. Time, reincarnation. Dongshi roared sharply, as if only in this way could he be able to squeeze out the last trace of his strength. She knew that she couldn't hurt Shirquan Sword Immortal, and she couldn't stop Shirquan Sword Immortal from continuing to explode. The only thing she could do was to take Zhou Wen away. As long as Zhou Wen is taken away, Shirquan Sword Immortal will have no reason to continue to explode his power. Then maybe Jiang Yan can survive. The time of Chaos Egg was distorted, and Dongshi and Chaos Egg disappeared together out of thin air, leaving the realm of Shirquan Sword Immortal. But less than 5 miles away from Shirquan Sword Immortal domain, Chaos Egg and Dongshi fell out together. The guardian armor on Dongshi's body has no light at all, as if it has become a fossil. With the power of fear level, the two top skills of time system, time infinite and time reincarnation, were continuously used. Dongshi could no longer bear such consumption. Zhou Wen looked at everything in the Chaos Egg. When the Chaos Egg and the cave world fell out, Zhou Wen also rushed out of the Chaos Egg and seized the cave world, which was severely drained of power, and wanted to use interstellar teleportation until reach Venus. But it was soon discovered that interstellar teleportation was still unavailable, and the surrounding light was shining brightly. Zhou Wen looked up and saw that the sky was completely shrouded in sword light. Shirquan Sword Immortal did not know when, and was already suspended in the sky, like a round of sun. The light radiating from his body was the ubiquitous sword light. Is it still too late? Dongshi smiled bitterly. She had tried her best to bring Zhou Wen out, but the consumption of breaking through the natural disaster field was too great, and the place where Zhou Wen was brought out was too close. Now that Shirquan Jianxian's natural disaster field has become larger, she has no strength, and it is impossible to take Zhou Wen out. Betrayer, it's time to make atonement. Shirquan Sword Immortal was aloof, looking down at Zhou Wen and Dongshi like a 9-day true immortal. At this time, his eyes were more on Dongshi, and at the same time, the sword light on his body was shining, like the sun shining on all things, and the sword light was everywhere. Zhou Wen has not yet been promoted to the fear level, and wants to pull Dongshi into the Chaos Orb, but the Chaos Orb must be willing to enter the creature. Dongshi was worried about Jiang Yan, and had no plans to escape, and Zhou Wen couldn't take her in either. But Chaos Egg can only protect Zhou Wen alone. If Chaos Egg is used now, Dongshi will have to be left out. Zhou Wen is not a good person. But he doesn't want to just watch Dongshi die, because she is Jiang Yan's sister and just wanted to save herself. Let a dead horse be a living horse, doctor. If it works, you will live. If it doesn't work, I will try my best. Don't blame me for escaping. Zhou Wen pulled Dongshi to teleport quickly. When they came out, Zhou Wen had turned into a Chaos Egg, blocking Dongshi from behind. The sun-like sword light was everywhere, and they were hit by the sword light as soon as they came out. Fortunately, there are Chaos Eggs blocking the front, and Dongshi Kai is not injured. Otherwise, in her current state, I am afraid that there is only a dead end. Boom! The Chaos Egg slammed into Dongshi, flew out like a cannonball, hit a mountain range, smashed one of the mountain peaks, smashed into the valley, and smashed a big hole at the bottom of the valley. Zhou Wen came out of the chaos egg and pulled up Dongshi, who was vomiting blood. When he looked up, he found that the sun-like Shirquan sword immortal had arrived less than 5 meters in front of them, staring at them coldly. Jiang Yan, I hope you're not joking with me. Zhou Wen looked around, but didn't find anything special here. This is where Jiang Yan pointed out to Zhou Wen before. He tried his best to bring Dongshi here, hoping that there is something special here, maybe he can resist it. But no matter how he looked at it, he didn't see anything special here, not even a dimensional field, and it was impossible to escape into the dimensional field. Shirquan sword immortal didn't want to waste any more time, so the sword light like the sun erupted again, and he wanted to kill Zhou Wen and Dongshi together. Zhou Wen had already planned to hide in the chaos egg, but suddenly found that those sword lights hovered less than 1 meter away from them and did not shoot again. Jiang Yan really didn't lie to me, but what's going on? I didn't find any special power nearby. What stopped these swordsmanship? Looking at the static sword light in front of him, Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted, looked up at Shirquan Jianxian, and saw that he was pressing his face with one hand, and his body was shaking slightly, as if he was fighting between heaven and man. You are too naive to want to compete with me for body control. Everything you own already belongs to me, what are you fighting for with me? Shirquan Jianxian seemed to be talking to himself, his tone was stern, his face, gradually raised stand up. Although he couldn't see what his face looked like under the mask, his eyes seemed to be returning to their previous state. Suddenly, a petal that looked like a rose flew out of the deep valley, passed through the light of the heavy sword, and landed on the forehead of Shirquan sword fairy. The power of Shirquan sword immortal is so tyrannical that even chaos egg can't resist the increasingly strong sword light. And the seemingly weak petals, not flying fast, could pass through the heavy sword light and land on Shirquan sword fairy's forehead, which is really incredible. What's even more surprising is that after the petal fell on Shirquan Jianxian's forehead, it penetrated into his guardian armor like snowflakes melted. In the next second, Shirquan sword immortal's body unexpectedly appeared a piece of purple-red petals, wrapping his entire body in a blink of an eye, forming a flower armor. Immortal burial. Zhou Wen suddenly widened his eyes. He never thought that the immortal would actually be Jiang Yan, because the guardian of the immortal was not a burial immortal. At the beginning, Jiang Yan's guardian, he and Jiang Yan went to the contract together. How could he be unfamiliar? And he recognized it at a glance. It turned out to be like this. No wonder Dongshi wants to save me. It turns out that what she really wants to save is Jiang Yan. Zhou Wen finally understood. He was very strange before, why Dongshi would take such a big risk. Save yourself. Just because he was her younger brother's apprentice didn't seem to make sense. You actually contracted too. Guardians. Shirquan Jianxian already understood what happened, and why the sword light couldn't hurt the petal. He used Jiang Yan's body to fight. In essence, the current Shirquan sword immortal was actually Jiang Yan. But immortal burial has a contract with Jiang Yan, and it is not an ordinary guardian contract, but a further contract of life and death. If Jiang Yan is injured, it means immortal burial is injured, and vice versa, so Shirquan sword immortal cannot hurt immortal burial. Otherwise, he will hurt himself. Unless he abandons Jiang Yan's body, it is impossible to hurt the funeral fairy. No, what kind of guardian is this? Shirquan Jianxian frowned slightly, and the flower armor that the guardian turned into was actually absorbing the power of natural disasters that devoured him. Shirquan Jianxian naturally felt that the flower armor was only fear level, but for some reason, it was able to absorb his natural disaster level power. Although the absorption speed is not fast, this kind of leapfrog absorption is very rare. Shirquan Jianxian faintly felt that the power of the flower armor seemed to restrain him. If it is normal, he has already occupied Jiang Yan's body, the guardian of Jiang Yan's contract. He should also be able to control it, but this flower armor rejects his will and is not under his control. Burning immortal. Jiang Yan regained the power and help of immortal burial, and finally regained a little bit of control, but he was only able to make a sound, and the rest of the control was still in the hands of Shirquan Sword Immortal. Just this one, damn it. You forbeared the plan for so long, just want to use its power to devour me? Shirquan Jianxian said indifferently, unfortunately you are still ignorant, although you don't know why this guardian's power is. It has a restraining effect on me, but its power is still too weak. As long as I leave your body, I can easily destroy your body and it together. Do you dare to leave my body now? Jiang Yan said lightly. Shirquan Jianxian understands what Jiang Yan means. Without Jiang Yan's body as a support, he will be rejected by the rules of the earth, and his power will be greatly weakened. With Zhou Wen by his side, if he is weakened to the level of fear, he is afraid that he will die, and destroying Jiang Yan's body is useless. Kill him, and kill you again. Shirquan Jianxian turned to look at Zhou Wen. The power of immortal burial will not cause too much harm to him for a while, and the power absorbed is only a small part, which does not affect his combat power much. Shirquan Sword Immortal only needs to follow the previous plan, kill Zhou Wen first, then leave Jiang Yan's body and kill Jiang Yan and burial Immortal. It's just that Shirquan Jianxian still has some doubts, why Jiang Yan can contract two guardians. In theory, the same person should not be able to contract two guardians, and the guardians are not willing to share themselves with other guardians. The contractor. Because guardians are natural enemies, they were created to defeat each other. Guardians of different races should not be able to contract with one person together. Jiang Yan, what other plans do you have? Tell me quickly. Zhou Wen shouted at Jiang Yan. Since Jiang Yan has set up such a game, there should be a way to deal with Shirquan Sword Immortal. My plan is, you hold him back and I'll absorb his power, Jiang Yan said. Zhou Wen was slightly startled, and then became furious. I'm going to fuck your sister. Are you talking about someone else? This motherfucker is also called a plan? Don't worry, I just had plan A, I still have plan B. Jiang Yan said again. What time is it? You are still in the mood to joke, hurry up. Only then did Zhou Wen feel relieved, pulling Dongsher back and saying, Plan B is, you directly hit Shirquan's sword Immortal, so that I can absorb it faster, and the danger will be relieved faster. Jiang Yan said. Are you sure you're talking human? Zhou Wen had a black line on his forehead. Don't be so inferior, have confidence in yourself. I have confidence in you, come on, kill him. Also, protect my sister. Jiang Yan's tone was very relaxed. As if Shirquan Jianxian was a cat, and a cat, it looks like it can be killed with a single knife. Enough said? Shirquan Jianxian's voice seemed to be cold, showing the anger in his heart. Jiang Yan simply didn't take him as a human being, and even said that he wanted Zhou Wen to kill him. Should you say you are optimistic or ignorant? Humans can't even get out of the earth. It doesn't seem unreasonable. When Shirquan Jianxian spoke, the sword light on his body erupted like the sun again, and he wanted to kill Zhou Wen. First. Come in. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand and pulled Dongshi. This time Dongshi did not resist, and was submissively pulled into the Chaos Pearl by Zhou Wen. Almost at the same time, Chaos Egg also wrapped Zhou Wen's body. Boom! The ubiquitous sword light bombarded the Chaos Egg, and the solid crystals in the Chaos Egg instantly filled up. Zhou Wen had no time to transfer it to the Tyrant Beeman, and the continuous sword light had already stabbed the Chaos Egg in several places. In the blink of an eye, Chaos Egg almost turned into a hedgehog. Inside the chaotic egg riddled with holes, the solid vital energy immediately vaporizes when it encounters the outside air, turning into white vital energy and spewing out. In the Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen saw sword lights pierced in, and knew that it was difficult to avoid it, but he was still a little short, and he was never able to break through the final level to advance to the fear level. What's wrong? There were more and more sword lights in front of Zhou Wen's eyes, and some of them were about to pierce his face. Die. Shirquan Sword Immortal squeezed out the last remaining power and wanted to kill Zhou Wen as soon as possible. The blazing sword light seemed to engulf the entire world, destroying everything around it, and even the dust was cut by the sword light. The omnipotent sword light irradiated everything, destroying everything, and the already riddled Chaos Egg suddenly shattered, and Zhou Wen was no longer covered. In this case, teleportation has no effect, because the sword light is everywhere, no matter where Zhou Wen teleports, he will be killed by the sword light, unless he can leave the natural disaster field of Shirquan Jianxian. That is of course impossible. Zhou Wen had not been able to advance to the fear level, but he had to fight to the death and took out the sword of immortal slaughter, but his heart was still sinking. Because killing a mortal sword can only slash out one sword, and all sides of him are full of sword light. If he cuts out this sword, he will also be pierced by 10,000 swords. What's even more uncomfortable is that Zhou Wen knows very well that even if he uses the sword immortal, he can't kill such a powerful Shirquan Sword Immortal. His own strength is too weak to exert the full power of the slaughtering immortal sword. And a full strength strike, which is equivalent to a natural disaster level strike, cannot hit Shirquan Sword Immortal with such an attack. Zhou Wen even found that his hand speed could not keep up with his conscious reaction, and the sword light was already in front of him before he could pull out the immortal killing sword. Is it just like this? Zhou Wen held the sword and looked at the dazzling sword light everywhere, with fear and unwillingness in his heart. Although there was no time for him to think about anything, the instinctual fear came spontaneously. Sudden. The sword light that destroyed everything stopped in front of Zhou Wen's eyes. The tip of the sword light almost touched Zhou Wen's cornea. Zhou Wen went from death to life, his body trembled involuntarily, as if a cold air rushed to his forehead from the soles of his feet, and then spread to the whole body, but Zhou Wen felt a little hot, his face seemed to have a fever, and his legs were dizzy. Still a little soft. The feeling of walking before the gate of hell is something that is not the person involved, and cannot be experienced by any means. As the saying goes, there is a great horror between life and death, but that kind of great horror is hard to understand. Because when you experience it, you are already dead, and it is useless to experience it. Those who can experience the great horror between life and death, and who can survive, are all lucky, and it is an exaggeration to say that they are reborn as human beings. At this moment, Zhou Wen realized the great terror between life and death, and his mood suddenly became as clear as a mirror. Many things that he usually cared about at this moment were nothing if he thought about it at this moment. Just ridiculous. At the same time, Zhou Wen finally understood why he had never been able to take the last step to advance to the fear level, because he had never felt real fear himself, so how could he understand the fear of others? Only those who have truly experienced fear know what fear is. What are you doing? Use your sword to kill him. Jiang Yan's voice almost roared, but he also knew that when he shouted it, it was already too late. Zhou Wen has not been able to react until now. Jiang Yan's heart suddenly became cold. The limit of what he can do is in this moment of time, using all the strength and unique abilities accumulated by Immortal Burial. Taking advantage of Shirquan's sword Immortal to attack with all his strength, when his body control is the weakest, he can only regain the momentary body control. Right. He originally thought that he and Zhou Wen had such a tacit understanding that at that moment, it was enough for Zhou Wen to cut out that earth-shattering sword, the sword that once killed a different dimension of natural disaster, and that only belonged to the Emperor's sword. But Zhou Wen was stunned for a moment at such a critical time, missing that moment of time. What a pity, you are a good planner and a good method. Shirquan's sword Immortal had already regained control of his body, and he was also startled in a cold sweat. He didn't even think Jiang Yan was able to regain control of his body. Although it was only for a moment, but it was enough to shock him. If Zhou Wen hadn't reacted, he might have been severely injured in that instant. When he saw the immortal killing sword in Zhou Wen's hand, he already knew Zhou Wen's identity, and also knew that Zhou Wen really had the ability to seriously injure him. It turns out that Zhou Wen is the Emperor. It's a pity. Humans are only human after all. Faced with the extreme fear of death, after all, they can't face it calmly. They missed the only opportunity and wasted your good calculations. Shirquan Jianxian, he sneered and said, Jiang Yan, you are indeed a talent, but you chose the wrong person and on the wrong team. Jiang Yan was exhausted now, because of the burst of all his strength. And he didn't even have the ability to control the sound of his body. In your next life, don't make the wrong choice again. Shirquan's sword Immortal once again controlled the sword light to spray out, and was about to kill Zhou Wen. But when he looked at Zhou Wen, he was surprised to find that Zhou Wen's body was exuding a strange breath, and that kind of breath made him very disgusted, even a little scared. Fearing? Wasn't that ball just his fear-turning power? Shirquan Jianxian looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously, thinking that Chaos Egg was Zhou Wen's fear level power. However, looking at the changes in Zhou Wen's body now, it turned out to be a sign that he had just been promoted to fear, which made him a little unbelievable. He couldn't believe that a human who had fought with him for so long was not even at the fear level. However, Shirquan's sword Immortal couldn't care about that much anymore, and stabbed Wan Dao Jianguang. No matter whether he was a fear level or a myth level before. Kill him first. The sun-like sword light engulfed Zhou Wen, but a very discordant light suddenly appeared in the sword. Light that people couldn't look directly at. Click. 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 Thousands of sword lights shattered like glass, scattered and splattered. And thousands of pieces of sword light rose and danced and refracted light, making the surrounding light become blurred and dreamy. A sword chi splits the water and breaks the waves, splitting the shattering sword light on both sides, as if the sea is divided into two, and a sword light goes straight to the Shirquan sword Immortal. Sword Immortal. Shirquan condensed the sword with her fingers, condensed the sword light on her body into one, and faced the sword. Energy. In the sky and the ground, within the 10 directions, all swords and weapons must be ordered by me. You are fighting against me with your sword, and you are seeking death. Before Shirquan Jianxian spoke, his sword light had already matched that sword. The air hits together. Boom. The sword light collided with the sword, and a terrifying shock wave erupted. Sword Immortal Shirquan froze in his heart, and flashed sideways, but he was still a little slower. On his cheek, the end of the sword energy was swept away, and a bloodstain appeared immediately, and a drop of blood slowly dripped down his cheek. What's going on with that sword? Why is its power able to restrain my sword light? Impossible. In this world, how could there be a sword that I can't control? Sword Immortal Shirquan's eyes twisted, staring at the opposite side. I saw Zhou Wen holding the Slaughter Immortal sword in his hand, walking step by step, the sky clothes on his body fluttering in the wind, and he was not injured. Why wait for the next life? I think I can choose again now. Zhou Wen felt the power in his body, and the sword intent roaring like an evil spirit in the slaughter sword. For the first time, he was able to control the slaughter sword so freely, not only slash with a sword. In the heavens and the earth, the swords in the 10 directions may be under your control, but you can't control my sword. Zhou Wen said, and cut out the immortal killing sword in his hand again. The sword is mad. Zhou Wen only felt that the slaughterer was gushing out endless vitality. After accepting the endless vitality of the Slaughter Immortal sword, which had a high demand for vitality, the sword body was shaking and moaning. That is the thirst of the dry earth for rain, and the satisfaction of hungry wolves when they eat meat. Killing Immortal sword has been thirsty for too long. Zhou Wen's previous vitality was not enough to drive it. In the past, every time Zhou Wen used Killing Immortal sword, it was like giving a drop of water to a person who was dying of thirst. Quench your thirst and make you crave even more. Buzz. Under Zhou Wen's swing, the Slaughter Immortal sword slashed out a sword energy with a buzzing sword roar. Shirquan Jianxian condensed the sword light to fight against Zhou Wen, but was horrified to find that his sword light was restrained by Zhou Wen's sword energy, just like a mortal soldier encountering a magic weapon that cuts iron like mud. Once it touches it, it will be cut. Break. Retreat. Back again. Shirquan's sword immortal was horrified to find that under Zhou Wen's sword, he, the sword immortal, could only retreat again and again. He wanted to fight back with a sword, but for some reason, Zhou Wen's swordsmanship made him uncomfortable, and it was like the sword chi restraining his sword light, making him very uncomfortable and unable to exert his full combat power. Shirquan Jianxian suddenly had a feeling, it was a subconscious feeling, it seemed that he was afraid of Zhou Wen, and this fear was in his bones, like nature. This, what the hell is going on? A fear level human being, how could it be, how could it be? Shirquan Jianxian's eyes swayed, there were cracks in his heart defense, and the fear continued spread in his heart. The Blood Witch and now Yusuji, who were watching the battle from a distance, had their eyes straightened. Zhou Wen is the emperor. Now Yusuji watched Zhou Wenjian pressed the Shirquan sword immortal to retreat, and the Shirquan sword immortal, who was so powerful that it was almost desperate, was suppressed so tightly that he seemed to have no chance to fight back. He is a fear level? The Blood Witch said strangely. No one could answer him, only the earth-shattering sound of sword chi and sword chant echoed between heaven and earth. Zhou Wen now feels as if he is in an invincible state, not only because of the powerful combat power of the Sword of Immortal Slaughter, but more because of the power brought to him by the killer and the promotion of the fear level. In the past, Zhou Wen needed various observations and calculations to be able to calculate the enemy's weaknesses, but now it seems very natural. He can attack the opponent's weaknesses without much observation, as if it had become an instinct. This instinct is not unreasonable intuition, but a judgment based on certain rules. It's like learning mathematical formulas, no matter how ever-changing the questions, as long as you master the formulas, you don't need to read all the questions, you can get the answer. This is how Zhou Wen is now. He doesn't need to see the weaknesses of all creatures, but he can judge the weaknesses of the other party. This kind of feeling is simply addicting, the kind of pleasure that seems to see through everything at a glance, a bit of God's feeling. Coupled with the power of the slaughtering immortal sword, its restraint on immortals, and Zhou Wen's heart-defying swordsmanship, Shirquan's sword immortal was suppressed by force and could not counterattack. If it wasn't that the body belonged to Jiang Yan, I'm afraid Shirquan's sword immortal would have been beheaded by the slaughtering immortal sword. Shirquan Jianxian seemed to have seen through this, and even stopped defending, turned into a sword light and escaped, trying to escape. Although Zhou Wen's speed is not as fast as Shirquan's sword immortal, he has space to teleport to assist. After the Slayer was promoted to the fear level, Zhou Wen himself has undergone earth-shaking changes. This change brought him not only a little improvement in physical fitness, but actually had a greater impact on the other fear-making abilities. For example, in a state of real fear, using the teleportation ability of Demon God's Age will be activated almost instantaneously. Unlike before, there is an obvious pause time. Another example is the use of the Singularity Universe teleportation ability. And the accuracy is also greatly improved. Various other fear-making abilities, in Zhou Wen's fear-turning state, seem to be blessed with auras, which have been greatly strengthened. Zhou Wen teleported almost infinitely, forcibly keeping up with the natural disaster level Shirquan sword immortal, and the killing immortal sword in his hand kept slashing out, and the Shirquan sword immortal could only dodge in embarrassment. Shirquan Jianxian also tried to slash the immortal slaughter sword on Jiang Yan's body, but then was horrified to discover that after the immortal slaughter sword injured Jiang Yan's body, it actually carried a strange power that directly damaged his immortal body, but it will not hurt Jiang Yan's body, as if it is a power specially created to deal with immortals. Shirquan Jianxian was shocked and angry. He never imagined that he would end up in such an embarrassing situation when he came to Earth this time. Zhou Wen, Jiang Yan, I remember you. Sword immortal Shirquan wanted to get out of Jiang Yan's body and go directly to another dimension. But he was even more horrified to find that he couldn't get out of Jiang Yan's body. The immortal buried with flowers and armor seemed to have some kind of mysterious power, which imprisoned his soul, that descended into Jiang Yan's body. How could this happen? Shirquan Jianxian regretted extremely in his heart. He could never have imagined that a random decision of his own might actually lead to his death here. Wanting to destroy the burial immortal on the body, but found that it is already impossible. Because the immortal burial armor has been integrated with the celestial immortal armor, and the celestial immortal armor is a natural disaster grade that Shirquan Jianxian helped him to promote. In addition to the battle with Zhou Wen, just now, a large amount of immortal Yuan sword chi was introduced into the celestial immortal armor. The current Tian armor is already a real natural disaster grade. Coupled with the fusion with burial immortal, he possesses the power to restrain Shirquan sword immortal's vitality, making Shirquan sword immortal unable to destroy Jiang Yan's body by suicide. If you want to leave now, don't you think it's too late? Jiang Yan finally regained some control and said. Shirquan Sword Immortal. Felt bad for a while, but it was too late. Jiang Yan burst out the power of Immortal Burial again, briefly regaining control of his body. This time Zhou Wen didn't miss it again, and the slaughter sword came out of his hand and turned into a sword rainbow, instantly piercing Shirquan Sword Immortal's body and pinning him on the mountain wall. The power of killing Immortal Sword instantly spread to Shirquan Jianxian's body. That kind of power did great damage to Shirquan Jianxian, but it didn't do much damage to Jiang Yan's body. In the battle just now, Zhou Wen had already discovered this. Although the killing Immortal Sword can also kill other creatures, and its destructive power is equally powerful, it has a special lethality to Shirquan Sword Immortal. Injuring ordinary creatures, the wound will not continue to extend, but it is different for Shirquan Sword Immortal. After hurting him, it will continue to damage his immortal body. Shirquan Jianxian was severely injured by the slaughter sword. Although Jiang Yan's body was equally injured, it was not as heavy as Shirquan Jianxian, and he did not suffer sustained damage. Under such circumstances, he finally regained most of the control of his body, and at the same time, the buried immortal, fused with Tian armor, frantically plundered and absorbed the energy of Shirquan Sword Immortal. Under the double attack of killing Immortal Sword and Immortal Burial, Shirquan Sword Immortal lost his voice a little bit in the mad roar of pain, and was finally completely absorbed by Immortal Burying. The flower armor on Jiang Yan's body was now red and purple, extremely coquettish, like a seductive flower on the other side of hell. Jiang Yan reached out and held the hilt of the burial fairy, pulled the burial fairy out of his body, and threw it back to Zhou Wen. You came too early. If you let me prepare for a while, I won't be so embarrassed. Jiang Yan looked at the wound on his body. The blood armor seemed to be alive, rooted in the wound, and quickly repaired him. Injured body. You didn't inform me yourself, how? Do I know what you want to do? Zhou Wen rolled his eyes and said, if I tell you in advance, even if you can deceive everyone, I can't deceive the Shirquan Sword Immortal who came to me. Only when everything is true, can the Shirquan Sword Immortal be able to fall into it step by step. There will be another chance to escape. Jiang Yan smiled and said, fortunately, you didn't let me down. Although there were some small mistakes, I finally achieved my goal. My heart is not very good. Next time I play like this, please find someone else. Zhou Wen said angrily. I didn't come looking for you, but you came here, didn't you? Jiang Yan said with a smile. Zhou Wen was stunned, until he knew that what Jiang Yan said actually made sense. Jiang Yan just followed the trend. Even without Jiang Yan, the Guardian Alliance would still deal with him. People like Shirquan Jianxian would still, it's just a matter of time sooner or later. What are your plans in the future? Zhou Wen released Dongshi and asked Jiang Yan. I am the owner of the Guardian Alliance. I used to be. And I will be in the future. Jiang Yan looked at the guardians such as Now Yusuji and the Blood Witch. The guardians such as Now Yusuji and the Blood Witch all flew over and said in unison, I am willing to continue to follow you, Lord. Aren't you afraid of those guys from different dimensions against you? Zhou Wen asked. I used to be afraid, but now my heavenly immortals and burial immortals have been promoted to the natural disaster level, so I don't need to be afraid. It is not so easy for other dimensional creatures to come to Earth, and even if they do, they will be suppressed very much. So far, only human beings can keep the natural disaster level on the Earth. They can't even get through the natural disaster level, even if they come through the body, It is at most a natural disaster. Do you think I still need to be afraid? Jiang Yan said. Okay, take care of yourself, goodbye. No. Let's not say goodbye. Zhou Wen waved his hand and was about to leave. Do you want me to help you solve that? Jiang Yan pointed to Zhou Wen and said. What? Zhou Wen was slightly startled, looked down, only to realize that the heavenly tribulation sword he had previously held was still inserted into his heart, still emitting thunder and lightning. This, if you don't say I forgot, this thing can't really hurt people, and I don't know how Shirquan Sword Immortal could practice such a useless skill. Zhou Wen felt it, although the catastrophe was still there. It continued, but it didn't affect him much. When he fought wholeheartedly before, he had forgotten about it, which shows how little effect the heavenly tribulation sword had on Zhou Wen. Jiang Yan glanced at Zhou Wen with a complicated look. He had absorbed Shirquan Sword Immortal, and he still knew some abilities of Shirquan Sword Immortal. The attack of the heavenly tribulation sword is not aimed at the body, but at the spirit. Under the 9 heavens tribulation, even if it is a natural disaster grade creature, it will become an idiot or a lunatic. Even if it is directly erased and turned into a vegetative state, there are not a few people who cannot bear suicide. Zhou Wen had almost no reaction to the heavenly tribulation sword's 9th level robbery. Others didn't know how terrifying it was, but Jiang Yan knew very well that this was simply not a human reaction. No wonder the teacher would say that to him. Jiang Yan thought to himself. I'm leaving. Zhou Wen waved his hand and turned away without asking Jiang Yan to help him pull out the heavenly tribulation sword. After he was promoted to the fear level, his understanding of various forces became much stronger, and he knew that the heavenly tribulation sword would soon dissipate. Using teleportation to leave, with the blessing of the state of fear, the positioning of the singularity universe was much more accurate. Zhou Wen teleported directly to the vicinity of Luoyang, and the deviation was only a dozen miles away, which was much better than before. When he got to a place where no one was there, Zhou Wen couldn't wait to take out his mobile phone and looked at his attributes first. Zhou Wen, Fear, Fate, Kings, Psi, Soul of Life, Killer, Wheel of Fortune, not engraved, 1 turn. Fear, disqualified, Super S grade. Strength, 82. Zhou Wen looked at his information and was a little lost. He originally thought that his fear level was the upgraded version of the Slayer, but now it seems that this is not the case. The Slayer itself has indeed become fearful, and the name is the Slayer. Like the other 8 fear-making abilities, they are all S-level fears. Transformation ability. However, Zhou Wen's real fear-making ability is not a Slayer, but a disqualified person. Although it has a certain relationship with the Slayer, it is somewhat different. After Zhou Wen enters the disqualified state, he has a strong bonus to the other 9 fear states, and then has the ability to peep at weaknesses before. However, this ability is not static. Depending on the target creature, there will be ups and downs. The more common types of life, this ability is more powerful. The rarer creatures, the effect will be less, but it will not be completely ineffective. In addition, the disqualified person has strong blessings on various physical qualities, including the 8 senses. Otherwise, Zhou Wen fought Shirquan Sword Immortal before. Even if his strength can keep up, his eyesight and the response is so poor that it's just as hard to match. In fact, Zhou Wen, who is in the state of disqualification, has various abilities that are very close to the natural disaster level. Zhou Wen still needs to continue to study the other abilities of the disqualified. Zhou adjusted the information of the tyrant demon, and wanted to see how far it had been promoted. Tyrant demon, fear level, evolvable, fate, infinite power. Soul of life, the crown of violence. Wheel of fortune, absolute power. Fearful, tyrant. Strength, 82. Speed, 82. Physical fitness, 82. Vitality, 82. Talent skill, swallow mountain. Associated state. Gloves. Open the mobile game and choose a dungeon at random. Zhou wants to try it and see what changes the tyrant demon will experience when he enters a state of fear. Just as the Yongqing dungeon was refreshed, Zhou took the tyrant demon into the Yongqing dungeon. Because of his previous experience, Zhou did not dare to touch those blood and bone universes casually, but only made the tyrant demon terrified and entered a tyrant state. The feared tyrant demon instantly became as huge as a mountain, the crown on top of his head appeared, and a red light glowed on his black iron-like body. Its eyes are also glowing with red light, and there are red lights flashing in its mouth, looking like a demon with blood shining in the dark night. Boom! The tyrant demon's body fell, and because it was too huge, he stepped onto a temple of blood and bones. Immediately, fear-level creatures rushed out of the temple of blood and bones, turning into terrifying blood shadows and rushing towards the tyrant demon. Although Zhou felt that the tyrant demon should not be able to do these more than a dozen fear levels, but he had no plans to do it, just to see how the fear-level tyrant demon was fighting. More than a dozen fear-level blood shadows rushed from different directions. The tyrant demon let out a roar in the sky, and the blood on his body turned into blood flames and burned outside him. The tyrant demon suddenly exerted force, and the speed was terrifying. When the huge body was moving, it actually produced a phantom. Bang! The fear-level blood shadow, which was suspected to be a spinning turtle, was pierced by the tyrant demon's claws. The sharp claws penetrated into its body, roared and ripped its body in half, and then picked up the corpse and threw it into its mouth. Chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Violent like a devil. Kill! 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 Zhou saw that the tyrant demon was fighting against many people, but he didn't know what to retreat. He didn't care about the enemy's attack at all, and it seemed that there were only opponents in his eyes. The absolute power of the fear level is too powerful. Under the head-on collision, no fear-level creature is the opponent of the tyrant demon. Either the body is torn by the tyrant demon, or it is directly smashed into patties. However, the tyrant demon's blind attack basically had no means of defense, and he was also hit by many forces. Although his body was also very strong, but after all, there was no absolute defense. And he still suffered a lot of injuries, some of which were quite serious. A blood shadow like a cow and a sheep slammed into the back of the tyrant demon, and the horns that were more than 10 meters long stabbed into the waist of the tyrant demon. The tyrant demon screamed, and then grabbed the blood shadow with his backhand, grabbed it in front of him, grabbed its head with one hand, and grabbed its rear tail with the other, and then pulled it out violently. Zhou watched helplessly as the blood shadow's body was gradually elongated. In the inhuman scream, his body was pulled like a rubber band, and blood was sprayed everywhere. The tyrant demon fought frantically, and Zhou was surprised that the speed of recovery from its injuries was very fast, and it was even abnormal to say that it was fast. Under the siege of those fear-level creatures, the tyrant demon actually killed more and more fiercely, and he did not become weak because of the injuries on his body. After careful observation for a while, Zhou discovered that the tyrant beeman was able to quickly recover from his injuries, not because his physique was strong enough, but because he devoured many opponents during the battle. It devours the energy obtained by the opponent and quickly repairs its body. It is simply a battle with food. As long as the injury on the body is not fatal, as long as it has something to eat, it is almost a perpetual motion. Like fighting machine. This guy's fighting style is too weird. But absolute power is really easy to use. In the same rank, the tyrant beeman is almost invincible. Zhou likes it more and more, but feels that the tyrant beeman's body is a little weaker. If it can have absolute defense, it will be perfect. But unfortunately, absolute defense is the ability of the prisoner dragon, and it should not be possible for the tyrant beeman. Knowing the true strength of the tyrant beeman, Zhou realized that something was wrong. The tyrant beeman had killed nearly 10 fear-level blood shadows, but did not drop any items. Not to mention the companion eggs. I haven't even seen a single-dimensional crystal. Zhou glanced at the game prompt and found that the prompts in the game were all beheaded the blood spirit of so-and-so creature. Zhou suddenly realized that the blood shadow here is not the feared creatures in the real legend, just a ray of undead, that's it. There is no problem with the undead. The problem is that nothing is dropped. This made Zhou very depressed, and tried to activate some blood-bone temples. Zhou went on the field to kill those blood shadows, but the result was still the same, nothing burst out. What kind of broken copy is this, and it doesn't explode at all? Zhou was greatly depressed. I originally thought that I had found a feng shui treasure land that could generate some fear-level companion eggs, but it didn't even burst. However, Zhou Wendao also understands that there must be something amazing in such a strange place. The key is that he doesn't know if he can kill the natural disaster creatures guarding here. There is no slaughter sword. In the game, Zhou can only fight by himself and the power of his companion pets. It's all here. Then let me see what secrets are hidden in this Yangqing. Zhou also summoned companion pets such as Banana, Fairy and Devil Infant, and killed them all the way. There are a lot of fear-level blood shadows here, and Zhou has a lot of fear-level companion pets, and all of them are high-quality goods, each of which can be used against the crowd. Zhou watched for a while, and suddenly thought of something. The blood spirits in this place should all be transformed by the resentful spirits of the beasts of the mountains and seas that were killed during the flood control period of Dayu. The strength of the blood spirits is naturally far worse than the real beasts of the mountains and seas. Zhou even looked at the blood spirit like a phoenix, but the strength is only at the top of the fear level. Compared with the real phoenix, it should be much worse. Such a blood spirit, without exploding anything, may be useless to others. However, Zhou has a disqualified person, and a disqualified person has the ability to perceive the opponent's weakness. This ability actually requires certain basic support. If it is some creature that Zhou has never seen at all, the function of the disqualified person will be much weaker. Although the blood spirits here are much weaker than the original version, their abilities are not fake. Zhou only needs to be familiar with their abilities and attributes. When he encounters a real mountain and sea classic beast, he can directly perceive the weakness, which is equivalent to know their weaknesses ahead of time. This is really good. Zhou originally felt a little bored. After this discovery, he became interested and carefully observed the abilities of each blood spirit. While observing, a rather strange temple appeared in front. In Yangqing, the buildings Zhou had seen were all built of blood and bones, but the temple in front was not built of bones and adobe, but a stone temple. The rise of the tyrant beeman killed, he kept rushing forward, and he was about to approach the stone temple. The door of the stone temple suddenly opened, and inside the temple door lay a cow. Zhou Wen froze when he saw the cow, and immediately knew that something was wrong, so he wanted to take back all the companion pets. Unfortunately, it was still a step too late, and the cow opened its mouth and let out a thunderous roar. The roar was like a bull, a dragon, and a thunderbolt, and even Zhou Wen saw the light like the sun and the moon spurting out of its mouth, and the roar instantly illuminated half of Yangqing. Why is it said to be half Yangqing? Because the stone temple is in the center of Yangqing, and only the part in front of the stone temple is illuminated. Zhou Wen's heart moved, he made a decision without thinking, and immediately teleported to the area behind the stone temple. When teleporting out, the body was suddenly knocked to the ground by the terrifying sound wave. The blood in the body was churning, and the blood vessels seemed to explode. However, this is already quite good. The tyrant beeman and other companion pets, in the area in front of the stone temple, directly endured the power of the terrifying sound wave, and their bodies exploded one by one, turning into blood mist. Even a terrifying creature with a powerful body like the tyrant beeman couldn't resist it. Only Fairy Banana saw the opportunity and was fast. Like Zhou Wen, he fled to the area behind the stone temple and was not killed by the sound wave. Her condition was similar to Zhou Wen's, and she was also injured, even more severely than Zhou Wen. When it was the devil baby, he was holding the devil sword and sitting on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Although he was also attacked by the sound wave, it seemed that there was nothing wrong. The last time I was shocked by this guy's roar, I have to check to see what it is. While controlling the blood-colored villain, Zhou Wen took out another mobile phone, opened the browser, and went online. Searched. This thing? It won't be a Kuanyo. Zhou Wen looked more and more like it, although he only glanced at it. Just now, he also knew that the cow in the stone temple had no horns and was still lying there. According to the information he found on the internet, Kuanyo has no horns on its head and only one leg. Zhou Wen didn't see how many legs it grew, but it was lying there instead of standing, probably because it only had one leg, so it didn't want to stand all the time. This discovery made Zhou Wen very excited, because the cow was obviously not a blood spirit, it was a flesh and blood creature. According to the information on the internet, every time the Kuanyo appears, it will be accompanied by a storm, and there is the light of the sun and the moon on its body, and its roar is like thunder. According to legend, Huang discovered the Kuanyo, and Zuan used its skin to make a drum and its bones to make a hammer. This thing must be the best of the sound system. Now Zhou Wen has no sound system companion pet. If he can get Kuanyo, it can be regarded as a weakness. Zhou Wen was still thinking of good things when he heard another explosion of thunder, which startled Zhou Wen, thinking that the Kuanyo was barking again. As a result, when I looked up, I realized that it was the real thunder, not the cry of Kuanyo. There were dark clouds above Yangqing, thunder was rolling, and then it started pouring rain without warning. Zhou Wen turned his head and looked in the direction of the stone temple. Sure enough, he saw the cow walking out of the stone temple. Its upper body was raised, and it jumped forward. Looking closely, it really only had one leg. It walks on one leg, and the light on its body is like the sun and the moon, which is very similar to the information found by Zhou Wen. Kuanyo stood in the rain and looked at Zhou Wen. And when he opened his mouth, he roared again. Zhou Wen already knew that Kuanyo's sonic attack was still directional. Although the sound would spread in all directions, the sound from the front was the strongest. As long as he avoided the front, the damage he suffered would be minimized. After taking back the banana immortal, he teleported again. This time, he teleported directly to the farthest position behind Kuei Yo. The sonic shocks he received were indeed much less. With Zhou Wen's ability to become fearful, basically unaffected by sound waves, Kuei Yo jumped on one leg, turned his body to face Zhou Wen again, and roared again. Zhou Wen continued to teleport to the other direction, and the Kuei Yo sent out sonic attacks several times in a row, but Zhou Wen avoided them, and couldn't help but be very angry. Kuei Yo didn't go to Zhou Wen's place this time. It raised its head and made a violent roar at the sky. The dark clouds and torrential rain that were originally black were directly dissipated by its roar. The roar was accompanied by light, radiating in all directions like a sound wave, forming an indiscriminate attack. Zhou Wen had no place to dodge this time, so he could only forcibly resist the sound waves. Their condensed chaos egg was summoned, and the sound wave hit the chaos egg, and a lot of solid crystals were formed immediately. Unfortunately, the tyrant Beeman was already dead, otherwise it could be used to feed it. The Kuei Yo roared several times in a row, and rolled the chaos egg backwards, hit the city wall, and bounced back, like a billiard ball, slamming back and forth, between various blood and bone temples. In the temple of blood bones hit by Zhou Wen, blood spirits rushed out soon, but there was no good way to deal with chaos eggs. Zhou Wen took advantage of the time when the Kuei Yo was tired and went directly behind the Kuei Yo. Without the blessing of slaying immortal sword, Zhou Wen's immortal slaying is still very strong, and the power that erupts is almost comparable to that of natural disasters. But this blow on Kuei Yo's neck only cut a shallow wound, and the wound healed quickly, and it was useless at all. Zhou Wen and Kuei Yo were constantly at war, and neither side could do anything about the other. Chaos Egg can resist Kuei Yo's sonic attack, but Kuei Yo can't catch up with Zhou Wen, and there is no other way to hurt Zhou Wen or kill him. Although Zhou Wen can hurt Kuei Yo, but because Kuei Yo's physique is very strong, Zhou Wen's attack power can only just reach the threshold of natural disaster grade, and he cannot seriously injure Kuei Yo, nor kill it. In the end, Zhou Wen gave up and quit, and there was no point in continuing. The wounds he made on Kuei Yo did not heal as fast as it did. No, I have to find a way to get a good weapon. Zhou Wen was thinking about where to get a natural disaster grade weapon. If you can't get a natural disaster level weapon, you must also get a fear level weapon with extremely strong destructive power, otherwise you won't be able to kill Kuei Yo. The bamboo sword is broken, and the sword of the Emperor can't be pulled out. Although the sword of killing immortals is easy to use, it can't be brought into the game. Where can I get a weapon, reliable? After all, with the blessing of absolute power, the attack power of Tyrant Gloves is undoubtedly the top among fear level weapons. The only flaw is that the Tyrant Gloves have no skill blessing, so they can't achieve effects such as being invincible and invincible. If not, I'll close it and let the Tyrant Gloves have those skills. Zhou Wen made up his mind to add various enhanced skills to the Tyrant Gloves. Who would dare to intrude into the Babu clan? Yasha and Garuda, who were guarding the Babu Sanctuary Mountains, shouted loudly when they saw that there was a foreigner walking towards the holy mountain. The man looked to be a man in his 30s, but he was covered in white hair and dressed in white clothes. He walked step by step. He was clearly walking on the earth, but he gave people the feeling of walking on the clouds. Feel It was as if the dirty earth was no longer under his feet, but the clean white clouds. The man did not answer, but continued to walk step by step. Yasha and Garuda were instantly furious. The people who could be sent to guard the holy mountain were the best among the 8 tribes. They burst out with fear-level power and attacked the man in white from left to right. The man in white continued to walk forward as if he hadn't seen them, but Yiksha and Garuda, who were in front of the man in white, screamed and flew up. It seems that there are invisible sword intents flashing past, cutting their strength together with their bodies into pieces, turning them into a rain of blood. As if nothing had happened, the white-haired man stepped onto the stone steps of the holy mountain. The place where he stood was spotless, but behind him was a piece of blood-stained yellow sand. The screams of Yiksha and Garuda, before they died, had already alarmed the 8 tribes on the mountain. Many of the 8 tribes rushed down from the mountain. They were all furious when they saw the blood on the ground and the white-haired man who was climbing the mountain. Many short-tempered Shura and Yiksha had already killed the white-haired man, and the sky was full of brilliance, as if countless stars had fallen and hit the white-haired man. The white-haired man didn't even lift his eyelids, and continued straight up the stone steps. Those 8 tribes who rushed to him, without exception, were all strangled by invisible sword intent, knives, swords, spears, musical instruments, etc., all kinds of remnants and broken weapons flew with flesh and blood. The white-haired man passed by, and none of the 8 tribes could leave alive. On the huge holy mountain, tens of thousands of people from the 8 tribes have gathered, but no one dared to approach the white-haired man. Every time the white-haired man took a step, the 8 tribes in the sky and the mountains would involuntarily retreat, and no one dared to compete with him. My 8 clans and the Immortals have always been on good terms. As a member of the Immortal clan, why did you want to slaughter my 8 clans? Could it be that the Immortal clan violated the original agreement of different dimensions? Darpo, suspended in the air, stared at the white-haired man who was going up the mountain and questioned. The Immortal man ignored her and walked up the mountain on his own, as if he was deaf. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? I'm the king of Gandharv. If you have something to do, you can tell me. If nothing happens, take a step forward and don't blame my subordinates for being ruthless. After cooling down, he stared at the Immortal man with his pipa in his arms and said. The Immortal man still ignored it and continued to move forward. Gandharv was instantly furious, her fingers flicked on the strings, and the turbulent music turned into invisible murderous intent, wrapping around the Immortal man. Click. Click. Can't see the sword light, and can't hear the sound of the sword chi. But there is an invisible force that crushes the music, and all the strings of the lute in Gandharva's hand are all broken at the same time. Gandharva was shocked, and it was too late to retreat. She already felt that there was a terrifying sword intent, and maybe in the next second, she would be headed in a different place. As the king of Gandharpo, she is also a natural disaster-level powerhouse. She never expected that the other party would force her to such a point without even moving her hand. A dragon roar resounded throughout the night, and the dragon energy like a waterfall hung down from the top of the holy mountain, coiling around the body of the king of Gandharva, as if it had collided with some magical weapon, and the dragon energy was instantly broken. Fortunately, the sword intent had disappeared, and the king of Gandharv hurriedly backed away, opening the distance from the Immortal race man. In addition to the king of Tianlong too, the other 6 kings have appeared, blocking the way of the Immortal man, and seems to want to take him down. Tens of thousands and 8 tribes have also gathered. And the water is blocked in all directions, all with weapons in their hands, all pointing at the immortal man. Tens of thousands of 8 kings, and 6 natural disaster-level kings did not seem to exist in the eyes of the immortal man. He continued to walk forward, and his eyes were always on a figure standing at the end of the steps. When the 6 kings saw him like this, they were all furious, and they were going to kill him here. Let him come up. The voice came from the end of the stone steps, and the person standing there was Wang Mingyuan, who had become the Dragon King, and he was the one who rescued Gonda with his dragon energy just now. After hearing Wang Mingyuan's words, the 6 kings had to order their troops to retreat and make way. It's just that there are tens of thousands of tribal groups, all staring at both sides. Everywhere in the sky and the ground. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would already be terrified. The immortal man didn't notice anything, and walked to the end of the stone step by step. Why are you here? When the immortal man approached Wang Mingyuan asked. The immortal man ignored him and walked past him, his fluttering white hair almost brushed against Wang Mingyuan's face. Wang Mingyuan stood there, watching the immortal man walk into the temple, and then sat down on the main seat of the temple. There was originally the position of the head of the 8 tribes. Even Tian, who used to be the leader of the 8 tribes, was not qualified to sit there. Now Wang Mingyuan is also only a subordinate, is eligible to sit in that position. Seeing that the immortal man was actually sitting in that position, the majority of the 8 tribes, whether they were kings or ordinary members, were about to rush into the hall to kill the immortal man, but Wang Mingyuan reached out his hand to stop him. What exactly do you want to do? Wang Mingyuan asked, looking at the immortal man sitting high on the throne. From today, the 8 tribes will be closed to the mountain for 3 years. And any group of 8 tribes will not be allowed to leave half a step, and those who violate it will be executed. Wang Mingyuan, who looked down at His Highness from a high place, continued, in the past, Bodhidharma faced the wall for 9 years, and finally realized it. If you understand some truth, you don't need to face the wall, just stand there and reflect for 9 years. No matter how stupid your talent is, you should be able to understand some truth. Why are you? The 8 tribes were all furious, and the Yasha king asked aloud. And the crowd was furious for a while, and the 8 tribes couldn't help but want to rush into the hall. Seeing that the war was about to break out, I actually saw a golden light coming from the sky. Sir. The golden light fell to the ground, and it was a Buddha with golden light. King Yasha and the others hurried forward to salute. Before they could say anything, they were interrupted by the Buddha. The Buddha walked in front of the immortal man, put his hands together, and bowed slightly, saying, Jianxian, please don't be angry. Starting today, the 8 tribes will seal the mountain for 3 years, and the Dragon King will self-examine for 9 years. And he must not move half a step. What else do you have? Require? My disciple of the sword immortal lineage cannot die in vain, and the one who kills him must lose his life. When the man spoke, his eyes kept looking at Wang Mingyuan, who was standing there. He knew that Jiang Yan was Wang Mingyuan's disciple. It's natural. The Buddha nodded slightly and looked at Wang Mingyuan outside. The Shirquan sword immortal came to the earth and fell. Such a big thing has already spread to the high level of different dimensions. Although not many know the specific situation, most of the high-level people know that the Shirquan sword immortal was calculated by Jiang Yan. People from the line of sword immortals came to Wang Mingyuan to settle accounts, and the Buddha did not find it strange. But Wang Mingyuan is now the leader of the 8 divisions, and it is acceptable to reflect on himself for 9 years. The upper clan that the 8 tribes depended on would not have a good reputation either. This matter was done by Wang Mingyuan's disciples, and it was the best result that Wang Mingyuan came forward to explain to Jianxian. When Wang Mingyuan saw the Buddha looking at him, he naturally knew what the Buddha meant. What do you call your excellency? Wang Mingyuan's expression was as calm as ever, and what the immortal man said just now seemed to have nothing to do with him. Crazy sword. The immortal man finally answered, and said lightly. As soon as these 2 words came out, the expressions of all the 8 tribes changed greatly. The name of the mad sword is probably not known to many people in different dimensions. It is because his fierce reputation is too great that he is known as the first disaster under the apocalypse. And this name is by no means a false name. Quangjian once had a record of beheading the end of the world with a natural disaster, which shocked the whole different dimension. No one knows it, no one knows it. Although Wang Mingyuan is also a natural disaster level strength, he can be regarded as a good combat power, but compared with the powerful natural disaster like Mad Sword, it is still a lot worse. Even the vast majority of the 8 tribes believe that the king of the 8 tribes and the Mad Sword are not at the same level. Previously, because of the strength of the Mad Sword, the 8 tribes were still very indignant, but after hearing the name of the Mad Sword, it was like a basin of ice water poured down from the ground, and a cold heart came directly. After Wang Mingyuan knew the name of the Mad Sword, he did not show any strangeness, just nodded slightly, and then raised his legs, and walked towards the Mad Sword. Did I say you can move? The sword intent surging outside Quangjian's body was about to slash at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan said as he walked, that fairy sword that was left on the earth. In the age of myths, the nobles must still be determined to win, right? Do you know where that sword is? The sword intent on Quangjian paused, staring at Wang Mingyuan, and asked. I don't know. Wang Mingyuan shook his head frankly. If the next sentence you said does not satisfy me, it cannot be solved by introspection for 9 years. Quangjian said coldly. Wang Mingyuan didn't seem to hear what he said. He walked towards the Mad Sword and said, if you want to get back that fairy sword, you need to use the power of human beings on Earth. You should have no objection to this, right? Continue. Quangjian said with a frown. If they could come directly to the earth to retrieve the immortal sword, the immortal clan would not have to be so troublesome, and they would have to secretly cultivate Jianyan and the Guardian Alliance, and they would have gone to find it by themselves. Wang Mingyuan continued, then I'll give you an analysis. Now the forces on Earth are divided into 5 major factions. The first family, the temple, and the 6 major families of human beings, think that this family should not be the immortal clan. The reason is better than me. Wang Mingyuan had already entered the hall, but he didn't mean to stop. He continued to walk towards the Mad Sword sitting on the main seat, and said as he walked, the second department is the Guardian Alliance. Currently Jianyan is the main one, according to as far as I know, his guardian has been promoted to the natural disaster level, and the immortal race is out of control. Continue. Quangjian looked at Wang Mingyuan with murderous intent already brewing in his eyes. The third line is the Holy Spirit Society. President Ye is also my disciple. Wang Mingyuan said. Quangjian was slightly taken aback. Ye was actually a disciple of Wang Mingyuan. He really didn't know about this matter. He was not responsible for the affairs of the earth. If his disciple Shi Quan Jianxian died, Jian would not care about it. Thing. The fourth department is the federal government. Compared with the first three departments, the current federal government is a little weaker, but because of the emergence of mythological liquid, this department has the greatest potential. As long as there is enough time, this department will be. There will be more and more strong people born, and it will become the mainstream in the future. As Wang Mingyuan spoke, he had already arrived in front of the treasure platform, and he still did not mean to stop. Hui Haifeng is your disciple, this is no secret, you don't have to show it off. Quang Jian said. Wang Mingyuan smiled slightly. The fifth line is those local tyrants, of which Luoyang Anjia is the most powerful, and its strength can already compete with the 6 major families. It's true that you were born in Luoyang, but your royal family is not worth mentioning in Luoyang. You don't want to say that Tianzhua is also your disciple, right? Quang Jian said coldly. No, but now the number 3 person in Luoyang, Zhou Wen, who is also related to the Yin family, is also my disciple. You should be very clear about this. Wang Mingyuan had already stood in front of Quang Jian. Within reach. So what? Quang Jian looked at Wang Mingyuan and said contemptuously. These disciples of Wang Mingyuan may indeed be powerful figures on earth, but in Quang Jian's eyes, they are nothing. If it weren't for the fact that they were born on the earth and protected by the earth, they wouldn't even have to lift their hands to kill them. It's not a big deal, but apart from the power of the 5 elements, may I ask, Your Excellency, who else can look for the immortal sword for the immortal clan? Wang Mingyuan looked at the mad sword and asked. Quang Jian was slightly startled, and then his face gradually changed. These people are really nothing in a different dimension, and Quang Jian doesn't even bother to look at it. But on Earth, these people have energy that is unimaginable. Now that the structure of the Earth is basically stable, there is no need to think about the temple. Originally, the temple was the enemy of the Immortals. If the temple did not control the earth before, the Immortals would not be so passive. But that fairy sword is of extraordinary significance to the entire Immortal clan. It must be taken back. No matter what. The Immortal clan has saved so long, paid such a great price, and sent so many guardians into the earth. Everything is for that fairy sword. In today's era, the earth has undergone large-scale changes, and the pattern of the 6 major families has also been defeated, and the Immortals finally ushered in the opportunity. I originally thought that I could control the Guardian Alliance for my own use, but who knew that it was actually calculated by Jiang Yan, and blamed the Shi Quan Sword Immortal for being so stupid. Without the Guardian Alliance, the immortal race can only support another human force, but from the current distribution of forces, it is difficult for new forces to emerge, not to mention that the Tower of Babel is still in the hands of the Guardian Alliance. Without the help of the Tongtian Tower, there are not many resources that the Immortals can send to the earth. It is not that the resources are insufficient, but that there is no stable channel. Quang Jian thought about it carefully, and found that the immortal race had reached the point where no one could use it, and the people who could use it were actually Wang Mingyuan's disciples. Even if the Immortals are not afraid of wasting time and energy, and support a new force again, with those disciples of Wang Mingyuan and the temple, I am afraid it is impossible to grow up. Wang Mingyuan has already hinted very clearly that with his disciples, the Immortals want to get back the immortal sword from the earth. It is a fool's dream. Crack! Wang Mingyuan slapped Quang Jian's face directly, slapping Quang Jian's face sideways. Everyone was taken aback, and their eyes went straight. Kuang Jian also widened his eyes, suddenly turned his head, and stared at Wang Mingyuan, like a beast that devoured people. His sword intent was frantic and restless, as if to tear the world apart, but he never did anything to Wang Mingyuan. Don't accept it? Wang Mingyuan said, slapped Kuang Jian's face with a backhand, and with a snap, his face turned to the other side. Then endure it. Looking at the mad sword, Wang Mingyuan said lightly,